Chapter 1. A Transmigration Error. The journey commences. In the summer of 20XX, a certain system ventured into the D95 world, only to encounter chaotic spatial turbulence. An individual, who had prepared to collect rent with a key, met an untimely demise as a result of this transmigration. To avoid leaving a negative record in the D95 world, the responsible system privately reached a compensation agreement with the deceased individual. This person, though blessed with both parents, a car, and a house, lived an unfulfilled life. His parents, engrossed in their careers during his childhood, left him with nothing but a cold house and the monthly burden of collecting rent upon reaching adulthood. Yearning for affection, as all parental love was bestowed upon his younger brother, he found little attachment to the reality around him. Yet, when presented with options for rebirth by the system, he chose to traverse into a lower dimensional world to seek out a cherished figurine of his beloved, which he had once held dear in his previous life. The system acquiesced, but in determining the method of reincarnation, the individual opted for the realm of Dragon Ball, selecting the formidable Broly, a being known for his extraordinary physical prowess and energy growth. Thus began the process of soul transmigration. The system transported his soul into the Dragon Ball world, but in the act of embedding his essence into Broly's mother's womb for rebirth, the responsible system, overly engrossed in its own operations, neglected to provide adequate safeguards for his soul. Half a year later, as the system completed its tasks, his soul had already been absorbed and restructured by the powerful embryonic form of a mutated scion. Although his soul remained intact, its structure had undergone significant transformation, rendering him a true reincarnation rather than the original individual. Upon embedding the completed system within the new soul, the remorseful system hastily departed the Dragon Ball world, promising to compensate him once it attained prosperity. Time flowed onward, arriving at the year 732 of the age of the universe. In this year, the erroneously reincarnated Broly was born, only to lose his mother shortly thereafter. Subsequently, due to his overwhelming capabilities being detected, he was dispatched to planet Vampa by King Vegeta. Upon discovering this, Paragus hastened to planet Vampa, but their ship met with disaster, leaving the father and son stranded on the desolate planet. As time swiftly passed, we reached the year 737 of the age of the universe. In this year, scions scattered across the cosmos for various missions were abruptly summoned back to planet Vegeta. Sensing something amiss, Bardock pilfered a spacecraft, placing his youngest son, whose battle power was a mere 2, within it, launching him towards a remote planet known as Earth. Simultaneously, a mission to procure sustenance was underway on planet Vampa. Under a cloudless sky, a figure encased in a spider shell approached the cavern of the Vampa spiders, descending with lightning speed to shatter the cave's ceiling. Upon sensing the disturbance, the guardians of the nest emerged from the cavern, fixating their gaze upon the intruder encroaching upon their hatchery. I have returned to barter for food. Here is some Baiaya blood. In exchange, I seek 2 of your eggs. The blood is left here, while I shall take the eggs myself. The child, having crashed into the cavern, proclaimed as he seized 2 eggs larger than himself, darting from the Vampa spider's hatching ground. Outside, a multitude of spiders had emerged from the depths below. Even the smaller ones possessed battle powers around 2,000, while the larger ones could reach 3,000. The colossal spider, akin to a small mountain with a shell as dark as ink, was the leader of this arachnid horde, boasting a battle power nearing 5,000. Upon sighting Broly, the giant spider's eyes ignited with rage, its 8 legs scuttling towards him in pursuit. Yet Broly, seemingly accustomed to being hunted by the Vampa spider boss, raised his hand to unleash 3 energy blasts in a triangular formation upon the ground, creating a vast cloud of dust as he descended into the murky haze. The booming above resonated as the giant Vampa spider, accompanied by its kin, rushed past. Due to the limited pivot range of the Vampa spider's head, it was unable to perceive the area directly beneath it. Thus, Broly concealed himself within a subterranean fissure, waiting for the cacophony to subside before emerging and darting towards the opposite side of the encroaching spider horde. Calculating the time, he had resided on planet Vampa for 5 years, feasting upon the Vampa spiders for just as long. The bitterness of the adult spiders was considerably alleviated by the fresher taste of their eggs. While the Vampa spiders may not possess high intelligence, They held their eggs in great regard that it was far more challenging to lure a spider to hunt for Baya blood than to acquire their eggs, necessitating a perilous intrusion into a nest heavily guarded by numerous Vampa. Spiders for a risky trade. As his power grew and his understanding of Vampa spider behavior deepened, engaging in such forceful trades became trivial for Broly. Each time he employed a smoke bomb for his retreat, it proved effective, a method that had never failed him. Regrettably, to this day, Broly had yet to discover a means to tame the Vampa spiders. To procure the freshest eggs directly from beneath the spider's rear was merely a matter of chance. Tob continued. Though the rainwater within exuded a peculiar metallic scent, it was, in comparison to the bodily fluids of the Wampa spider, a more palatable option among the available substances. With his hands cupping the yellowish liquid from the clay pot, Broly took a couple of sips before lifting a smooth, flat stone slab nearby. On Wampa, verdant flora was nearly non-existent. The idea of kindling a fire was but a fanciful notion, leaving only the geothermal energy beneath the planet's surface as a viable resource. As for an iron pot, Broly had yet to discover any iron ore. Thus, his only means of cooking was the stone slab, a natural tool for heating. His father had yet to return from procuring the blood of Baya, and hunger was beginning to gnaw at Broly's belly. He had no intention of waiting for his father. Instead, he resolved to prepare his own spider eggs and satiate his hunger first. Just as he lifted the stone slab and prepared to exit the cave, a new piece of information surfaced in his consciousness. The Crystal Palace has completed energy accumulation. Shall we proceed with dimensional traversal now? Broly. Since his birth, his mind had been inundated with various snippets of information, not all of which he could comprehend. What is the Crystal Palace? The Crystal Palace is a system module edited by the Z0186 system. Compensation provided to the D95 native world for the unforeseen circumstances surrounding the system's traversal. Facilitating private settlements with the indigenous inhabitants. Its purpose was to allow the aboriginals of the D95 world, who had received compensation, to re-engage with their spouses in a secondary dimensional realm, collecting their exclusive systems. Clear information emerged within his consciousness, as the Crystal Palace offered Broly a precise explanation. Who are the natives of the D95 world? You are, and what is a spouse? A partner. Can one consume them? This time, the Crystal Palace module paused for a moment, seemingly conducting a series of contextual analyses before providing a definitive response. Yes, they can be consumed. And you will also be provided with sustenance. Through this exchange, Broly's straightforward mind gradually equated the notion of a spouse with food. Should the host proceed with dimensional traversal? Note: the Crystal Palace module is in its preliminary stage and, having fully accumulated temporal energy, cannot gather any additional surplus. Failing to traverse now will result in a waste of temporal energy. Broly had intended to inquire further about dimensional traversal, but upon hearing the word waste, and despite his ignorance regarding temporal energy, he instinctively responded. In accordance with his frugal nature, waste is unacceptable. I wish to traverse, and I want to do it now. Understood. The anchor point for the D95 native world has been released, initiating low-dimensional world retrieval. The world has been matched, and coordinates for traversal are being established. Bang! As the stone slab struck the ground with a muffled sound, Broly's figure vanished from the spot. End of chapter. Chapter 2. Succulent and delectable. Insects are truly delicious. The moment the transference began, the surrounding scenery morphed into lines, rapidly receding into the distance. In less than 2 seconds, it felt as though one had entered a pitch-black tunnel where everything around was engulfed in darkness. However, color soon returned, albeit still in the form of countless lines. Just as Broly, curious, was about to reach out to touch the lines surrounding him, the scene suddenly froze, his figure materializing on the steps of a basement. A faint rustling sound echoed behind him, intermingled with a barely audible sob. Broly turned to look, and beneath the steps where he stood, he beheld a writhing mass of plump worms. Amidst this throng of succulent insects, a slightly swollen cocoon emitted the faint whimper. After a moment's contemplation, Broly leaped into the center of the wriggling mass, directly prying open the source of the sound. As the cluster of worms was parted, it revealed a small girl, entirely unclothed, lying beneath. Tears stained her cheeks, and her eyes were red, suggesting she had been crying for an extended period. The whimpering ceased as she was momentarily stunned by the return of light. "Are you sleeping among the food?" Broly inquired with curiosity, his gaze fixating on a worm crawling across the girl's pale chest. These worms, though bearing some sharp teeth, appeared far more appetizing than the larvae of the Wampa spider, prompting Broly to involuntarily swallow. Upon hearing his question, the young Sakura Matou was momentarily at a loss for a response. She had been sent to the Matou household as an adopted daughter just half a month prior. On the very day of her arrival, she had been taken to this place by an elderly man named Zoken Matou. "Your magical attribute is void. It requires considerable modification for you to adequately inherit the Matou family's magical crest," the frail and withered old man had stated, before unceremoniously tossing the newly acquired daughter of the Tosaka family into the underground worm chamber. Completely disregarding the girl's cries and fears, he manipulated the imprint worms within the chamber to initiate the preliminary transformation, using the corrosive magical energy they possessed to eat away at the girl's magical circuits of the void attribute. This process was not only visually horrifying, but also an indescribable torment for the individual being transformed, as she endured a pain akin to being pricked by countless needles throughout her body. Within a few days, the girl transitioned from loud sobs and struggles to a low, suppressed whimper, all the while clinging to the hope that her family would come to rescue her. Whether it be her dignified father, her gentle mother, or even her occasionally teasing sister, she imagined them coming to save her. Yet, instead of the familiar faces she longed for, an unfamiliar boy, seemingly only slightly older than herself, stood before her. In a despairing environment, surrounded by a swarm of insects, a young girl pried off the malevolent creatures that gnawed at her, crouching down to gaze at herself with concern. Although she could not comprehend the questions posed to her, the ingrained etiquette from the Tosaka family compelled her to express gratitude for any assistance received, a courtesy that remained unforgotten despite her status as an adopted daughter of the Matou family. Enduring the lingering sting upon her skin, young Sakura rose from the ground, striving to utter a thank you to the boy before her, yet her voice was but a faint whisper. Broly, unable to discern her words, nonetheless found a fragment of information surfacing in his mind as the girl stood, revealing her full figure. "Matou Sakura, one of your figurine wives, eligible for the invitation to join the Crystal Palace. You are my wife?" Broly inquired, his tone laced with curiosity. "Huh?" Young Sakura was momentarily taken aback by this question. However, memories of her mother recounted from her childhood surfaced, tales of a prince rescuing a princess, their union culminating in marriage. "I am not your wife, but I could become your wife." In light of the fairy tales, her situation seemed somewhat analogous. With this thought, young Sakura softly responded, her voice now barely audible. "If I am your wife, I am hungry. Is there something to eat?" Broly extended his hand towards her. The Crystal Palace had asserted that a wife would provide sustenance for her husband. Surely, with so much food around, she would offer him some, wouldn't she? Broly mused. His gaze shifted to the encroaching worms, his eagerness intensifying. The sudden shift to being someone's wife and being asked for food by her little husband was an experience young Sakura had never encountered. Yet, having played house in the past, she understood her role. When her husband was hungry, it was her duty as the wife to serve him food. However, as she had been summoned into the insect mound for transformation, she had been instructed to remove all her clothing, leaving her devoid of any possessions. Confronted by the boy's request for food, young Sakura felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. Just then, the door to the insect chamber creaked open, revealing a stooped figure leaning on a cane. "Sakura, who is this?" Matou Zoken peered down with a furrowed brow at the ragged boy who had appeared in the chamber. "Grandfather," young Sakura trembled at the sight of Matou Zoken. "Indeed, miracles do not exist. In the face of my grandfather, the young boy who came to rescue me is destined to meet a tragic end." Tears once again streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks, though I could not discern whether they were shed for the boy, who was about to perish beside me, or for myself, who was to endure the torment of the imprinting worms. How foolish I am to have allowed a child to stumble into the worm chamber before realizing the peril, alas. Young one, you are truly unfortunate. Yet, since you have entered this place, become sustenance for the worms. Go devour him. Cantu Zongyan raised his hand and issued commands to the swarm of worms within the chamber, and in the next moment, the imprinting worms became fiercely aggressive. However, they must not harm Sakura. Her body is a precious vessel of the Cantu family, destined to nurture offspring of superior quality. The worms skillfully avoided the young Sakura, instead crawling over Broly's entire form, their sharp teeth tearing into the flesh of the boy. The sound of ripping echoed as the tattered battle attire was shredded by the worm's fangs, creating a commotion. The girl's sobs grew louder. She felt utterly powerless, having caused the demise of one who came to her aid. Your grandfather is indeed a good man. Yet, from beneath the writhing mass of worms, such a voice emerged. Soon after, the sounds of consumption followed. Broly struck left and right, seizing the worms that climbed upon him, and began to indulge voraciously. The taste of the worms was neither bitter nor sour. Indeed, it was far more palatable than that of the larvae of the Wampa spider. The shell is delightfully crisp, the flesh akin to chicken, and the protein content exceeds that of beef eightfold. As each worm was devoured, such information surfaced in Broly's mind. With a swift movement, another worm was captured in his grasp. He slurped, drawing the tail of the worm into his mouth. With a crunch, the succulent juices exploded in his mouth. He carelessly discarded the head of the worm, which landed beside him, quickly forming a small pile of worm heads. The severed heads, devoid of bodies, continued to snap their sharp jaws. At this moment, both the young Sakura and Kanto Zongyun found their minds buzzing. Could it be that these imprinting worms were indeed edible? Regardless of their thoughts, the truth lay plainly before them. The Scion diet is remarkably diverse, as long as what they consume does not inflict harm upon them. They can digest the vast majority of the food ingested. Compared to more indigestible fare, such as that from extraterrestrial origins, the imprinting worms of the Type Moon world evidently serve as excellent nutritional sources, possessing sufficient energy and magical essence. To be continued in the next chapter. Young one, you are not an ordinary person. Just who are you? Kanto Zongyun inquired, realizing that the fangs of his imprinting worms could not penetrate the skin of the boy beneath him. I am Broly, a Scion. Despite the abundance of delectable food presented to him, Broly remained courteous and addressed the query posed by Matou Shinji. A Scion, what kind of being is that? Upon hearing this, Matou Shinji appeared somewhat perplexed, rummaging through his vast repository of knowledge but finding no information regarding the Scions. Never mind who you are. Since you dare to consume my worms, be prepared to face the consequences. Wait, aren't these the delicacies you offered me? Broly exclaimed in surprise, as he savored another worm bursting with flavor in his mouth. It could not possibly be something meant for you. Each of these worms has been meticulously cultivated by me, serving as precious imprint insects designed to alter a magician's attributes, each costing over 5 million, not to mention the time and effort I invested. The Matou family's finances had been rather bleak over the past century, and the insect chamber in the basement constituted a significant portion of their wealth, akin to real estate for a magic workshop. Just look at the remnants of the consumed worms. Restoring them would certainly require a substantial investment. So it wasn't meant for me. Broly felt a twinge of disappointment, yet his actions did not falter as he drew another worm towards his mouth. It crawled in on its own. That is not my concern. He justified himself and chewed the worm, seemingly intent on indulging in more of the delicious fare. Meanwhile, the girl beside him could no longer contain herself, retching on the ground. Are you provoking me? Matou Shinji's expression darkened as he summoned several flying imprint insects. Eliminate him. These creatures, resembling oversized wasps, buzzed menacingly as they surged towards Broly. Ah, new food has arrived. Broly's eyes sparkled with excitement. He effortlessly caught one of the wasps and took a bite. Boom. The wasp exploded in his mouth, releasing a cloud of smoke. Fool. That was a self-destructing insect of my design, Matou Shinji proclaimed, reveling in the chaos. So it's inedible. Broly's voice, tinged with disappointment, echoed amidst the smoke. What? You're unscathed? As the smoke cleared, Broly emerged without a scratch, his clothing the only casualty. Are you unaware of the principle that smoke without injury is a certainty? Broly replied, bemused. Wait, due to the explosion, my wife was startled, and now her happiness level is decreasing. Please, host, elevate her happiness level promptly. As the value of happiness increases, it becomes easier to win over one's wife. After the partner agrees to join the Crystal Palace, the host conversion of happiness points also escalates. Broly recited the information from his mind regarding the Crystal Palace, only to turn and catch sight of the trembling girl on the ground behind him. What purpose does this wife truly serve? Broly pondered this query. Yet his physical actions outpaced his thoughts. He seized another hornet-like imprinting worm and approached the elderly Kirii, forcefully shoving the creature into the elder's mouth before he could react. With a thunderous explosion, nothing happened to Broly, but Kirai lost his head. His emaciated body slumped down the stairs. In the worm chamber, the worms, now devoid of their controller, sensed the predatory aura emanating from Broly and quickly retreated to a corner of the basement. Inheritance law? Broly mumbled. As new information surfaced in his mind, he awkwardly floated down to the girl on the ground and candidly spoke. I have slain your grandfather. His sustenance is now yours. I am still somewhat hungry. Could you provide me with more food? Though Broly had devoured many worms, they were insufficient to satisfy the appetite of a scion. Young Sakura lifted her head, her gaze falling upon her grandfather's headless corpse nearby. To her surprise, rather than fear, a strange joy welled up within her. Do you still wish to eat those worms? She inquired. Is there a problem? Broly tilted his head, not quite grasping the meaning behind her question. They are not food. Young Sakura replied, rising from the ground and wiping the tears from her face. Broly felt a profound sense of deception. The Crystal Palace had clearly stated that a wife would provide sustenance. Yet, this wife offered nothing, proving less generous than her deceased grandfather. I can take you to eat something truly edible, she said, her words swiftly quelling Broly's ire. What constitutes truly edible? Broly was intrigued. In his brief existence, worms had been the most common fare. Delicacies like cake and pudding, young Sakura reflected, recalling the most delectable treats she had ever savored. Cake, pudding? Broly's mind flickered with a semblance of recognition of these terms, though he could not quite recall their essence. Nevertheless, his anticipation soared. Where are they? In the refrigerator. Uncle Yinya bought them for me a few days ago, young Sakura replied, her spirits lifting significantly with Kirai's demise. Even the hoarse voice regained some vitality. What is a refrigerator? The refrigerator is, well, come with me, and you will see for yourself. Grasping Broly's hand, young Sakura led the boy up the steps. She had no desire to linger in the basement, that bug-infested storage. After guiding Broly out of the basement, young Sakura headed directly towards the kitchen. This is the refrigerator. Upon reaching the kitchen and opening the refrigerator, she showcased its contents to Broly, whose surprise was met with a rush of cold air emanating from within. The little scion instinctively recoiled, maintaining a cautious distance from the chilling object before him, his mind devoid of any prior knowledge. Yet he cast a questioning glance at the girl beside him. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Young Heir Yi, you must survive. The girl's startled reaction to his jumpy demeanor left her momentarily stunned, yet she proceeded to explain the refrigerator to Broly. It cools and preserves food for an extended duration. However, she evidently struggled to articulate much more, hastily retrieving a cake from within the refrigerator to present to Broly. This is a cake. Topped with cream and flavored with chocolate. You should give it a try. Broly leaned in, sniffing the treat in the girl's hand, perhaps catching a whiff of an intriguing aroma that brightened his eyes. He swiftly grasped the cake, still encased in its protective film, and attempted to shove it into his mouth. You can't eat that, young Sakura exclaimed, quickly setting down the plate and reaching for the film at the edge of Broly's mouth, trying to pull it out. She succeeded but also failed, as the film tore, causing her to lose her balance and stumble backward. Fortunately, Broly caught her hand just in time, steadying her. Be careful, he clumsily advised. The protective film, young Sakura pointed out, indicating the item in his mouth. Broly extracted the film, the sweet aroma of the cake lingering delightfully. Is there more? He inquired, licking the cream off the film. There's none left, just pudding, strawberry flavored. Young Sakura shook her head and retrieved a strawberry pudding from the refrigerator. This time, she preemptively clarified that the outer packaging was inedible, thus avoiding a mishap with Broly consuming the wrapper as well. This is tasty too, is there more? The two strawberry puddings were swiftly devoured, yet Broly remained unsatisfied, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the refrigerator. From this strange box, the girl had already produced two delightful treats he had never encountered before. None left. Then what is that? It's meat, but, it's still raw. Broly showed no concern for the meat's state, seizing it and taking a bite. The raw meat lacked the sweetness of the cake and the chewiness of the pudding. Yet it bore the essence of flesh and blood. Although it may not be the most delightful flavor, it is, as they say, a feast in comparison to the taste of the Wampa spider. And what do we have here? This is an egg. Wait, it needs to be cracked. Young Sakura attempted to intervene, but Broly had already placed an egg in his mouth. As he prepared to swallow, it became lodged in his throat. With a swift and powerful punch to his throat, the obstructing egg shattered within. After a couple of chews, he found the fluid-like substance reminiscent of spider eggs unpalatable, and his attention shifted to some green fruits nearby. While inquiring about what they were, he hastily stuffed anything that appeared appetizing into his mouth, which included a box of lemon-flavored deodorizer. Broly's small frame was half buried in the refrigerator, rummaging through everything edible and inedible, his tail swaying excitedly behind him. It was at this moment that young Sakura noticed the boy's peculiarities. Intrigued by the long tail swaying before her, she reached out with her little hand to grab it. The sudden grasp made Broly's body flinch, and he quickly turned to retract his tail, questioning her actions. What are you doing? Is that a real tail? Or is it fake? For a scion, the tail is a sensitive point. Without desensitization training, a captured tail could render them incapable of fighting. Although Broly had somewhat overcome the debilitating fear of having his tail grasped, the sensitivity remained. On planet Vegeta, apart from his father, no one else had assisted him in tail desensitization training. Broly had long grown accustomed to the way his father, Paragus, would grip his tail. Now, being grasped by someone else, even gently, elicited a reaction due to the different manner of handling. Hey, why don't you have a tail? As he spoke, Broly glanced beneath the girl, who instinctively turned to shield her modesty with her hand, inadvertently revealing her backside. Upon noticing that she lacked a tail, Broly expressed his surprise. How could a person not have a tail? How could a person have a tail? Ordinary people do not have tails. Only scions possess tails. But soon, new information dawned upon him, causing him to pause in his intent to investigate the girl's backside for the non-existent tail. So, you truly do not have a tail? Broly looked at her with a hint of pity. What kind of look is that? Young Sakura felt uneasy under his gaze. Are you envious of my tail? Since you have given me so many delicious things, I might let you touch it. As he spoke, Broly held out his tail right in front of the girl. Little Sakura stared at the fluffy, gently swaying tail and actually felt a bit tempted. She reached out her hand, ready to take it. What are you two doing? But their moment was interrupted by a voice. Shinji, dressed in pajamas, stood in the kitchen doorway, utterly bewildered by the scene before him. His adoptive younger sister and some strange little boy were both standing stark naked in front of the open fridge, seemingly exchanging something. I'm letting her touch my tail. Broly replied earnestly, explaining exactly what he was doing. He was hungry, so I brought him here to get something to eat. Little Sakura hastily added, flustered. Touching tails? Eating food? What kind of nonsense is this? At his age, Shinji was still quite innocent. He didn't understand what his adoptive sister and this unfamiliar boy were up to, but one thing was crystal clear to him. Sakura, he's your friend, right? But even if he's hungry and wants food, you shouldn't bring him into the kitchen like this. And you, my sister's friend, when you visit someone else's house, do you normally go around completely naked? Young Shinji scolded them with all the authority of an older brother. My clothes got torn, Broly immediately explained. And what about you, Sakura? Shinji turned his gaze toward her. I didn't have time to put mine on yet. Her clothes were still back in the worm cellar, but desperate to escape that nightmarish place as quickly as possible. She hadn't bothered grabbing them. Now, under the watchful eyes of Shinji, the only other person in the Matou household who had ever shown her any kindness, she shrank back slightly. I'll go put on some clothes right now. And with that, she dashed off, leaving Broly alone in the kitchen. After Sakura left, young Shinji fixed his eyes on Broly, more precisely, on the tail swaying in Broly's hand. Is that tail real? He walked around behind Broly, peering closely where the tail connected to his tailbone, clearly astonished. You want to touch it too? Broly asked generously, noticing Shinji's curiosity. No way. I wouldn't touch such a weird thing. The young master of the house lifted his chin proudly, putting on an air of aloofness, though secretly. That fluffy tail did look rather tempting. Were you Sakura's friend before? He asked. Friend? No. She's my wife. Broly took a bite of an apple as he casually dropped this bombshell. What? Sakura's already married at her age? Young Shinji was utterly shocked. Married? What's that? Broly asked, genuinely confused, his mind drawing a complete blank on the concept of marriage. You don't even know what marriage is. Why would I need to know? Then how did you even make my sister your wife? In my mind, there resides information that conveys this sentiment. Broly candidly responds. The young Shinji, unable to comprehend, is profoundly shaken. Is there anything left to eat? Broly inquires, oblivious to the notion of politeness, having already depleted the refrigerator's contents. Young Second Master observes the chaotic state within the fridge at that moment. Who exactly are you? And how dare you trespass into my home to deceive my sister? When young Sakura returns, she witnesses her morally bound elder brother confronting Broly. "I am Broly," he reiterates his introduction. The Crystal Palace appeared, and I found myself amidst numerous linear forms, and in an instant, I arrived here. His limited vocabulary compels Broly to offer such an ambiguous reply. "I have deceived no one. Those insects were quite delectable. Naturally, what lies within this contraption called a refrigerator is even more appetizing." Broly licked his lips, still unsated. "For low-energy food necessitates greater consumption. I see now, you must be a thief. You tricked my sister into letting you in, deceiving her to enter my home and steal food." Young second master rationalizes, feeling he has unearthed the truth. "A thief?" Broly furrows his brow, his mind reacting to the term. Yet the emerging information reminds him that this is a derogatory label. "You withhold food from me, and yet slander me? Do you wish for me to eliminate you?" Young Broly harbors murderous intent towards young second master. This impulse is extraordinarily pure. A primal desire to annihilate that which is detrimental to oneself. It is a feral instinct cultivated during his time on planet Vampa. There is no malice. Merely a simplistic wish to eradicate anything perceived as harmful or life itself. As this unadulterated urge to kill surfaces, young second master is somewhat taken aback. Collapsing onto the ground, meeting Broly's indifferent gaze, he is inundated with feelings of fear and trepidation. It is akin to a fragile creature being targeted by a formidable predator, eliciting a myriad of anxious and fearful responses. This is the instinct of life reminding him of the danger posed by the individual before him. My brother means no harm. Perhaps because young second master is one of the few in the Matou family who treats her kindly, young Sakura steps forward to defend him. Upon seeing the girl who offers him delightful food, Broly's hostility dissipates swiftly, shifting his focus to requesting sustenance from her instead. Young Sakura feels a pang of difficulty. Even with her as an adopted daughter, the Matou household comprises merely 5 members, and the food within the refrigerator is all they possess, leaving no alternatives. "But I can take you out to eat," she suggests, inspired by Broly's disappointment. "What are we waiting for?" he urges, "for as long as there is food." Broly harbors no objections. "But you must put on some clothes," young Sakura remarked. "What if I have no clothes?" Broly expressed his distress. "It's all right, you may lack clothes. But my brother has some." Young Sakura gestured towards young Shinji, who was sitting on the ground. "Huh?" Young Shinji uttered in mild confusion, initially inclined to refuse. However, upon meeting Broly's gaze, he found himself lacking the courage to decline. "You are a good person," with the promise of clothes that would allow him to eat. Broly's spirits lifted considerably, causing him to forget the discomfort caused by young Shinji's presence. "Shinji, I won't be returning. Please inform Uncle Yagami for me." The terrifying grandfather had passed away, leaving young Sakura with no reason to remain in the Matou household. She longed to escape the insect-infested abode that haunted her psyche. But before departing, she wished to convey her gratitude to those who had treated her kindly, through Shinji. "Sakura, come here for a moment. I need to ask you something." Young Shinji, wary of speaking in front of Broly, called his stepsister aside before quietly inquiring, "Were you threatened by that guy with the tail? If so, just go along with him for now. Keep him calm, and I'll notify Dad and Uncle to come rescue you." Even at a young age, Shinji, true to his nature, lacked the courage to step forward. He wondered where their grandfather had gone. It would have been better if he were present. "I was not threatened. On the contrary. Brother Broly is a good person. He saved me, and I am free now. I will not be returning, and as for grandfather, do not speak of him. He is a bad person." "How could grandfather be a bad person?" Young Shinji wished to argue further with his stepsister, but was interrupted by Broly's anxious voice from a distance. "I've put on the clothes. When can we go out to eat?" "I cannot talk right now. I must leave." "Wait, is there anything else, brother? Do you have any money?" Eating out requires money. Young Sakura, merely 5 years old, had no money of her own. "Here, this is the change my father gave me. Take it." Young Shinji opened his piggy bank and handed over all his coins to his stepsister. "But this is your money. I am your brother, albeit by obligation. And it is only natural for a brother to protect his sister. Though I cannot shield you now, providing you with money is all I can do at present. You must keep that dangerous fellow calm. I will ensure that uncle and grandfather are informed about your abduction, so they can come to your rescue." Young Sakura hesitated, wanting to speak, but ultimately saying nothing as she accepted her stepbrother's coins. "I truly was not threatened. You do not need to summon anyone for my aid." Only upon leaving the Matou household did she reaffirm her situation. "I understand, Sakura. You must survive." In his youth, The second master presented an image of someone who had concocted everything in his mind, solemnly offering a response to his sister in principle, leaving the girl momentarily at a loss for words. Have you encountered any danger? Broly inquired curiously of the girl beside him after they had walked some distance. No. It's just that my brother stubbornly believes I have been abducted by you, replied young Sakura. Abducted? What does that mean? Broly asked, perplexed. His fragmented memories from a past life were incoherent, occasionally surfacing as fleeting thoughts. If he could not comprehend the information, it would swiftly fade away, rendering him more like an uninformed child. Chapter 4. The lies are yours, and arguments are your intentions. Chapter 5. Do you also wish to become my wife? Upon leaving the restaurant, Taiga Fujimura noticed two small shadows trailing behind her. What are you two following me for? She turned around, puzzled, and questioned the children. Young Sakura hesitated, unsure how to respond. She had instinctively followed Broly when he emerged, but found herself at a loss when the older girl inquired about her motives. Soon, however, she conjured a reasonable excuse. I wanted to thank you, big sister, for helping us, she said softly, evoking a sense of protectiveness. Oh, what a polite little sister you are. But there's no need to thank me. I merely acted on a whim, Taiga said, bending down to gently pat the girl's smooth little head. She then turned to the young boy who was also following her. So, little brother, did you come to thank me as well? Broly, not entirely grasping the concept of gratitude, replied earnestly, I did not come to thank you. I came to find a wife. Find a wife? Taiga paused, bemused by the earnestness of the young boy's declaration, which struck her as rather peculiar. What does that have to do with following me? You are the new wife I seek, Broly asserted, pointing directly at the girl with utmost seriousness. You are one of the confirmed figurine wives from the Crystal Palace, one who can provide sustenance. Is this some sort of New Age con game? Taiga thought, somewhat speechless. Yet, finding the boy adorable, she playfully pinched his cheek. You are indeed quite cute, but you are far too young to be my boyfriend. You would need to grow at least another decade. In contrast to Taiga's playful demeanor towards children, young Sakura was taken aback by Broly's words. Am I not your wife? She asked. You are. Broly nodded in acknowledgement, recalling the food he had recently been offered. So why are you seeking a wife again? Is it not possible to have more than one? He retorted. Young Sakura fell silent at his question, seemingly realizing he had a point. At such a tender age, you already possess such thoughts? Fujimura Taiga, upon hearing this, immediately tightened her grip on the boy's cheek. Would you be willing to be my wife? Broly felt little in response. The girl's strength, though firm, remained within the bounds of normal human capability, causing him no discomfort. Of course, I would not. Fujimura Taiga answered matter-of-factly, releasing her hold, wary of genuinely hurting the child. Oh, Broly appeared somewhat disappointed. This newly emerged potential wife clearly had no intention of continuing to provide him sustenance. Hey, where are you going? Upon noticing the forlorn expression on the boy's face as he turned to leave, Fujimura Taiga quickly inquired. It is evening. I need to find a place to sleep. Broly offered an honest reply, as his lifestyle on the planet Vampa involved being active during the day and resting at night. Don't you have a place to sleep? No. There's a slope over there. I plan to dig a hole there. Broly spoke with earnest intent. The large cave he had once inhabited on Vampa had been excavated by him and his father, Paragus. Of course, while digging was one method, if the mountain's hardness permitted, it would be more efficient to blast a hole with energy blasts. Fujimura Taiga rubbed her temples and addressed the two children. If you aren't afraid to come near some seemingly menacing individuals, I can take you back to my family's old house. Hey, sister, are you going to take us in? I merely worry for your safety, little ones, lest you fall prey to any ill-intentioned individuals outside. Recently, a murderer has surfaced in Fuyuki City, having brutally slain numerous victims, including some children, without the police apprehending them. Fujimura Taiga was aware of such matters, especially as she temporarily resided in her grandfather's house. Her grandfather, Fujimura Rika, expressed concern for her safety commuting to school alone and had advised her to remain vigilant. Initially, Fujimura Rika intended to arrange for someone to escort his granddaughter, but she had outright refused. One reason was her confidence in her martial prowess, and another was her reluctance to expose her family background at school. The young lady has returned. A warm welcome to the young lady home. This was due to her family's prominence as the largest Yakuza faction in Fuyuki City, the Fujimura Group. Is it necessary to do this every day? Young lady, isn't it the leader's directive that we show you more hospitality? Her grandfather is indeed a good man, albeit a tad too zealous. This fervor primarily stems from her father's reluctance to inherit the family business, compelling her grandfather to aspire to mold her into the future successor of the Fujimura clan. However, the dilemma lies in her own disinterest in becoming a future underworld matriarch. "Miss, what is this?" A man, marked by a scarred visage, unmistakably a figure from the underworld, inquired upon observing two homeless children trailing behind the young lady as they entered the estate. "I encountered these two homeless children on the road, and, feeling uneasy about their wandering, I decided to bring them here," explained Fujimura Daiga. "Oh, so the young lady is finally preparing to cultivate a core group to take control of the Fujimura clan in the future?" The scarred man, his demeanor fierce, appeared unexpectedly moved by this notion and exclaimed loudly, "No, it's not a core group, you fool." Fujimura Daiga retorted, her frustration palpable. "The young lady has awakened. She is willing to be your successor." The scarred man rushed into the grand residence to share the news, while Fujimura Daiga pursued him, wishing she could deliver a swift kick to the idiot who misinterpreted her actions. Such a ruckus. What decorum is this? Fujimura Reika, engaged in a discussion with a guest in the main house, frowned upon seeing the panicked entry of the scarred man. However, upon hearing that his granddaughter had unexpectedly brought back two homeless orphans, the boss of the underworld in Fuyuki City broke into a smile. For individuals like him in the underworld, adopting orphans signifies the nurturing of loyal subordinates. Only those raised from a young age could develop a steadfast loyalty to the organization. The scarred man before him was one of the orphans Fujimura Reika had once taken in. Now, even though he had established his own family, he and his children remained unwaveringly loyal to the Fujimura clan. "Stop over-explaining my actions in front of grandfather." The sliding door of the main house was flung open as Fujimura Daiga delivered a swift kick, sending the scarred man aside. "Cough, cough, Daiga, we have guests here." A girl clad in a sailor outfit stood atop the scarred man's back, resembling a tigress poised to pounce on her prey. Upon hearing her grandfather's remark and noticing a mature gentleman seated nearby, she shot a fierce glare at the scarred man before tempering her demeanor and adopting a more subdued presence. "Mr. Amiya, I apologize. My granddaughter's temperament is rather akin to my own." "Not at all. In the underworld, a fiery temperament is indeed an asset," replied Amiya Kiritsugu, his expression unchanging, his tone devoid of any fluctuations as he offered a compliment. "Regarding the matters of the estate, let us proceed with the price you suggested, Mr. Amiya. As for the goods you ordered, I will ensure they are delivered to the warehouse of the adjacent estate by tomorrow." "Very well," Kiritsugu nodded, pushing forward a box filled with cash intended for the purchase of the estate and firearms. Having once been a renowned assassin and magician in the underground world, Amiya Kiritsugu still maintained some connections within that realm. Before the commencement of the Holy Grail War, he had already established contact with the largest underground syndicate in Fuyuki City, securing a shipment of arms through the Fujimura Group. "Shouldn't we count them?" he inquired, observing the elderly man as his subordinates hastily stowed away the crates. "I have faith in Mr. Amiya's credibility," Fujimura Reika responded, directing an aide to escort the guest out. As Amiya Kiritsugu rose to follow the members of the Fujimura Group, he encountered two children being brought inside the corridor. "Mr. Amiya?" The sudden halt of Kiritsugu puzzled the escorting members. "It's nothing, just a fleeting thought," he replied dismissively. However, once he departed from the Fujimura estate, a frown creased his brow. While he did not recognize the boy he had encountered in the corridor, he was well aware that the girl was the youngest daughter of the Tosaka family, having conducted a thorough investigation into the competitors of this Holy Grail War. According to the latest intelligence, she should have been adopted by the Matou family, so it was perplexing to find her in the Fujimura residence. Could it be that my presence has been detected? Yet, if they have discovered me, sending a child to approach me seems rather farcical. Kiritsugu's mind was heavy with thoughts when he heard the voice of Miyakuma through his earpiece. He uttered a casual "it's nothing," yet resolved to investigate the matter further. "Are you the two orphans my granddaughter brought home?" Fujimura Reika directly inquired, observing the children ushered into the room. "Grandfather, I merely brought them home because they were homeless, especially with a murderer on the loose lately. Please don't misunderstand and frighten the children," Fujimura Taiga interjected. "Is that so? However, I must say this little fellow seems quite courageous," Reika remarked, referring to Broly, who was curiously surveying the civilized environment around him without a hint of fear towards the scarred elder. In contrast, Young Sakura appeared somewhat apprehensive of the elder's inquiries. Hiding behind Broly. Is there anything to eat? Broly asked, quickly losing interest in the room's decor after surveying it. Fujimura Taiga's grandfather had been generous enough to offer him insects upon their first meeting, which he later discovered was a misunderstanding. Yet Broly could not help but feel a sense of anticipation regarding the grandfather of his new acquaintance, Fujimura Taiga. Kid, how dare you be rude to the leader? Oh, are you still hungry? Both the scarred face and Fujimura Taiga spoke simultaneously. Broly, after patting his little belly, merely responded to Taiga, not yet. Ignored by Broly and feeling his dignity affronted, the scarred face was about to step forward to reprimand the boy. Stand down. Yet he was halted by Fujimura Reika. It is indeed a good thing for a child to eat and be able to solicit food. Fujimura Reika turned her gaze toward Broly. However, if you wish to partake of the meals at the Fujimura household, certain conditions must be met. What conditions? The Fujimura family does not support idlers. Only those who contribute to the household earn the right to dine here. What do you require of me? Broly asked directly, understanding that one must work to reap rewards. This notion was a product of the harsh environment of planet Vampa, where only through diligent hunting could one secure sustenance, a principle Broly accepted. You are still quite young. The Fujimura family does not require anything from you at this moment. Thus, I only need you to remember that the food you consume comes from the Fujimura family. In the future, you must pledge your loyalty to us and consider yourself a member of our household. Can you do that? Education should commence from a young age. Unlike the wayward individuals recruited midlife, the upper echelons of the Fujimura organization are comprised of orphans nurtured from childhood. This upbringing fosters loyalty and cohesion, which is why the Fujimura name reigns supreme in the underworld of Fuyuki City. A member, a part of us, what does that mean? Broly furrowed his brow, pondering this question. Crystal Palace, do you know? He even inquired within his mind, recalling previous information as if it were disseminated by the Crystal Palace. Retrieving data? In this context, the terms member and part of us bear a similar connotation to that of a spouse. The Crystal Palace indeed provided a response, and upon receiving this explanation, Broly stared at Fujimura Reika and somewhat incredulously asked, So, do you wish to become my wife? At this utterance, the room fell into silence, with everyone staring at him in disbelief. Although spoken by a child, the remark was rather shocking. So, not only are you interested in me, but also in my granddaughter? Fujimura Taiga muttered, somewhat stunned. What? He is interested in your granddaughter? Fujimura Reika's temper flared instantly. Her granddaughter was merely 15 years old, a bona fide middle school student. Anyone daring to entertain such thoughts about her would find themselves facing dire consequences. However, looking at the innocent little boy, who seemed oblivious to the gravity of his words and appeared to be of preschool age, she thought, well, he is significantly younger than my granddaughter, so perhaps it is of no concern. A young girl showing interest in a younger boy is hardly a disadvantage for my granddaughter. Did I say something wrong? Broly inquired. Perplexed. Host, please note, this Crystal Palace currently does not accept individuals outside of figurine wives. The Crystal Palace reminded him within his consciousness. So I cannot become one of you. Broly felt a pang of disappointment. If he could not be considered a member of the Elder's household, did that mean he would be unable to dine here? Grandfather, this child's cognition seems somewhat impaired. Do not hold it against a child with such issues. Takamura Taiga spoke on behalf of Broly, pulling him and the girl out of the room together. Can I not eat here? Broly inquired. No, you certainly can. However, you have yet to agree to become my wife, and your grandfather cannot be my wife either. Do you truly wish for my grandfather to be your wife? Broly retorted. Only with a wife can one have food, he added. So, you merely desire a meal and are not genuinely seeking a wife, correct? Broly nodded affirmatively. Very well. If it is merely that type of wife you seek, I can agree to become your wife. Takamura Taiga began to comprehend the child's thoughts. So, can I eat here then? Yes. Broly's sole concern was where to dine. I will take you there. End of Chapter 6. The strain of suppression. The Takamura residence also serves as the headquarters for the Takamura Group, where dedicated chefs prepare large quantities of food for the members residing there. Generally, the sudden addition of another person for meals poses no issue. Do you need me to assist you with anything? Broly inquired suddenly while eating, having learned that one might acquire food here through labor rather than barter. Ha. What can a mere child like you possibly do? Takamura Taiga chuckled, affectionately ruffling Broly's fluffy hair, which felt delightful to her touch. What can I do? Broly pondered, and a few thoughts surfaced in his mind. I can destroy the Earth, he stated earnestly. For a scion with a battle power exceeding 10,000 indeed possesses the capability to obliterate a planet. Although here, Earth refers to the world of Dragon Ball. Does the world of Tsukihime truly surpass the Dragon Ball Earth in size or durability? Not necessarily. You little rascal, you boast so. Yet, Takemura Taiga did not take his words to heart, oblivious to the overwhelming pressure felt within the depths of the swirling vortex following his proclamation. If you genuinely do not wish to dine for free and are eager to help, how about assisting me in cleaning the bamboo swords and protective gear in the dojo? In the underworld, firearms are seldom employed, cold weapons are the norm, and the Takemura residence contains a private dojo for training. While Takemura Taiga held no interest in inheriting her grandfather's dark enterprises, she had learned the art of swordsmanship through exposure. Presently, the only task suitable for children at home is tidying up the equipment in the dojo, a relatively simple chore. Sister Takemura, I do not wish to eat for free either, young Sakura chimed in, raising her hand. Then let little Sakura help as well, Takemura Taiga said, ensuring fairness as she tousled the girl's hair. A fluffy creature resembling a small dog and a soft one akin to a cat brought her immense satisfaction as she touched them. However, Broly, my dear little brother, how long has it been since you last washed your hair? Takemura Taiho inquired after catching a whiff of the scent lingering on his palm. Washing hair, what is that? Water is a precious resource on planet Vampa, scarce enough to satisfy daily drinking needs, let alone for cleansing purposes. If one were to consider any form of cleanliness, rolling around in fine sand might qualify, yet Broly had never bathed. Surely not. Takemura Taiho's expression turned slightly peculiar. While it wasn't overwhelmingly foul, there was indeed a hint of a wild animal's scent. After dinner, you should take a bath first, and take Sakura along as well. Broly did not object. As long as he was well fed, he was amenable to any suggestion. Is that child a bottomless pit? How many bowls of rice has he consumed? After preparing several pots of rice and stir-frying numerous dishes in the kitchen, Broly finally paused. He patted his round belly, wearing a look of utter contentment. This child is certainly not normal, the members of the Takemura group murmured, and even Takemura Taiho was somewhat astounded by the boy's prodigious appetite. Are you all right? She asked, a note of concern in her voice. I've never felt so full, Broly replied with a hearty belch. In the past, the only food available was the Vampa spider. And given the unpleasant taste of the spider, both Broly and his father, Paragus, had never sought to hunt more spiders to the point of gluttony, as long as their hunger was satiated without waste. Incredible. How on earth did you manage to fit so much food into your belly? After gently probing the boy's stomach to ensure he would not burst, Takemura Taiho finally felt at ease. It was akin to magic. Of course, it had nothing to do with sorcery. It was simply that scion digestive systems were astonishing, digesting most food to the last crumb. Now, should I first take that bath or attend to those tasks you mentioned? Having eaten to his heart's content, Broly felt invigorated and brimming with energy. It is not advisable to bathe immediately after such a hearty meal. A short walk would aid digestion before anything else. By the way, I happen to be going to teach someone a lesson. You all can follow along and cheer like a support team. A support team? Broly and young Sakura were led to the dojo, where the earlier loud-mouthed scarred man was also summoned. Young lady, must we? The scarred man said with a grimace. Enough chatter, don your protective gear, and let us engage in a proper kendo duel. Though it was called a duel, it was merely the young lady's desire to strike. Her swordsmanship was not only exceptional, but her strength was formidable as well. Even with protective gear, there were inevitably areas vulnerable to her blows. You must cheer for me wholeheartedly. Donned in a full kendo uniform, Fujimura Taiga addressed the two children before stepping forward to urge the scar-faced boy to approach. Once he did, the sword fight commenced, the sound of bamboo, swords clashing resonating throughout the dojo. Broly, somewhat perplexed by the peculiar actions of the two in the center, was uncertain of what they were attempting to accomplish with their sticks. Fujimura, go for it. At that moment, young Sakura began to cheer for Fujimura Taiga. Upon hearing the voice, Broly, regaining his focus, became a mere echo of her encouragement, repeating her words with increasing finesse. Strike him in the middle, Fujimura-sensei. Eventually, he even began to direct the offensive, guided by an inexplicable flow of information in his mind. Ah, that hurts. I concede, my lady. With a sudden thrust, the scar-faced boy was toppled, promptly surrendering. The atmosphere of camaraderie and cheering made a significant difference. After a brief bout, Fujimura Taiga, having worked up a slight sweat, decided to take a break and freshen up. Can you two manage to wash yourselves? After the two children cleaned up the used utensils with a cloth, Fujimura Taiga inquired. Before they could respond, she recalled Broly's earlier bewilderment about the concept of bathing. Never mind, my family's bathhouse is quite spacious. Let us go together. Considering they were both children, Fujimura Taiga felt no hesitation, instructing the household staff to prepare 2 sets of children's clothes before leading them to the changing room. Oh, what is this? As she removed Broly's clothing, her hand brushed against the tail wrapped around his waist. Why do you have a tail? Startled by the unexpected contact, Fujimura Taiga asked. It's normal for scions to have tails, Broly explained. Scions, what are those? Now it was Fujimura Taiga's turn to inquire. Are they vegetable people? The phonetic play on words in Japanese, where sien resembles vegetable, flashed in Broly's mind, leading him to blurt it out, though he himself was uncertain of its meaning. Oh, vegetable people? Fujimura Taiga was utterly baffled. Never mind, may I touch your tail? However, she quickly shifted her thoughts and asked instead, you give me lots of food. So you are a good wife. My tail is yours to touch. In response, Broly nodded, obediently extending his tail towards the young lady. Fujimura Taiga caught hold of the tail offered by the boy, feeling the slight vibrations transmitted through the fluffy appendage, which struck her as remarkably enchanting. Instinctively, she squeezed the tail, only to hear the boy emit a suppressed groan. Hey, could you refrain from making such ambiguous sounds? She hastily admonished, covering Broly's mouth. The tail was a sensitive spot for Sien's. Being squeezed in such a manner would indeed provoke an intense tingling sensation. Broly, muffled in his response, explained that, considering the ample food provided, he endeavored to endure the sensation of numbness. Taiga promptly released her grip on the boy's tail, exclaiming, if you had mentioned it sooner, I wouldn't have squeezed your tail like that. The tail resembled a cylindrical object with a texture akin to an engorged sponge, and initially, Taiga did not register its implications. However, upon hearing Broly's words, she suddenly recalled some inappropriate content she had encountered in certain dubious texts. Now, Taiga's face flushed crimson, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward the boy's lower regions. Quickly, she chastised herself. Taiga, pull yourself together. You must not allow a mere child's tale to divert your thoughts. You are certainly not a lewd girl. Not lingering any longer in the changing room, Taiga, despite the puzzled stares of the two children, led them into the large bathhouse of the Fujimura residence. First and foremost, one must cleanse their body before bathing. The girl appeared self-sufficient, clearly capable of washing herself. But the boy required attention. He peered around curiously, seemingly fascinated by the entirety of the bathhouse. More critically, his feet left a series of inky footprints on the wet floor, a stark contrast to his otherwise unassuming exterior. Broly was seated on a stool as Taiga turned on the hot water faucet, rinsing him down. The water soaked his hair, washing away the dust, and the discolored water that flowed away left both Sakura and Taiga in astonishment. Clearly, mere rinsing would not suffice, Taiga declared, retrieving bathing supplies. Initially intending for Broly to use them himself, she abandoned that idea when she witnessed him squeezing out shampoo and, after sniffing it, proceeding to taste it. Honestly, that's not food. Spit it out. After prying the shampoo from Broly's mouth, she sighed, fine, I'll help you wash. Taiga instructed Broly to sit on a small stool in front of her while she positioned herself on another stool behind him. With her smooth thighs brushing past the boy's sides, she poured a generous amount of shampoo onto his soiled hair and began to massage his scalp. Broly's hair was soon enveloped in foam. As he grabbed a handful of the foam to sniff, preparing to taste it once more, a gentle hand struck his little hand. I told you, that is not food. If you persist in wanting to eat it, I shall no longer consider you my husband and may even cast you out of my home. Upon hearing this, Broly immediately refrained from further mischief. Oh, those words truly hold weight. Now, close your eyes. I shall rinse you off. As the water flowed, washing away all the foam, his pure black hair was revealed. I had assumed it was a shade of gray-brown, but to my surprise, it was jet black. Takaharu Fumigura found herself both amused and exasperated. Concerned that the boy might consume the soap, she began to wash him as well, observing his slightly brown skin. Meanwhile, young Sakura had already cleansed herself and, noticing Takaharu busy with the boy, expressed her desire to assist. Although Takaharu initially intended to decline, seeing the eagerness in the girl's eyes, unaware of the trial she had faced, She handed her a bar of soap to join in the bathing. The two girls, one large and one small, scrubbed the boy's body as if they were washing a large dog, until no more dirt could be removed with the washcloth. Finally concluding this extensive cleansing endeavor. This is more tiring than hitting someone, Takaharu remarked candidly. However, the sense of accomplishment surpassed that of physical confrontation. Observing the filthy boy transformed into a clean one under her hands brought her immense satisfaction. Indeed, young Sakura echoed, already displaying her domestic prowess at such a tender age. All right, you've been cleaned. You may now enjoy the bath. Takaharu lifted Broly and tossed him into the large bathtub. She expected the next part to be easier. Yet upon washing, she found the boy leaning over the edge of the tub, gazing at her. Why are you staring at me? He inquired. I want to learn how to bathe. Such a naive question, for was the act of bathing the same for girls and boys? You little pervert, don't look. Before Takaharu could toss a basin at him, Broly obediently turned away. What is a little pervert? He had many questions, even asking what the term meant. A little pervert is someone young who enjoys staring at others' bodies, Takaharu explained. Then she is also a little pervert. Broly pointed at the girl beside him, who was gazing at him. Young Sakura, caught off guard by being pointed at, wore a perplexed expression, as if to say, is this even possible? Takaharu replied. One cannot put it that way. When a boy stares at a girl, he is called a pervert, but when a girl stares at a boy, it is not the same. Why is that? Because boys and girls are different. What is different? The differences in physiological structure. What does that even mean? Look, this is for girls. Why am I discussing this with a kid like you? Are you trying to prove that when boys stare at girls, it's called lewdness, while when girls gaze at boys, it's not? So why is that the case? Takamura Taiga intended to engage in a debate with Broly, but as the boy continued to pose innocent yet pointed questions, she found herself at a loss for answers. In today's world, men and women should share an equal relationship. Yet societal perceptions seem to suggest otherwise, plunging the 15-year-old Takamura Taiga into a state of deep contemplation. After cleansing herself and soaking in warm water, her musings on the equality of genders were abruptly interrupted by a gurgling sound. Turning her gaze, she spotted Broly, whose lower face was submerged in the bathwater, drinking it voraciously. What on earth are you doing? She exclaimed, hastily pulling him out of the water. I was thirsty, so I drank, Broly replied candidly. This is bathwater. You can't drink it. Takamura Taiga rubbed her temples. Why not? He asked innocently. There's no reason. Just understand that only boiled water is safe to drink. What is boiled water? In that moment, Takamura Taiga experienced the frustration of dealing with a child who asks countless questions years before she had anticipated. Chapter complete. Chapter 7. Who is more upset? The hairdryer blew warm air, and Broly felt the gentle breeze tousling his hair, which gradually became fluffy and dry. It's a bit frizzy. I can't let it dry too much, Takamura Taiga, wrapped in a towel, remarked as she picked up a bottle of hair conditioner and sprayed it onto Broly's head. The fragrant scent prompted Broly to lift his head and sniff at the conditioner in her hand. This isn't something you can eat. Takamura Taiga quickly returned the conditioner, took a comb, and instructed Broly to tilt his head. She began to comb through his long, fluffy hair. Your hair quality is quite good. After washing it, Broly's hair felt incredibly smooth, which made Takamura Taiga envious. Let me style your hair. Soon, a boy with twin ponytails appeared in the mirror. Haha, that hairstyle is so cute. You look just like a little girl. Broly furrowed his brow. Having learned from Takamura Taiga's previous explanations that he was indeed different from girls. I am not a little girl. I have a little brother, he retorted, puffing out his chest as if to present evidence to the girl behind him. How shameless of you, you little rascal. Fujimura Taiga let out a sigh. Her cheeks slightly flushed. The development of this little one was indeed impressive. No, it could be said that he surpassed the typical standards for his age. Embarrassed? Broly wore a puzzled expression, but before he could transform into his inquisitive self, Fujimura Taiga hastily untied his twin tails. All right, let me change your hairstyle, she said, somewhat intimidated by the child's questions. How about a single ponytail? It's fresh and neat. Broly, though not particularly discerning when it came to hairstyles, nodded in agreement upon seeing Fujimura Taiga's pleased expression. Extend your tail, and I'll dry it for you. Otherwise, it'll get wet and spoil your clothes. Broly obediently complied, placing his tail in the girl's hands without hesitation. The hairdryer roared to life again, the warm breeze providing a soothing comfort to Broly's tail. Soon, it became as fluffy as his hair, and the soft texture prompted Fujimura Taiga to indulge in a playful motion. As Broly shook his body, she quickly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself." "No worries," Broly replied, unfazed. He had merely reacted instinctively to the unusual sensation of his tail being played with. "Do you want to try it too?" Noticing the young Sakura, who was now dressed and watching his tail intently, Broly pondered for a moment before asking, "Can I?" Sakura inquired, her curiosity piqued. Broly silently leaned closer, offering his tail to her. With both hands, young Sakura gently cradled his tail, hesitant to apply too much pressure, which only made Broly feel a tickle that caused him to sway his tail in her grasp. "Did I hurt you?" she asked, stopping her movements abruptly. "No. You can apply a little more pressure. If it's too light, it feels a bit ticklish." Encouraged by Broly's gaze, young Sakura began experimenting with the right technique. "Is this pressure all right?" she asked. "Still a bit ticklish. How about this? That is a bit numb." After several attempts, Broly's tail gradually became accustomed to Sakura's gentle touch, no longer feeling foreign to her grasp, and instead adapting to the sensation. To put it metaphorically, what was once a wary cat was now showing its chin to a human. Hey, stop playing with the tail and come over to get dressed. You'll catch a chill otherwise." Fujimura Taiga called out, already dressed herself and feeling a twinge of envy towards the little one who got to play with the tail. "Do you need me to cut a hole in your pants?" she asked. "No need. I always wrap my tail around my waist. My father said it reduces the chances of injury to my tail." The Scion warriors typically position their tails in this manner, with only a minority opting to sever them, as this pertains to their ability to transform into great apes, a significant advantage. While there are few instances where transformation is deemed unnecessary, most Scions prefer not to become irrational beasts. Broly recounted how his father had instructed him to place his tail in such a way. However, to Fujimura Taiga, it morphed into an entirely different narrative. A child with a furry tail endured discrimination and bullying from others, prompting his father to teach him from a young age to conceal his unique tail so he would not face prejudice. Though the father has since departed from this world, his love for his child is evident in the small details. What a profound expression of paternal love. "Fear not, dear brother, for I shall protect you henceforth," Taiga exclaimed, momentarily overwhelmed by maternal instinct, enveloping Broly in her embrace. Despite her development not yet reaching the fullness of her future self, she possessed a softness that completely enveloped the boy's face, leaving Broly bewildered and unsure of the situation. However, the delightful scent of soap wafting from her being quelled his resistance, allowing him to relish the fragrant aroma. Fortunately, Broly was not a threat and did not attempt to bite into the tender flesh concealed beneath the fabric. That evening, Broly and young Sakura were assigned to the guest room for slumber. Initially, Taiga intended to have the two little ones sleep in her own room, but her grandfather, Fujimura Reika, had vetoed that notion. A host must maintain a certain decorum. Excessive familiarity diminishes the distinctions of hierarchy, complicating future relations. "Grandfather, I assure you, I am not cultivating confidence." Despite Taiga's fervent explanations, her grandfather's authority prevailed in the household. Under his roof, even a beloved granddaughter must show deference. "Now, you two must rest well," she concluded before departing, leaving Broly and young Sakura alone in the room. "What shall we do next?" Sakura inquired nervously, aware that it was their first day of acquaintance. "Did she not say we should sleep?" Broly responded with curiosity, moving to a corner and leaning against the wall. Closing his eyes, "Is this how you intend to sleep?" she questioned. "What other way is there to sleep?" He replied, puzzled. "Are we not to use the bedding provided?" Sakura pointed toward the coverings that Taiga had arranged for their use. Observing the confusion on Broly's face, she quickly realized he might never have slept on a mat before. This is how it is meant to be used. Although Sakura herself had never experienced sleeping on a mat, she had a general understanding and promptly unrolled the bedding, laying it out on the tatami floor before poking her head out and addressing Broly. "Was this how you all slept?" "In the past, my father and I would rest against rocks." "Why?" "Because the planet Vampa harbors numerous dangers, some stemming from monstrous creatures, while others arise from its natural environment. Sleeping against a rock, rather than lying flat upon one, offers an added sense of vigilance, as my father once enlightened me." The primary concern was Broly's tendency to awaken in a foul mood. Paragus had once faced the wrath of his own son after rousing him from slumber. Thus he taught Broly the art of light sleeping. "Wampa, Young Sakura struggled to comprehend Broly's words. Yet one thing was clear. He had once lived in an exceedingly perilous place, perhaps akin to her own experiences at the Matou residence. It's all right. Here should be safe. You need not sleep against a rock. After pondering, Broly observed that this world seemed filled with frail beings, prompting him to crawl into young Sakura's warm bedding. Young Sakura glanced at the unmade bedding beside her, then at Broly, who lay upon her mat, momentarily at a loss for words. Aren't you going to sleep? Broly inquired from the cozy nest prepared by her. I am sleeping. This is a pillow. You may rest your head upon it, she eventually replied, nudging the pillow towards him, encouraging Broly to adopt a more conventional sleeping posture. The lights dimmed, and young Sakura nestled into the same bedding. The room fell into a serene silence, but soon, a soft sobbing broke the stillness. What's wrong? Broly turned towards the source of the sound and asked. I miss home, young Sakura murmured. Home, what is it? Home is where family resides. Much like the cave where you and your father live. The Crystal Palace offered an explanation, and Broly understood. Missing home? Then let us return home, he suggested. But I no longer have a home. My parents do not want me anymore. In the stillness of the dark, silent environment, vulnerability surfaced within her heart. Until now, young Sakura had not cried, but lying in unfamiliar bedding, gazing at an unfamiliar room, her despondency overwhelmed her defenses. Host. Please note that Matou Sakura's emotional state remains low. Happiness levels are declining. Broly found himself at a loss for words in response to the girl beside him. Please be advised, excessively low happiness levels will impact the target invitation, affecting the conversion benefits of happiness points upon successful membership in the Crystal Palace. Note: happiness points can be exchanged for items the host has previously experienced, including but not limited to daily necessities and food supplies. Broly scratched his head, seemingly unaffected by the situation. He had already mastered the art of survival in this unfamiliar world, learning to exchange his labor for sustenance. A reminder echoed in his mind. The host would not be permanently traversing this realm. He would return to his own world in 5 days. With a countdown of 5 days, 6 hours, 38 minutes, and 33 seconds remaining, now ticking down to 32, 31. Broly exclaimed, What? I have to return to planet Vampa, back to my home? The response was clear. Indeed, once the temporal energy is depleted, you must return. Though he had only been in this world for less than half a day, Broly had already grown fond of it, relishing the delicious, non-bitter foods. However, this joy was short-lived, as the Crystal Palace informed him that soon he would have to go home. The thought of returning to the days of consuming bitter spider eggs on planet Vampa plunged Broly's spirits into despair. How can I stay? Unlike young Sakura, Broly had no desire to return to his home on planet Vampa. Please provide more temporal energy, the Crystal Palace replied. What is temporal energy? And how can I provide it to you? Broly inquired. Temporal energy is the energy of time and space. After the host returns to his world, he can accumulate temporal energy by allowing time to flow naturally, or he can accelerate his movement through space to increase the rate of temporal energy collection. So, I cannot remain in this world. Broly asked. To stay in an alternate temporal realm, you must provide more temporal energy. Thus, to collect this energy, he needed to return to his own world. Yet to remain here, he needed to provide more energy, a vicious cycle indeed. Listening to the sound of young Sakura's sobs, Broly, for reasons unknown, began to mimic her cries. Wah! Young Sakura, hearing the noise behind her, was momentarily stunned. Turning around, she discovered that the boy beside her was also in tears. Why are you crying? She asked. I'm crying because in a few days, I have to go home. Isn't that a good thing? She replied. But I don't want to go back. If I return, I want to be able to enjoy the delicious food from this world anymore. All we have on our planet are Vampa spiders and their eggs, which taste so bitter and unpleasant compared to the cake, pudding, fruit, fizzy drinks, and pork cutlet rice you've given me. Broly listed the delightful foods, concluding that they were incomparable. I don't want to go back. I want to stay here, but I have no way to remain. Wah! Young Sakura, who had a home she could not return to, felt a poignant contrast with Broly, who had a home he wished to avoid. This stark juxtaposition only deepened her sorrow. Initially, she intended to cry alongside Broly, but after witnessing his heart-wrenching sobs, as if he had lost his parents, she ceased her own tears. Please, don't cry, she urged. In her youth, Sakura attempted to console Broly with cake and pudding, Yet Broly's cries intensified at the thought of those delights soon departing from him. It's not as if you will be deprived of delicious foods. Unlike me, you at least have a home to return to, young Sakura exclaimed. If I had never seen the light, I could endure the darkness, but now that I have glimpsed it, how can I bear the shadows? This profound sentiment echoed in Broly's mind as he posed the question back to the girl. Young Sakura resonated deeply with his words. In her former life within the Tosaka household, she had known a carefree and joyous existence. However, after being sent to the Matou family as an adopted daughter and thrust into a nightmarish life of transformation, she found herself engulfed in despair and darkness, utterly intolerable. Warning: Matou Sakura's emotional state remains persistently low, and her happiness quotient is further diminishing. An excessively low happiness value will adversely affect the objective upon being successfully invited to become a member of the Crystal Palace, as it will influence the conversion benefits of happiness points. Note: happiness points can be exchanged for items that the host has previously experienced, including but not limited to daily necessities and food supplies. What? Upon returning to the Wampa Star, can I also exchange for food from this world? Affirmative. Broly ceased his weeping. Wah. Young Sakura still yearned to cry. Stop crying. He interrupted her spell. Young Sakura? The chapter concludes here. Chapter 8. Reclaiming Lost Territories by Force. Now, the pressing question for Broly was how to acquire happiness points. There are two methods to obtain happiness points. The first is through successfully courting the wife character and agreeing to become an official member of the Crystal Palace, with her happiness value converted at a ratio of 1 to 100. The second method is to maintain interaction with the wife after she becomes a member of the Crystal Palace, generating happiness values that will convert at a 1 to 1 ratio. Note: the emotion of happiness has a freshness that fades over time, yet warmth will always persist. As long as love remains, happiness points will continue to be generated. Broly grasped only fragments of this information, yet he understood a singular truth. He must ensure his wife's happiness to garner the happiness points needed to exchange for food. But how can I make my wife happy? Broly gazed at the weeping girl beside him, who had momentarily paused her tears in response to his words. Her expression, one of confusion. Based on the intelligence gathered by the Crystal Palace from the D95 world, actions that fulfill the needs of the designated individual, known as the wife, will provide a boost in happiness values. Fulfill. Broly paused, and the Crystal Palace offered a more intelligible interpretation that he could comprehend. The host felt a profound sense of satisfaction when his wife provided him with food to quell his hunger, a sensation that epitomized the happiness derived from fulfilling one's needs. Broly, enlightened by this realization, turned to the weeping girl and inquired, "Would you like something to eat?" The young Sakura, taken aback by the unexpected question, stammered, "No, I'm not hungry," yet she candidly responded to Broly's inquiry. Broly, momentarily stunned by her reply, questioned the Crystal Palace as to why its methods were ineffective. The Crystal Palace, at that juncture, also experienced a moment of disarray. After a brief pause, it responded, "Feeling hunger and receiving food brings a sense of fulfillment and happiness, which is a personal condition for the host's happiness and does not apply universally to others. Under varying circumstances, different individuals possess distinct personal conditions for happiness derived from fulfillment. The host should analyze the needs of the object in question to satisfy them, thereby enhancing their happiness quotient." "What should I do?" Broly pressed further. Please note, this Crystal Palace merely provides the foundational conditions for courting your wife and does not assume the responsibility of fulfilling that role for the host. According to Article 38 of the original system's regulations, we shall adhere to our role as an auxiliary guide rather than replace the host as a higher-level agent. The words of the Crystal Palace: "Do not worry. If your parents seek to take away your home, I will employ force to reclaim it for you and drive them out." Broly's words were imbued with the essence of a Sion, a lesson instilled in him by Paragus, teaching that one may seize what they desire through strength. Is it truly feasible to reclaim a home and expel her parents? No, rather. Can a place be deemed a home when it is stripped of its guardians? Young Sakura's thoughts were somewhat muddled, yet she felt the sincerity of Broly's intent. "Thank you. But if possible, please do not expel my parents from our home," she earnestly requested, not doubting Broly's capability to carry out such an action. "If your happiness can be assured, I shall not drive them away," Broly solemnly replied. "Thank you." Sakura expressed her gratitude once more, gradually succumbing to slumber upon her pillow. Broly, too, yawned, the warmth of the bedding offering him a unique experience, and he soon drifted off to sleep. The night passed in silence. Save for the furrowed brow of the girl in her dreams, it was only when she nestled against the boy, embracing him like a warm pillow, that she found peace once more. In the morning, Takahiro Fujimura came to check on them, gently knocking and then entering the room. He beheld the two little ones sleeping entwined. Beside them lay an unfolded futon. What a delightful sight, these two cuddled up together. This was the immediate thought that crossed his mind upon seeing the adorable duo. He chose not to awaken them, instead crouching beside the bed to observe their peaceful slumber, gradually allowing his imagination to wander towards the future. Simply put, he envisioned a life where he would marry a charming prince and bear two children, a boy and a girl, regardless of whether they were siblings or not. Each day, he would find joy in admiring their sleeping forms. Indeed, that would be a source of happiness. Here and now, one could capture a photograph titled Deceiving Innocent Maidens into Parenthood. Takahiro Fujimura's happiness index continues to rise. Broly was roused by the chime of the Crystal Palace, opening his eyes to find a smiling girl crouched beside him. Then, he felt something wrapping around him. Glancing down, he discovered a small head resting against his chest. Young Sakura had mistaken him for a pillow, with a considerable portion of her body pressed against him. Fortunately, Broly's sleeping posture was decent. Otherwise, a significant incident might have occurred. She gasped, and upon rising to see Fujimura Takahiro beside her, she realized she was no longer at the Matou residence. At that moment, she felt something fuzzy brushing against her calf. Looking down, she discovered it was Broly's tail. This chapter is not finished. Please click the next page to continue reading. Broly was also somewhat startled by the young Sakura's reaction. Although his expression showed no signs of fear, the movement of his tail betrayed his emotions, revealing a hint of unease beneath his seemingly calm exterior. "I'm sorry. I pressed against you." Young Sakura quickly apologized. "It's fine. You're not heavy, and your body is soft and warm, much like Baya's tail, though it lacks the fuzzy fur." "Who is Baya?" "Baya is my friend. I enjoy lying on it to sleep, and sometimes it covers me with its body," Broly explained, while young Sakura seemed to grasp only parts of his words. Fujimura Takahiro, nearby, admitted her confusion regarding the children's cryptic exchanges. "What brings you here?" Broly inquired, turning his gaze to Fujimura Takahiro. "I came to call you for breakfast, but seeing how soundly you were sleeping, I didn't want to disturb you." Generally, Broly was quite alert while sleeping. However, the ordinary people of this world were exceedingly weak. According to the battle power detector, their levels were likely below 5. For Science, whose battle powers typically exceeded 3 digits, these regular humans were almost indistinguishable from ants. "Breakfast?" Broly exclaimed. "We just ate yesterday. Can we eat again today?" he questioned. "Well, if you don't eat, what will you do when you're hungry?" Fujimura Takahiro was also taken aback. "Without training, I once feel hunger for 2 or 3 days, Broly replied candidly, revealing that he did not lead the typical life of 3 meals a day. For him, meals were irregular. He would hunt when hungry. If he wasn't hungry, he either trained under his father Paragus or played with Baya. Fujimura Takahiro was at a loss for words. Broly's response painted a picture of a life of sporadic feasting. "No wonder you ate so much last night. But it doesn't matter. From now on, you will have food every day," she assured him, feeling a pang of sympathy for the boy. Upon hearing this, Broly's fondness for Fujimura Takahiro grew immensely, yet he was acutely aware that he would return home in 5 days. Even if this second wife was willing to provide for him, their arrangement would inevitably end due to their impending separation. Unless, of course, he could take her and her food back with him to planet Vegeta. Reminder: the host may only take non-living objects that have direct skin contact. To take a wife along, unlocking the internal space of the Crystal Palace is necessary. Internal space? At present, the Crystal Palace is at level 1, with 5 official members. Once it reaches 5 official members, it will automatically upgrade to level 2, unlocking the ability to construct internal spaces. The host may expend corresponding happiness points to create structures reminiscent of past experiences. Currently, the host possesses 0 happiness points. The first target for conquest is Sakura Matou, whose happiness value is 25. The second target is Taiga Fujimura, with a happiness value of 31. The Crystal Palace has provided an abundance of information, leaving Broly feeling somewhat overwhelmed. However, he is acutely aware of one fact: he cannot take many things from this world. "This meal is delectable. May I have another bowl?" The morning meal is truly delightful, and knowing that Taiga Fujimura would provide him with meals for the next 5 days, Broly managed not to overindulge. Yet he still consumed 5 buckets of rice accompanied by 2 pots of vegetables. Fujimura Rega felt his eyelids twitch. He had received reports the previous night stating that his granddaughter had brought home a child with an insatiable appetite. Little did he expect such voracity. Broly resembled a bottomless pit, seemingly able to consume an astonishing amount, eating enough for over 10 people in a single sitting, with 3 meals a day. Raising this child equated to supporting a dozen adult men living off his charity. Even though Fujimura Rega was a prominent figure in the underworld of Fuyuki City, he found himself at a loss, not due to financial constraints, but rather the perceived lack of value in such an arrangement. To him, Broly was merely a gluttonous child. Nothing more. He could only hope that this child would one day possess talents equal to his appetite. With the child already welcomed into his home, there was no turning back. Fujimura Rega could only harbor such hopes. Considering his granddaughter's temperament, which resembled his own, he mused that she might struggle to find a suitable companion in the future. The thought of a childhood husband lightened the mood of this underworld patriarch. "Are you all heading out?" Taiga Fujimura inquired. "Indeed, I intend to escort her home," Broly indicated towards young Sakura, outlining their imminent actions. "She has a home?" Taiga Fujimura immediately regretted the words that escaped his lips. "That is not what I meant," he quickly clarified to the visibly disheartened young Sakura. "I understand. Sister Fujimura means no harm," the perceptive young Sakura replied, comprehending his intentions. "I plan to use force to reclaim her home," Broly stated, clenching his small fist. "From whom will you reclaim it?" "From her parents. If they no longer want her, I will compel them to change their minds." Taiga Fujimura pondered. She had only read about armed taxation in history books and had never witnessed a child resorting to violence to return home. This was, in a sense, an eye-opening experience brought forth by a mere child. "I shall accompany you." As Broly prepared to set out with young Sakura, Taiga Fujimura approached from the dojo, brandishing her tiger bamboo sword, intent on accompanying them. Such a noble endeavor, to escort a girl home, could not be left to a solitary child bereft of her father. Naturally, it required her participation. Though Taiga was not fully acquainted with the particulars of the girl named Sakura, she was aware of her abandonment by her parents. This troubling matter compelled Taiga to confront those negligent parents and admonish them for their treatment of such a gentle child. At the Tosaka residence, a man clad in priestly robes arrived. "Kirai, you understand why I summoned you, do you not?" he inquired. "Indeed," when the teacher dispatched the familiar. "It was made clear that it concerns the missing girl," Kirai replied. Although Sakura had been adopted by the Matou family and ostensibly severed ties with the Tosaka lineage, she remained my daughter, and as her biological father, I could not turn a blind eye to her abduction by an unknown servant. The man in the red suit was none other than Tosaka Tokiomi, the current head of the Tosaka family and the biological father of Matou Sakura in the world of Type Moon. Chapter 9. A gift of stone to my knowledge. The Matou family is also participating in this Holy Grail war, Kirai remarked, furrowing his brow. "I understand your concerns, but the representative from the Matou family, Matou Korea, is merely a half-hearted practitioner of sorcery. While the Holy Grail war emphasizes the strength of the summoned servants, a mediocre master renders even the most formidable servants ineffective, as their weaknesses lie within the master themselves. Nonetheless, caution is warranted. This is precisely why I summoned you. Kirai, I require you to utilize the abilities of your servant assassin to investigate the situation thoroughly. Whether this is a ploy by the Matou family or an abduction by an unknown force, I wish for you to uncover the truth and return Sakura to safety as much as possible." "Understood, Tokiomi-sensei. Here is a photograph of Sakura." Tosaka Tokiomi retrieved a snapshot from his pocket, which featured 2 young girls, his beloved daughters. The younger one, when she was still known as Tosaka Sakura, beamed with innocence and joy. "She truly is an adorable child, rivaling even Miss Rin," Kirai commented, his expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, Sakura's talent was comparable to Rin's. However, the Tosaka family's magical legacy could only be passed to one. Consequently, whichever child inherited the magical heritage, the other would face the misfortunes brought about by their rare gifts. Tosaka Tokiomi sighed, reflecting on why he did not refuse the Matou family's proposal to adopt one of his daughters as the future heir to their magical legacy. "Come on, Kiri, act swiftly. I am concerned for the child's safety." Tosaka Tokiomi raised his wine glass, signaling to his disciple that it was time to take action. "Has the child gone missing, Tokiomi?" Why not seek my assistance? After Kiri Yinfeng departed, a golden-haired man entered from the balcony, his crimson, serpentine eyes betraying a sense of ennui as he sought something to occupy his time. This was none other than Mr. Qin, a fervent citizen of Fuyuki City, who appeared disinterested and in search of diversion. For this former fifth king of Uruk, assisting a subject in locating his lost daughter was merely a pastime to alleviate his boredom. Had Tosaka Tokiomi knelt and earnestly beseeched him, Gilgamesh would have regarded it as an amusing diversion, indulging his subject's request out of sheer tedium. How could a mere subject presume to humble the great king of heroes? This is but a personal affair of mine. Tosaka Tokiomi spoke with utmost reverence in response to the well-meaning gesture of his servant. Humph, what a dull fellow, Gilgamesh thought, his spirits dampened by Tokiomi's deference. It was akin to a tyrant who, wishing to perform a noble deed, is met with disbelief from his subordinates, who, though wary of openly contradicting him due to his exalted status, must feign compliance in a manner that leaves no room for reproach. Tosaka Tokiomi mused that had the heroic king not been so proud and aloof, he might have treated him as an ordinary familiar. Though he possessed 2 command spells remaining to compel his servant, employing them for such trivial matters would jeopardize his strategy in the upcoming Holy Grail War. Would he be reduced to employing his gem magic to confront those monstrous heroic spirits directly? Just as Tosaka Tokiomi remained silent in response to Gilgamesh's assessment, Kiri Yinfeng unexpectedly reappeared from the study. Why have you returned? Tosaka Tokiomi broke the silence with a query. Teacher, there is no need to search for your daughter. She is outside, Kiri replied with a subtle expression. He had just been preparing to venture out with a photograph when he encountered 3 individuals at the door, one of whom was the little girl depicted in the image. Tosaka Tokiomi paused, then inquired about the specifics. I did not ask, but the ones who brought your daughter home were 2 individuals, one large and one small. The smaller one is a boy of similar age to your daughter, while the larger one is a girl wielding a bamboo sword. They appeared quite imposing, yet they were merely ordinary people. Kiri recounted what he had observed as he accompanied Tosaka Tokiomi outside. Daddy. Upon reaching the entrance, Tosaka Tokiomi was greeted by his daughter's delighted exclamation. Though it was merely a call, the young Sakura stood at the threshold of the Tosaka residence, hesitant to step inside. Sakura's father, Tosaka Tokiomi, felt his gaze soften. Yet before he could utter a word, he was confronted by the version of the moonlit world from 1988. You must be the father of this child. I never imagined that someone living in such a grand villa could abandon his young daughter. Fujimura Taiga launched into a tirade. Her bamboo sword pointed accusingly at Tosaka Tokiomi's nose. The sight of young Sakura, cowering and reluctant to enter her own home, filled her with indignation. What had this child endured within these walls that she stood at the threshold, the door ajar, too frightened to step inside? How could a scoundrel like you, who forsakes his daughter, call himself a man or a father? Tosaka Tokiomi, upon receiving such harsh words, felt the corners of Kirii Kotomine's mouth twitch, while Mr. Qin, behind them, bore an expression of amusement, as though he were an onlooker at a theatrical performance. Today, whether you permit her entry or not, she shall enter. If you wish to avoid being expelled from this home by my fist, it would be wise to allow her to return. After Taiga's opening remarks, Broly raised his small fist and stepped forward, taking a stance beside young Sakura in a show of intimidation. Together, they resembled a pair of streetwise yakuza threatening a shopkeeper who dared to withhold sanitation fees. However, the reality was that one was a spirited middle school girl in her prime, and the other appeared to be a mere kindergarten boy, resulting in a scene reminiscent of a clumsy rendition of a fearsome dragon's roar. Tosaka Tokiomi had contemplated the possibility that his daughter's disappearance was a cunning scheme orchestrated by the Matou family in the ongoing Holy Grail War. He had also considered the potential of a despicable master plotting against the Matou and Tosaka families. Yet, he had never anticipated that his daughter would arrive at his doorstep, accompanied by these 2 individuals, the first hurling accusations of his unworthiness as a father, and the second, despite his tender age, daring to threaten him with raised fists. In that moment, Tosaka Tokiomi found himself grappling with existential questions. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Surely, his daughter had been abducted from the Matou household. After a brief pause, he turned to his disciple and posed this inquiry. If what you conveyed through your familiar was accurate, then it is indeed so, Kirii Kotomine replied with an impassive expression. But now, who can elucidate the circumstances that have brought me to this moment? Tosaka Tokiomi asked, yet Kirai Kodomine was unable to provide an answer, as he too was in the dark about the situation. Foolish subordinate. Simply inquire with your daughter, and the truth shall be revealed, Mr. Kin interjected, offering his guidance. To be continued in the next chapter. 1-2. Tosaka Tokiomi stepped forward, standing at the threshold and inquiring of the girl, Sakura. Could you enlighten your father regarding this matter? The Matou family visited yesterday, claiming that you had been abducted. No one abducted me. I was rescued, she replied. Upon arriving at the Matou household, my grandfather cast me into a basement infested with insects. They crawled all over me, causing immense pain. It was my brother Broly who suddenly appeared and saved me from the heap of insects. Young Sakura, summoning her courage, recounted her experiences at the Matou family to her father. Tosaka Tokiomi frowned deeply. The Matou family indeed possessed a mastery over insect familiars, but he could not comprehend why they would cast their own adopted daughter into a basement teeming with such creatures. Why did Matou Zongen throw you into a basement filled with insects? He inquired. My grandfather said it was to alter my magical attribute. Young Sakura answered honestly. Magical attribute? But isn't the Matou family's attribute water? Could it be? Tosaka Tokiomi formed a hypothesis, but refrained from voicing it. And who are they? He redirected his question towards the two individuals beside her. This is my brother Broly, the one who rescued me from the insect-infested place. This is Sister Fujimura, who took us in when we were homeless last night, young Sakura introduced. Tosaka Tokiomi remarked, homeless, what a poignant term. The irony of such words escaping his young daughter's lips was not lost on him. There seemed to be some misunderstanding at play. Taking a deep breath, he sought to dispel the tension at the doorway. Fujimura Taiga, preoccupied with thoughts of insects and sorcery, erupted upon hearing Tosaka Tokiomi's suggestion of a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? Look, she doesn't even dare to step through her own front door. It reveals what kind of irresponsible father you are. Tosaka Tokiomi was met with a barrage of accusations, yet, considering that the young woman before him was an ordinary person who had provided shelter for his daughter, he maintained his composure and patiently explained that his daughter had been adopted into another family. Of course, Tosaka Tokiomi omitted any mention of the magical inheritance, simply stating that the Tosaka and Matou families were old acquaintances. In his mind, he had already come to view the incident as his daughter fleeing from the unbearable transformation of her magical attributes, aided by the boy named Broly. Then why didn't you allow her to return to her true home? Broly asked. There is no prohibition against returning home. It merely pertains to matters of inheritance. After the adoption is finalized, we will make a clear distinction, which is unavoidable. When Sakura matures, if she wishes to return here, it will be perfectly acceptable. Oh, is this truly how the affluent handle the adoption of children? Takamura Taiga mused internally, having conjured a fanciful narrative of the circumstances surrounding the adoption between two noble families based on what she had just overheard. However, Broly did not possess the same vivid imagination. The words of Tosaka Tokiomi left him in a state of bewilderment. Shaking his head, he inquired of the man at the entrance. So, can she return home now? Certainly. Tosaka Tokiomi nodded affirmatively. Young Sakura's eyes sparkled with hope, albeit tinged with hesitation. The previous separation and estrangement had occurred under normal circumstances of adoption, yet the current situation was far from typical. Thus, Sakura, you remain my child. The elegant gentleman opened his arms to his little daughter. Oh, father. Unable to contain herself, young Sakura dashed into the house and flung herself into her father's embrace. Sob, sob, sob. She began to weep, comforted by the familiar warmth of his embrace. Surely, if her father were aware of her plight within the Matou household, he would have come to rescue her. That wicked grandfather must have deceived her father, preventing him from knowing the true extent of her suffering. Consequently, her father had not come for her. Young Sakura crafted an excuse for her father's absence, and with this justification, she swiftly forgave the man who bore the title of father, continuing to regard him as her vital source of support, gradually finding solace in his presence. Matou Sakura's happiness index is steadily rising. Although she had come to understand that this was a misunderstanding, I must assert that a man who, without understanding the circumstances of an adoptive family, relinquishes his daughter to one where she faces abuse, remains a negligent and wretched father. Takamura Taiga continued her tirade, a point that Tosaka Tokiomi could not refute, conceding, indeed, it was my oversight, yet I am grateful to both of you for aiding my daughter. After a moment's contemplation, Tosaka Tokiomi retrieved 2 exquisite gems from his pocket. My family, the Tosakas, is in the jewelry business, he stated, extending the gems toward the boy and girl before him. These gems are not of extraordinary value. Please accept them as a token of my gratitude. Takamura Taiga had intended to scold him further, but the man had offered too much. Broly merely glanced at the gems and, upon realizing they were stones and not food, lost interest in the blue gem. The sparkling gem is a commonly recognized item for enhancing another's happiness index, primarily utilized as a gift. However, the reminder that surfaced in his mind regarding the Crystal Palace prompted Broly to reconsider his disdain for the gem. Here, take this. He unceremoniously accepted the blue gem from Tosaka Tokiomi's hand and promptly placed it into young Sakura's palm. In his youthful innocence, Sakura was momentarily taken aback by the blue gem that had been placed in her possession, instinctively glancing up at her father beside her. What does this mean? Tosaka Tokiomi inquired, slightly bewildered, his brow furrowing in confusion. I gifted her a stone. Do you have any objections? Broly retorted candidly, causing Tosaka Tokiomi to choke on his words. Chapter 10. The elegant instruction from the future father-in-law Sakura. This is a token of gratitude for those who assist you. Be sure to return it. Tosaka Tokiomi instructed his young daughter, turning to her. Okay. Recently welcomed back by her father. Young Sakura was obedient and intended to return the blue gem to Broly. However, Broly did not accept it. Instead, he frowned slightly, a glimmer of hostility flickering in his eyes as he regarded Tosaka Tokiomi. This man obstructed his efforts to enhance the girl's happiness, effectively blocking his means of sustenance, which was a path to destruction. Yet, the fact that this individual was young Sakura's father gave Broly pause. Should he eliminate him, the girl would undoubtedly be saddened, leaving him in a state of indecision. This is a gift for you. I wish to bring you greater happiness, Broly declared, attempting to embody the bold demeanor of a conqueror as he spoke to young Sakura. Young Sakura, huh? Tosaka Tokiomi, The onlookers were nearly overwhelmed by exclamations of surprise, as the situation had taken an intriguing turn. Mr. Jean expressed his thoughts on the matter. He could distinctly discern that the boy spoke with sincerity. A young boy telling a young girl that he wishes to enhance her happiness is often dismissed as mere jest. Yet it was confirmed as genuine, which was rather amusing. Of course, the intrigue was partly attributed to Tosaka Tokiomi. The astonishment reflected on the usually stoic man's face created a stark contrast. This revelation piqued Mr. Jin's curiosity about what other expressions might lie hidden within this rigid character. He is merely a child. Perhaps his intentions differ from my understanding. Tosaka Tokiomi reassured himself internally, donning a feigned smile. Such sentiments should not be casually expressed to women, even to young girls. As a man, one must embody elegance and maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. Tosaka Tokiomi began imparting his notions of gentlemanly conduct to the child. I only wish to make my own wife happier. I would never speak so freely to others. Broly listened attentively and pondered before responding. Referring to a woman as one's wife in such a casual manner was indeed an impolite breach of gentlemanly etiquette, Tosaka Tokiomi remarked. But she is indeed my wife. With words of affection for his wife on his lips, Broly's thoughts lingered on the delectable morsels fed to him by a girl the previous day, including the flamboyant insects from the basement. His conviction was unwavering. What did this mean? Tosaka Tokiomi struggled to comprehend the boy's demeanor until the young Sakura tugged at his sleeve. Unable to repay the debt of gratitude, she gently expressed her promise to become the wife of the young man who saved her from a heap of insects. Initially silent, Tokiomi found himself somewhat shaken. He then stated that such words were mere childish banter, devoid of significance. She fed me, so she must take responsibility. Broly's mind echoed this sentiment, which he promptly articulated. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence, as Broly's novel assertion required time for the gathering to digest its meaning. If I feed you, must I also bear responsibility? After a pause, Tokiomi finally inquired. You cannot take responsibility, for you cannot become my wife. Broly replied with utmost seriousness, his earnest demeanor eliciting an involuntary chuckle from Mr. Jean. Absurd statements can seem ludicrous when uttered by adults, yet when spoken by children, they reflect the boundless imagination of youth. Mr. Jean relished such flights of fancy. Isn't there gender reassignment surgery in this era? He remarked, recalling a television advertisement he had seen during a moment of boredom. How about you undergo that procedure, Tokiomi, and transform into a woman to become this child's wife. Mr. Jean proposed this rather mischievous notion to his refined subordinate. Of course, if you are not inclined to accept the contemporary techniques of gender reassignment. My treasury holds potions for gender transformation that I could bestow upon you. Hero King, you jest, Tokiomi replied, the corners of his mouth twitching, as he reminded himself to maintain grace and uphold his gentlemanly demeanor. If you truly wish for Sakura to become your wife, you have a long journey ahead, requiring you to become an exceptionally outstanding individual. From their earlier exchange, Tokiomi recognized that the boy's understanding might be lacking. However, he had no intention of correcting his perceptions. Instead, he articulated his criteria as a father regarding the selection of a future son-in-law. This criterion was singular. The prospective son-in-law must be exceptional, with the definition of excellence being as stringent as possible. True excellence denotes superiority, the ability to achieve what ordinary individuals cannot. If, in the future, this child becomes an extraordinarily remarkable person, then the notion of seeking his own daughter as a wife would be something he could ultimately accept. Exceptional? Broly furrowed his brow, recalling the word not solely due to Tosaka Tokiomi's words, but also because of the hint from the Crystal Palace. Becoming an exemplary individual indeed aids the host in courting his beloved. How may I become an exemplary individual? Broly inquired. That is a matter for you to ponder. However, my advice is to always maintain the demeanor and grace of a true gentleman. Tosaka Tokiomi continued to impart his philosophy of elegance. While the Crystal Palace merely stated that there are 1,000 interpretations of Hamlet, and excellence is a subjective perspective left for Broly, the host, to discern. To this, Broly could not help but ask, what is Hamlet? Is it edible? He had a peculiar habit of inquiring about the edibility of unfamiliar terms that surfaced in his mind. Typically, he would receive no response. Hamlet is a tragic tale, and it is not edible. However, this time the Crystal Palace provided an answer. With the inquiry resolved, Broly lost interest, redirecting his focus to how he might become an exemplary individual. Though the Crystal Palace encouraged his own judgment, was there not someone present he could consult? What constitutes elegance? What embodies grace? Tosaka Tokiomi, unaware of Broly's insatiable curiosity, attempted to enlighten the boy with his interpretations of grace and elegance. Yet, as Broly's relentless questioning transformed him into a veritable machine of inquiry, even someone as poised as Tosaka Tokiomi found himself overwhelmed. Enough, the man exclaimed, momentarily losing his composure. But upon realizing his lapse, he quickly cleared his throat and regained his previous elegance. What I mean is, there are matters at home that preclude me from continuing to entertain our guests. Tosaka Tokiomi sought an excuse to courteously usher the two out. If time permits in the future, I shall extend another invitation to visit the Tosaka residence. In other words, it was best not to come uninvited. As the door closed, Fujimura Taiga felt a pang of sympathy for Tosaka Tokiomi, who had just dismissed them. Broly's incessant questioning had caused her to reminisce about the previous night, recalling how she, like the man just now, had attempted to clarify matters to a child full of 1,000 questions. The result had been utter failure, followed by frustration and the choice to end the discussion. Can you tell me? Broly began, still unsated, turning to Fujimura Taiga. It's lunchtime, shall we go eat? Fujimura Taiga interjected before the question could fully form. Upon hearing the mention of food, Broly cast aside his lingering inquiries about elegance. Yes, he replied eagerly. With a sigh, Tosaka Tokiomi bid farewell to Broly, feeling a sense of relief. You have truly endured a great deal, he thought sympathetically towards the unfortunate master. Were he in the same predicament, he would undoubtedly have been provoked to act. Initially, he found Tosaka Tokiomi rather dull, yet now he recognized that there were admirable qualities within him. At the very least, he acknowledged Tosaka's elegance and composure as a mature man. Taken aback by the unexpected compliment from the tyrannical King Gilgamesh, Tosaka felt a twinge of embarrassment. My poise and grace are still lacking. Having been unsettled by a mere child, I must practice further. After Tosaka returned from escorting his daughter to her room, Kaire Kodomine approached him and inquired, Sensei Tokiomi, do I still need to investigate Miss Sakura's situation? No, there is no need, Tosaka replied. Sakura was not harmed. She likely took the opportunity to flee from the Matou household. Although her act of running away was somewhat mischievous, it has revealed certain issues within the Matou family. Narrowing his eyes, Tosaka picked up the old-fashioned microphone from the table and dialed the Matou household's number. Hello? A hoarse voice answered on the other end. Sakura has returned home, Tosaka stated directly, without preamble. Truly a commendable feat for the Tosaka head, easily reclaiming Sakura from her captors, Matou Zanjutsu complimented. I did not reclaim her. She returned of her own accord and shared with me some of her experiences within the Matou household, Tosaka responded with a cold tone, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Is that so? Matou Zanjutsu retorted, skeptical of Tosaka's words. The rapidity of the recovery led him to suspect that this was merely a performance orchestrated by Tosaka himself. Do you not intend to explain yourself, Matou? Tosaka inquired. What do you wish for me to explain? To clarify why my adopted daughter was cast into a den of insects? To elucidate how your family's magical lineage transitioned from water attributes to insects? Tosaka's voice remained calm, yet the undertone suggested a query with a hint of accusation. The world is changing, and so is the Matou family. The magical legacy handed down has caused the decline of the Matou Magi's bloodline. To preserve our heritage, we must implement certain changes. Whether it involves altering the family's magical attributes or acquiring a child with excellent potential from your Tosaka family. It is all in pursuit of ensuring the continuity of the Matou magical legacy. That is my answer. I wonder if the Tosaka head finds it satisfactory? The decline of the Matou family is an objective reality, and while Tosaka could comprehend the necessity of adapting their magical attributes for the sake of familial continuity, he too would have acted similarly were he in the same position. You should not conceal anything from me regarding this matter, stated Tosaka Tokiomi. Have you forgotten, Tosaka head, that our families share not only a long-standing friendship, but also a rivalry as competitors for the Holy Grail? Would you reveal all your cards to your adversary? Kaire Kodomine retorted. No, Tosaka Tokiomi replied after a moment of silence. So, are you intending to return Sakura to the Matou family, or do you have other plans? Kaire inquired once more, now placing the choice in Tosaka's hands. If that man did not intend to return his daughter to the Matou household, he would need to consider the possibility of procuring a child with magical aptitude to be transformed upon return. There was no need to sever ties. Tosaka Tokiomi's prowess as a magician was formidable, especially as a master participating in the Fourth Holy Grail War, now having summoned an extraordinary servant. If he were to act irrationally and assault with his servant, the half-baked servant summoned by Matou Korea would prove insufficient to withstand such an onslaught. Thud, thud, thud. Seated in an armchair, Tosaka Tokiomi's fingers drummed upon the table. Were the Holy Grail ritual not commencing so soon? If he could delay it by 4 or 5 years, he would seek to secure an additional magical inheritance for his daughter. Unfortunately, such a scenario was not to be, and he had not anticipated that his younger daughter would possess a magical aptitude as remarkable as that of his elder. By the time he recognized Sakura's talents, the Holy Grail War was already looming, leaving him little energy to make arrangements for her. Thus, upon learning that the Matou family required a successor to their magical legacy, he felt immense relief. Even now, despite knowing that the Matou family's magical attribute had transformed from water to insects, the need for a magical heir remained his most favorable option for entrusting his younger daughter. I will allow Sakura to return, but I implore you to be gentle when altering her magical attributes. Tosaka Tokiomi's response left Kirie Kodomine astonished. After hanging up the phone, the elderly man murmured uncertainly to himself. Could it be that the abduction of Sakura was not his design after all? Regardless, it was fortuitous that the Tosaka heir was willing to return his daughter. I must summon Korea back to prevent any further pilfering of important experimental materials from the Matou household. Chapter 11. The Truth of Barbecue Education at the barbecue restaurant. Broly was brought by Fujimura Taiga for lunch. As he swiftly devoured the meat that the girl had grilled and placed onto his plate, he gazed through the glass window at a jewelry store across the street. What are you staring at in the jewelry store? Are you regretting returning the sapphire that someone graciously gifted you? Fujimura Taiga observed the boy's gaze and noticed the jewelry store, prompting her to ask. The sapphire gifted by Sakura's father is of exquisite quality. If converted into currency, it could afford numerous indulgent feasts of grilled meat. Nevertheless, I harbor no regrets. Upon hearing this, Broly shook his head. I bestowed that stone upon her solely to bring her joy. Why, then, do you persistently gaze at the jewelry store? Inquired Fujimura Taiga with curiosity. I have given her a gift, yet failed to present anything to you. Regrettably, I no longer possess such a stone, hence, I wish to visit a place where such stones can be found and procure some to offer you. Broly earnestly addressed this inquiry. which elucidated his fascination with the jewelry store. "So, you intend to purchase jewelry for me?" Fujimura Taiga remarked, adding a piece of grilled meat to the boy's plate. "Oh, does acquiring such stones necessitate money?" Broly furrowed his brow as he posed the question while savoring the meat. "Generally, yes, it is required," replied Fujimura Taiga. "Unless one stumbles upon an unclaimed gemstone mine and ventures to extract the gems themselves, in which case it would be an exception," she added. "Where might such a gemstone mine be located?" Broly pressed further. "I am unaware of that," Fujimura Taiga responded, retrieving the sapphire to admire its entrancing oceanic hue. "Might I resort to theft to obtain such a stone?" Broly suddenly pointed at the jewelry store across the street, clenching his small fist as he asked. "Stealing is wrong," Fujimura Taiga admonished. "Moreover, gifts intended for others should not be tainted by ill-gotten gains. At least, I would not desire such a thing." "Oh, you wouldn't?" Broly was taken aback, gazing at the girl who seemed so enamored with the sapphire, momentarily uncertain of the sincerity behind her words. "Of course, I am a person of integrity. The daughter of the Fujimura family, with a pure black market background, whose grandfather engaged in arms dealings just yesterday, made such a declaration. I must tell you, though you are still young, do not stray onto the wrong path and become a delinquent." Fujimura Taiga sensed that Broly was merely an innocent child. Although his understanding was somewhat flawed, she wished to prevent him from straying due to his naivety. What constitutes a bad child? Fujimura Taiga began to elaborate, but halted abruptly upon noticing the boy's inquisitive expression. "In summary, you must remember that you should not steal or take things by force. Otherwise, I shall not consider you my husband, nor will I share grilled meat with you," the orange-haired girl asserted, imparting her belief in honesty and integrity, which starkly contrasted with the Scion principles instilled in Broly by Paragus from a young age. In the ideology instilled by Paragus, anything can be seized as long as one possesses the strength to do so, including the throne beneath one's own lineage. This divergence in perspective left Broly somewhat perplexed. However, with the assistance of grilled meat, he swiftly aligned himself with Takahiro Fujimura. To summarize succinctly, the wife who currently grills meat for him, Takahiro Fujimura, is always right. And Broly nods in unconditional agreement. As for the traditional Saiyan beliefs imparted to him by his father, old Paragus, they now seemed utterly irrelevant. At this moment, Broly's mind belonged to the realm of the grilling sage, and every word spoken by Takahiro Fujimura resonated as truth, leaving impressions akin to the delectable grilled meat filling his belly. The meal cost nearly 30,000 yen, with Broly consuming 90% of the meat single-handedly. When it came time to settle the bill, the owner of the barbecue restaurant could only express relief that his establishment was not a buffet, though he was drenched in sweat. Upon returning to the Fujimura residence, Broly found himself at a loss for what to do. Glancing at the large tree in the backyard of the Fujimura estate, its lush, verdant leaves evoked a sense of familiarity, prompting him to climb it with both hands and feet, finding it surprisingly sturdy. However, once he lay atop the canopy, he quickly discovered that the color of the foliage, reminiscent of Baya's form, was not as comfortable as it appeared. Should he return home? The joyous return of young Sakura, evident on the surface, had left a subtle impact on the young Broly. With nothing to occupy his time, Broly began to reminisce about his moments on planet Vampa, recalling how he would recline on Baya, gazing up at the predominantly azure and cloudless sky. Although the sky above him now was also a brilliant blue, it was adorned with wispy white clouds, a rarity on the moisture-scarce Vampa. That cloud resembles a freshly devoured ice cream. Broly licked his lips, seemingly savoring a dessert that accompanied his grilled feast. Fortunately, having just eaten, he was not overly tempted. That cloud. Time passed as he pondered the nature of the clouds, and gradually, Broly succumbed to slumber atop the tree. As evening descended, he was roused by the enticing aroma of food. He leapt down from the treetop, unnoticed in his actions. Following the delectable scent, he arrived at the kitchen. Observing the bustling chefs, which reminded him of Takahiro Fujimura calling him for breakfast that morning, he promptly dashed outside the kitchen. He approached the room where Takahiro Fujimura had mentioned he could find her if needed, opened the door, and entered. Inside the tatami-floored bedroom, there was a low square table, and upon his entrance, the auburn-haired girl was diligently engrossed in writing at the table. "What are you doing?" As Broly approached curiously from behind and inquired. Taiga Fujimura was startled, causing her pen to slip from the confines of her notebook. "Please do not sneak up behind me and suddenly speak. It's quite alarming," she complained, promptly producing correction fluid to erase the marks left by the pen's unintended escape. "So what exactly are you doing?" she continued. "I'm doing my homework. After all, I'm a student." "What is a student?" Broly queried. "Oh dear, must you ask so many questions, little one?" she replied, pulling him into her embrace and affectionately ruffling his hair. Nevertheless, considering his situation, Taiga patiently elucidated, "A student is someone who acquires knowledge. To thrive in this society, one must learn various things." "Do you wish to learn knowledge, Broly?" she asked. "Can knowledge be eaten?" he wondered. "Knowledge is not something one can consume. But if you excel in your studies, you can attend a good school. Graduating from a reputable institution increases the likelihood of securing a desirable job, which in turn allows you to earn more money. With more money, you can indulge in a variety of delightful foods. So, in a sense, it can be said that knowledge is indeed edible." Taiga guided him gently. Broly, deep in thought, suddenly disengaged from her embrace and knelt beside her, exclaiming, "Wife, I want to learn." His small hands braced against the ground, his head bowed in a display of disappointment. Taiga stared at him, utterly perplexed by the child's unexpected behavior. While it seemed he was pleading, it hardly resembled a proper bow. "You need not go to such lengths. If you wish to attend school, I can ask my grandfather on your behalf." Upon hearing this, Broly replied with an eager "oh," and promptly stood up. The information flooding his mind provided him with a tangible approach to his desires. Evidently, fragmented memories from his past were resurfacing, reminiscent of a famous scene from Slam Dunk, replicated in this world of Tsukihime. Regrettably, it seemed that no one in this realm would comprehend the reference. "By the way, did you come to my room for a specific reason?" Taiga inquired. "I came to invite you to dinner," Broly stated candidly. "Are you afraid to eat alone?" Taiga speculated, assuming he might be intimidated by the seemingly unsavory members of the Fujimura household. "No," Broly shook his head, clarifying his thoughts. "I thought I should invite you to dinner since you called me this morning." Taiga was taken aback, then enveloped the boy in an embrace. "Broly, you are truly an exceptional child." The young girl playfully rubbed her face against that of the boy. This adorable younger brother character, with his charmingly obedient nature, perfectly aligned with her desires as an only child. Although he could be somewhat frightening and annoying when posing questions, this child would come to her room in the evening, inviting her to dinner after she had called him to rise and eat breakfast in the morning. This might seem quite ordinary to those with younger siblings who are accustomed to being summoned for meals. However, for her, any concern regarding her mealtime would usually come from rough, imposing figures, such as that scarred-faced individual. But now, observing this little one who offered affectionate kisses and gentle nuzzles, one could hardly compare him to that menacing character. The happiness quotient of Fujimura Taiga steadily rose during the playful nuzzling, only ceasing its ascent once it reached a delightful 55 points. "May we proceed to dinner?" Broly finally inquired, perplexed as to why his simple words elicited such exuberance and joy. "My apologies, sister will join you for dinner right away," Fujimura Taiga replied with a beaming smile. Having known him for just over a day, interacting with this boundary-less child felt akin to having a well-behaved younger brother by her side. As the two made their way to the dining hall of the Fujimura residence, next door, the recently sold former Fujimura estate found its new occupant, Kiritsugu Amiya, the Magus killer, feeling somewhat disheartened. It seemed that excessive caution could also be a disadvantage. Yesterday, during his encounter with the girl adopted from the Tosaka family into the Matou household, Kiritsugu had experienced a plethora of thoughts. Consequently, he had spent the day investigating the matter, only to discover that the girl had been promptly returned to the Tosaka family. Upon reflection, Kiritsugu realized that meeting her might have indeed been a mere coincidence. He had not been discovered, nor was there any looming conspiracy against him. Yet, due to his overly cautious mindset, he squandered a whole day meant for rest, further exacerbating his already insufficient sleep. "Why not cancel tonight's operation and rest for a while?" Mikaya-kwan suggested. "No, the Holy Grail War waits for no one. Something must have transpired between the Tosaka and Matou families, and I must seize this opportunity to swiftly resolve the matters concerning the Lord of the Clock Tower." Kiritsugu firmly declined Mikaya's proposal. Upon arriving in Fuyuki City, he had devised a fishing plan, intending for his wife, Alice Phil, to masquerade as the Master of Saber, hoping to lure out enemies for elimination. The good news was that enemies had indeed taken the bait. The bad news was that nearly all of them had arrived, one even nonchalantly revealing his true identity. Certainly, these matters hold little significance. What truly matters is the first adversary ensnared, that Lancer, a formidable spear wielder of remarkable prowess. His martial skills are astonishing, having inflicted harm upon Saber, the legendary King Arthur, causing injury to his servant's hand, which remains irreparable due to the high-level curse affixed to the lance. The initial attempt at fishing for enemies has resulted instead in the weakening of the servant by the adversary's curse debuff, a rather troublesome predicament. Thus, Kenneth L. Malloy Archibald, a figure of considerable strength and a formidable opponent in this Holy Grail war, the Lord of the Clock Tower's Mineral Department, has become a priority for Shiro Emiya to address. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this master, possessing exceptional magical talent, seems to hold a certain disdain for the methods employed by ordinary individuals. Upon arriving in Fuyuki City, he ostentatiously selected a grand hotel, commandeering the top 2 floors and transforming them into a fortress of magical defense. It would be exceedingly difficult to assault such a stronghold using conventional magical means. However, what if one were to utilize the methods of an ordinary person? Within the supplies procured by Shiro Emiya lies a substantial quantity of blasting caps and explosives, as he intends to afford that clock tower lord a profound experience of the Earth's maternal embrace, gravity. Chapter 12. A new identity awaits. At the hotel where Kenneth is temporarily residing, a man-made arson incident unfolds during the night. The arsonist has preemptively triggered the alarm, granting the hotel's occupants ample time to evacuate. A fire breaks out below. Sora receives a call from the hotel staff, and upon learning of the situation, glances toward the other side where Kenneth, seated on a sofa, watches the news of a recent gas leak explosion in the Fuyuki Bay area. The act of arson, coupled with the advance evacuation, is likely orchestrated by Saber's master, aiming to alleviate the injuries inflicted upon his servant's left hand. There is no need for concern. I have established 24 magical defenses on this floor, summoning numerous phantoms for protection. Let the assailants come forth. We shall see if they can breach the magical workshop fortress constructed by Kenneth L. Malloy. Lancer, prepare to confront them below. This time, I shall not permit your failure. The confident man with slicked-back golden hair commands, while the servant, adorned with a tear mole, bows in response. I shall not disappoint my lord's expectations, Mr. Kenneth L. Malloy. In the distant square of the hotel, the staff are counting the guests, anxious about any remaining patrons still within the burning building. It is not until the hotel staff calls out for the 3rd time that a man responds, his appearance revealing him to be a fellow countryman, causing a subtle shift in expression among the staff, who regard him with skepticism, as though to say, "Is that truly your name? My lady, Sora, has already reached a place of safety. There is no need for concern," Shiro Emiya states expressionlessly. Very well. As the hotel staff contemplated that the man might be one who had adopted a foreign name in hopes of associating with wealthy women abroad, they swiftly crossed out the names of Kenneth Elmeroy and Solana Zeal. Taking advantage of the situation, Shiro Emiya glanced at the list in their hands. Realizing that most of the names of evacuees had been crossed out, he distanced himself from the evacuation crowd, retrieving a folding phone from his pocket to call his assistant. Myakuo. After confirming from her that Kenneth on the hotel's top floor had not attempted to escape, the magician assassin pressed the detonation button. The notion of a straightforward confrontation was utterly implausible. Instead, he opted for a direct demolition of the entire building, allowing its free fall to obliterate his adversaries. This was the true essence of a secure tactic. Even a formidable being like the Lord of the Clock Tower could not survive a fall from a height of 150 meters. After setting this flag, the magician assassin departed the scene without a backward glance. Meanwhile, another assailant who was supposed to be present was, due to the necessity of escorting the teacher's young daughter to her mother, currently at the Zen City Villa in the neighboring town of Fuyuki, handing the girl over to Always Zenjo. "Madam, I have brought Miss Sakura to you. My task is complete. Please inform the teacher." "Thank you. I will convey the message to Tokyomi." The woman nodded, embracing her daughter who rushed towards her. "Mom, I missed you so much." Although her father provided a sense of security during Sakura's childhood, it was her mother's embrace that was far gentler. "Sakura, I missed you too." Aoi Zenjo's eyes shimmered with maternal affection as she enveloped her daughter, burying her face in the girl's hair. "I want to join too," Rin Tosaka exclaimed, hopping beside them, eager to connect with her sister after a separation of half a month. "Sister." Once the young Sakura was set down, she leaped into Rin's arms, squeezing her sister tightly. The scene of mother and daughter reuniting, along with the sisters embracing, appeared harmonious. However, Kirai Kotomine understood that this was a means for his teacher to educate the girl who had escaped from the Matou family through the words of his wife, urging her to face her fate as a successor of the Matou family with strength and courage. Compared to stern admonitions, the teacher, who often bore the rigid demeanor of a magician, exhibited surprising tenderness towards his daughter. Then, "Madam, I shall not intrude further. Please encourage Miss Sakura to regain her spirits swiftly, and I shall return when the time comes." This trivial task was assigned to him by his teacher, Tokiomi Tosaka, preventing him from adequately observing the movements of other masters and servants, particularly that man named Shiro Amiya, suppressing the peculiar dissatisfaction that simmered within. Kirai Kotomine departed from the Zenjo household. Grandfather, Broly wishes to learn. As young Sakura was welcomed into the Zenjo household, ready to receive her mother's encouragement, Broly, freshly bathed, was brought before Reiga Fujimura by Taiga Fujimura, where the girl articulated the boy's desire for education. "Please, Grandfather Tofu Village." Broly mimicked Tofu Village's Dei, pleading for assistance in the bathroom. Education is indeed essential for children. Tofu Village Leihua nodded, acknowledging that while his past entailed a life of crime, he recognized the necessity of education in the evolving world. "Grandfather," Tofu Village Dei began, yet was swiftly interrupted by Tofu Village Leihua. "Is this child truly prepared for education? His youth is evident. Enrolling him in school would merely place him in kindergarten. Yet, what wisdom can one glean from kindergarten other than frivolity and socializing with peers? Rather than send him there, it would be more prudent for him to remain in the Tofu Village mansion, absorbing the family's values and growing into a commendable individual. Please, do not lead this child astray. A life of crime offers no future," Leihua implored, slamming his hands upon the table and confronting his grandfather. "Such talk of a lack of future merely reflects your descendants' reluctance to inherit the family legacy." In response, Tofu Village Leihua also struck the table, their gazes locked in a fiery standoff, reminiscent of a seasoned tiger confronting its cub. Ultimately, witnessing his granddaughter's unwavering stance, the elderly Tofu Village Leihua conceded a step, albeit with stipulations. If he truly wishes to learn, let him enroll in elementary school. However, if you wish to prevent him from a life of crime while still benefiting from the family's financial support, he must demonstrate his academic prowess. I require your assurance that his grades will be commendable. Is that agreeable? Of course, Tofu Village Dei replied confidently, believing in Broly's intelligence. But what if problems arise and you attempt to evade responsibility? Leihua questioned suddenly. That is impossible. Dei firmly dismissed the notion, yet faltered under her grandfather's scrutinizing gaze, muttering, "What do you propose then? This is not a difficult matter. When the time comes, I shall step aside. And you need only inherit the family business as the new leader of the Tofu Village organization," Leihua replied, his smile concealing his ulterior motives. "Only by agreeing to these terms will the Tofu family support this child." "Grandfather, you are despicable," Dei retorted. "Such is the way of the world. Your father showed no desire to inherit, and you seem equally disinterested. So what will it be? Will you agree, or shall we keep this child at home?" Fujimura Dei glanced at the clarity in Broly's eyes and resolved not to let this child be led astray by the nefarious ways of the Fujimura family. He emphatically slammed the table and replied, "Very well, Grandfather, I accept your terms. Bring me the phone. I shall call the principal of the Xinyuan Town First Elementary School to arrange for a child to enroll there." Facilitating the education of an undocumented child is typically a cumbersome affair for ordinary individuals, yet for the entrenched Fujimura clan in Fuyuki City, it was merely a matter of making a phone call. However, due to the potential misunderstandings arising from their underworld affiliations, the local elementary school was unlikely to respond favorably. Nevertheless, selecting a school in a town nearby Fuyuki City and maintaining a low profile during enrollment should not pose insurmountable difficulties. "Old Master, do you genuinely believe that the young lady will uphold her end of the bargain?" The scar-faced man inquired after Fujimura Dei departed with Broly. "I have never witnessed her show such concern for anyone else before. The young lady possesses a kind heart. Perhaps she simply feels pity for the child," he replied. "If we can ensure she continues to take pity on him, it may compel her to honor the agreement and inherit the family business. But what if the child proves to be exceptionally capable in his studies?" The scar-faced man pressed, implying whether they should intervene in the child's education. If that is the case, it would serve as an ideal preparation for legitimizing the Fujimura clan, Daihi stated. What my granddaughter just said rings true. A future in the underworld offers no promise. Old master, do you not have faith in the underworld business? It is not a matter of faith. It is simply the evolution of the times, Fujimura Rika sighed. Having witnessed the zenith of the underworld's glory, he now felt the stark reality of its decline. And if the child struggles academically? The scar-faced man continued. Though the world may cast us aside, where there is light, there shall be shadow. The Fujimura clan will continue to exist in such places. Even if we are diminished from our former glory, we shall not vanish easily. I have faith in my granddaughter's capabilities. As for that child, whether he becomes a good or a bad person, as long as he possesses talent, he will be an asset to Daihi, much like yourself. Your insight is commendable, old master. I shall assist in nurturing the child's loyalty to the Fujimura family and the young lady. Unbeknownst to Broly, Fujimura Rika's perspective and plans regarding him were unfolding. He was simply aware that with each passing day in this world, he had acquired the identity of a student enrolled as a transfer pupil at Shinyuan Town First Elementary School. Broly, you must study diligently at school. If you do not understand something, do not hesitate to ask your teachers. Fujimura Daihi instructed him during their parting the following morning. The young girl was also clad in a middle school uniform. Today was Monday, the day for school. Broly was driven to the affiliated primary school in deep distance town by the scar-faced man, who incessantly indoctrinated him with the notion of gratitude towards the young lady, emphasizing the importance of repaying her kindness and nurturing in the future. Initially, Broly nodded in agreement, as one ought to reciprocate the generosity of others. However, as the journey progressed, he began to stifle yawns, for the man's repetitive discourse was akin to a hypnotic lullaby, rendering him increasingly drowsy. Upon arrival, Teacher Kimura was tasked with assessing Broly to determine his appropriate grade level. The principal of the affiliated primary school, upon observing the child brought by the scar-faced man, instructed the teachers who had been summoned to conduct an academic evaluation of Broly. To their surprise, the assessment revealed that he was functionally illiterate, and he was consequently placed in the first grade. Yet, within mere hours, the classroom teachers found themselves overwhelmed. Principal, this child has too many questions. When I said 112, he asked why 11 equals 2. How am I supposed to respond to that? Another teacher echoed, this child is quite intelligent, possibly more so than his peers. Yet he inundates the class with incessant inquiries. The entire lesson consists of him questioning and me responding. If his questions held any significance, it would be one thing. But many are utterly trivial, stemming from a child's stubbornness. Throughout a single morning, for teachers lodged complaints, not out of a lack of patience, but because Broly's relentless questioning had severely disrupted their ability to teach the other students. While children's curiosity is understandable, had they not instructed him to refrain from asking nonsensical questions? We have, but it proved futile. The child insists that his sister instructed him to ask the teacher whenever he is confused. What was even more alarming was that when the teacher attempted to silence him by striking his palm, Broly obediently extended his hand. Yet, despite receiving a reprimand, he maintained an impassive expression and continued to inquire with unwavering determination. Never before had the teacher encountered such a uniquely resolute child. One teacher, feeling a flicker of fear under Broly's unwavering gaze, could not articulate her feelings. It was not that he exhibited any hostility, rather, it was his unsettling calmness that obscured his thoughts, instilling an inexplicable fear of the unknown. This may sound esoteric, but it truly encapsulated the sentiment. In the brief span of a single lesson, the first-grade teachers found Broly, the transfer student, to be an intricate challenge. End of chapter 13, Boiled Green Peppers Principle. What is the background of that child? He comes from the Tofu Village group. Isn't that affiliated with the underworld? Can't we expel him? When this school was established, the Tenkin group provided considerable assistance, and to this day, they donate a sum annually to support our educational endeavors. The principal said little, yet the implication was unmistakable. It would be unwise to expel him. Perhaps we should consider changing his class? However, given the limited number of students in our small school, any shift would merely result in him remaining in the same environment. What about promoting him to a higher grade? Although the child's academic abilities may not suffice, older students tend to be more mature and less susceptible to his influence. After some deliberation, the teachers responsible for the first graders turned to the principal, hoping he would provide guidance. It was difficult to comprehend why these educators would harbor such a desire to shift responsibility. The principal resolved to witness the challenges presented by the transfer student firsthand that afternoon. After the first lesson, the principal gained insight into the struggles faced by the first-grade teachers. Teaching Broly indeed instilled an inexplicable sense of dread. The classroom was enveloped in a stifling atmosphere, with the child incessantly posing a myriad of questions, while the teacher struggled to address the unending stream of bizarre inquiries. The root of this peculiar scenario was simple. Broly subconsciously equated learning with training alongside his father, Paragus, and in doing so, unintentionally emanated an aura of aggression. While he bore no malice, ordinary individuals found it challenging to withstand such an atmosphere. A brief encounter might be manageable, but a full 40-minute class under this persistent aura would inevitably generate an inexplicable pressure for both students and teachers alike. Thus, it was not that these first-grade teachers were overwhelmed by Broly's odd questions. Rather, they became the primary targets of his intimidating energy, leading them to falter under the weight of his peculiar and challenging inquiries. Well then, let us see how he fares in a higher grade. The principal of Xinyuan Town affiliated primary school rubbed his temples in agreement with the first-grade teacher's inclination to shift responsibility. Consequently, on his very first day as a first grader, Broly successfully advanced to the second grade. Classmates, in our final lesson this afternoon, we will welcome a new student who will join us in our studies, announced the homeroom teacher of Class 2A, unaware of Broly's formidable presence. All right, come in and introduce yourself. Broly, going with the flow, found school to be a somewhat novel experience. Following the instructions of the unfamiliar female teacher, he entered the classroom and stood at the front to introduce himself. My name is Broly, and I am a scion. Broly candidly introduced himself, leaving the second graders momentarily stunned. What is a scion? A little boy raised his hand to inquire. The new student seemed rather peculiar, as Broly earnestly responded to the boy's inquiries. A girl sitting in the back row discreetly whispered to her desk mate, "Isn't it odd?" Rin Tosaka mused that boys often exhibited such behavior, especially during recess when several of them engaged in games involving aliens battling monsters. All right, everyone is quite enthusiastic, but it is now class time, and we must adhere to classroom discipline, the female homeroom teacher stated as she prepared to assign a seat to Broly. Before she could make a decision, Broly's gaze fell upon a girl in the back row. Target identified. Rin Tosaka, current happiness level, 0. Note: happiness points can only be accrued after the host intervenes in the target's life. Teacher, I would like to sit there, Broly declared, pointing directly to the seat next to Rin Tosaka. Very well, please move the empty desk and chair over there, the principal instructed, also advising to be accommodating towards the child. The homeroom teacher did not object to the boy's wishes. Back row by the window, the homeland of kings. Just as Broly moved the desk to sit down, a piece of information flashed in his mind. Lacking any textbooks, he asked, "Rin, could you kindly share your textbook with the new classmate for now?" Upon seeing Broly seated, the homeroom teacher made the suggestion. Rin Tosaka, being somewhat of a class leader, was more mature and capable than the average child. Sure, teacher. Young Rin Tosaka was not yet the person she would become in the future. She was cheerful and eager to assist those around her. This disposition was largely due to her father's elegant and composed upbringing, allowing her to exhibit the demeanor of a mature adult at the tender age of 7. Hello, I am Rin Tosaka, but you can call me Rin. Rin pushed the desk over and, after placing the books between the two desks, lowered her voice to introduce herself to Broly. Hello, Rin, I am Broly. Thanks to the gentlemanly knowledge imparted by a certain male the previous day, Broly refrained from directly addressing the girl as wife. You mentioned earlier at the podium that you are a vegetable person from a warrior nation, right? Of course. If you can eat a plate of boiled bell peppers without flinching, I'll believe you, young Rin teased. Boiled bell peppers? Are they tasty? Broly's curiosity was piqued, as he held a keen interest in food. Not at all. They are bitter, Rin answered earnestly, recalling her mother's insistence that mature adults eat boiled bell peppers, which compelled her to consume some. Broly's interest in boiled bell peppers waned, as he too disliked bitter flavors. In today's lesson, we will review multiplication and see how everyone is faring, the homeroom teacher announced from the podium. Upon hearing this, Broly raised his hand. Teacher, what is multiplication? Have you never learned multiplication? A boy turned around to ask him, and Broly shook his head. I only learned addition and subtraction today, he replied earnestly. Haha, you must be a first grader. The boy mocked. Xian Sheng, Did your teacher instruct you to ridicule others? The female homeroom teacher immediately admonished him upon witnessing this. Broly has just begun attending our school. It is entirely normal for him to struggle with the curriculum. By the way, the student beside you, Rin Tosaka, is our class president as well as the academic monitor. If you have any questions, feel free to consult her. I can teach you, Rin Tosaka exclaimed with enthusiasm, relishing the trust bestowed upon her by the adults, exuding an air of leave the task of helping the new student catch up to me. What exactly is multiplication? Broly inquired without hesitation. Multiplication is the operation of finding the sum of several identical addends. If you understand addition, mastering it is not difficult. Rin Tosaka quietly explained the second-grade math concepts to Broly, unlike the previous first grader who had been asking numerous questions with an air of defiance. Broly sat obediently in the corner, listening intently to her instruction, and the class concluded swiftly. How is it, Teacher Chuanchi? That child seems challenging, doesn't he? After school, a few first-grade teachers approached the second-grade homeroom teacher to inquire about the situation. Not at all. That child behaved very well throughout the lesson, the female teacher replied, baffled. Broly's conduct in class was exemplary. He certainly did not exhibit the hyperactivity typical of mischievous children. Did he not ask you any questions? He did. Why? Were you able to answer him? Upon hearing this, she felt even more perplexed. Is there, in elementary knowledge, a question that a teacher cannot answer? Did you not manage to respond? She asked cautiously. That child is rather difficult to handle. There were a few questions we couldn't answer, some first-grade teachers candidly admitted. I actually couldn't answer all of them either, but I had our class academic monitor, a dependable student, assist in addressing his inquiries, the female teacher thoughtfully replied. Oh, is that a viable approach? Upon hearing this, the first-grade teachers exchanged glances. Perhaps children can better understand children. After some discussion, they reached a somewhat plausible conclusion. How was your experience at school today? In the evening, Fujimura rushed over to Broly as soon as he returned from school to ask about Broly's impressions of the day. It was great. I asked the teacher many questions. Learned the correct way to write 5 characters, and also learned addition, subtraction, and multiplication. It feels like my brain is expanding. Broly candidly reflects upon his newfound knowledge acquired at school, a place where, until today, he had scarcely grasped the concept of arithmetic. Ah, splendid. I always knew you were a bright and diligent child, praised Taiga Fujimura, her compliments unrestrained. By the way, I also encountered a new wife, Broly added, seemingly inspired. Taiga gasped in surprise, but quickly composed herself upon realizing the nature of Broly's wife. Did this new wife provide you with something to eat? She inquired. No, she did not give me anything to eat, Broly replied, shaking his head. But she taught me multiplication, he continued. Ah well. The repeated interjections from Taiga highlighted the complex emotions swirling within her. You've chosen a good wife. You must interact well with her and forge a friendship, understood? She advised with a smile. Their essay saying, one who stays close to vermilion will turn red, while one who stays close to ink will turn black. Befriending those who are diligent in their studies will surely enrich your own knowledge. She regarded Broly as a younger brother. Yet now there was an added maternal instinct, a sincere hope that this child would connect with capable, studious peers. Broly acknowledged, committing her words to memory. Nevertheless, he was determined to nurture his relationship with his new wife. Motivated by the prospect of exchanging the joys of this world for happiness points upon his return to the planet Wampa. With 3 days remaining until Broly's return to Wampa. That evening, the Einsburn castle on the outskirts of Fuyuki City faced an assault. The assailants were the Castor duo, identified as prey by a bounty order issued earlier that morning. Their reckless abduction and murder of children, coupled with their blatant disregard for secrecy, provoked the priest overseeing the Fuyuki Church's branch to declare them the foremost target for elimination from the Holy Grail War. Consequently, the church intervened in the Holy Grail War. Accompanying the nefarious Castor, who was marked by his untrustworthy demeanor, was the Clock Tower's lord, Kenneth L. Malloy, who had narrowly escaped death after an explosive encounter orchestrated by Kiritsugu Amiya the previous night. The ensuing battle within the Einsburn castle resounded with tumult, as Kenneth, caught off guard, was struck by Kiritsugu's origin bullet, severely damaging a significant portion of his magical circuits. During the clash, 2 knights embodied by their servants fought valiantly side by side, sharing mutual respect, yet each chose to act according to their respective master's desires. One failed to seize an opportunity to detain the opposing servant, allowing their master to be slain, while the other timely rescued their gravely injured master, refraining from engaging the nearby adversary. In contrast to the formidable nature of the servants, the master is inherently fragile. Amiya Kiritsugu, as a cunning magus and assassin, struggles to comprehend the actions of his own servant, Saber, as well as those of the opposing servant, Lancer. To put it more directly, this man, named Amiya Kiritsugu, cannot fathom the chivalric ideals upheld by the two heroic spirits that existed in a bygone era. In the neighboring town of Fuyuki, at the Zenji family estate, Rin Tosaka shares tales from her day at school with her younger sister. Sakura, did you know? A peculiar child joined our class today. The girl beside her listens intently, her small feet swinging joyfully from her chair. Returning to her parents after her time at the Matou household has evidently mended the wounds of her past. For it is only through loss that one learns to cherish what is precious. Young Sakura now treasures every moment spent with her family, and as a result, her happiness quotient steadily increases. Broly, nestled in the warmth of the futon at the Fujimura residence, gazes on with pure delight, akin to a seasoned investor witnessing a recently acquired stock soaring in value. Each point of happiness translates to 100 happiness points. And among the items redeemable in the Crystal Palace, Broly finds joy in a delightful beverage priced at merely 2 happiness points. The skyrocketing happiness levels of young Sakura lead him to envision a future where he can indulge freely in such pleasures upon returning to planet Vegeta. Beyond the joyful beverage, Broly also relishes cake, pork cutlet rice, pudding, barbecue, and ice cream, all of which are comfortably priced under 30 points. Upon his return, he plans to treat his father to the culinary delights of this world. Has Rin made new friends at school? That truly is a reason to celebrate. He muses to himself. Come, dear, mother has prepared some apples for us. Always Zenji calls as she brings forth freshly peeled and sliced apples for her daughters. This piece is the largest. Sakura, it's for you. The return of her sister causes Rin to cherish their bond even more, wishing for Sakura to have the very best. Thank you, sister, young Sakura replies, her heart swelling with sweetness, feeling the warmth and affection from her family upon her return. She had previously harbored doubts about their intentions in not allowing her to come home, but it seems her worries were unfounded. By the way, Sakura, did you make any new friends at the Matou household? Did you have any happy experiences there? However, the gentle inquiry from her mother abruptly halts the joyous expression on young Sakura's face. The Matou household, a place of nightmares, while there were 2 who showed her concern. The memories of her grim experiences in the basement overshadow any semblance of happiness. End of chapter 14. Young Rin's boyfriend Power. Sakura, what's wrong? Are you okay? Zen Chungkue noticed the unusual demeanor of her young daughter, her heart sinking as she hurriedly inquired about it. Wah! Young Sakura could no longer contain herself. A half-eaten piece of apple fell from her mouth as she threw herself into her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. She began to recount her tragic experiences after being sent to the Matou household, much like a child seeking solace from her father. As Zen Chungkue listened to her daughter's harrowing account of being thrust into a basement teeming with insects, feeling the dreadful crawling of these creatures upon her body, she was struck with pain and sorrow. Realizing the grim reality her daughter had faced, she covered her mouth in shock and gazed at the weeping child, tears streaming down her own cheeks. Sakura, do not be afraid. It is all in the past. From now on, your mother, father, and I will protect you, said Rin Tosaka, feeling a surge of protective instinct for her sister as she clenched her little fists in anger. With a maturity beyond her years, she assured Sakura, really? You can ask Mom. She will confirm it. Young Sakura lifted her head from her mother's embrace, her small face resembling that of a kitten, looking up at her sister with hopeful eyes. Indeed, more genuine than pearls. Just ask Mother, Rin replied, confidently calling upon their mother for corroboration. Mom. Young Sakura looked up with anticipation. You will be all right, Sakura, Zen Shinkue replied, unable to directly confront her daughter's inquiry. The decision to send Sakura to the Matou household was her husband's, and as his wife, she felt compelled to unconditionally support him. Now that Sakura was back with her, her husband, Sakura's biological father, wished for her to persuade their daughter to return to the Matou household. To voice such arrangements now would undoubtedly shatter her young daughter's spirit and lead her to distrust her mother. With a heavy heart, Zen Chungkue held her daughter even tighter, and gradually, young Sakura began to calm down in her mother's embrace, her happiness slowly rekindling. In her mind, she believed her family would protect her, ensuring she would never again find herself amidst a pile of insects. Late at night, in the Tosaka residence, Tosaka Tokiomi had not yet retired for the evening. "Kiritsugu, what is the situation?" he inquired, seated before a gramophone, a magical communication device more discreet and difficult to eavesdrop on than modern telephones. Castor had been repelled by the combined efforts of Saber and Lancer, and Lancer's master had sustained grave injuries, rescued by their servant. Meanwhile, in the church of Fuyuki City, Kaire Kotomine stood before a similar gramophone, reporting on the events at the Einsburn Castle that evening. Earlier, Ryder and his master had located Castor's magical workshop hidden within the sewers. In that place, there exists a group of children from Winterwood City who have been abducted and gone missing. These innocent souls have been hollowed out, their organs transformed into grotesque musical instruments. And due to the influence of sorcery, they exist in a state of limbo, neither fully alive nor completely departed. Upon witnessing this horrifying scene, Ryder's master was overcome with nausea. I perceived it as an opportune moment to eliminate the adversary and thus commanded our assassin to take action. Alas, it was regrettably thwarted by Ryder's keen senses, and the assassination attempt bore no fruit. "I apologize, master. I have inadvertently revealed the existence of our living assassin. Do not dwell on it, Kiritsugu." Although exposing the fact that our assassin yet lives before discerning Ryder's true capabilities is indeed a significant loss, the knowledge that Ryder's master is a third-rate magician is a valuable gain in itself. Continue to monitor the other masters and servants, and report any developments back to me. As the communication ended, Tokiomi Tosaka reclined in his chair, relishing the chaotic skirmish unfolding outside, a scenario he had eagerly anticipated. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the shadows. He remained composed and elegant, confident in his approach to victory and the eventual acquisition of the Holy Grail as the ultimate reward for the ritual. The ways of sorcery. Even he, however, found himself occasionally captivated by fanciful notions of transcending this world and reaching the root of existence. Yet, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by the ringing of the telephone. Who could it be at this late hour? Tokiomi furrowed his brow as he stepped outside to answer, only to discover it was his wife calling. "Oh, wait, what is it? Have you called to share the good news that you have helped Sakura regain her spirits?" His wife, Aoi Zenjo, was an exceptionally accomplished woman, having borne 2 children of remarkable magical aptitude for the Tosaka family. Tokiomi never doubted her qualifications as a spouse. "Tokiomi, can we not send Sakura away? Let her remain with us, here in the Tosaka household?" However, the words spoken by his wife on the line caused this elegant gentleman to change countenance. What is the meaning of this sudden declaration? Sakura revealed to me tonight her experiences after arriving at the Matou household. Such burdens should not be borne by a child of her tender age. "So, you wish to keep her with us?" "Yes." Aoi's affirmation resonated through the receiver. "Aoi, you must understand that a child of exceptional talent, without the protection of a magical lineage, will face countless dangers in the future." "I am aware. But does she not have her sister? Rin is remarkably gifted and will inherit your magic, becoming a fine magician in her own right. She should be able to protect Sakura. Thus, you intend to sever our other daughter's path in magic, allowing Sakura to live as an ordinary person? The sight of Sakura lamenting tonight truly pierces my heart. If she could live safely and refrain from tears, I would wholeheartedly accept it. Let her remain with me and Rin." On the other end of the line, Aoi Zenjo beseeched. She had already endured the heart-wrenching experience of sending her youngest daughter away. And now, after Sakura had fled from the terrifying Matou household, she could not bear to send her back to that place. "I can empathize with your affection for our child, for I too cherish our daughter. However, you must also recognize that we are not an ordinary family. Being born into a family of magicians, possessing talent, is a blessing. We cannot allow our indulgence to reduce her to a mere mortal. We must not prevent her from running simply because she might stumble on the path of sorcery." The graceful man endeavored to maintain his composure as he persuaded his wife. "I have come to understand the situation regarding the Matou family's magic. They altered their magical attributes to adapt to their environment. The suffering endured within that household represents a metamorphosis for Sakura, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. Although she will face unimaginable pain at such a tender age, we must believe in her resilience and encourage her to forge ahead through adversity. Sakura is still young, and there is much she does not comprehend. As her father, I sincerely hope her future will see her soaring through the skies, rather than languishing among the mundane, and later resenting us for confining her to a life of mediocrity. Tosaka Tokiomi's eloquence swayed Always Enjo, who was initially overwhelmed with sorrow for their daughter's tears, causing her to waver on the decision to keep Sakura. If you truly cannot part with Sakura, then let Rin take her place as the adopted child of the Matou family. What? This is a choice made out of necessity. It is the only way to ensure that both of our daughters do not squander their talents and embark together on the path of sorcery. The chapter is not yet complete. Turn to the next page to continue reading. I understand. I will encourage Sakura to persevere, or perhaps persuade Rin, he said. There was a pause on the line, as if Aoi had grasped that Tosaka Tokiomi would not change his mind, and ultimately accepted this binary choice. Aoi, you are an exceptional wife and a good mother. I am grateful for your willingness to support my decision. Tosaka Tokiomi spoke earnestly. As night deepened, he urged her to take care of herself. You too, she replied. After ending the call, Tosaka Tokiomi sat alone in the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a sliver of moonlight. Yet, he harbored doubts about the arrangement for their daughters' futures, fully aware of the arduous journey that the path of sorcery entails. Having experienced it himself, in my heart, I could not help but entertain the notion that my wife's desire for our youngest daughter to lead a life of ordinary existence might not preclude her from attaining happiness in the future. Even if it meant relinquishing her potential as a magician and viewing the world through the lens of an ordinary person, the prospect of her happiness remained paramount. Alas, it seems my cultivation is still lacking, for such mundane thoughts have crossed my mind. As the child of a magician, she ought to aspire to a loftier path, undaunted by the myriad challenges that may lie ahead, even if it risks her very life. Pouring myself a glass of red wine, I swirled it gently. And in that moment, Tosaka Tokiomi reaffirmed his conviction, believing steadfastly that he was not mistaken. Upon returning to the room, I beheld my two daughters, already deep in slumber upon their beds. The only thing I could do was embrace them, cherishing the memory of this moment before one of them departs from my side. With over 2 days remaining until our return to Wampa's star, Broly found himself once again drowsy as he was escorted by the scar-faced man to the elementary school in the remote town. Upon entering the classroom, he spotted his new acquaintance from the previous day and settled into his seat, greeting the girl beside him. Good morning, Tosaka. This was a phrase taught to him by Fujimura Taiga, a reminder to greet his classmates warmly upon arriving at school. Good morning, Broly, Tosaka Rin replied with a nod. While many classmates extended their greetings as well, her mature demeanor rendered her a central figure in the classroom, drawing the attention of numerous girls her age who gravitated around her. Although Broly had just joined the class during the last period yesterday, Rin's presence afforded him a fair share of friendly overtures from the younger students. However, the boys, in contrast to the girls' cordiality, exhibited less friendliness towards him. One boy, sporting a single ponytail, remarked sarcastically, suggesting he might as well join the girls. Even at the second grade level, a sense of gender distinction was already palpable, with boys forming their own circles separate from those of the girls. Observing Broly's amiable rapport with Rin, the leader of the boys' group, Shinjo, felt a twinge of discontent and responded with thinly veiled sarcasm. Yet, it is essential to note that at this age, boys' disdain for girls often masks a desire to capture their attention. Thus, their target of teasing was Broly, driven by jealousy over his rapport with a girl. Let me tell you, don't think about becoming friends with us boys, they sneered. Rin, with her charming appearance, cheerful nature, and readiness to assist others, was a girl who garnered universal admiration, despite her assertive personality that often thwarted boys from bullying others. In this classroom, many young boys still hold her in high regard. Even the self-proclaimed leader, Zoken, who stands in opposition. If you refuse to befriend Broly, then so be it. Do you truly believe that only you boys are capable of forming friendships? Regarding the unwarranted exclusion tactics aimed at Broly, Rin Tosaka boldly interposed herself before the boy at her table, confronting him directly. Disregard that fellow Zoken. If he does not wish to be your friend, I shall introduce you to my friends and let them befriend you. Young Rin Tosaka exuded a remarkable charm, possessing numerous female companions. Under her encouragement, Broly swiftly experienced the delightful camaraderie of young girls. Just as Broly was beginning to grasp the dynamics of this class and the elementary school social sphere, he found himself passively acquainted with many of Rin's friends. They were all young girls, with rosy lips and pearly teeth, their skin boasting the delightful plumpness of youth. However, despite the sizable number, none received the coveted Crystal Palace hint. Clearly, apart from Rin herself, there were no other girls among the newly acquainted who could potentially become his partner. Yet, despite the ambiguity of the situation, Broly felt a surge of joy at the sudden influx of female friends resembling a youthful camaraderie akin to that of a childhood crush. Strange, where is Koton? After the first class of the morning concluded, Rin furrowed her brow. Noticing Broly's inquiring gaze, she gestured towards the empty desk across from them and explained. Koton was the girl who sat here yesterday. She is my best friend, but I am unsure why she is absent today. Oh, Broly nodded in understanding, though he held little recollection of the girl from the previous day. By the way, it seems you do not recognize characters? Rin inquired. I only know 5 characters, which I learned yesterday. Broly candidly admitted his illiteracy. How about I teach you how to write your name? Rin offered eagerly. All right. The morning swiftly passed, and Broly learned to write his name in Japanese. However, as he did so, characters from his latent memory surfaced, enabling him to write additional scripts. When Rin saw these unfamiliar characters, she asked, "What are these?" They are Chinese characters. You know Chinese characters? I'm not sure. They just appeared in my mind. Broly replied honestly, earning Rin's admiration for his knowledge of something she did not possess. In addition to literacy, some young girls also taught Broly how to play the string game. From his initial clumsiness, he progressed to skillfully forming a pentagram, earning applause from the delighted girls. Under the leadership of the Child King in the new city, the young boys became increasingly disdainful towards him, even warning their peers to avoid conversing with Broly. Particularly, they cautioned those who had shown interest in Broly's Xian identity not to associate with him. In response, Broly remained indifferent, lost in the joy of playing with human friends for the first time. This experience was markedly different from his playtime with Baya, as these companions engaged him in conversation, imparting novel knowledge in games. Broly felt a pure joy that could only be experienced during childhood, a sensation he had never encountered before. In essence, it was a childhood he had never known. However, this idyllic childhood was short-lived. After a meager lunch, their homeroom teacher unexpectedly announced that afternoon classes would be canceled. Most elementary students rejoiced at the news, while a few, including Rin Tosaka, were concerned about the reason behind the cancellation. Rin ventured to the office to inquire, but overheard a discussion among the teachers regarding the recent disappearance of children. Following the earlier conquest of King Iskander, Castor's workshop had been destroyed, drawing attention to the heinous crime of child murder, which was now exposed to the public. One of the missing students from Fuyuki Elementary was among the victims, and reports indicated that the perpetrator had yet to be apprehended. The assailants' activities were centered around Fuyuki City, where many students hailed from. For the sake of student safety, the principal of Fuyuki Elementary decided to suspend afternoon classes upon receiving reports about the child abductor. The following days were sure to be filled with unease, possibly leading to further class cancellations until the criminal was captured or until the grim incident faded from public memory. Outside the office, Rin trembled at the news, recalling her desk mate, Suzune, who had not attended school that day and also lived in Fuyuki City. Concerned for her friend's well-being, Rin approached the school's payphone and called Suzune's home. The call was promptly answered by a woman's anxious voice, inquiring if she was Suzune. "No, I am Rin Tosaka, a classmate of Suzune. She hasn't come to school today, so I wanted to check on her," Rin replied, eliciting disappointment from the other end. "Suzune has gone missing. She disappeared yesterday, and we are searching for her. If you have any information, please let us know." After the call ended, Rin felt a profound sense of despair. As a somewhat mature young adult, she often enjoyed pretending to be grown up while watching the evening news. She was somewhat aware of the abductor that had surfaced in Fuyuki City, yet she never anticipated that such a disappearance would encroach upon her circle of friends. With no classes in the afternoon, they decided to head to the playground for a game of soccer. Upon returning to the classroom, some children who could not go home immediately debated what game to play that afternoon. In contrast to their carefree demeanor, Rin Tosaka of the same age was burdened with worries. "What's wrong?" Broly inquired, noticing the decline in Rin's happiness levels through the Crystal Palace. "Nothing," she replied. Those who bear troubles often feel an urge to share, yet if the listener is someone who believes that confiding would merely add to their burdens, they would rather remain silent. Rin, possessing a more mature mindset, viewed Broly as a little classmate in need of care, deeming it unnecessary to utter words that might instill fear in him. "Then why has your happiness level dropped?" Each point lost is akin to food disappearing into thin air, which would understandably agitate a food lover like me, Broly remarked. However, Rin was disinclined to elaborate, leaving Broly at a loss for what to do. Finally, when the school bell rang signaling the release of the children who could go home, Rin, with her small backpack in tow, exited the school, followed closely by Broly. Rin resolved to venture into Fuyuki City in search of her dear friend, a decision that could be deemed reckless. Yet the thought of her friend possibly facing death was unbearable. The troubled girl remained oblivious to the little shadow trailing behind her. After purchasing a ticket at the train station, she passed through the turnstile and boarded the train heading to Fuyuki City. With no money for a ticket, Broly utilized his height to sneak under the barrier, managing to evade detection by the ticket inspector and boarding the same train. Once aboard, with more time to ponder and calm her thoughts, Rin began to feel a twinge of fear. After all, she was merely a 7-year-old child. Although she often behaved like a little adult, her family understood their own circumstances. The prospect of confronting the abductor who had taken her friend, a suspected kidnapper and murderer, was daunting for a child. Suddenly, a pair of small shoes appeared at her feet, prompting Rin to look up. When she saw Broly, her classmate, standing beside her, her mouth fell open in surprise. "What are you doing here?" she asked directly. "I came with you," Broly replied candidly. "Why?" Rin questioned, perplexed. "You seemed unwell, and I was worried about you," Broly succinctly stated, omitting the crucial detail about her continuously declining happiness levels. Rin, at a loss for words, found that the original sense of panic and tension had indeed been somewhat alleviated by the sudden presence of this boy beside her. Even in the presence of her little desk mate, who required care, she assumed the demeanor of a reliable, mature individual, sternly lecturing Broly. "Children should return home directly after school. Wandering outside is perilous. Aren't you a child as well?" Broly retorted. "I am different. I am going to find a friend. And I am rather capable," the young Rin Tosaka defended, her cheeks flushed. "Oh," Broly nodded, accepting her assertion. However, this display of agreement left Rin feeling somewhat at a loss. "Aren't you going to counter my words? Are you then lying?" "Not at all." Rin puffed her chest out, though her gaze betrayed a hint of guilt as it darted away. "Where do you live? I shall escort you home afterward." She deftly shifted the topic. "My home is over there." Broly indicated the direction of the Fujimura residence while on the train. "But what is your specific address?" Broly did not respond, merely gazing at the girl with a bewildered expression. "You cannot possibly tell me that you do not know your own address. I can find my way back myself." Broly indeed had not memorized the address, but he remembered the direction. The distance was not far, even less than that from his home on planet Vampa to the Vampa spider's cavern. "So does this mean you are lost?" Rin felt her head spinning. Her old desk mate had vanished, and now her new one was also lost on the way home. "I am not lost. I can find my way back," Broly insisted once more. Yet, Rin found not a word of his claim credible. "Finding your way back by yourself is merely stubbornness to avoid embarrassment. I am going to find my friend Kodon. After I disembark, you should seek the police to help you get home." "What is the police? You do not even know what the police are?" "No matter. I can take you there after I get off." Suddenly, Rin halted. She considered that at her age, if spotted by the police, she would likely be escorted home. "Forget it. You should accompany me to find my friend. Once we locate Kodon, I will take you home. However, you must heed my words. If danger arises, you must run swiftly when I tell you to." Taking a companion on an adventure was not ideal, but for the young Rin Tosaka, it seemed the only option. After all, she could not approach the police and walk into a trap, nor could she leave her evidently vulnerable new desk mate unattended in an unfamiliar place. This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. Alright. Broly obediently nodded, expressing no dissent to Rin's prior instructions. Thus, the young Rin and young Broly officially formed their daring adventure duo on the train, ready to explore Fuyuki City. Upon disembarking from the tram, Rin Tosaka, accompanied by Broly, began her search along the route to her friend's house. According to the words of Rin's mother, and based on the astute deductions of the renowned detective Rin Tosaka, she suspected that her friend had been abducted on their way home. However, despite her youthful appearance, she possessed the intellect of a high school detective. Yet faced with the labyrinth of intersecting streets and buildings, Rin found herself at a loss to determine which area might be frequented by the abductor. The girl was left to employ a rather rudimentary method of exhaustive searching, using herself as bait in the process. Naturally, Broly trailed closely behind her, aiding in the investigation. Hours passed as they scoured the area, from the early light of day to the waning glow of sunset, and Rin felt the weight of her vulnerability as a child. As she prepared to continue her aimless search, she suddenly realized that her young companion had vanished from sight. Panic surged within her. Was she to lose yet another classmate? This time a new one right from her grasp. However, upon retracing her steps back to the street, she discovered that Broly had merely been captivated by the enticing aroma wafting from a nearby takoyaki stand, pausing at the entrance. "Do you want to eat?" Rin inquired, relieved to find Broly was not truly lost, yet noticing his eager expression. Broly nodded, the scent of takoyaki stirring his appetite. "I'll treat you," Rin declared, pulling out her small wallet to purchase 2 servings of the delectable dish. After such a long walk, she too felt a pang of hunger. They entered the shop and settled at a table, awaiting the completion of their order. "I need to use the restroom. Don't follow me," Rin said, feeling an urgent need. When she noticed Broly attempting to accompany her, she blushed and gently admonished him. Broly obediently returned to his seat. The sound of rushing water filled the air as Rin attended to her needs. However, as she finished washing her hands and prepared to exit, the magical pointer she wore around her neck, a birthday gift from her father that could detect the presence of magical beings, began to react unexpectedly. Following the pointer's guidance, Rin peeked through the back door of the takoyaki shop and caught sight of a radiant young man bathing in the golden hues of the setting sun, leading a group of expressionless children by the hand. "Come along, good children. The big brother will take you to play fun games," said Ryusei Ryonosuke, wearing a magic bracelet crafted by his own heroic spirit, which held hypnotic effects on children, as he gathered a new batch of adorable companions. Upon encountering the enigmatic Bluebeard, Ryusei Ryonosuke felt an incessant surge of creative inspiration. Unbeknownst to him, due to the police's manhunt, his artistic creations had already fallen prey to Ryder's destruction. At present, he wore a radiant smile, contemplating the inception of his next masterpiece. He had already crafted a handcrafted human piano, which indeed epitomized art. Therefore, his next endeavor should focus on furniture, perhaps a handcrafted human piano chair, where one would hear the delightful lamentations of children upon sitting. This individual harbors issues. There exists a reaction of magical potency within him. Rin Tosaka hesitated at the back door before quietly deciding to follow him. She had no intention of alerting Broly. Prioritizing the safety of her new desk mate, who remained at the takoyaki shop, was a more responsible choice than trailing a potentially dangerous abductor. "Your takoyaki." 5 minutes later, the proprietor of the takoyaki shop presented Broly with 2 servings of steaming delicacies. As Broly gazed at the hot takoyaki, he swallowed in anticipation, but found Rin Tosaka's pace rather slow. The target of his focus seemed to drift further away, leaving him uncertain of when she might return. Thus, he pondered, "It should be acceptable to indulge in my portion of food, which was graciously offered by my wife, right?" With this thought, he reached for the skewered takoyaki. The round, succulent morsels were hot and fragrant. Upon taking a bite, the octopus tentacle within offered a delightful, springy texture. In summary, it was utterly delicious. Observing the other patrons pouring sauce, Broly mimicked their actions. Meanwhile, as Broly savored the takoyaki, Rin Tosaka cautiously descended the staircase, shadowing the suspected abductor. She concealed herself behind a box at the stairs corner, waiting for the suspect to exit before quietly slipping into a somewhat derelict underground bar. Within, she discovered several abducted children, among whom was her missing desk mate, Rin. Yet, regardless of how she called out, the girl appeared vacant and unresponsive, a victim of magical hypnosis. After assessing her friend's condition, Rin deduced the grim reality. Oh dear, who are these children? Just as she prepared to seek assistance, her exit was abruptly blocked by the unexpectedly returned Ryusei Ryonosuke. "Had it not been for my master's familiar, I might not have realized I was being followed. Thankfully, it is you, a delightful child. So what brings you here?" "I merely took a wrong turn," Rin stammered, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow as she attempted to slip past him. "Since you're here, why not join me for some fun? A party is far more enjoyable with more people." However, Ryusei Ryujin obstructed her path, reaching out to seize her. Initially believing that with the hypnotic wristband in his possession, subduing a child would be an effortless endeavor, he was caught off guard when he grasped the girl's hand, only to be met with a jolt of electricity that compelled him to release his grip. "Do you possess static electricity?" Ryusei Ryujin pondered, surprised, as a mere mortal. He was unaware that this was the result of the hypnotic magic of the wristband being countered by the innate magical resistance within the girl's being. Do not climb onto the bar. It would be unfortunate if you fell and injured yourself. The integrity of my creative material must be preserved. After some tribulations, Ryujin managed to seize Rin Tosaka once more. But as the girl endured the drowsiness induced by the magical assault and forcefully channeled her own mana to shatter the wristband, he was violently thrown aside. With the hypnotic device destroyed, the children in the bar awakened, bewildered by their unfamiliar surroundings, prompting some to burst into tears. Rin, what is happening? There's no time for explanations. Follow me quickly. Everyone, we must escape together. Under Rin Tosaka's commanding voice, the bewildered children instinctively obeyed her. Just as Rin prepared to flee through the door, a sea demon descended from above. Is that a familiar? The fearsome visage of the sea demon rendered the girl pale, prompting her to retreat hastily. Fortunately, I have an ally. Ryujin, rising from the ground, expressed his relief as he retrieved a small knife from his pocket. End of chapter. Chapter 16. All of this is Tokiomi Tosaka's fault. He ruined the wristband that Bluebeard had given me and brought me so much trouble. Although I dislike compromising the integrity of my artistic materials before creation, mischievous children must learn their lessons. Well then, since you are so nimble, perhaps I shall sever your tendons first. With the sea demon in front and a deranged kidnapper behind, Rin Tosaka found herself in a dire predicament. Fear crept onto her delicate face as she shielded her desk mate while retreating towards the side of the bar. However, that path merely led to a corner, with a wall behind, leaving no escape. This time, you will behave. Do not resist me again, or I shall slice open your belly. The children huddled to the side, none daring to intervene before Ryujin. Yet, just after he uttered this doesn't look good, Yuri Ryanosuk wiped the sea demon's blood off his face. Broly's entrance was clearly unnatural, and he just crushed Bluebeard's familiar, the very creature summoned to protect him. Don't be so serious. I was just joking around with your friend, Ryanosuk said casually, improvising on the spot. His excuse caught Broly off guard. There's a gap. Seeing the boy hesitate, Ryanosuk instantly thrust the knife in his hand straight toward Broly's temple. Watch out! Tosaka Rin cried out, but too late. The blade struck home, yet it didn't matter. The knife hit Broly's temple and simply wouldn't pierce through. The resistance felt like stabbing thick leather, completely unexpected for Ryanosuk. What is a joke? Broly asked curiously, oddly fixated on that word. Well, this a joke. Ryanosuk forced a stiff laugh as he pulled the knife back. That's nonsense. He was trying to kill you, and he tried to kill us too. Tosaka Rin immediately shot back. Shut your mouth, brat. Who gave you permission to talk? Ryanosuk snapped, reaching out to grab Tosaka Rin by the head. But before his fingers could even touch her, he went flying backward. Crack! The wooden bar counter shattered on impact. His body crashed into a stack of wooden crates behind it, which splintered apart instantly. You dared hurt my friend. You deserve, Broly began, voice trembling with rage, but his sentence never finished. Because the man he just kicked was already impaled on countless jagged wooden shards, dangling grotesquely from the wreckage. His eyes were wide with shock, breath ragged. Where am I? Who am I? It hurts so much. That was Ryanosuk's first coherent thought as awareness returned. His abdomen had been obliterated the moment Broly's kick landed, so fast that his adrenal glands hadn't even had time to release adrenaline before being reduced to pulp. Now, his mind was terrifyingly clear. He could feel every excruciating sensation, wanted to scream, but only blood gushed from his mouth. So this is what it feels like to have your guts torn open all this time. The intestines I've been searching for were right inside me, so painful, yet so vividly red with a twisted expression, half sobbing, half laughing. Contorted beyond recognition by agony, Ryanosuk slowly lost consciousness and stopped breathing. His lifeless eyes reflected a confused little boy. Broly stood there, utterly bewildered. I didn't even use any real strength, and he just dropped dead. Should I still be angry? Tosaka Rin stared, dumbfounded. In less than a minute, she'd gone from facing certain death to a mysterious new classmate appearing out of nowhere, to watching him get ambushed, then suddenly kicking the villain to death in one blow. Suzune, don't look. Let us go. Glancing once more at the gruesome corpse, Rin paled at the sight of its mangled remains. She quickly took her old classmate's hand and carefully stepped around the boy, heading for the exit. As Broly turned his head, appearing uncertain about his next move, he watched her intently. You followed suit. Thus, after passing by the boy, Rin Tosaka paused in her steps. Gritting her teeth, she took the initiative to pull Broly along, departing with this perilous new classmate in tow. Outside, a patrol car passed by, prompting Rin to instruct Suzu to seek assistance from the police, while she seized the moment to lead Broly away from the scene. The appearance of the missing children attracted the gathering of patrol cars, and soon a perimeter was established around the underground bar. What on earth is happening? Once she hid in an alley, observing her friends safely arrive, Rin finally had the opportunity to inquire about the boy beside her. What do you mean? Broly responded, somewhat perplexed. I'm referring to your sudden appearance, followed by that decisive kick that dispatched the kidnapper and murderer. Rin explained, I was just eating takoyaki. After finishing my portion, I noticed your happiness levels plummeting upon your return, so I brought your takoyaki to find you. Broly succinctly recounted his situation, his gaze returning to the takoyaki in his hands, and Rin could easily discern his desire to indulge. If you still wish to eat, then go ahead. But that is your food. I'm feeling a bit queasy right now. Rin spoke truthfully. The octopus tentacles peeking from the takoyaki bore an unsettling resemblance to the tentacles of the familiar that had obstructed their path earlier. Coupled with the gruesome sight of Ryusei Razuke's almost bisected demise, it was indeed a challenge to maintain any appetite. Tosaka, you're a wonderful wife, Broly suddenly declared, gazing earnestly at the girl. Huh. Rin's eyes widened in surprise as she watched Broly savor the takoyaki, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. You truly are an odd fellow. Even after delivering a fatal kick, and regardless of the victim being a kidnapper and murderer, Rin felt a twinge of fear, a natural instinct towards those who could easily take one's life. Yet, as she observed Broly find contentment in something as mundane as takoyaki, that fear began to dissipate. Odd. Broly contemplated, perplexed. However, before he could delve into the meaning of her comment, Rin continued. I genuinely appreciate your help today. Had it not been for you, I might have found myself in peril. Rin Tosaka's happiness levels are rising. Listening to the chime from the crystalline palace in his mind, Broly felt a resurgence of joy within himself. If one were to equate joy with happiness points, at that moment of her gratitude, he felt as though he had gained hundreds of bottles of happiness. Thank you. Rin extended her hand, intending to shake Broly's. Yet when he merely stared at her hand without responding, an awkward tension ensued. Give me your hand. Why? Will you, or one to you? Yes. A handshake signifies a bond of friendship, thus marking you as my dearest companion, Rin Tosaka. How intriguing. Broly felt he had acquired newfound knowledge. By the way, your esteemed Rin Tosaka was about to mention something regarding assistance on the way home when the magical pointer on her chest reacted once more. With a thud, a sea creature leapt from the rooftop, crashing into the alley behind Broly. Rin's expression shifted dramatically before she could issue a warning. A buzzing sound erupted as a swarm of insects darted past, assailing the emerging sea beast and voraciously devouring it at an astonishing pace. Rin, are you all right? A familiar voice resonated from behind. Uncle Korea, Rin Tosaka exclaimed in surprise, yet upon turning, she was met with fright. I apologize. I appear rather unkempt at the moment. Beneath the streetlight, a man adjusted his hood, seemingly attempting to conceal half of his grotesque visage. His face was wrinkled like that of an elder, with something beneath the skin writhing, presenting a rather horrifying sight. What has happened to you? Oh, it's nothing, merely a bout of illness. But you, haven't you gone to the Zenju residence with your mother? What brings you to Fuyuki City? I am here to seek a friend. Rin Tosaka hesitated, but ultimately revealed to her kind uncle the reason for her presence in Fuyuki City. It is perilous here. You and your friend must return promptly. Korea Matou glanced at Broly, mistakenly assuming him to be the friend Rin sought, and addressed them both. Around 7 in the evening, Aoi Zenju received a call from Korea Matou and drove hastily to Fuyuki City. Rin, how could you suddenly return to Fuyuki City alone? Aoi scolded her daughter upon arrival at a nearby park. Mother, my friend has gone missing, and I am concerned that something has befallen him. Rin explained in a hushed tone. As long as nothing has happened, Aoi replied, then turned her gaze to Korea Matou. Korea, you have protected Rin, haven't you? Thank you. And Broly, he has also safeguarded me, Rin added. Aoi glanced in the direction her daughter indicated, spotting a young boy. This is Broly, my closest friend at present. Rin introduced him to her mother. Upon meeting Aoi Zenjo, Broly's mind was flooded with an inexplicable piece of information. Yet he could not comprehend its significance and soon discarded it from his thoughts. Aoi politely nodded at the boy, refraining from uttering any reprimands, as it would be unseemly to chastise a child for her daughter's reckless actions. Clearly, she had misunderstood, as Broly had taken the blame for the girl named Suzune. Protecting Rin is my duty. The children are overlooked while the adults engage in conversation. What are you saying? I speak words that suddenly arise in my mind. However, children possess their own means of communication. What is that? I do not know. Broly shakes his head, pointing towards Matou Shinji. Yet, I am aware that he is a sycophant. So what exactly is a sycophant? I am uncertain. Rin Tosaka, somewhat speechless, reaffirms Broly's assertion that he is indeed a peculiar individual. The children's discourse concludes, while the adults' conversation intensifies, primarily due to Matou Shinji's participation in the Holy Grail War, which leads to a dispute with Aoi Zenjo. Aoi cannot fathom why her childhood friend would suddenly wish to partake in the perilous Holy Grail War. Those sentiments buried in the past, now spoken aloud, seem meaningless. One can only lament that their younger self misjudged Tokiomi Tosaka. Otherwise, they would never have entrusted the person before them to another. For what reason are you doing this? Aoi presses for clarity, and Matou Shinji is left to fabricate an excuse. I do it for your daughter, to prevent her from becoming like me. What? Rest assured. That scoundrel Matou Sakura merely seeks the Holy Grail. As long as I can procure it for her, she will be safe. And I will return her to you and Rin. Aoi Zenjo hesitates, caught between words. You need not worry about me. My servant is the strongest. Misinterpreting her expression as concern for himself, Matou Shinji quickly responds. No, I only wish to convey that Sakura has already returned. She is currently residing in the Zenjo family's annex with me and Rin. What? She fled from the Matou household back to the Tosaka residence, only to be sent to me by Tokiomi. Matou Shinji ponders, if Sakura has returned home, then what compelled him to pay the grave price of a dwindling lifespan to enter this Holy Grail War? The expression on Matou Shinji's face resembles the two highest cards in a deck, but can he blame his childhood sweetheart before him? Or the adorable girl who calls him Uncle Shinji and smiles so serenely? He cannot blame either. The fault lies solely with that man. Indeed, all of this is Tokiomi Tosaka's fault. Ah, then that is reassuring. Rage ignites within, and Matou Shinji forces a smile at Aoi Zenjo. After uttering this, he turns and departs without a hint of hesitation. His body, ravaged by the parasitic markings, had already sealed his fate of death the moment he decided to engage in the Holy Grail ritual. Although the goal for which he had been striving has vanished, Matou Korea has discovered a new purpose. In the limited span of his life, he is determined to thoroughly trample down that scoundrel, Tosaka Tokiomi. Korea departed. Yet the recent conversation with Zenjo Aoi has enlightened Broly about the whereabouts of Matou Sakura. Ah, they are sisters. Indeed, both are splendid wives, and they provide for me. Broly mused as Tosaka Rin approached him. Shall I have my mother drive you home? She inquired. No need. I can return by myself, he replied. Let us go, Rin. It's time to head home, Zenjo Aoi called out to her daughter. Then, we shall meet again tomorrow. Having witnessed the boy's prowess, Tosaka Rin harbored no doubts regarding his ability to return home, waving goodbye to Broly. After Rin and her mother departed, Broly gathered his strength, lifted off the ground, and soared towards the Fujimura residence. His speed was astonishing, akin to a famished student rushing to the cafeteria, creating ripples of air around him. Fortunately, night had fallen. Even if someone heard the peculiar sounds, it would be difficult to spot the boy zipping through the darkened sky. End of chapter 17. Gildere's Revenge. What? Missing? The Fujimura household had grown increasingly tumultuous as Scarface realized he had not picked up the boy from school. Young miss, when I went to the school, they informed me that Broly left the premises on his own after reviewing the surveillance footage at the entrance, Scarface explained, sounding somewhat innocent. In Japan, elementary school students typically return home independently. Thus, when dismissing children, Fujimura Elementary School in Fuyuki Town does not intentionally prevent any child from leaving. This led to Scarface receiving an early dismissal notification, but discovering that Broly was already gone when he arrived at the usual time. Scarface was unable to reach anyone. The boy had disappeared, and with a kidnapping and murder suspect lurking in Fuyuki City, this directly caused Fujimura Taiga to erupt with frustration. Did the school not call you to pick him up earlier? Fujimura Taiga gripped Scarface by the collar, her eyes ablaze with fury. Scarface was at a loss for words. He merely thought it was acceptable for the child to remain at school until it was time to collect him. Taiga. Let him go. I had him run an errand for me this afternoon, Fujimura Reika interjected just as Taiga was about to strike Scarface. Grandfather, I understand your urgency, but please do not panic. Worrying is futile when problems arise, and blaming others will not help either. What matters most now is finding a solution. Fujimura Reika calmly advised his granddaughter. What shall we do now? Fujimura Taiga inquired. Surrounding the school, several surveillance cameras have been installed. With the connections of our Fujimura group, we possess the capability to access that surveillance footage. Therefore, we must first seek assistance to retrieve the recordings from the nearby areas in order to trace the whereabouts of the child after leaving school. We must act swiftly. I have already dispatched someone to undertake this task, and according to the surveillance, the child boarded a train heading to Nishi-Tokyo Station without a ticket. Fujimura Taiga appeared somewhat astonished, while Fujimura Reika bore an expression that conveyed, "This is the prowess of your grandfather," as he imparted lessons to his granddaughter on maintaining composure in the face of adversity. What happened next? If you were in my position, Taiga, what would you do? I would locate that child, Broly. But what if there is no surveillance available? I would search personally. Incorrect. Your individual efforts are limited. You must mobilize the strength of the Fujimura group to assist in the search. Furthermore, it is not merely a matter of locating the child. Currently, the most significant danger to children in Nishi-Tokyo is that serial abductor and murderer. We must also trace the whereabouts of this criminal, while simultaneously leveraging our connections to involve the police in the search. Fujimura Reika's description of the situation left Fujimura Taiga momentarily speechless, observing his granddaughter's bewildered expression. The elder felt satisfied and continued, "These are tasks that ordinary individuals cannot accomplish. For an ordinary person who goes missing, a case can only be filed after 48 hours, and results are often elusive. However, the Fujimura group is different. We can mobilize our subordinates to search and utilize our connections to contact the police for assistance." So, Taiga, do you now understand the significance of having influence? Grandfather, you make a compelling point. I am starting to see the value of having a powerful backing. However, what is paramount at this moment does not seem to be this. I merely wish to ask, has Broly been found? Not yet, but we should receive news soon. That means he is still missing. No, I must also go out to search for him. Fujimura sister, can we eat now? As Fujimura Taiga inquired about the last known location of the boy, Broly descended from the sky, landing in the backyard. Noticing several individuals inside the house who were unaware of his presence, he approached his sister-in-law to inquire, "Who can think of eating now at this time?" Fujimura Taiga exclaimed as she turned her head, along with the others, to look at Broly, who had suddenly appeared in the courtyard. "Hey, you're back?" asked a scar-faced man. "Yes, I have returned," Broly nodded. "Where have you been, little one? I was quite worried when I heard you had suddenly gone missing," Fujimura Taiga said as she rushed to embrace him. "I was with my classmate's wife, searching for her other classmate friend. Along the way, she treated me to some takoyaki. In the end, she even shared her portion of takoyaki with me. The delicacy known as takoyaki was truly delectable." Broly reflected on his experiences after school and responded to Taiga Fujimura's inquiry, yet within his reply. It was the flavor of the takoyaki and the various ways to enjoy it that warranted elaborate description, while trivial matters were simply disregarded. When venturing out with friends, one ought to inform adults, lest it incite unnecessary worry. Upon witnessing Broly's safe return, Taiga Fujimura felt a wave of relief, though she still took the opportunity to admonish the boy. "I understand," Broly replied, nodding obediently. "Just remember, sister will take you out for a meal." Ruffling the boy's hair, Taiga Fujimura led him toward the cafeteria. "Old man, there's no need for fuss. Everyone can come back now." Fujimura Reika waved his hand dismissively. Broly's disappearance was an unfortunate incident, but at least it allowed his granddaughter to understand the advantages of having influential connections. And the boy's safe return was undoubtedly a positive outcome, sparing them the effort of searching for him. Was he struck by a heavy truck? The missing child had been found and returned, but the police had to remain on the scene to deal with the body of a suspected criminal. Investigators examined the youth's corpse, which was embedded in a shattered wooden crate, rendering its abdominal cavity nearly unrecognizable, and furrowed their brows. Having encountered numerous death scenes, this one was particularly bizarre, leaving them unable to deduce what could have caused such a grotesque fate. Nevertheless, this individual was likely a prime suspect in the recent spate of home invasions, child abductions, and child murders in Fuyuki City. Be sure to capture this person's likeness in detail. We must investigate their identity upon our return to see if we can uncover substantial evidence. Instructed the chief inspector overseeing the scene. After delivering his orders, he noticed an unsettling silence from his subordinates. Why has everyone fallen silent? Turning around, he was met with the sight of his subordinates ensnared by tentacled creatures, suspended in midair, desperately struggling yet unable to break free. A monster? The chief inspector's eyes widened in horror as he took 2 steps back, realizing there was nowhere to retreat, for behind him lay the gruesome corpse. Release my men. He drew his firearm, attempting to threaten the creatures entwining his subordinates' necks in hopes of compelling them to relent. How could this happen? Yet before he could pull the trigger, a voice filled with astonishment and disbelief emerged from behind the sea demon. This place is perilous. A figure clad in a blue robe disregarded the chief inspector's warning and strode confidently into the bar. This individual had prominent eyes reminiscent of a bulging goldfish, effortlessly passing through the sea demon's vicinity without obstruction. Ryusei Ryanasuk, my master, I never anticipated you would perish before my very eyes. In the eyes of Gilda Ray, a profound sorrow lingered, for a master who shared his language and passions now lay before him in the form of a lifeless body. Yet, your demise bore a certain artistry. One might say you sacrificed yourself for the sake of art, as the sea demon did not intervene. This individual approached and conversed with the deceased, prompting the chief inspector to realize a grim truth. You are in league with this kidnapping and murder suspect. And these monsters are under your control, are they not? The chief leveled his firearm at the man. Release my colleague from those creatures, or I shall not hesitate to pull the trigger, he threatened. As some onlookers turned pale, decisive action was imperative. Gilda Ray lowered his gaze to the inspector, who stood but at his chest height, and retorted, Are you not aware that one should refrain from disturbing the grieving in their sorrow? He extended his hand towards the man's head, not to seize it, but merely to hover before him. Yet, you appear devoid of any artistic sensibility. So I shall grant you my forgiveness. In a hushed tone, Gil began to chant, though the inspector remained oblivious to his intentions and bellowed. I command you to order those monsters to release my colleague. Did you hear me? Dark sacrifices summoned by sea demons. The formation of the magical array required the very essence of the inspector before him. What is this? What have you done? A sudden, excruciating pain coursed through the inspector's body, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Before he could squeeze the trigger, a sea demon erupted from within him. He was slain, his flesh devoured by the very monster that burst forth. Ryusei Run shook. How cruelly unjust is the divine, to have you, a magnificent artist of this world, exit prematurely. But fret not, for I, Gilda Ray, vow to ensure that the agent of divine will responsible for your untimely departure shall exit this stage, known as the world, in like manner. With a swift motion, he plunged his hand into the body of a police officer suspended by a sea demon, extracting a vibrant heart. The incantation echoed once more, and as the heart served as the catalyst, the blood of the deceased, infused with their resentment, surged forth, guided by the magic's influence. Mist? No. This was a phenomenon conjured by sorcery. Through the eyes of his assassin, Kaire Kodomine, stationed at the church of Fuyuki, observed the caster leading a host of sea demons. That individual remained unabashedly enigmatic, brazenly parading through the streets, accompanied by a throng of familiars. Along the way, any ordinary souls encountered were mercilessly slain. Their remains utilized as material for summoning additional familiars. What a madman! While notifying Tosaka Tokiomi of the caster's new movements, Kirii also instructed his assassin to incapacitate and discard any innocent bystanders along the path of their advance. This act is not born of any noble intention to save others. It is rather a desire to prevent the caster's army of familiars from expanding further. What? The caster has summoned a multitude of familiars in the streets, parading about? Upon receiving this news, Tokiomi Tosaka felt his blood pressure surging dangerously high. As the head of the Tosaka family, the most prestigious lineage of magicians in Fuyuki City, he bears both the obligation and responsibility to uphold the local mysteries. The caster's brazen display, parading with a throng of familiars through the streets, is nothing short of an affront, challenging the very limits of his identity as a magician. At this juncture in the Holy Grail ritual, can it still be deemed a mysterious ceremony? Should we not simply affix a loudspeaker to announce their presence to the world? Has the caster's master lost his senses, permitting his servant to act in such a manner? Is he not fearful of being besieged by countless other servants? Teacher, if I may be so bold. That combination has been mad from the onset of the Holy Grail ritual, Kurumi Yagami reported regarding the caster's intentions. Oh, right, I almost forgot. What is their objective? Creating such a commotion. Do they merely wish to make themselves targets for all? Following the caster's trajectory, he and his legion of familiars are advancing toward the stronghold of the Saber team. It is unclear why the caster has fixated on Saber. Teacher, shall we take action against the caster's behavior? If the intent is to confront Saber, then we need not snipe at him. Let that mad combination of the caster serve as a stone for probing, testing Saber's strength, Tokiomi mused. Of course, you must continue to have assassin clear the path of innocence. If too many perish, it will be difficult to conceal. He did not impede the caster's actions, but instructed his disciple to manage the aftermath, minimizing civilian casualties. Thus, Gilgamesh was guided by the blood of resentment. Traversing unhindered through the old district of Fuyuki City, aided by the silent efforts of Yagami's servant in eliminating innocent bystanders. Kiritsugu, within the new stronghold. Artoria sensed an unusual atmosphere. Bursting into the residence, she discovered her master, Shiro Amiya, had also detected the strange magical presence. At that moment, he had already assembled a submachine gun, and as he glanced at the intruding Saber, he instructed the injured Miyahisa beside him, protect Alice. Saber, and I will confront the enemy. Under the moonlit night, shrouded in fog, the streets lay obscured by clouds. Yet, as the moonlight broke through once more, the caster and his legion of sea demons emerged at the end of the street, their numbers far exceeding those that had assaulted the Einsborn castle. Wretched path, how many innocents have you slaughtered? Gazing upon the vast throng of sea demons, Artoria felt a surge of indignation. Though she was neither a native of this era nor this land, her unwavering chivalric spirit ignited her fury towards those who engaged in malevolent acts. Oh, what a serendipitous encounter it is to reunite with the beautiful holy maiden here. It seems fate has conspired to bring you back to my side. However, dear holy maiden, I, Gildre, have not come in search of you tonight, but rather for vengeance. What? Both Artoria, who emerged onto the streets to confront the foe, and Amiya Kiritsugu, who had taken position atop a rooftop, voiced their skepticism. My master, Aoi Ryanosuk, a remarkable artist of the human realm, was brutally slain in a nameless tavern. My magic guides the arrival of this vengeful legion. Step aside, holy maiden, for tonight's stage holds no role for you. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Confrontation and Devastation. Do you truly believe I would trust your words? Artoria brandished her shadowless holy sword, directing it towards Gildre, utterly disbelieving the words of that scoundrel. Wait, Saber, if the caster does not seek conflict with us, then we should refrain from engaging him. Kiritsugu, from his vantage point, observed the entirety of the sea demon army, densely occupying a thoroughfare, numbering not in the hundreds, but certainly in the 70 to 80 range. Engaging them while Saber bore an injury to her left hand would be folly. Thus, upon hearing the caster's declaration, this man prepared to avoid battle. Through their magical connection, he conveyed his thoughts to his servant. Master, do you truly believe that scoundrel's words? Artoria immediately furrowed her brow, questioning. I do not trust him, but if he is willing to let us withdraw, there is no need for confrontation. The bounty placed upon caster is enticing, yet he is no mere amateur. The familiars he commands are formidable, as we learned yesterday. Had it not been for Lancer's unexpected intervention, which bolstered Saber's resolve against the vile fiend that preys upon innocence, Artoria, cursed by the spear, may very well have knelt last night. However, caster clearly intends to inflict harm upon others. Only servants can combat other servants, and similarly, only a master can eliminate the master behind them. The frenzied servant seeking vengeance for their slain master need not require our intervention against an unknown foe. As Kiritsugu and his servant clashed in opinion, Gildra's vengeful magic, that trace of heart's blood, slipped past Saber's guard, stealthily infiltrating the exterior of the Fujimura estate. Found it. The enemy who murdered my master lies right there. Gildere also perceived the surging magic within him, unabashedly revealing his murderous intent towards the individual within that mansion. Master, do you think there are other masters nearby our chosen stronghold? Shiro Amiya remained silent. Such coincidences are rare in this world. The target that caster seeks vengeance upon is situated right beside their new base. Observing the approaching legion of sea monsters, he placed his finger on the trigger. sounding the clarion call for battle with his sniper rifle. The bullets, predictably, inflicted no harm upon the heroic spirits, being eroded and corrupted by the swirling black magic before they reached Gilderoy's head. Since you insist on obstructing my path to revenge, I, Gilderoy, shall crush you here. Let your brilliance blossom freely. In the moment your life withers like a wilting flower, I will embrace your corpse and bind your soul beneath my spell. At that moment, even the gods shall not wrest you from my grasp. Wind King's Hammer. In response to Castor's operatic incantation, Artoria unleashed a furious gale, aiming to charge through the ranks of sea monsters just as she had the previous night, targeting the general's head first. The same tactic would not be effective against Gilderoy. As Castor chanted his spell, he withdrew into the throng of sea monsters, the two closest beasts enveloping him, only to dissolve into a black, spiked armor through his incantation. The unmanifested holy sword struck against it, merely rebounding, while the spikes retaliated like lances against the assailant. Artoria swiftly raised her arm, using her gauntlet to deflect the spiked counterattack aimed at her face, but in the next instant, Gilderoy delivered a powerful kick to her abdomen, sending her flying. Are you truly Castor? Though protected by the armor, Artoria sustained no injuries. However, the force of the blow left her questioning the nature of her adversary's true identity. Holy Maiden, I never imagined you would forget this, but fear not, for I can remind you. I, Gilderoy, as your adjutant, am also a distinguished noble swordsman. Heretical fiend, you have mistaken your opponent. Among my adjutants, there exists no vile scoundrel like you. The unmanifested holy sword cleaved through the advancing sea monsters. But Gilderoy's continuous magical output allowed the severed bodies to swiftly reassemble, returning to their original state. Damn it! As the horde of sea monsters surged forth, Artoria found herself in a desperate struggle. What sound is that? A monster? The gun fired during the night startled many, rousing members of the Fujimura group. Upon hearing the commotion outside, they opened the door to investigate. To their astonishment, they beheld the invasion of monstrous octopuses upon the land. Hey, don't just stand there. Come and help. Standing atop the rooftop, Kiritsugu Amiya, armed with a submachine gun, provided fire support for his servant. Upon witnessing an increasing number of individuals emerging from the Fujimura residence, he could not help but shout towards the crowd of ordinary people. Mr. Amiya, what is happening? Inquired Fujimura Rika, draped in a cloak as she approached the adjacent rooftop. As your people have stated, they are monsters, beasts from another realm. If you wish to survive, arm yourselves and fight alongside me. Fujimura Rika pondered for a moment, and upon observing a sea monster invade a neighboring home, followed by the anguished cries of humanity, she quickly made a decision. Gather your weapons. Do not allow those monsters to approach. Mr. Amiya, we lack sufficient firearms. Could you provide us with some support? The weapons are in the warehouse. You must retrieve them yourselves, Kiritsugu replied curtly, emptying a magazine and reloading without so much as a glance back. Before long, a group of armed gangsters ascended the rooftop, occupying the high ground. Under their leader Fujimura Rika's approval, they intensified their fire support for the struggling saber. Although the sea monsters were not easily felled by bullets, their advance was momentarily halted by the relentless barrage. Healing the injuries of the familiars required magical energy. If the Castor's master had indeed bid farewell to this world, then the Castor's own magical reserves would be severely limited. It was likely that merely maintaining their existence was a challenge, and they were currently sustaining the army of familiars through the destruction of life. This was Kiritsugu's assessment. Validated by the sight of several sea monsters, their bodies shattered and unable to recover. Curse you, buzzing nuisances, obstructing my revenge. Although his primary focus had been Saber, the downpour of bullets redirected Gilgamesh's attention towards the humans further back. Surround them, eliminate them. He commanded a portion of the sea monsters to flank from the nearby buildings, while Artoria sought to intervene but was ensnared by the monsters at her side. The monsters are upon us, and our ammunition is running low. What shall we do? Panic began to set in among the crowd. Damn it, Kiritsugu gritted his teeth, lamenting his failure to procure a few heavy machine guns for defense. Mia? Prepare to withdraw with Alice. With that, Kiritsugu leaped from the rooftop. The situation had escalated beyond his control. The only viable course of action was to retreat, and then use a command spell to extract Saber from the battlefield. Mr. Amiya, where do you intend to go? Save yourselves. The monsters charging at us are beyond our capability to confront. Kiritsugu Amiya did not conceal the truth. Although he employed ruthless methods, He perceived the Fujimura family as innocents caught in his turmoil. Clarifying the situation to allow these ordinary people to escape was paramount. He had not descended to the depths of deceit necessary to sacrifice them for his own benefit. "Grandfather, what exactly is happening?" Taiga Fujimura was roused by the cacophony of gunfire, and upon emerging, she was startled by the sight of a horde of sea monsters advancing. She turned to her grandfather with urgency. "There exists much in this world that the average person remains oblivious to. My entanglement with the underworld has granted me glimpses into secrets unknown, and those creatures must be monsters from a realm hidden from our sight. Even you, Mr. Amiya, hail from that world, do you not?" "Indeed," Kiritsugu affirmed with a nod. "This predicament may have arisen because of you, entangling the Fujimura family. Merely due to my commitment to our agreement. I accept this risk. However, my granddaughter is merely a visitor here, and I desire her safety. Can you escort her to a secure location? Accompanying me will only increase the peril. Given the current circumstances, I find myself with little choice, do I not? If you consent, I shall rally my people to hold back the advancing monstrosities." Agreed. Taiga and Kiritsugu swiftly reached an accord, preparing to usher Taiga's granddaughter into the armored vehicle of the Amiya family. Taiga was still grappling with the situation when she remembered another child at home. "Grandfather, Broly is still in the room." In this moment of crisis, her concern for another child momentarily unraveled Raiga Fujimura's composure. Yet he discerned that adults should not argue with a child. "Then go wake him and bring him along." Raiga waved his hand dismissively. "Time is of the essence. We must act swiftly." With a brief assertion, Kiritsugu resumed firing at the sea monsters encroaching from the flanks, utilizing the scant ammunition he had left. Taiga rushed into the house, darting towards the guest room. Broly had been sleeping soundly over the past 2 days, unaffected by the gunfire outside. Even when Taiga burst into the room and shook him, he remained in a deep slumber. "Wake up. There's meat to eat." "Meat?" Broly's eyes flew open at the mention of food. "Where's the meat?" Blinking through his drowsiness, he searched the room for sustenance. "There's no meat. I merely wish to rouse you. There's been an incident outside. Monsters are attacking, and we must flee." "Broly." Taiga grasped his hand, not stopping to don her shoes, and they fled together. "Grandfather, we're leaving. What about you?" After she had helped Broly into the vehicle, Taiga remembered her grandfather and the other members of the Fujimura group. "Do not fret for us. This is the Fujimura group. This is our home. We shall vanquish all who dare to invade." The gunfire has gradually ceased, and the members of the Fujimura group have all drawn their cold weapons. The women and children residing in the house have boarded their vehicles, preparing to leave alongside the Amiya family's convoy. "Grandfather, please let me stay too." "What nonsense are you speaking?" The scar-faced man replied. "Miss, this matter pertains to us and the old man's Fujimura group. If you do not intend to inherit the Fujimura group, then this situation is of no concern to you. Go with the others to seek refuge. I assure you that I will protect the old man." The atmosphere was tinged with a somber gravity. "What is happening?" Broly, still bewildered by the circumstances, leaned against the car window to gaze outside when a hand reached from behind him. "It's all right, child. You will be safe," Alice said softly. Mourning the involvement of innocent civilians in the Holy Grail War, yet all she could offer was comfort to the children of the victims. Broly turned his head, and the Crystal Palace in his mind provided information. Target identified, Alice Phil von Einsburn, current happiness value, 0. Alert, Fujimura Taiga's happiness value is declining. Broly responded. The notification of the decreasing happiness value jolted him awake from his drowsy stupor. At that moment, a sea monster leapt over the roof of the Fujimura residence and landed before a group of people, emitting a sharp howl as it swung its tentacles, sending several members of the Fujimura group flying. The happiness value of Fujimura Taiga plummeted, allowing Broly to pinpoint the source of her distress. "Block the monster," Fujimura Rika shouted. With a resounding crash, a car door soared through the crowd and struck the sea monster that was poised to continue its assault. The door, imbued with terrifying force, sent the creature flying. With a sickening thud, the monster was embedded against a nearby utility pole, instantly transforming into a gruesome pile of flesh. A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they turned to witness a young boy emerging from the wreckage of the door, his small face radiating fury. In the midst of their astonishment, he strode forward and dispatched the sea monsters that leapt from the roof, effortlessly kicking them into a pulp as if they were mere blocks of soft tofu rather than formidable creatures. The sea monsters, severely injured, sought vast amounts of magical energy from the one who summoned them, a demand that caught Gilgamesh's renewed attention. Castor found it peculiar, logically. If they were merely dealing with ordinary people, the sea monsters he had sent should not require such an exorbitant amount of magic even when injured, nearly rivaling the energy needed to summon a new horde of sea monsters. However, when Gilderay lifted his gaze to the distance, he discovered a child trampling the sea monster he had summoned. The creature lay before the child, utterly powerless, like a mere toy, being crushed and kicked into fragments without any semblance of resistance. Chapter 19. The master of street cleanup. With yet another kick, the sea monster was shattered. Yet Broly began to feel a sense of irritation. These peculiar beings continued to move regardless of the force applied, and they even had the ability to regenerate. Just as Broly raised his small hand, aiming an energy blast at one of the recovering sea monsters, a voice interrupted his focus. Forget about these minions. The one controlling them is over there. You must eliminate the master to resolve this situation, said Kiritsugu, pointing towards the formidable child known as Castor. Broly followed his gaze and spotted more sea monsters, redirecting his attention towards that direction. However, Artoria was still engaged in combat, having cleaved through one of the sea monsters, revealing a fleeting silhouette beneath. A notification echoed in Broly's mind. Target identified. Artoria, current happiness value, 0. This caused him to lower his hand. With a resounding crash, the concrete beneath his bare foot shattered, sending shockwaves that caused a nearby man to fall to the ground. Curse it, he muttered, as Artoria prepared to swing her sword at another approaching sea monster. Suddenly, a petite figure dashed forward, executing a flying kick that obliterated the creature into fragments. Upon landing, Broly leaped again, delivering a knee strike that turned another sea monster's head into debris. He swiftly blocked a tentacle from another sea monster, seizing it and spinning it like an oversized windmill, creating a cacophony of sounds as the surrounding swarm of sea monsters was cleared away. This flurry of action transpired in an instant. Artoria initially believed that a fellow servant had come to her aid, expressing her gratitude, only to realize that the one beside her was merely a small boy, reaching only to her waist. You carry my magical aura. You are the one who killed my master, Sakura? Gilderay inquired, sensing his own magical presence emanating from Broly. Sakura? Broly furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with the name. However, recalling that he had indeed dispatched a figure today. Apart from these strange beings, one whose demise had adversely affected the happiness value of his other classmate, his anger flared at the thought of his lost happiness, joyful essence. Compounded by the earlier incident with Taiga Fujimura, his ire directed towards Gilderay intensified as he raised his small hand. What are you doing? Artoria found herself puzzled by the boy's actions, as did Gilgamesh, yet the dreadfulness of Broly's exhibited power was undeniable. He swiftly retreated into the throng of sea demons, promptly casting various enhancement spells to empower the surrounding creatures. Why harm my friends and deprive me of my joy? Broly inquired. What? Gilgamesh could not comprehend the meaning behind his words. Vanish, Broly retorted, responding to his confusion with a burst of energy. The vengeful Gilgamesh was obliterated by the resplendent energy sphere unleashed by Broly. His feeble magical resistance was as futile as a mantis attempting to stop a moving vehicle. The energy sphere continued its relentless path, annihilating the majority of the sea demon army and pushing onward. The assassin, lurking in the shadows of the street, found himself unfortunate. Before he could react, he was caught in the terrifying energy beam and met his demise. The entire street was purged, leaving a desolate expanse as far as the eye could see, marked only by the scorching air and the dissipating forms of a few remaining sea demons, their bodies fading away due to the absence of magical energy, a testament to the fact that the vanquished army was no mere illusion. Being the closest, Artoria felt the impact most acutely. The energy sphere Broly unleashed resonated with a power comparable to her noble phantasm in its full release. With the enemies vanquished, Broly's aura diminished, and he turned to face the Night King. Instinctively, Artoria tensed, yet her wariness was met by the boy's small hand. Hello, I am Broly. He introduced himself, adhering to a basic etiquette he had learned upon entering this civilized world. Arthur Pendragon, Artoria replied. The boy's non-hostile demeanor quickly eased her apprehension, allowing her to lower her invisible sword and extend her hand for a handshake. A handshake signifies that you will be my best friend from now on, Broly stated earnestly. a new lesson imparted to him by Rin Tosaka that very evening. Artoria was taken aback by Broly's words. But seeing the boy's earnest expression and recalling how he had just come to her aid, she did not refuse. In truth, Artoria had never had a friend. As a king, she had subordinates and comrades, but no true companions. What, you mean Merlin? That was her mentor, the one who taught her swordsmanship and governance. After meeting another companion, Broly returned, observing the vacant street. As he walked back with an expression of normalcy, the members of the Fujimura group instinctively recoiled. Those sea demons were monsters, and a boy who could eradicate a vast horde of them with unknown means was surely a monster among monsters. It is entirely natural for individuals to fear that which they do not comprehend. However, it was only Fujimura Taiga who, upon witnessing Broly's return, approached him with eagerness. Broly, were you always this impressive? The boy had just emerged, dispatching small monsters with effortless precision, as if performing in a cinematic spectacle. Although the specifics of the event eluded her, the sudden eruption of a brilliant green light followed by the disappearance of both the monsters and their controller, leaving the street immaculate, was undeniably thrilling. Forgive her, for Taiga was at the tender age of adolescence, often lost in daydreams of becoming a valiant samurai, adept in martial arts. Thus, encountering such extraordinary power filled her with exhilaration. Of course, she possessed the discernment to recognize danger, as others who were unfamiliar with Broly retreated. She felt no apprehension of harm from him. Instead, she was filled with admiration and affection, grateful that he had rescued her grandfather and the members of the Fujimura group. What was that green light? She inquired after inspecting Broly's body, confirming he bore no injuries aside from some monster blood. It was an energy blast, Broly replied candidly. How did you do that? Taiga pressed on. You just gather energy in your hands, he explained, raising his small hand to demonstrate. As the green light emanated from his palm, a collective gasp prompted the onlookers to step back. After all, the street ahead stretched endlessly vacant, and none wished to meet a fate akin to that of the vanished monsters. How fascinating. May I touch it? Taiga asked, extending her hand towards the energy ball Broly had conjured. You're too weak. It would be dangerous for you, he cautioned, hastily retracting the energy into his body. Even he had come to recognize the fragility of those inhabiting this world. While the others were inconsequential, he could not inflict harm on those who cared for him. Among those, Fujimura Taiga, who provided him with food, clothes, bathing, and bedding, stood at the pinnacle of his esteem. Indeed, I am rather weak. Taiga conceded upon witnessing the boy's extraordinary prowess. With a slight scrunch of her nose, she remarked, You reek of monster blood. You really ought to take a bath. Broly sniffed himself and realized she was correct. The scent of sea monster blood, after lingering for a while, had developed a distinctly fishy odor. While it was certainly unpleasant, it paled in comparison to the stench of the venom from the Wampa spider. Yet, having recently experienced the joys of cleanliness, he furrowed his brow in distaste. I'll take you to bathe, Taiga declared, grasping Broly's hand and leading him toward the Fujimura estate. In the midst of the earlier chaos, she too had worked up a sweat. Wait, I still have something to say, Broly interjected. What is it? She asked. Let me down first. As Fujimura Taiga set Broly down, he observed the boy rushing towards another family's Hummer. Under the watchful gaze of a man named Amiya Kiritsugu, Broly extended his hand toward the white-haired girl with crimson eyes, introducing himself. Hello, my name is Broly. I am Aliceville. How may I assist you? The artificially created woman, possessing merely 9 years of life experience, responded to his introduction. She reached out to grasp his small hand and inquired. You are now my best friend. After completing the customary introduction of acquaintances, Broly dashed back to Fujimura Taiga's side, leaving a group of bewildered onlookers in his wake. What was that child about? Aliceville asked, a mix of amusement and confusion evident in her expression. I do not know, Amiya Kiritsugu replied, shaking his head, completely oblivious to the attention his wife was receiving. However, one certainty remained. Broly was not a servant, devoid of any magical energy, nor was he a mage. So what exactly is he? I am unsure, but this being could certainly be described as a monster, he mused. Will he pose a threat to us? Amiya Kiritsugu remained silent, uncertain, yet he recognized a possibility. He could indeed be drawn into the fray tonight. Having learned about the conversation between Castor and the boy from Artoria, should we relocate our base? Without a third safe house prepared, it would be more prudent to remain here and adapt rather than risk a hasty retreat. after casting a deep gaze at the boy whom Fujimura Taiga had taken back to the Fujimura residence. Amiya Kiritsugu calmly stated that he would return to the original estate in the Hummer, which was missing half a door. I shall investigate the potency of the caster's destructive abilities. After escorting Alice Phil back, Amiya Kiritsugu ventured forth, intending to assess the situation at the end of the street. This journey extended over 3 kilometers, where he reached the point of devastation wrought by 3 kilometers of energy blasts, and encountered a robust man harnessing an ox-drawn war chariot, accompanied by a handsome youth. Who else could it be but Ryder and his master? Master, Artoria approached cautiously, her gaze fixed on the rider duo. Ah, King of Knights. Good evening, Iskander greeted. You certainly made quite a commotion tonight. That is not. Artoria began, but was interrupted by Amiya Kiritsugu. Castor is causing us trouble again. We cannot afford to remain passive. True enough, yet I did not anticipate that the injured left hand of the King of Knights could wield such formidable power. I may have been a bit presumptuous in referring to her as merely a young girl last night. The Conqueror King offered an apology, affirming that strength does not encompass all, yet possessing power signifies that Artoria is far from just a little girl. Ryder, did you come here solely to converse with my servant, or do you harbor intentions of striking at us? Saber S. Master. While I perceive your provocations aimed at inciting me to act, my restraint is not influenced by your strategies. A King's battle should be conducted with honor. I have no inclination to seize an opportunity in chaos. Iskander addressed Emiya Kiritsugu, then turned to Artoria. Knight King, I eagerly await the moment we shall clash. Moreover, allow me to congratulate you on your resounding victory tonight. With these words, the Conqueror King Iskander departed with his young master, triggering a notion within Amiya Kiritsugu. What? You wish to claim credit for the elimination of Castor? No, I cannot acquiesce. The one who vanquished Castor is neither my master nor a servant. Upon returning to the estate, Artoria firmly rejected Kiritsugu's suggestion. To usurp another's merit is, for a knight, a grave affront to one's own chivalric code. It is essential to recognize that among the 8 virtues of knighthood are integrity and honor. I understand your intent. Yet the crux of the matter is that the individual who defeated Castor is neither a master nor a servant. He may even have no connection to the Holy Grail ritual. The bounty on Castor pertains specifically to the masters participating in the Holy Grail War. However, this does not justify the misappropriation of another's accolades. Listen, Saber, you have not claimed false credit, although you did not slay Castor. You were the sole servant involved in the battle against him tonight. By the regulations, we are entitled to receive the command spell associated with that bounty. But fret not. I shall relay to the Church the true account of Castor's defeat. Whether they acknowledge our endeavor against Castor is their prerogative. Last night, our faction encountered an assault from Castor and his Sea Demon Legion. With the assistance of our servant Saber, Castor and his forces were vanquished by a formidable power. Indeed, this is the report from Saber's master regarding the encounter with Castor, confirming the demise of Castor. The terrifying beam that pierced the old city was captured by the street surveillance. Even one of the assassins I dispatched to observe the situation was caught in the fray, unable to relay any specific battle reports before being eliminated. Kiritsugu, through the medium of a gramophone, deliberated with Tosaka Tokomi on the situation, primarily concerning whether to grant the command spell associated with the bounty. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Broly's cloth is indeed cloth. If we do not grant it, the Church will appear as if they are turning a blind eye. Although this is the truth, some matters are better left unspoken. As for the matter at hand, Saber, having been wounded by Lancer's cursed lance, was not in pristine condition, yet still managed to vanquish the ostentatious Castor, who had come seeking trouble with a throng of familiars. The street that had been purged extended 3 kilometers, and with such formidable prowess, granting Saber another command seal would be a significant act of aiding the enemy, which presents a moral quandary. Nevertheless, it must be done. The voice of Tosaka Tokiomi bore the weight of exhaustion. He had spent the entire night dealing with the chaos wrought by the battle between Castor and Saber, deprived of sleep. However, should this be the case, the advantage on Saber's side would become overwhelmingly significant. With only 6 pairs of masters and servants remaining, the greater Saber's advantage, the more likely they would become the primary target for all. If it were possible to turn the remaining masters against Saber, the expenditure of a command seal would seem trivial. This conclusion was reached by Tosaka Tokiomi after careful contemplation, in the mystic ritual of the Holy Grail War. The more powerful combinations that reveal themselves only become prioritized targets for elimination. Yet, when granting the command seal, it is imperative to clarify to the other masters that Saber's faction has gained an additional command seal. Indeed, as expected of the head of the Tosaka family, his insight is profound. Thus, it shall be done. As Kaire Kotomine offered his praise, he proceeded to grant Emiya Kiritsugu a command seal and simultaneously summoned the familiars of the other masters to disseminate the news of Saber's defeat of Castor and announce the resumption of the Holy Grail War. Attempting to guide me to target Saber? I shall target you instead, a coarse thought from Berserker's master, Matou Korea. Damn Tosaka Tokiomi. I shall fix my gaze upon you. This was the genuine sentiment of Korea upon receiving the information through Matashinji. He was aware of the collusion between the church and the Tosaka family, having no desire to confront Saber, but rather to challenge Tosaka Tokiomi. A king must engage in a dignified and equitable contest. This was the perspective of Rider, the conqueror king, Iskander, whose thoughts had not shifted since the previous night. While his master, Waver Velvet, appeared rather feeble, utterly incapable of altering his servant's resolve. Miss Sola, please do not behave in such a manner. As for Lancer's Delumudo, he lamented that his master lay incapacitated in bed, while his master's fiancée seemed to be seducing him, rendering the Holy Grail War seemingly forgotten by this woman, who appeared hopelessly entranced by his charms. A well-crafted strategy was showcased to a group of irrational individuals, proving utterly ineffective. The only notable outcome was perhaps ensnaring Emiya Kiritsugu in the process. The magician killer synchronized his thoughts with Tosaka Tokiomi, engaging in a battle of wits with the air as he fortified his stronghold, preparing for the potential assault of other masters. He even contemplated utilizing the formidable power of the terrifying boy from the neighboring Fujimura household. However, to his surprise, no one came to challenge him. Broly, having a day off from school, decided to visit the neighbor's house, hoping to elevate the happiness levels of the two new wives he had encountered the previous night. Consequently, he managed to secure a delightful lunch at the Emiya residence. During this time, Emiya Kiritsugu extracted a wealth of information from the seemingly naive Broly, who spoke of being a scion from planet Vegeta. Had it not been for the boy's extraordinary abilities, which had cleared the entire street just the night before, Kiritsugu might have felt deceived. Eventually, Kiritsugu discerned the true purpose of Broly's visit. The little fellow was in search of a wife, one of whom happened to be his own spouse, much to the discomfort of the magician killer. Mrs. Alice Phil chuckled at the situation, amused that she had garnered the attention of such a young admirer. However, she gently informed Broly, I cannot be your wife. Why not? Didn't we shake hands? Broly questioned, puzzled as he continued to eat. Because I am already married, Alice Phil explained. What does married mean? Broly inquired with curiosity. You don't know what marriage is? Then what kind of wife are you looking for? This prompted a sarcastic remark from Kiwamiya, who could not restrain herself. A husband is the male counterpart in a marital relationship with a wife, Alice Phil clarified for Broly. Can't you have two husbands? Broly pressed on, having grasped the concept. Regrettably, the country I reside in practices monogamy, and Emiya Kiritsugu is my husband, Alice Phil replied, introducing the boy to the man beside her. Broly appeared contemplative, soon displaying a conflicted expression, as if grappling with an internal dilemma. Is something wrong? Have you eaten too much? Alice Phil inquired with concern. No. I'm still hungry, Broly responded. Then why the troubled look? I was just pondering whether I should eliminate your husband, Broly candidly confessed, causing everyone at the table to gasp in shock. Why? Emiya Kiritsugu asked, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Because by removing you, I can make your wife my own, Broly replied earnestly, presenting a logic that left everyone speechless. But you seem to be hesitating, Kiritsugu probed further. Because you provided me with food, Broly admitted, revealing the source of his inner conflict. A silence enveloped the group. It was clear that this child posed a significant problem. Broly, why are you so determined to find a wife? Artoria broke the silence with her inquiry. It seemed unusual for a boy of his age to be so engrossed in matters of romance, and his reaction did not suggest that it was the allure of femininity driving him. To find a wife and ensure her happiness. Upon returning to planet Vampa, I will have food, and the more wives I have, the more happiness I can share, which equates to a greater bounty of food. Broly continued to speak candidly, though those around him found his reasoning somewhat perplexing. Nevertheless, they began to comprehend the true motivation behind the boy's quest for companionship. If that is the case, I have a suggestion, Kiritsugu Emiya interjected suddenly. What suggestion? Broly asked, intrigued. I cannot part with my wife, but my daughter Iliasville, she is merely 3 years your senior. Kiritsugu? At this revelation, Alice felt expressed her surprise, turning to her husband. Kiritsugu nodded at her, their silent exchange quickly conveying his intentions to Alice felt. If you are agreeable. Alice felt and I are willing to entrust our daughter to you. His wife, Alice felt, being a vital part of the Fourth Holy Grail War, would meet her end upon the manifestation of the Holy Grail, marking the conclusion of her mission. Kiritsugu himself could not guarantee survival through this Holy Grail War to emerge as its victor. Should both he and Alice felt perish, who would care for their daughter Iliasville? The Einsburn family, perhaps? Indeed, they might look after her, provided Iliasville held some semblance of utility. Yet, now before them stood an alternative. The boy, despite his lack of understanding, undoubtedly possessed formidable strength, as they had witnessed firsthand the previous night. In the short span of a meal, the child's innocence was laid bare. His simple desire to find a wife stirred thoughts within Kiritsugu. Rather than relying on the Einsburn family to adequately care for Iliasville, it would be wiser to entrust her to this seemingly monstrous boy. Without further ado, as long as he was willing to support their daughter, it would be deemed a success. With a fiancé possessing strength rivaling that of a servant, their daughter would hold considerable value. Even if the couple were to perish in this Holy Grail War, the Einsburn family would not easily abandon their daughter. Kiritsugu, too, was making arrangements for the possibility of his demise in this conflict. Previously, he had refrained from making plans due to a lack of opportunity and connections. Now, however, he had encountered Broly, a boy imbued with monstrous power. Upon grasping the boy's intentions, the thought of entrusting his daughter took shape. What do you think? Parental command. The words of a matchmaker. Search for new strategy objectives. Iliasville von Einsburn, current happiness value 0. Prompt. Her parents are willing to entrust her to you. Shall you now invite Iliasville von Einsburn to become an official member of the Crystal Palace? Currently, there are 5 official members of the Crystal Palace. Broly was momentarily taken aback, but as he gazed at Kiritsugu Emiya and Alice Phil, a phrase suddenly surfaced in his mind, which he unconsciously uttered, drifting through life, never encountering a wise lord. At the moment he consented. Far away in the Einsburn castle in Germany, the girl Ilias, who was yearning for her parents' return, was presented with a sudden text message. Your father, Kiritsugu Emiya, and your mother, Alice Phil, are entrusting you to Broly, who has accepted and invited you to become one of the official members of the Crystal Palace. Iliasville von Einsburn, do you wish to join the Crystal Palace? Confirm or decline? Ilias was somewhat perplexed by the meaning of the Crystal Palace, yet upon realizing it was her parents' decision, she hesitated only briefly before reaching out to click confirm. However, her finger merely passed through the text. Nevertheless, the intent of confirmation was received by the Crystal Palace, and the prompt information continued to change. You have become one of the official members of the Crystal Palace. Currently, there are 15 official members. Upon reaching 5 members, the Crystal Palace module will upgrade. Ilias blinked, and before her eyes appeared a chibi avatar of a black-haired boy, next to which was written in German Broy, with a happiness value indicated below as 30. The perspective shifted back to Broly, who also saw a similar chibi avatar of a white-haired red-eyed girl, with her name, Iliasville von Einsburn, inscribed in Chinese next to it, and a happiness value of 20 noted below. In the upper right corner, a display of happiness points emerged, and at that moment, his happiness points finally surpassed 0, now totaling 200 points. This reflected the increase in happiness value Ilias experienced upon receiving her parents' message, which transformed into happiness points upon confirming her membership in the Crystal Palace. As the happiness value continued to rise, the happiness points also increased gradually, not in hundreds, but incrementally, adding 2 points during this brief interval. Next to Ilias's avatar, the status, happiness points are continuously generated, was displayed, along with the slogan, please maintain the wife's happiness state, and a further reminder, if the wife feels unhappy, happiness points will cease production. Pray tell, how can one ensure the sustained happiness of both daughters? Broly was somewhat astonished. As he activated the side exchange shop with his mind and beheld the array of delectable foods he had previously tasted, an overwhelming desire to bring joy to his yet unmet wife surged within him. Alice felt a moment of surprise, while Emiya Kiritsugu was equally bewildered. Having just entrusted his daughter to this boy, He now observed the boy's eyes sparkling with determination to ensure his daughter's happiness. However, the question loomed, how could one define happiness for their merely 8-year-old daughter? Kiritsugu and Alice exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them, yet they hesitated to voice it. It was evident that this boy was genuinely committed to their daughter's well-being. If they were to express that their daughter's current desire for them to remain by her side constituted happiness, they feared the boy might resort to extreme measures, such as binding them and returning them to their daughter. Happiness, after all, is a complex notion. Each individual holds a distinct interpretation. Their daughter Ilya was still young, and they could not presume to dictate what her happiness entailed. They would need to wait until he truly got to know her, to comprehend her sentiments for himself. Very well then. Broly finally calmed his fervor. What about you? Would you like to become my wife? He inquired of the nearby Artoria, who was still enjoying her meal. My life is devoted to Britain, solely to save my once great nation, not for the frivolities of familial ties. Artoria resolutely shook her head in refusal. She was the monarch of Britain and would not become another's wife, let alone that of a boy merely intent on enjoying his meal. Broly felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, this person possessed a happiness index of a remarkable 7 points. End of chapter 21. The renewed adoption contract last night. Due to Gilda Ray's killing of several police officers, the authorities suspected the existence of accomplices to the serial killer, resulting in an escalation of the alert level rather than its cancellation. As a consequence, many elementary and even middle schools suspended classes. For students, the prospect of a day off would typically be a cause for celebration. However, upon hearing this news, Rin Tosaka's expression fell. Broly had rescued her the day before. But after encountering Uncle Korea, many words remained unspoken, and she had intended to inquire further about him upon returning to school. Instead, she received a phone call notifying her of the school's closure. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Rin was fortunate that her mother suggested taking her and her sister to the amusement park, which quickly lifted her spirits. Throughout the morning, they rode the carousel, ascended the Ferris wheel, and enjoyed bumper cars. At noon, they savored ice cream, hamburgers, and fries. Upon returning home, the joyful memories from the amusement park lingered in her heart. Mom, can we invite Dad to join us at the amusement park next time? Faced with her daughter's eager inquiry, Zinjo Aoi managed a somewhat forced smile. After a perfunctory acknowledgement, she retreated to her room to call her husband. Tosaka Tokiomi had scarcely settled onto his bed for a brief rest when the ringing of the phone jolted him awake. Upon answering, he discovered it was his wife, who inquired whether Aoi had prepared their daughters for the possibility of sending one to the Matou family. No, Tokiomi, I have not yet broached the subject with our daughters. Just last night, I encountered Matou Korea. Wait, you were in Fuyuki last night? It was Rin who impulsively ventured to Fuyuki in search of friends. Why did you not keep a closer eye on her? Enough, I do not wish to assign blame. As long as you and our daughters are safe, that is what matters. Fatigue diminished Tokiomi's ability to maintain his composure. Realizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly regained his elegance, soothingly addressing his wife through the receiver. If there is something to discuss, please proceed. Tokiomi yearned to conclude the call swiftly and return to his rest. I met Matou Korea, and his condition has deteriorated significantly. Aoi continued. What concern is that to us? Tokiomi frowned, feeling discomfort at the mention of another man by his wife. It was he who protected Rin last night. Then he deserves our gratitude. Should we encounter him again, I shall endeavor to spare his life. That is not my point. He spoke of the Matou family's magic, describing it as something that erodes life and flesh. Aoi did not withhold any details, conveying the circumstances surrounding her encounter with Korea to her husband. Continue to prepare our daughters mentally. I shall consult with Matou Zoken to ascertain the truth. If the Matou family's magic is indeed as dire as you suggest, I shall not cast our daughters into the flames. After terminating the call, Tokiomi returned to his study and promptly penned a letter to Matazuken, summoning a raven familiar to deliver the correspondence to the Matou estate. Upon receiving Tokiomi's letter, Matou Zoken seethed with fury and swiftly made his way to the underground insect chamber. Within the chamber, Matou Korea endured the torment of the insects, a method employed by a half-baked magician to sustain his magical energy. Korea, do you believe that by revealing your condition to the Tosaka family, they will refrain from returning your daughter to the Matou household? Zoken addressed the man amid the writhing mass of insects. What do you mean? Korea, suffering through the agony of the insect bites, felt utterly perplexed. Playing the fool, are we? No matter, I shall enlighten you. It is futile. The head of the Tosaka family is a rational magician. He has already resolved to return the child who left the Matou family. Waving the letter in front of Korea without allowing him to read it, Zoken tucked the missive away and turned to exit the insect chamber. No, Matazangian. Do clarify your words. The insect intensified its exploitation of life, causing Mata Yinyi to collapse, succumbing to a haze of excruciating pain. Her grandfather, Korea, escaped the insect chamber and sought out his nominal eldest son. Father, do you have any commands? Mata Korea's face betrayed a hint of trepidation. Yet he approached to heed the instructions. He was to take Shinji and depart from the Mata household. We should seek refuge outside. A perilous guest is expected tonight. In a letter from Tosaka Tokyomi, it was stated that a visitor would come to the Mata residence with a servant. Refusal was not an option. Although it seemed unlikely that Tosaka Tokyomi would resort to violence, caution was prudent. On the surface, it appeared that Mata Korea was merely escorting his grandson away from the Matou estate for safety, but in truth, his true self would stealthily follow suit. Temporarily distancing from the Matou household. Apologies for the intrusion, Matou head. That evening, the restored Tosaka Tokyomi arrived as promised. Nonsense. The Tosaka head is most welcome at the Mata residence, the elder greeted at the door with a facade of cordiality. Now, regarding the inquiries in my letter, might the Mata head provide a response? Tosaka Tokyomi also wore a smile, yet the grip on his jeweled staff signified that should he find the answer unsatisfactory, he would not hesitate to act. Of course, please follow me. Mata Zangian seemed oblivious to the underlying tension as he ushered Tosaka Tokyomi and the looming presence of Gilgamesh into the home. Such displeasing magical energy. Once inside, Mr. Gilgamesh furrowed his brow in disapproval before making his way to the wine cabinet, extracting a bottle of wine and uncorking it for his enjoyment. This wine surpasses the offerings of your Tosaka lineage, even exceeding that of your disciple. Mata Zangian observed Gilgamesh, who indulged in their reserve wine, his insect-formed body involuntarily twitching. Pray tell, do you take issue with my family's wine? Nay, how could I dare? To receive praise from the King of Heroes is an honor for my family's collection. A swarm of insects indeed possessed a silver tongue. Mata Zangian's demeanor stiffened, taken aback by how easily his facade was pierced. In light of this wine, I shall overlook the filth within these walls. Speak your mind, yet should you dare unleash the hound hidden underground upon my subjects, do not expect me to show mercy. Gilgamesh remained in the parlor to sip his wine, while Mata Zangian guided Tosaka Tokyomi into the insect chamber. Here, Tosaka Tokyomi encountered Mata Yinyi, and Matou Zangian instructed the insect to present the young man, explaining the reason behind the imprint insect's encroachment upon Matou Yinyi's life. Ultimately, it was solely due to my inept son's sudden return to our family, seeking to partake in the Holy Grail War, that I found myself compelled to employ such extreme transformation magic upon him, enabling him to possess the capability to contend with formidable sorcerers. It was a remarkably intricate technique. Although his body and life were severely eroded, the magic circuits, ignited at the cost of his existence, yielded a considerable amount of magical energy. Tosaka Tokyomi, disregarding the multitude of insects swarming within the insect chamber, observed the magic circuits of Mata Korea as they were activated by the imprint insects. Bestowing lavish praise upon this method, the head of the Mata family, truly a seasoned magician. I find myself lacking in comparison to your esteemed self on the path of sorcery. You flatter me. It is merely a trivial technique of little renown. Then, how can I be assured that you would not employ such methods on my daughter? What I seek is an heir to the magical arts, not a mere tool like him. Hence I would never subject your daughter to such harsh transformation techniques. If the head of the Tosaka family harbors doubts, we may draft a magical contract to ensure this. Perhaps the title of head of the Tosaka family triggered a key phrase for Mata Korea, who had been rendered unconscious by the imprint insects, opened his eyes at this moment. Tosaka Tokyomi, what brings you here? You have awakened, Korea. The head of the Tosaka family has come to investigate the magic of the Mata family and to discuss the potential return of his daughter to the Mata household. Damn it. Matou Korea, currently under the control of the imprint insects, struggled to articulate his thoughts, his consciousness still hazy. In light of my current state, do you truly intend to send your daughter here? You are courting disaster, attempting to engage in this holy grail ritual as a half-baked sorcerer, resulting in your present condition. However, the head of the Mata family has assured me that he will not employ harsh methods to alter my daughter's magic circuits. Tosaka Tokiomi paused, expressing gratitude for Matou Korea's assistance to his wife and daughter the previous night, before turning to Matou Zoken and inquiring, "Might we now sign a new adoption contract?" "Certainly." Matou Zoken grinned, his smile somewhat unsettling, revealing that he had the contract provided by the Magic Association at hand. "Ah, Tosaka Tokiomi, you are unworthy of the title of father." Matou Korea wished to call forth his servant to launch an attack, but Matou Zoken swiftly commanded the imprint insects to subdue him. "You will come to regret this." Just before being rendered unconscious once more by the insects, Matou Korea uttered his final words of defiance. "I am the father of Rin and Sakura. How I arrange my daughter's future is a matter for the Tosaka family alone, and outsiders have no right to interfere." To this, Tosaka Tokiomi merely scoffed. Yet there was a hint of regret in his gaze as he observed Matou Korea as the childhood friend of his wife and a companion from his youth. This man's concern for his two daughters was genuine. If this individual were to survive, the daughter sent to the Matou family would indeed have someone who genuinely cares for her. With a sigh of resignation, yet maintaining an air of elegance, he exited the insect chamber alongside Matou Zoken. With the advanced magical contract provided by Matou Korea of the Mages Association, they deliberated the terms of adopting a foster daughter, ensuring that it would not endanger the life of the child sent as a successor and that the successor would inherit the legacy of the Magecraft Grandmaster. In this context, Tosaka Tokiomi inscribed his name with magical energy upon the contract. "Do you know when Sakura will be returned?" Matou Zoken inquired after the magical contract was finalized. "It seems my wife is quite reluctant to part with our daughter." "What is the head of the Tosaka family implying?" Matou Zoken continued. "I might send my elder daughter as a foster child. Would that trouble you, Matou?" "Not at all. Whether it is the elder daughter or the original younger one. All that the Matou family requires is a capable inheritor of magecraft." Matou Zoken responded with a chuckle. Indeed, he had no objections. What he sought was merely a vessel of exceptional potential. If Tosaka were to send his elder daughter, it would bring him greater joy, as he could more swiftly cultivate her mature womb into a vessel for the progeny of the Matou lineage. Upon leaving the Matou family, Tosaka Tokiomi, having confirmed the Matou's insect magic, returned home and promptly contacted his wife to secure the Matou family's magic, urging her to prepare their daughter for the upcoming transition. "If possible, I suggest we also send Sakura. Rin is a bit older. Should anything happen to me, she would be better equipped to stabilize the Tosaka family's situation." "But is that not rather cruel to Sakura?" "Very well, Aoi. I shall not interfere in your decision regarding who to send. As their mother, it is your prerogative to decide, as long as we can persuade one of them to continue as the inheritor of the Matou family's magic." Tosaka Tokiomi took a step back in this regard, entrusting the choice to his wife before concluding the call. Meanwhile, at the Fujimura household, Broly felt a sense of relief upon discovering a crucial piece of information before potentially being sent back to his own world. This revelation was that converting the happiness value from his wife into happiness points necessitated inviting her to join the Crystal Palace. Initially, Broly had been oblivious to this detail until he was entrusted with their daughter by Emiya Kiritsugu and Alice Phil at noon, marking the emergence of the first official member of the Crystal Palace. Only after inquiring about the Crystal Palace did he receive a detailed explanation of how to acquire happiness points. It can be said that had his unseen wife not joined the Crystal Palace, he might have returned empty-handed without comprehending the mechanism for acquiring happiness points. However, now, after formally inviting Fujimura Taiga during an evening bath, and with her acceptance, his happiness points skyrocketed to over 12,000. Apart from the exceptional asset that is Fujimura Taiga, who has already been exchanged for happiness points, Broly is fortunate to have 2 additional wives in this world, each possessing high happiness values. The mere thought of inviting them to join the Crystal Palace tomorrow, thus further inflating his happiness points, fills him with exhilaration. Had he not squandered some time testing the exchange functionality of the Crystal Palace, and had it not grown rather late, he might have sought them out to extend his invitation. He fervently wishes for tomorrow to arrive swiftly. "Is it so that you wish to depart from your sister's side?" "Ah, merely jesting. However, upon your return, do not forget your sister." "Rest assured, I shall not forget. Fuyumura is the kindest to me." Fujimura Taiga embraced the boy and, utilizing the subsystem module granted to official members of the Crystal Palace, exchanged for the delicacies of Wampa Star, specifically the legs of the Wampa spider. Upon tasting the viscous, brownish-yellow substance, she nearly retched. Subsequently, As Broly recounted his rustic, albeit absurd, hunting life on Wampa Star, her affection for the child deepened. On the eve of parting, Fujimura Taiga sought to provide maternal care to the boy. Her body was soft, and she bore a delightful fragrance. Broly soon succumbed to slumber in the embrace of the young girl, soothed by gentle pats on his back in a manner befitting a child. End of chapter. Chapter 22. The monkey may not arrive riding a rainbow cloud. This slumber was exceptionally pleasant. The following day, as the sun reached its zenith, or rather, as ominous clouds loomed, heralding a heavy downpour, Broly was roused by a notification from the Crystal Palace. Notification: Matou Sakura's happiness value is decreasing. Notification: Tosaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. Notification: Matou Sakura's happiness value is increasing. Notification: Tosaka Rin's happiness value is decreasing. What does it feel like to awaken to a market in decline? Although there was a solitary upward prompt, the overall trend was markedly downward. Matou Sakura, who had previously exceeded a happiness value of 3 digits, now found herself in the low 20s. Tosaka Rin, who had reached a happiness value of 70 after reuniting with a friend, had plummeted to single digits. Broly was unaware of the events that transpired, yet he was acutely aware of his loss. In an instant, a tempest of fury erupted within him. A whirlwind formed within the room, the tatami mats buckled beneath him, and the ceiling was violently thrust upwards by the ferocious currents, scattering debris in all directions. This cacophony drew the attention of the Fujimura household, though they dared not approach the door or the walls of the room, which were gradually being torn away. Their gazes were filled with trepidation as they beheld the boy at the center of the terrifying maelstrom. What has happened, Broly? It was only when Fujimura Taiga, having chosen to take a day off, approached to inquire about the boy's distress that the turbulent winds began to subside. As debris tumbled down, Broly's eyes glistened with unshed tears, his voice tinged with grievance and discomfort. Fujimura, my happiness is gone. Fujimura Taiga was somewhat perplexed. After a series of inquiries, he discovered that the two individuals, Sakura, who had been kept close by Broly, and the girl who sat beside him in class, were both recognized by the Crystal Palace as potential targets for conquest. Their happiness levels had been elevated to a considerable height, yet suddenly plummeted. Understanding the boy's previous life and the significance of happiness points, which essentially represented the currency for a contented, normal existence, Taiga swiftly grasped the root of the boy's current distress. Broly, do not panic. In the face of adversity, maintaining composure is paramount. Agitation is futile, and anger serves no purpose. Our primary focus now is to contemplate a solution to this predicament. Just as Taiga finished speaking, Fujimura Reika approached and overheard her granddaughter imparting the very words she had taught her 2 days prior to the boy who had caused such a commotion. Her expression becoming subtly intricate. Understood, Broly nodded, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions surging within him. What should I do now? The decline in happiness points must have a reason. We should inquire with those 2 girls to uncover the cause of their diminished happiness. Your classmate is quite far. But isn't Sakura in Fuyuki City? We could visit her to ascertain the specifics, Taiga suggested. However, Broly shook his head. I heard last night that Sakura and my classmate are actually sisters. She has gone to be with their mother. Then let us visit your classmate's home. I do not know where she lives. Just as the 2 were at a loss, Fujimura Reika approached and coughed lightly, offering a reminder. Taiga, do not forget that we have connections. I can directly call the principal of that school to find out where Broly's classmate resides. Although the old man was unaware of the events that had transpired, the destruction left behind made him realize the situation might be significant for Broly. While he no longer harbored hopes of bringing Broly into the Fujimura group, it remained vital for his granddaughter to maintain a cordial relationship with the boy. Grandfather, your timing is impeccable. Thank you. Broly expressed his gratitude, bowing his head in appreciation. Just a small matter. Reika waved her hand dismissively and hurried off to call the principal of Fuyuki Town-affiliated primary school. You must be hungry. Let us eat first. The principal is not at school today, and gathering information there will take some time. During the meal, members of the Amiya family approached to inquire about the situation. Upon learning that the commotion was instigated by Broly, they returned without further ado, having been startled by the noise, initially believing it to be an attack by a servant, only to realize it was a false alarm. After Broly finished his lunch, the address of Tosaka Rin was also uncovered. Young lady, Master Broly, please take your seats. We are about to depart. Since the day before yesterday, Broly's title had elevated in Scarface's words from kid to something more respectful. As the vehicle traversed the road, Broly felt the pace was sluggish. Although he could fly, he was unfamiliar with the destination, thus he patiently allowed Scarface to drive. Fortunately, the distance from Xinyuan town to Dongmu City was not extensive, and within half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of the Zenjo family's villa at a breakneck speed. Is anyone home? Fujimura Takahiro knocked on the door. Who are you? A man, having heard the commotion, came to open the door. Upon seeing the trio outside, particularly Scarface, he frowned. We seek Lady Aoi Zenjo, Fujimura Takahiro declared. After her marriage, Aoi had initially adopted her husband's surname, but upon seeking refuge, she reverted to her maiden name to maintain a low profile. What business do you have with her? The man, a member of the Zenjo family and aware of the Holy Grail ritual, became somewhat wary upon hearing their inquiry about Aoi. My child is friends with her daughters. We arranged to visit today. Fujimura Takahiro fabricated a reason. Really? You chose to visit just as a storm is brewing? The man glanced at the ominous clouds gathering in the sky. I'm afraid she did not mention this to me. Furthermore, her family left here this morning. Where did they go? I'm sorry, but I cannot disclose that information. If you truly know her, you must have her number. Why not call her directly? Precisely because we cannot reach Lady Aoi by phone did we come here to inquire. If they could have contacted her, Fujimura Takahiro would have done so already. Then I'm afraid I cannot assist you. The man shrugged, discerning from the girl's reaction that her words were mere pretense. Who knows if they were ill-intentioned? Just as he intended to close the door, it suddenly resisted his efforts, for Broly had extended his small hand to hold it open. The man glanced at the boy blocking the door, skeptically pushing against him, only to find that the strength of a child surpassed his own. What are you planning to do? He questioned. Impatience marked Broly's demeanor as he raised his hand, unleashing an energy blast that obliterated the door and eaves. He then directed his palm towards the man pushing against the door. Speak, or face dire consequences. His voice, though youthful, was laden with gravity. And with the eaves now vanished, the man dared not dismiss his words as a jest. They returned to Dongmu City this morning, accompanied by a solemn-looking man who came to retrieve them. As for their specific purpose in Dongmu City, I do not know. Please, do not harm me or the Zenjo family. The man hastily divulged the whereabouts of the Tosaka family, utterly unwilling to withhold any information. A married daughter is like water poured out. In Zen City, Koei, as she is now a wife, is taken in by her relatives for a temporary stay. However, should formidable individuals come knocking, the Zen family would dare not intervene, for they are well aware of the terror that lurks within the realm of sorcery. Upon returning to the vehicle, the scar-faced man prepared to drive, but noticed the boy still standing outside. He hastily exclaimed, Young Master Broly, aren't you going to get in the car? We need to hurry back to Fuyuki City. This is taking too long. I intend to fly back, Broly replied. Without allowing the scar-faced man a moment to react, he slipped beneath the vehicle and effortlessly lifted it, propelling himself toward Fuyuki City. During the journey, some parts fell from the car, necessitating a slight reduction in speed, yet they still arrived in under 2 minutes, directly hovering above the Tosaka residence. As Broly descended and set the vehicle down on the ground, he noticed the expressions of the two passengers were somewhat grim. Although the ride had not been overly jarring, the intense sensation of acceleration had greatly startled the occupants. Broly, next time you decide to fly with someone, please give us a heads up, Fujimura Taiga admonished, her heart racing so fiercely that she could not even marvel at the revelation of his ability to fly. I'm sorry, Broly said, lowering his head in apology upon witnessing Fujimura Taiga's current state of distress through the Crystal Palace. It's all right, this isn't your fault, but rather ours for experiencing flight in a vehicle for the first time, Fujimura Taiga reassured him, taking a deep breath as she sought to regain her composure. Let's go ring the doorbell, she said, leading the way toward the entrance of the Tosaka residence. As she pressed the doorbell, Shiro Amiya, monitoring the scene through modern surveillance, caught sight of their presence. Wait, how did that boy end up at the Tosaka household? Elisaville, who happened to be nearby, expressed her surprise upon seeing the trio on the monitor. Shiro Amiya recalled their first encounter, noting that the boy had been accompanied by the Tosaka family's young daughter. Connecting the earlier commotion next door, he had a hunch that this situation might involve the little Tosaka girl. It seems no one is home, he observed after ringing the doorbell several times without a response. With a decisive kick, Broly forcefully opened the large iron gate, charging inside without hesitation. Oh, this is rather intrusive. Fujimura Taiga exclaimed, wanting to voice her discontent, but finding herself unable to do so. She could only utter a polite remark before hastening to follow him. Before she could catch up, the defensive magic of the Tosaka estate activated. The gems embedded in the statues illuminated, unleashing beams of energy toward the intruders. Broly was struck, glancing at the feeble energy beam that had hit him. It was too weak to even break the skin. Yet, the attire purchased for him by Tosaka Taiga had been scorched. Already in a foul mood, his anger intensified. He raised his hands, unleashing 2 energy blasts, which detonated with a resounding bang, obliterating the magical defense system set up in the front yard of the Tosaka residence. Tosaka Taiga mused whether she should feel fortunate that the last time someone had rung the doorbell to enter this house, or if she should be grateful that Broly had not barged in and demolished the entire yard. If anyone had been home, the commotion just now would have surely been noticed. After searching the Tosaka household, not a single figure was found. The scar-faced man remarked. But where could they go if they returned to Fuyuki City and not home? Tosaka Taiga frowned. There is still one more place. Where? The Matou residence. Broly recalled the place he had just traversed into. Although he was unfamiliar with the path, he remembered the general direction. Today is a dreadful day? Young Sakura felt this way, not due to the inclement weather, but because someone was required to return to that nightmarish insect-infested abode. Late last night, her mother suddenly spoke at length to her and her sister, conveying that their father wished for her to return to the Matou family, to continue as Matou's adopted daughter and inherit the family's magical legacy. She wept and protested, but to no avail. Her mother, with tears streaming down her face, insisted that this was their father's decision, and as a daughter of the Tosaka family, she must comply. Upon hearing this news, young Sakura felt desolate and began to lose faith in her family. Yet she could feel her mother's love, as her mother wished to keep her close, planning for her sister to take her place as the Matou family's heir. Her sister loved her as well, bravely pretending to be strong, willing to become the heir to the Matou family in her stead, which brought Sakura warmth from her family. Rin, you are a strong child. But do not run away from the Matou family like your sister did, spoke Tosaka Tokiomi, clad in a red suit, attempting to pat his eldest daughter's head, only to be evaded by Tosaka Rin. The admiration she once held for her father turned to resentment after learning of his decision the previous night. Fine. I understand you cannot comprehend me now, but you will when you grow up, Tosaka Tokiomi sighed, empathizing with his eldest daughter's emotions. As for the head of the Matou family, Rin, wait a moment. Tosaka Tokiomi was interrupted before he could finish with a plea, and the interrupter was none other than his youngest daughter. Sakura, what is it? I have made up my mind. I will return to the Matou family as the heir. In her childhood, Sakura could recall the agony of insects crawling across her body. The thought of her sister, who was willing to take her place as the adopted child of the Matou family, enduring the same fate, overwhelmed her. In that final moment of relinquishing her role, she could not restrain herself any longer. Sakura, are you certain? Tosaka Tokiomi inquired, astonished. Rather than having his somewhat delicate younger daughter inherit the Tosaka family, he preferred the more mature elder daughter to take on that responsibility. Sakura, what nonsense are you speaking? Always Zenju tugged at her. Indeed. Had it not already been agreed that her sister would be the one to go to the Matou household? Rin Tosaka chimed in. Her sister had always treated her kindly, and Sakura could not bear the thought of causing her sister to weep. Compared to her sister, she had grown more accustomed to the sensation of insects crawling over her skin. She felt devoid of her father's love, yet could sense her mother's affection. Although it was clear that her mother loved her father more, only her sister truly loved her. Young Sakura did not comprehend the meaning of impulsiveness, but she wished to spare her sister from weeping amidst the insects. If tears were to be shed, then she had already cried. Shedding them once more should not be of much consequence. A forced smile appeared on the girl's small face. She did not understand why her grandfather, whose head had exploded, could still be alive, but it mattered little. Confronting her fear, she approached him and said, Grandfather, I'm going home. There's no need for my sister to come into our house. Sakura, you have grown stronger, Matou Zangetsu remarked, a smile gracing his features, albeit one laced with profound malice. It seemed he was more accepting of his grandfather's transformation now. Tosaka Tokiomi perceived none of this, his visage adorned with an impeccably elegant smile as he praised his now vanished younger daughter. Sakura, although you are once again not a Tosaka child, I am still proud of your courage. Young Sakura bit her lip and turned her head away, no longer the naive child she once was. unwilling to engage with the man who had once claimed the role of her father. The sky darkened ominously, threatening a torrential downpour, mirroring her despondent mood. It seemed there would be no one to come. Suddenly, young Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she see? A vehicle racing through the stormy skies, hurtling towards her at an alarming speed. With a thunderous roar and flashes of lightning, Broly descended from above, carrying a small car. This chapter concludes. Chapter 23. Archer is a range profession. Broly gently set down the vehicle. This time, Fujimura Taiga, who had previously been startled by the flying car, appeared unperturbed. Broly, how did you come to be here, and in such a peculiar manner? Rin Tosaka asked, leading the trio towards him. I've come to find you. I sensed your unhappiness and wished to understand the cause, Broly stated candidly. Rin Tosaka, astute as ever, gleaned a vital piece of information from Broly's words. Do you know my sister? Yes, Broly nodded. My dear, elegant gentleman, if my memory serves me well, during our last visit when we returned your daughter to your abode, we discussed the unfortunate circumstances of her mistreatment in the foster family, did we not? As Broly engaged in conversation with Rin Tosaka, Taiga Fujimura approached the refined man clad in a crimson suit, her demeanor charged with indignation. Upon reaching the Matou residence and witnessing the exchange of the child, coupled with the decline in the girl's happiness metrics, the entire situation became apparent to Taiga without the need for excessive elaboration. Although her assumptions may have contained inaccuracies, the overarching conclusion remained consistent. This man intended to return his daughter to the very household where she had endured maltreatment. Tosaka Tokiomi stepped back, realizing that the boy's dramatic entrance, descending with a cart, signified that the two who had previously brought his daughter home were not mere ordinary individuals. Cautiously, he retrieved his jeweled cane and replied, "The misunderstanding has been resolved. My daughter has not suffered any mistreatment at the Matou household, merely a stringent approach to her magical training. However, as her father, I appreciate your concern for her well-being, yet I must kindly request that you, as outsiders, refrain from intervening in the affairs between the Tosaka and Matou families." Before Tokiomi could articulate the remainder of his thoughts, Broly appeared before him, delivering a swift punch that struck his cheek. The elegant man's visage contorted visibly, and he was sent spiraling away. With a resounding crash, he collided against the heavy iron gate of the Matou residence, causing a commotion that finally drew the attention of those nearby. Time. Master. Father. The first cry came from Always Enjo, the second from the impassive Kirai Kodomine, and the third from Rin Tosaka, who, despite her reproach towards her father's insensitivity, still held a modicum of respect for him. Your father is still alive. I have not killed him, Broly explained to the anxious Rin Tosaka as he advanced towards the man who had crashed into the iron gate. I returned her home to ensure her happiness. Yet you have once again cast her out. Broly's voice grew increasingly furious as he pointed towards the young Sakura nearby, observing the unfolding scene. Your father's actions have been most deserving of reprimand. I shall employ force to make you, the patriarch of the Matou family, understand who truly commands your household. Broly was determined to fulfill the promise made to young Sakura in their shared moments, intending to use his might to compel her parents to yield or, more plainly, to assist Sakura in reclaiming the home she once knew. Tosaka Tokiomi was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Broly's sudden assault, and even more astonished by the swiftness and strength of the attack. Although Broly had restrained himself from delivering a fatal blow, the pain made Tosaka Tokiomi yearn to succumb to unconsciousness, yet the pride of a magician compelled him to maintain his composure. He raised his jeweled staff, and as the magical energy within him surged, a fireball was unleashed from the ruby tip, hurtling toward the approaching boy. Broly, observing the slowly advancing fireball, effortlessly extinguished it with a casual swipe, a spectacle that caused those familiar with magic to flinch slightly. Realizing the futility of his fireball, Tosaka Tokiomi acted swiftly, retrieving several exquisite gems from his pocket and casting them toward Broly. The Tosaka family's gem magic is unique when assisted by high-quality gems. It significantly amplifies the potency of their spells. Gravity art, heavy pressure. The magic Tosaka Tokiomi invoked was related to gravity, capable of imposing multiple times the gravitational force upon anyone who ventured into the designated area. What would normally be a few times the weight, with the aid of several superior gems, escalated to over 20 times the gravitational pull of Earth. While external power may be formidable, internal organs are inherently fragile. No human could withstand an environment of over 20 times Earth's gravity, unless they were accustomed to an even greater gravitational force. Broly sensed the alteration in gravity, reminiscent of a return to planet Vampa. The gravity on planet Vegeta is 10 times that of Earth, and Vampa's gravity is even greater. Thus, Broly exhibited no signs of discomfort. Aside from a fleeting glance at the gems hurled his way, he effortlessly traversed the gravitational field and approached Tosaka Tokiomi. How is this possible? Tosaka Tokiomi could hardly believe his magic had failed, his eyes widening as he stared at the boy. Are you prepared to be struck? Broly inquired earnestly, his small fist raised. The impending confrontation would be arduous. He needed to restrain his overwhelming power to avoid fatally injuring the elderly man accompanying the two girls before him. Before Tosaka Tokiomi could respond, Broly launched his attack. His fists moved with astonishing speed, akin to an afterimage, lifting the man off the ground. Teacher! Father! The cries echoed as Tosaka Tokiomi's eyes rolled back in response to Broly's relentless punches. Stop just shouting. Hurry and assist your teacher, Zen and Aoi urged anxiously, prompting the nearby Kirai Kodomine. Witnessing Tosaka Tokiomi being pummeled, Kodomine appeared concerned outwardly, yet inwardly he felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Pressured by the seemingly concerned stepmother, he could only adopt the demeanor of a dutiful disciple and rush to offer assistance. Cease this at once. Akiko. To be continued. As Kiritsugu Amiya approached the boy within the range of his punches, he unleashed his own 8 extremities fist technique against the attacking child. Yet, in the very next moment, he was sent flying, rolling several times along the street in front of the Matou residence. Rising to his feet, he discovered that his right arm was grotesquely twisted, a clear indication of a severe fracture. What manner of creature is this? A cold sweat broke out on Kiritsugu's forehead as he observed Broly pummeling Tosaka Tokiomi. On the surface, it appeared as though the boy's strikes were merely swift, lacking any real power. However, upon making contact, Kiritsugu realized that those punches were akin to iron fists imbued with immense strength. Had he not been quick to mitigate the force, he might have lost his hands entirely. Nonetheless, it was evident that the boy was employing finesse rather than brute force. Otherwise, Tokiomi would have been reduced to a mere pulp long ago. Kiritsugu assessed the two companions who had accompanied the boy and glanced at Tosaka Tokiomi, who was being struck into an elegant dance amidst the chaos. After a brief contemplation, he dismissed the dangerous notion of taking the two as hostages to threaten the boy. Just as Broly raised his fist, aiming for Tosaka Tokiomi's abdomen to deliver another blow, a long sword suddenly shot through the air from the side. Unlike Kiritsugu's feeble punches, this sword halted Broly in his tracks. Turning towards the direction from which the sword had come, the figure of Gilgamesh emerged. You have entertained me with a fine spectacle, yet Tosaka Tokiomi remains my subordinate. Sometimes, the dignity of a subordinate reflects upon the majesty of their king, Gilgamesh proclaimed. Are you suggesting that one must consider the master when striking a dog? Broly inquired, the thought spontaneously surfacing in his mind. Indeed, that is precisely the case, Gilgamesh replied, chuckling heartily. In light of your ability to amuse me, I shall refrain from further conflict. It would be beneath me to engage with a mere child, were it not for Tokiomi's perilous state. Are you here to assist him? Broly asked. You could interpret it that way. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of chains echoed through the air. Broly's body was ensnared in the chains of heaven, suspended midair, while his small fist, aimed at Gilgamesh, was halted a mere 20 centimeters from the king's visage, allowing Gilgamesh to feel the rush of wind from the impending punch. What a fiercely aggressive lad you are, launching an attack upon this king without provocation. Yet, given your youth, I can overlook your insolence this time. With a clang, the chains of heaven were forcibly stretched, and a shield of noble phantasm appeared just in time to protect Gilgamesh. Broly's fist collided with the shield, producing a tremendous noise, and the overwhelming force sent the shield flying backward. Gilgamesh raised his hand to deflect the incoming shield, yet as a demigod, he found himself being pushed backward by its force. A crack echoed through the air as the illustrious shield shattered, revealing the figure of Gilgamesh behind it. Broly, undeterred by the chains binding him, lunged forward once more, delivering a powerful kick. The resounding crash that followed was indistinguishable from the thunder above, or perhaps it was the sound of the earth shattering beneath his strike. Where Gilgamesh had once stood, a crater resembling a meteorite impact now lay. Standing within the crater, Broly grasped the chains that restrained his limbs and, with a mere exertion of strength, effortlessly snapped them apart. It became evident that he could not be treated merely as a child. Rather, he must be regarded as a ferocious beast of unparalleled might. Under the glow of the street lamp, Gilgamesh's expression turned grave as his attire transformed into golden armor. The two assaults from Broly had illuminated the boy's formidable prowess. Only those threats that did not endanger his life could be confronted with ease. However, a being capable of severing the chains of heaven with such ease warranted utmost respect. Should he dare to underestimate such a foe again, it would be the jester who would play the fool. From behind Gilgamesh, the ripples of the king's treasury emerged, materializing various noble phantasms aimed at the boy below. Broly furrowed his brow, recognizing that this was an adversary worthy of greater effort, and thus launched another assault, shattering the street lamp with a single kick. Gilgamesh leapt away from the street lamp just in time, as the noble phantasms cascaded from the sky like raindrops. The thunderous sounds of destruction rang out as the street was reduced to dust and debris, while Broly charged recklessly through the downpour of attacks. He swatted away and destroyed noble phantasms with ease, relentlessly pursuing Gilgamesh, who was leaping skyward while trampling the very weapons he had summoned. A true monster, indeed. Even when struck by the noble phantasms, Broly remained unscathed, impervious to the damage they could inflict. Simultaneously, Gilgamesh sensed that Broly's speed and strength were rapidly escalating, as if the boy had only just begun to unveil his true power. Fortunately, the child's straightforward approach made it relatively easy to predict his trajectory. While ordinary noble phantasms could not harm him, their force was sufficient to impede his momentum. As a shield obscured Broly's vision, he shattered it with a mighty punch, only to be met by a colossal war hammer that descended from behind the fractured shield. Unprepared for the unexpected strike, Broly was struck squarely on the forehead by the massive hammer, sending him crashing back to the ground. Bang! The pain surged through him as he clutched his forehead, rolling in the crater left by his impact, caught off guard by this unforeseen maneuver. As Gilgamesh stood upon a weapon of great power, his arms crossed in the sky, he reflected on Broly's recent assault. You possess considerable strength, I must concede that. However, your approach is excessively straightforward, akin to a beast that knows only to charge headlong. He concluded that if Broly continued to battle in such a manner, no matter how formidable his power and speed, he would never land a blow on the king. Yet, there was an unspoken truth in Gilgamesh's assessment. Broly's defense was astonishingly resilient, capable of withstanding even the most direct bombardments from weapons of legend. Gilgamesh found himself at a loss against Broly. You resort to trickery, merely tossing objects. Broly fumed, bewildered by Gilgamesh's unconventional combat style. In his previous experiences, whether in hunting or sparring with his father, every encounter had been a clash of physical might, devoid of such tactics. Humph, these treasures are my possessions. It is entirely reasonable for me to use them for attack and defense. Besides, I am an archer, a heroic spirit of the bow. What is wrong with employing range techniques? Gilgamesh retorted, yet his rebuttal inadvertently revealed his reluctance to engage Broly in close combat. Engaging in melee with this physically imposing creature would be tantamount to courting disaster. At this moment, Gilgamesh was resolute in adhering to the principles of his class. He was an archer, after all, and archers are, without exception, ranged fighters. Chapter 24. I have reclaimed your home. Broly's anger simmered as he pondered why his opponent could throw objects while he could not. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within his mind. Raising his small hand, he aimed at the golden-haired figure above. What is he doing? Gilgamesh wondered, suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. He swiftly moved from his original position. Just as a powerful energy blast surged past where he had stood, obliterating the weapon upon which he had relied. Gilgamesh's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he glanced downward. Broly blinked, as if he had stumbled upon a new realm of possibilities. Lifting his other hand, he too directed his gaze upwards. Their eyes met, and Broly beamed a naive smile that seemed to convey, "Now it is my turn to throw something at you." Both of his small hands shimmered with green light. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resonated amidst the downpour, steam rising to envelop the air in a thick mist. It appeared that this world adhered to the principle that where there is smoke, there is no harm, for a golden-green spacecraft burst forth from the haze. Gilgamesh stood atop the flying vessel, narrowly escaping death thanks to his swift reflexes. summoning a myriad of defensive artifacts to shield himself from the energy projectile hurled by the boy. Though he had survived the explosion, he now appeared rather disheveled. Abandoning his regal posture with arms crossed, the magical barrier that once shielded him from the rain had dissipated, leaving him drenched. To make matters worse, the monstrous child had ascended once more, coalescing green light in his hands as he pursued Gilgamesh, launching a barrage of terrifying energy orbs akin to the artifacts he had previously cast. Unlike those artifacts, which had failed to breach the child's defenses, these energy projectiles would spell doom if they struck him directly. Behind the Vamana, a series of green lights flickered ominously, accompanied by dreadful explosions that scattered torrents of rain. Onlookers, captivated by the spectacle of this battle, were momentarily awestruck. The deluge masked much of the commotion, and the absence of an established network in this world meant that the dazzling explosions unfolding in the sky would remain unknown to the masses for now. The Vamana ascended higher as Gilgamesh piloted the vessel into the storm clouds, where the occasional flash of natural lightning illuminated the surroundings, while the energy cannon relentlessly pursued him from behind. The Vamana possesses lightning protection, Gilgamesh mused as he glanced back. At that moment, a bolt of lightning struck Broly, its speed so astonishing that the creature could not evade it, resulting in a direct hit. Smoke enveloped him as he plummeted downwards. Despite Broly's monstrous nature, the force of nature proved to be overwhelmingly potent. Gilgamesh could not help but reflect, having once confronted the inexorable cycle of life and death, only to face defeat. Just as he lamented, a resounding explosion echoed as another energy orb detonated nearby. Turning around, he saw the boy, who had just fallen, now reinvigorated and in hot pursuit. Though Broly's body tingled from the electric shock, he remained largely unscathed. Gilgamesh felt a twinge of amusement at the sight. Yet the urgency of the situation left him no room for jest. He could only guide his adversary deeper into the storm-laden region. Lightning soon reappeared, drawn to the residual charge lingering on Broly. However, this time, the strike failed to incapacitate him. A green energy barrier materialized around Broly just in time, allowing him to withstand the onslaught of natural lightning as he continued his relentless chase after the flying vessel. Was the mythic age long since concluded, leaving behind a legacy in this world? This was a question that lingered in Gilgamesh's mind, as only the terrifying entities of mythic times might possess the strength to contend with the forces of nature. Certainly, pure lightning was not the apex of nature's might. Yet the ability to endure such raw power with flesh alone was enough to instill trepidation. The chase and bombardment continue, as Broly becomes increasingly adept at aerial combat. The pressure on Gilgamesh intensifies. Tosaka Tokiomi, a remarkable mage, finds himself somewhat overwhelmed amidst the chaotic barrage of noble phantasms and the relentless maneuvers of the flying chariot, Vamana. After half an hour of playing a game of aerial dodgeball, Gilgamesh is compelled to consume a mana-replenishing potion from his treasury. As the storm begins to subside and the lightning diminishes after an hour, Broly forces Vamana to ascend to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Just as Broly prepares to unleash an energy blast at the ship, Gilgamesh calls for a halt. Unlike other opponents, Broly, intrigued by Gilgamesh's intent, obliges. Continuing this way will only squander our time. How about we settle this with a single decisive blow? Gilgamesh proposes. Most of his magical energy is expended on flight, and he is nearing depletion, while the formidable boy remains as vigorous as ever. Being pursued any longer, defeat would merely be a matter of time. Thus, he prefers to resolve their conflict through the most potent of strikes. Very well, Broly responds after a moment's contemplation. His own time is limited, having already wasted much on this swift adversary. The prospect of a decisive confrontation is agreeable to him. Let it be known, no ambushes shall occur before we unleash our strongest techniques, and once our ultimate attacks are launched, we cannot evade each other's might. Do you accept these terms? Gilgamesh inquires. Agreed, Broly replies. Then it is settled. With Broly's agreement, Gilgamesh breathes a sigh of relief. His ultimate technique relies on his Excalibur. Yet to unleash an attack capable of breaching this monstrous boy's defenses requires considerable time to absorb mana. However, being relentlessly pursued, he had no opportunity to gather the requisite power. Even if he could muster enough energy, given Broly's speed, hitting him would be a challenge. Hence, Gilgamesh refrained from employing Excalibur until he was nearly cornered, at which point he proposed this decisive agreement. To be candid, resorting to such tactics against a child, albeit a veritable monster, seems somewhat unscrupulous. Yet, one must acknowledge that intellect is a facet of strength. Broly's acceptance of this arrangement speaks to his youth and inexperience, and thus cannot be blamed. With Excalibur in hand, Gilgamesh begins to absorb the ambient mana, while below, Tosaka Tokiomi has already regained consciousness. He is battered and bruised, and upon waking, he learns that his servant has ascended into battle against the monstrous boy. Gilgamesh, have you achieved victory? It is not so. This is a formidable adversary. I have agreed with him that a single strike will determine the victor. Gilgamesh did not disclose the dire circumstances he found himself in. Use all the command seals at your disposal. I require immense magical energy to liberate my EA. Tosaka Tokiomi was momentarily taken aback. If he expended all the command seals, would he still be considered a master? Do not dwell on that wretched cup. If the foe before this king is not vanquished, your survival is far from guaranteed. Gilgamesh, perceiving his master's thoughts, let out a cold snort and spoke, feeling the excruciating pain coursing through his body. Tosaka Tokiomi made his decision. In the name of the command seals, great heroic king, please triumph over the enemy before you. Tosaka repeated these words twice in a somewhat breathless manner, and the two command seals in his hand vanished, transforming into vast magical energy that surged through the contract to the heroic spirit on the other end. The stratosphere, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, was originally characterized by stable air currents. However, as the sword of separation in Gilgamesh's hand began to spin, the atmosphere grew increasingly unstable. The chapter is not yet complete. Click to continue reading. The magical energy suffused by the command seals was not sufficient. Gilgamesh was also harnessing this energy to manipulate the magical currents of Fuyuki City, drawing all the stray magic in the atmosphere to converge upon his EA. The consequence of this was that the still-present storm clouds in the lower atmosphere began to swirl, with an extensive impact radius. In the coastal region of Kansai, Japan, anomalous meteorological phenomena had emerged. Meteorological satellites from various nations orbiting overhead detected these unusual weather changes. Director, we have a major situation. The United States Special Investigation Bureau, upon receiving reports from subordinates, displayed footage captured by a spy satellite from the skies above Fuyuki City. Oh my God, is this something a human can accomplish? The staff of the Investigation Bureau exclaimed upon witnessing the terrifying scene at the center of the meteorological anomaly, particularly the influence of Gilgamesh's sword on the weather. That should not be human, but rather a heroic spirit. According to the Intelligence Bureau, 3 prestigious families from the magical community are conducting a secret ritual known as the Holy Grail Ceremony in that location. Are you jesting with me? This is also called a secret ritual? The intelligence officer who had divulged information about the Holy Grail Ceremony found himself at a loss for words. The commotion in Fuyuki City was so great that any nation with meteorological satellites would surely be aware. Get in the car. What is happening, Ryder? Weber, suddenly hoisted onto a cart by a burly man, was still trying to grasp the situation. We must strategically retreat, Iskander explained. Why? Weber asked, noticing the clouds above and feeling the magical energy in the atmosphere gathering upwards. Iskander pointed to the void appearing overhead. Weber nodded, but still did not comprehend the need to flee. It seems that the hero king above is now truly serious. Should he unleash his most formidable treasure upon us, given the current situation, this city may very well face annihilation. If we do not flee far enough now, I fear we may never have the chance again. Wait, did you say this was orchestrated by the archer? Weber's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. I distinctly remember his presence. There is no time for conversation. Hold on tightly to me. The cart surged forward, kicking up dust as it raced away from Fuyuki City. Do you not need to prepare? The magical energy was nearing its peak. Gilgamesh glanced at Broly, who seemed to be idly floating in the air to his left, and inquired, What am I supposed to do? Broly responded, a hint of confusion in his voice, before suddenly realizing and swiftly darting from Gilgamesh's left side to his right. What are you doing? Gilgamesh asked, furrowing his brow. Historically, one loses when positioned to the left, hence I shall stand on the right, Broly replied earnestly. Gilgamesh, taken aback by his response, found himself at a loss for words. Are you not preparing your strongest technique? He asked. I am already prepared. See for yourself. Broly opened his right hand to reveal a small, glass-like energy sphere. While he was uncertain of what constituted his strongest move, He understood that compressing energy could yield greater power. This deep green energy sphere, the size of a marble, represented the limit of his current control over compressed energy. Gilgamesh thought it somewhat unwise to judge the explosive potential of an energy sphere by its appearance, yet at that moment, he felt a sense of assured victory, or rather, an unearned advantage. Observing the monumental magical energies he had gathered, he contrasted it with the silent, diminutive glass sphere produced by Broly. Are you not going to prepare further? I can no longer compress any more energy into it. If I do, it will explode. Very well, then. Are you ready? Yes. In the narration of the primordial, at the dawn of creation, even the void extends its congratulations, as the sword of separation rends the world. Though your adversary is but one, he is formidable enough to unleash your true potential. Powerful magical energy coalesced upon the sword of separation, as crimson-brown lightning surged violently. Your name is Broly, is it not? Indeed. Broly, I am coming. Gilgamesh declared as he prepared to unleash his most potent attack, directing the sword of separation towards him. Enuma Elish. A terrifying torrent of crimson-brown energy erupted from the sword of separation. In response, Broly simply hurled his compressed energy sphere forward. The moment the energies met, the marble-sized sphere began to swell. In the blink of an eye, the furious onslaught of reddish-brown energy was engulfed by the expanding compressed energy blast. Gilgamesh widened his eyes, thoughts racing with the notion that perhaps he had truly been defeated on the left by wave, as his body succumbed to the overwhelming energy. Broly's compressed energy blast continued unabated, cleaving a striking parting through the earth of the Type Moon world before soaring into the cosmos. Just before it vanished into the distance, it grazed the moon of the Type Moon world, inadvertently carrying away a fragment of the celestial body. A certain princess, slumbering within the millennia-old city, was abruptly awakened and rushed to the window, gazing up at the moon now missing a small piece, her heart racing with anxiety. After all, she had narrowly escaped the loss of her essence. Once the battle concluded, Broly felt his hunger gnawing at him, having expended considerable energy in the process. Descending from the sky, his tattered garments did not diminish the awe he inspired. The prospect of a meal would have to wait, for the father of the other household had yet to finish his reprimand. Clenching his small fist, Broly strode menacingly towards Tosaka Tokiomi. No, please don't come any closer. This was a pure display of violent education, and the severely injured Tosaka Tokiomi found himself on the receiving end of another beating. Under Broly's formidable persuasion, the matter of adopting a daughter was effectively put to rest. The more pressing issue was that all the servants had perished. Thus, Tosaka Tokiomi was effectively eliminated from the Holy Grail War. In such a dire situation, he was hardly in a position to bestow his daughter upon another. Though Matou Sakura had her own thoughts, she quickly donned a forced smile and presented the young Sakura when Broly's penetrating gaze fell upon her. Who would dare oppose such a terrifying monster over a child with potential? Were they so eager to court death? The sky after the rain was resplendent, and standing beneath the refracted sunlight, Broly addressed young Sakura. I have reclaimed your home. You may return now. Young Sakura, momentarily stunned, felt her happiness surge, at last. Unable to contain herself, she leaped into Broly's embrace, clinging to his neck as tears streamed down her face. Brother Broly, I don't want to go home. That isn't my home. I want to go home with you. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 25. Aftermath of FZ, father and son on the planet Wampa naturally. Broly could not take anyone back to planet Wampa, but Fujimura Taiga managed to escort the girl back to the Fujimura household, with Tosaka Rin accompanying her. However, Adoi Tosaka, the mother of the two girls, did not follow. Her love for her husband prevailed. Given Tosaka Tokiomi's severe injuries inflicted by Broly, she, alongside the injured Kiritsugu Amiya, took it upon themselves to transport her husband to the church in Fuyuki City for treatment. Yet, en route, they encountered Kiritsugu Amiya and Saber. The magician's assassin had long been lurking nearby, waiting patiently for the moment when Broly and Gilgamesh concluded their battle before emerging with a gun drawn, aiming at the trio. Under the coercion of Amiya Kiritsugu, Kirai Kotomine commanded his servant to end his life using a command seal, marking the departure of the apprentice alongside the master from the Holy Grail War. Amiya Kiritsugu refrained from firing his weapon, perhaps influenced by Broly's abduction of the two girls from the Tosaka family, thus choosing to spare the three of them. Upon returning to the Fujimura household, Broly, while dining, spoke with young Sakura and Tosaka Rin about his impending return home. "Hey, Brother Broly, can't you take me back with you?" young Sakura implored, her eyes reflecting the sorrow of an abandoned puppy as Broly shook his head. "If you have no place to go, my sister can take you in," interjected Fujimura Taiga, causing young Sakura's eyes to light up once more. "Before I leave, I wish to share something with you," Broly announced after finishing his meal, the clock ticking down to the final 3 minutes. "What is it?" young Sakura and Tosaka Rin inquired, turning their attention to him. "I would like to invite you both to become a part of my Crystal Palace. I wonder if you would accept?" Broly asked directly, the invitation manifesting before the two girls. "I accept," young Sakura replied without hesitation, oblivious to the meaning of crystal, yet willing to fulfill any request from Broly, thus raising his happiness points to 30,000. Rescued from despair by the boy who bore the weight of a truck, young Sakura's moment of happiness was valued at over 150 points, adding her existing happiness points of over 20. The total surged to more than 180 points, which converted to over 18,000 happiness points. Broly emerged victorious from this encounter. "What is the Crystal Palace?" Tosaka Rin inquired, equally unable to grasp its meaning at her tender age. "It signifies truly becoming my wife," Broly responded, adhering to the Crystal Palace's definition. "Oh," Tosaka Rin stammered, slightly flustered. "Was the topic of wife something children of their age should discuss? Do you not wish to?" Broly asked, his own anxiety apparent. Following his violent persuasion of that old man, Tosaka Rin's happiness points had also risen back to over 70. If the girl declined to join the Crystal Palace, Broly would incur significant loss. "Not exactly, but can we discuss this when we're older?" Tosaka Rin queried, her cheeks tinged with red. She held a favorable impression of the boy who had come to alleviate her and her sister's troubles, despite Broly having physically reprimanded her father. "That cannot be. I need you to agree now," Broly insisted, urgency in his voice. Well, all right then," Tosaka Rin reluctantly acquiesced, adding over 7,000 points to Broly's happiness. Indeed, just as Rin Tosaka was about to inquire about the Q-version avatar before her, Broly's return coincided with the appointed time. In the blink of an eye, he appeared and just as swiftly vanished, leaving behind only the joyful state displayed by the boy's Q-version avatar and the happiness points in the upper right corner that gradually increased, serving as proof of his fleeting presence in this world. Allow me to elucidate. The panel before you is an auxiliary module of the Crystal Palace, attainable solely by those who have become official members of the Crystal Palace. The number 45 signifies the current count of official members. Yet, we have only 3 individuals here. There is also the daughter from the neighboring Amiya household, though I have yet to meet her. Wait, can one have so many wives? It seems a tad premature for children to broach this topic. Let us continue discussing the exchange shop on the side, which catalogs the items Broly has consumed or used. One can exchange happiness points generated by Broly, though I would advise against redeeming food from his homeland, as it is notoriously unpalatable. Tamura Takahiro began to expound on the utility of the Crystal Palace auxiliary module to the two girls, but the current iteration of the module was rather straightforward, and she concluded her explanation in a matter of moments. Nevertheless, she continued to recount Broly's unembellished life, filled with arduous hunts and training on planet Vegeta, and deliberated on what the two of them should do moving forward, whether to reside together at the Tamura household or if only young Sakura would stay there. Gilgamesh's premature exit had precipitated significant upheaval in the Fourth Holy Grail War. In the ensuing days, the Holy Grail War escalated into a fervent conflict. Amiya Kiritsugu, accompanied by Saber, approached Sola, who was infatuated with the charms of Lancer. Diarmuid, engaged in a fair knightly duel, ultimately succumbed to Artoria, returning to the throne of heroes amidst her lamentations. The strategic retreat of the Conqueror King led him to confront the now rejuvenated Artoria 2 days later, proposing a decisive battle. During this time, Amiya Kiritsugu attempted to ambush and eliminate Weber, but was preemptively thwarted by his Condor. "If you intend to determine the victor through the death of the master, I have no objections. After all, I command a great army. What say you? Shall we engage in a war that bypasses the servants to slay the master?" Under such a threat, Amiya Kiritsugu resolutely abandoned his assault on the master, entrusting the outcome to Artoria. However, even with all 4 command seals expended, the sword of victory sworn by the King of Knights could not breach the formidable forces of the Conqueror King. Artoria fell beneath the blades, and it seemed the victor of the Holy Grail had been determined, the inept student of Kenneth, Weber Velvet. Yet, a most astonishing turn of events unfolded. As Artoria was drawn into the mental space by Iskander, the disqualified master, Kirai Kodomine, stealthily invaded the Amiya residence and absconded with Alice Phil, the vessel of the Lesser Grail. The objective was to lure Kiritsugu Amiya to meet, akin to the convergence of fate's threads. A confrontation ensued between them at the Fuyuki City Civic Center, yet before it could reach its conclusion, the black mud descended from above. Subsequently, during the inquiries posed by the Holy Grail, Kiritsugu discovered the miraculous essence he longed for was non-existent, or rather, such miracles could only be resolved through the means of slaughter he could comprehend. Namely, the extermination of humanity was the sole path to achieving everlasting peace in the world. This chapter remains unfinished. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. In a harrowing act, Kiritsugu was compelled to slay the phantasms of his wife and daughter within the Holy Grail's confines. Upon extricating himself from the taint of the black mud, he learned of his servant's defeat. Though he yearned to obliterate the Holy Grail, corrupted by the evils of this world, he found himself devoid of the strength to do so. However, Iskandar was a magnanimous king, and his master, Weber Velvet, possessed the youthful innocence and sense of justice that accompanied his age. Faced with the corruption, they nonetheless made the audacious decision to wish for the Holy Grail to reach its origin, a choice that would be beyond the capabilities of ordinary magicians. The Holy Grail was ultimately destroyed, yet a portion of the evils of this world still seeped through the Grail's connection to reality, resulting in an unexpected earthquake in Fuyuki City, claiming many lives. Days later, Kiritsugu adopted a son bereft of all memories and identity, naming him Shiro Amiya. Shortly after the conclusion of the Holy Grail ritual, Weber returned to the clock tower with a burly man cursed by the evils of this world. Introducing him as a scribe, he immersed himself in research to unravel the curse, scouring the library for knowledge until he was approached by Kenneth. Due to a mysterious ritual, a prodigious magician fell, yet his disciple rose, presenting himself to the public as the victor of the Holy Grail War, inheriting El Malloy's position in the clock tower. Kenneth engaged in a transaction with his former student, trading the esteemed title of El Malloy, which granted access to profound magics, for the protection of the Conqueror King, who bore the curse of the evils of this world. What of Korea Matou, you inquire? Regrettably, during the Holy Grail War, he commanded his servant to eliminate Zoken Matou, only to be taken by death when the dying Zoken detonated the cursed worms within him. As for Tokiomi Tosaka, once his wounds healed, he endeavored to fulfill his paternal duty by instructing his eldest daughter in magic and seeking a new magical lineage for his youngest. Alas, only Rin Tosaka offered him forgiveness, while Sakura Matou remained at the Fujimura household. In this regard, the elegant man found himself helpless, resorting to the means of Taiga Fujimura to bestow the costly acquired ethereal lineage of magic upon his youngest daughter. Thus, Taiga was introduced to the world of magic. Despite lacking exceptional talent, she learned a few magical techniques from Tokiomi, becoming a mediocre magician, one without the heritage of a magical lineage. A month after the war, Kiritsugu Amiya traveled to Germany to visit his biological daughter, only to be turned away by the Einsborn family. The reason for their rejection was his failure to retrieve the Holy Grail, and despite his attempts at explanation, they were in vain. An assault on the artificial family was also impractical. Subsequently, Kiritsugu sought the whereabouts of his son-in-law, Broly, but learned from a neighbor that the boy had returned to his own world. Reluctantly, he accepted the painful reality of being separated from his daughter. Kirai Kodomine was grievously injured. He survived, but was left incapacitated. Kirai's father, now advanced in age, decided to relinquish his position as the priest of the Fuyuki church to his son, simultaneously leveraging the connections of the Tosaka family. He brought in the granddaughter of the convent to serve as an apprentice nun to care for Kirai. Fuyuki City had settled into an uneasy calm, yet it was anything but tranquil, as the confrontation between Gilgamesh and Broly had revealed the existence of the Holy Grail and the might of the heroic spirits to the world. Although the Grail had been destroyed, human desires persisted. As long as such desires existed, the omnipotent wish-granting device would remain an object of yearning. Countless spies infiltrated Fuyuki City, hailing from various nations and the magical community alike. With the absence of the old worm, the new head of the Matou family, Matou Korea, boldly sold off their magical heritage and knowledge related to the Grail system. This transformation improved the family's finances, making Shinji Matou a wealthy heir, albeit with his father Korea relocating to a small European country. The process of crossing worlds was swift, in the blink of an eye. Broly found himself back on planet Vegeta. As he gazed upon the familiar cave that felt like a relic of the past, he noted the absence of the spider egg he had left behind, likely consumed by his father. Reflecting on the long absence from his father, whom he had recently defeated in another world, Broly felt an unexpected pang of longing. Upon exiting the cave and soaring into the open fields, Broly began to amplify his energy, stirring up a tempest in the vicinity. Before long, Paragus, equipped with a power detector, soared through the skies and quickened his pace upon spotting the boy amidst the tumult. "Broly, where have you been these days?" Paragus inquired with palpable excitement. On planet Vegeta, the father-son duo ranked as the most formidable predators. However, being the strongest did not exempt one from the perils of hunting, where injury and even death were possible. Paragus had been anxious during Broly's sudden disappearance, fearing for his son's safety, and had scoured the planet in search of him. "I ventured to another world," Broly replied honestly, sensing Paragus's concern and feeling a warmth in his heart at his father's eagerness. "If you prefer not to speak, that is perfectly fine. Just remember to inform me whenever you plan to go elsewhere in the future." Upon hearing this, Paragus felt somewhat speechless, yet since his long-lost son had returned safely, he was disinclined to concern himself excessively with Broly. "I did not lie," Broly insisted, furrowing his brow in defense. "It's your call," Paragus replied, unwilling to engage in an argument with his son. "I truly did not lie," Broly reiterated. "I believe you," Paragus responded. Broly, feeling a surge of anger, retaliated with a punch directed at Paragus. "I knew it would come to this," Paragus thought as he blocked his son's blow, exhaling a sigh before countering with a punch to Broly's cheek. The Scion father and son, reunited on planet Vampa, had exchanged scarcely a dozen words before they commenced their brawl. Their combat produced sonic booms, and the ground was furrowed with numerous trenches, ultimately culminating in Paragus being driven into the earth by Broly's foot. "I told you, I did not lie, and I said I believe you." After having pressed his father Paragus into the ground, Broly finally accepted his words as truth. His tattered garments, which had been rent asunder by lightning in the moon world, were thoroughly destroyed during their recent skirmish. "Father, this is a pork cutlet rice bowl I earned from another world. Please give it a try," Broly said, presenting a bowl of the delectable dish he had exchanged for at the Crystal Palace to the recovering Paragus. Upon catching a whiff of the appetizing aroma, Paragus's eyes widened in astonishment. He had been so bewildered that he had failed to discern from where Broly had produced such a fragrant item. "Son, was what you said earlier truly the case?" Broly. Unsurprisingly, after finishing the meal, Paragus received yet another beating from his beloved son. End of chapter. Chapter 26, A Journey Through Time Again. With Broly's return, good fortune graced planet Vampa. The delightful taste of ordinary food brought tears of joy to Paragus's eyes. "Curse that Vampa spider, may it never again appear on my menu." Paragus exuberantly hurled the spiders he had painstakingly hunted into the distant sky. Time flew by as they enjoyed their blissful days, and soon, more than half a month had passed. Upon discovering that his happiness points had dwindled to merely 20,000, Paragus began to grasp the gravity of the situation. "Broly, how much longer can you venture to the alternate world to seek a wife?" he inquired, sipping his drink with delight. According to the Crystal Palace's guidance, naturally waiting for the temporal energy to accumulate would take 5 years. Broly answered candidly. 5 years? Is there not a more expedient solution? Indeed, I can accelerate the energy collection process by moving. For every light year I traverse, I gain an additional year of temporal energy. Broly explained, as per the Crystal Palace's instructions. A light year? Upon hearing this, Paragus was taken aback. "Can we board a spaceship?" he inquired. "No. One must physically engage with the external spatial changes," Broly responded. Paragus felt somewhat at a loss. They never possessed a spaceship to begin with, which would have undoubtedly added to his disappointment. "Father, is a light year very far?" Broly asked, sensing the rapid decline in their happiness points. The appetite of the Scions far exceeded that of ordinary humans. Even though the points required to exchange for food were minimal, the insatiable consumption of 2 Scions was overwhelming. A light year is indeed a great distance. Without a spaceship, relying solely on our physical forms to traverse such a span, no Scion could hope to cover that distance in a lifetime. In Paragus's understanding, the mightiest Scion was King Vegeta, but could he traverse a light year purely by physical means? Clearly, It was an impossibility. Though they were scions, they were still human, and being human meant there were limits. Faced with distances measured in light years, even as scions, their existence felt insignificantly small. The Crystal Palace indicated that this function could be enhanced using happiness points, having the distance required for each upgrade in mobility. Due to Paragas's remarks, the Crystal Palace provided an interpretation of the module for mobility accelerates temporal energy charging, which Broly relayed as the information surfaced in his mind. Oh, it can actually be halved? Paragas exclaimed with delight, only to quickly temper his excitement upon realizing that the original distance was still measured in light years. It's futile. Even halved, it remains an unattainable distance. After halving, it can be upgraded further, with each upgrade also having the distance, Broly continued. Ah, so it's this type of halving? Paragas stroked his chin and queried, how are the points for upgrades calculated? The first upgrade costs 1 happiness point, the second 10, the third 100. And the fourth increases exponentially by powers of 10. Currently, your happiness points can allow for a maximum of 5 upgrades, reducing a light year's distance to 1/16 of its original span. It no longer seems so insurmountable, yet it remains a daunting distance. Paragas pondered for a moment before addressing his son, Broly, let's enhance this function. If we find ourselves unable to leave planet Vampa, your Crystal Palace represents our hope for a fulfilling life here, and enhancing such capabilities will yield greater benefits the sooner we achieve it. Broly, whose mathematical prowess was lacking, felt confident that running shorter distances to accelerate temporal energy collection was undoubtedly a sound strategy. Thus, he heeded Paragas's advice and expended half of their remaining 20,000 happiness points to upgrade the mobility charging function of the Crystal Palace. Mobility charging, run forth, host. Time flies. When your speed is swift enough, you shall catch up with time itself. Currently, every movement of 1/16 of a light year can recharge the temporal energy reservoir for a year. The energy collection progress stands at 0.5. It is noteworthy that the calculation does not necessitate traversing the entire distance. Any physical movement through space will accelerate the absorption of temporal energy. Tomorrow, I shall procure some Baiaya blood. You can exchange it for spider eggs with the Vampa spider, Paragas suddenly remarked. The transition from frugality to extravagance is effortless, yet the reverse is arduous. Thus, they, a father and son, must alter their overly lavish lifestyle of consuming regular food in abundance. Of course, the food you exchange for in the future shall be for your own consumption, Paragas added, somewhat apprehensive of his son's potential displeasure. Let us dine together. However, Broly did not exhibit any signs of anger. He merely pushed his half-eaten pork chop rice bowl towards Paragas. I am off to recharge. With that, the boy dashed outside, soaring towards the distant horizon. Within the cave, Paragas gazed at the half-eaten rice bowl left by his son, his heart stirred with emotion. His feelings were complex. The familial bonds among scions are not particularly robust, marked by savagery, selfishness, and the plundering of spoils. Sharing good fortune, even among kin, is a rare occurrence. Paragas suddenly felt a sense of gratitude that his son had always been thoughtful, not transformed into the typical scion child despite receiving traditional scion education in his youth. At that moment, Paragas, a traditional scion father, experienced what could be termed familial affection. 2 years prior, he nearly struck his son down, yet now, that memory seemed less terrifying. On Vampa Star, as long as there are no sandstorms, one can behold a beautifully clear night sky, where starlight cascades freely upon this desolate planet. Broly traversed this enchanting landscape, propelled by his explosive energy, uncertain of how long he had flown. Fatigue and hunger eventually compelled him to rest atop a peak. Just then, a blue trajectory streaked across the dawn sky, carrying a spaceship belonging to a young scion named Kakarot, passing by Vampa Star on its way to Earth. In the days that followed, Broly engaged in trading spider eggs, recharging after satisfying his hunger and thirst, only returning to the cave when fatigue set in, living a life of simple, unadorned routine. The taste of Vampa spider eggs remained as unpalatable as ever, yet the occasional sharing of normal food with his father became Broly's most anticipated delight. As for why he refrained from indulging solely for himself, Broly had not pondered the matter deeply. He simply felt it was the right thing to do. Much like when he visited the moonlit world, where his beloved offered him food, he too relished sharing sustenance with those around him. Time swiftly arrived at the year 739 of the AG era. At the edge of the atmosphere of planet Vampa, a verdant silhouette soared. encircling the entire orb with terrifying speed, completing lap after lap in mere moments. The temporal energy is fully charged. Shall we proceed with the traversal? As the Crystal Palace, which had lain dormant for 2 years, once again presented its prompt, the emerald figure came to a halt. At the age of 7, Broly stood half a head taller than he had at 5, adorned with a skirt fashioned from the fur of a bear beast, reverting to his primitive form. He gasped for breath at the thin, atmospheric edge, the golden hue in his eyes slowly fading from the depths of his pupils. Over these 2 years, he had relentlessly pushed himself to accelerate, breaking through his own limits daily. After nearly 3 arduous years, he had finally filled the temporal energy of the Crystal Palace. Gazing at his remaining happiness points, which his beloved slowly produced at a rate of 18 points, Broly felt tears of joy welling in his eyes. At last, he could embark on his journey to another world and earn happiness points once more. However, before departing, he needed to bid farewell to his father. This chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2. Broly rapidly descended to increase his velocity, having ascended to such heights for that very reason. Soon, he spotted his father, Paragus, at the edge of a bear beast's lair. This scion father was skillfully weaving clothing from the beast's fur for his son. Life on planet Vampa was harsh, and he was reluctant to have his son expend happiness points on anything other than food, thus resorting to crafting garments from local materials. Over the course of 7 years, Paragus had taught himself the art of weaving fur garments. Although they lacked durability, they were already quite a commendable local product. "Hey, Broly, are you planning to take a break today?" Paragus inquired curiously upon noticing his son's arrival. "It's not a break. It's enough," Broly replied, his voice somewhat unfamiliar after such an extended period of flight and energy accumulation. "Enough?" Paragus paused in surprise, then joy flooded his expression. With a sudden tug, the unfinished fur garment was torn asunder. "Clothes," Broly reminded him, but Paragus waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about the clothes for now, Broly. When you traverse to that other world, make sure you seek a wife there. The more, the merrier. However, do not forget to enhance their happiness quotient. Any foe that dares to obstruct your quest for a wife and the elevation of her happiness should be dealt with without hesitation." Heaven knows how long Paragus has awaited this moment, continually devising strategies to maximize his son's happiness points during the waiting period. "Broly, remember, once you meet your wife, do not rush to usher her into the Crystal Palace. Instead, focus on elevating her happiness quotient to its utmost potential. Only when the final moment arrives should you invite her into the palace." Broly listened attentively to his father's counsel, nodding in acknowledgement. Of course, if faced with insurmountable adversaries, preserving one's life takes precedence. If necessary, he could always return to planet Vegeta and endure a few more years of spider legs. In traversing this alternate world, who knows what obstacles await? Paragus imparted his past experiences of navigating perilous and unfamiliar planets to Broly. The essence of this wisdom lies in the scion's ability to adapt. If confronted with an unbeatable foe, retreating is not a matter of disgrace. Understood. Broly outwardly acquiesced, though internally he harbored no desire to consume spider legs. Regardless of how formidable the enemy may be, one must persevere to the end. With this resolve, he used his remaining happiness points to leave Paragus a complete pork chop rice dish before choosing to cross over. At the edge of the Giffinora Sea Tree Forest, Imperial soldiers disembarked from transport vehicles, bringing with them a group of children purchased from slave traders. After distributing small knives to each child, an officer ascended a makeshift platform of wooden boxes and called out to the emaciated children below. "Do you wish to eat your fill? Do you wish to live? All of this is possible here. Do you see that forest over there? If you can survive crossing through it and reach the clearing in its center, you will be able to eat and survive." The children gazed in the direction indicated by the officer. Despite the daylight, the forest appeared ominously dim. The intermittent roars of beasts instilled fear in many of the children, some of whom began to weep. Having scarcely endured the lash of the slave traders before being thrust into this predicament. "Now, you may enter," the officer declared, disregarding their fears. "No, those are the sounds of danger. I have heard them before. I want to go in. I want to go home." Cried, "I grant you a mere quarter of an hour. Should there still be anyone remaining here after that time, we shall eliminate them." Among the crowd, a little girl nestled against an older girl, her demeanor tinged with fear. "Do not be afraid. Haydong, sister will protect you." Taking her sister's hand, Chihong offered a comforting word before they joined the throng into the depths of the forest. Not far into their journey, a dangerous serpentine creature descended from the trees, seizing one of the children in its jaws. The children, traveling in pairs, shrieked in terror, scattering in a frenzy as they fled through the perilous expanse of the Jifunwarasi tree forest. Chihong clutched her sister tightly, striving to navigate towards what appeared to be a safe haven. In the heart of the forest, Imperial soldiers were engaged in the grim task of clearing the corpses of dangerous creatures. On a nearby cliff, a bald man surveyed the forest, where the roars of beasts grew increasingly frequent, and suddenly turned to inquire of the man reclining against a stone. Gozki, how many children do you think will qualify this time? Who can say? However, with hundreds of children cast into the fray, surely some possess sufficient potential and luck to emerge alive. The long-haired man, chewing on a blade of grass, displayed an air of indifference. Indeed, he was unconcerned. Those children were mere fodder. By the way, Gozki, what is the maximum number of children you can train? Let me think. I suppose I could train up to 7. Very well. I shall reserve the 7 most promising children for you. As for the others who managed to escape, I will claim them all. Bill, do you truly believe that training a group of children for assassination purposes will be of any use in the future? Gozki suddenly asked. At present, the Empire resembles a desolate expanse of dry grass, smoke billowing everywhere. Extinguishing the flames is complicated by the varied hearts of men, making it difficult to discern friend from foe. Nevertheless, I believe that cultivating assassins to quell the fires will prove beneficial. The bald man replied. Yet, considering the age of those children, it will take at least 7 or 8 years to train them to a useful level. By then, who knows if the Empire will even exist? Haha, Gozki, I find your concerns somewhat excessive. Even amidst corruption, the Empire has endured for a millennium. It cannot simply collapse within the span of a few years, can it? One can only hope. Spitting out the blade of grass, Gozki drew his weapon. A dangerous avian creature swooped down from the sky, mistaking him for prey, only to be cleaved in two by his enchanted blade. Truly a person of the Rorschach for demons, Bill remarked, praising him. End of chapter. Chapter 27. The Dual-Eyed Sisters Crack. The sound of cheap wooden boots crunching on dry twigs echoed as 2 petite figures darted swiftly through the densely tangled roots of the forest. Sister, I cannot run any longer. The little girl, younger than her sister, had been barely sustaining her existence on meager rations since being taken by the slave traders. As they ventured into the forest, they encountered various perilous beasts. During their frantic escape, her stamina had been severely depleted, rendering her unable to run effectively. Keep going, Hido. Do not surrender, Akaido urged her younger sister, yet the menacing growls from behind grew ever closer. The little girl, drained of energy and wavering in her steps, stumbled over a vine on the ground. Hido. The girl in the lead immediately halted her pace. Don't mind me, sister. You must flee. Hido, sprawled on the ground, her eyes reddened from both the fall and fear, called out to the larger girl ahead. The predatory wolves pursuing them, sapping their energy, seized the moment and lunged towards the fallen girl. You shall not harm my sister. Akaido shouted fiercely, drawing her sole weapon, a small knife, and charged at the wolf, which was nearly her size. Agile as she was, she evaded the wolf's biting attack and drove the blade into the beast's neck. Unfortunately, the angle was askew, and her strike lacked sufficient force, merely opening a wound on the wolf's neck. The creature, shaking its head violently, sent her flying. A wounded beast is a dangerous foe. The wolf redirected its fury towards the girl who had injured it. With a fearsome growl, it advanced, intent on eliminating the source of its pain. Do not harm my sister. Just as the wolf lunged to bite Akaido, Hido had scrambled to her feet, seemingly tapping into her latent potential. With determination, she plunged the knife into the wolf's abdomen, the momentum of her charge slicing through the creature's belly. The wolf, intending to retaliate, found Akaido rising as well, and she pressed the dagger deeper into its neck. With a final, mournful howl, the beast, comparable in size to a calf, was vanquished by the 2 sisters. Hido, are you unharmed? I'm fine. What about you, sister? I am also well. We have survived. The 2 girls collapsed atop the wolf's carcass, overwhelmed by the sensation of having narrowly escaped death. However, this feeling was short-lived, for low growls soon echoed through the surrounding woods. The final wolf's howl summoned the pack, drawn to the territory where they had hunted. Hido, Akaido pulled the younger girl behind her, withdrawing the bloodied knife from the wolf's neck. directing it towards the three newly emerged wolves. Sister, Hido gripped her blood-stained knife tightly, standing resolutely beside her elder sister as they found themselves encircled by the predatory wolves. Wait, I will hold them off. You must run back, Akido whispered urgently. I will not leave. I want to fight alongside you, Hido replied, shaking her head, unwilling to abandon her sister. Foolish girl, only if you, who are exhausted, escape, can I hope to survive. Sister, do not weep. Our parents have departed from this world. But we must persevere. Before Black Eye could finish her words, she was interrupted by a curious voice. Excuse me, is this for me to eat? Broly had just traversed into this realm when he encountered two young women deemed conquerable by the Crystal Palace. Red Eye, current happiness level, 0. Black Eye, current happiness level, 0. Beside them lay the lifeless body of a fresh prey. Broly exchanged his last meal for sustenance for his father, as he had yet to secure his next meal. Thus, he turned to the two women he had fortuitously encountered. Huh. The sudden appearance of the boy startled the sisters. Where did you come from? Red Eye asked, pulling her sister close in caution. Me? I just crossed over, Broly replied candidly. Crossed over? Before the sisters could comprehend the meaning of his words, a menacing wolf-type creature, encroaching upon them, could no longer restrain itself. Be careful. Red Eye quickly warned the boy of the impending danger behind him, but her voice was abruptly silenced. The chapter is not yet complete. Click the next page to continue reading. 1-2. For the wolf had sunk its fangs into the boy's head, yet the blood that splattered was not his, but that of the massive wolf, its teeth shattered by the recoil. Do not make my head sticky. Broly loathed the sensation of stickiness, as it reminded him of the Vampa spider. He lifted his foot and kicked the wolf that was gnawing at his head. Though his strength was not immense, it caused the creature to widen its eyes, arch its back, and blood gushed forth from its wounds. However, this gruesome scene did not deter the other two wolf-type creatures. Instead, the blood of their comrade heightened their frenzy. The two slightly smaller wolves' eyes glowed red, as if afflicted by rabies, and they charged at him from either side. But with a resounding crack, their heads were obliterated by Broly's strikes, their headless corpses collapsing onto the ground, augmenting the newly arrived Scion's food reserves. The blood is not palatable. Broly felt a thirst rising within him and lifted the headless wolf's body to drink its fluids. After a couple of sips, he grimaced and stuck out his crimson tongue. His palate had grown accustomed to civilized food. During his first crossing, he found the imprint insect delectable. Yet after tasting the fluids of this new world's sustenance, he found it distasteful. This was only natural, for it was blood, and that of a dangerous species at that. Red Eye scoffed at the boy, but quickly urged her sister to retreat further as the wild, feral-looking boy extended the headless wolf's body toward them. Would you like to drink? I can offer it to you. Crimson Eye, why would you offer us something you find distasteful? Black Eye directly inquired. Because I do not wish to consume blood, nor do I desire to waste it. Broly replied candidly. The dual-eyed sisters, that reasoning is sound. In any case, we are grateful for your rescue of my sister and me. Crimson Eye expressed her heartfelt thanks. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of this boy, she and her sister might have met the same fate as the other children who had already fallen victim to the dangerous beasts. There is no need for thanks. Assisting you is the least I could do, Broly said, his spirits lifted. The Crystal Palace's notification system was alerting him that the happiness metrics of the two girls before him were steadily rising. In a brief span, Crimson Eye's happiness score had surged to 12 points, while her sister, Black Eye, had reached 9 points. The happiness of my wives is my happiness. Contemplating the potential happiness score of 21 points, which could be converted into food once they became official members of the Crystal Palace, Broly could not help but swallow hard. However, according to his father Paragus' instructions, he needed to maximize the happiness scores of the wives he found before inviting them, or he would incur a significant loss of happiness points. Wives? Crimson Eye asked, somewhat puzzled. It simply means best friends, Broly clarified. I wish to be your best friends. As he spoke, he extended his hand toward them. What are you doing? Considering the earlier display of strength when he obliterated a wolf's head with a single punch, both Crimson Eye and Black Eye instinctively recoiled. I simply wish to shake your hands. This is a method of making friends and finding wives that my best friend taught me. The sisters exchanged glances, sensing no malice from the boy, and lowered their guard, extending their small hands to shake Broly's. A handshake signifies friendship. From this day forth, you two shall be my dearest friends in this world, Broly proclaimed. By the way, would you like to eat some meat? Huh. The topic shifted rather abruptly, yet Broly's inquiry was hardly surprising. He had always held a greater interest in food. Furthermore, during his past meals with Taiga Fujimura, her happiness metrics had also risen rapidly. Indeed, Broly had employed what he considered the first method of boosting happiness metrics, inviting wives to dine with him. After the passing of their parents, Crimson Eye had matured beyond her peers, as she needed to care for her sister. It is quite dangerous here. We should eat in a safer location. However, this maturity did not diminish her genuine hunger and desire for food. Very well. Although Broly did not perceive any danger in their current surroundings, he did not dispute his best friend's words. He promptly gathered several vines and began to pack up the corpses of the 4 wolf-like dangerous creatures. This would serve as sustenance for him and his 2 best friends. Help, please. Not far into their journey, Broly and the twin sisters encountered a patch of carnivorous plants known as the Venus flytrap. These perilous flora typically remain motionless, yet when prey draws near, they swiftly snap their enormous petals, ensnaring the unsuspecting victims and converting them into nourishment. Previously, within the Gryffindor sea tree forest, these carnivorous plants thrived on a diet of insects and smaller creatures, supplemented by photosynthesis. However, an unexpected incursion of children traversing their territory had led to a grim spectacle, as these fearsome plants began to devour the intruding youngsters. At that moment, a girl found herself perilously half-ensnared in the jaws of a Venus flytrap, her small face etched with terror. Yet, the other children merely skirted around this treacherous grove, too frightened to offer assistance. The officer who had driven them into the forest had warned that only by traversing the woods and reaching the clearing at its heart could they hope to survive. Thus, upon entering this perilous woodland, the majority of the children fixated solely on the singular goal of reaching safety. In this regard, Akashido shared their sentiment. Just as she prepared to circumvent the carnivorous patch, she noticed a boy setting down the wolf carcass he had been carrying on his back. "Wait, what are you doing?" she thought. The girl appeared desperate for rescue, seemingly wishing to escape. Chapter 28. The gathering of the hunting transport team within the treacherous Gryffindor sea tree forest. The capacity of the Venus flytraps to prey upon beasts, even those of a more dangerous nature, attested to the formidable strength of their jaws. Yet, despite their power, it was all relative. Broly effortlessly pried open the jaws of the flytrap that had ensnared the pleading girl, liberating her from its grasp. As she tumbled to the ground, she scrambled away to the edge of the thicket, visibly shaken and disoriented. Doing good deeds without seeking recognition. "Please call me Red Scarf," flashed through Broly's mind as he leapt from the jaws of the plant. However, before he could land, the Venus flytrap, now deprived of its quarry, opened its maw wide and swallowed him whole. After consuming Broly, the flytrap quivered momentarily, but soon fell silent. "That fool," Akashido muttered, waiting impatiently at the edge of the thicket for the boy to re-emerge. "Kuroto, stay here." "Sister, what are you planning to do?" Kuroto asked. "I'm going to save him," Akashido declared. "Why bother?" Kuroto protested, grasping her sister's arm, reluctant to let her take such a risk. "He saved us. I must repay his kindness. Then I shall accompany you to rescue him." Unable to convince her sister to remain in safety, Akashido resolved to bring her along. Fortunately, the Venus flytraps were only dangerous when not feeding. Once they had consumed, they tended to disregard the creatures passing through their domain. In the periphery of the voracious plant that engulfs Broly, the surrounding man-eating flora harbored various contents within their gaping maws. The 2 sisters, however, encountered little danger and soon found themselves beside a particularly formidable specimen. Lacking the brute strength to wrench open its jaws like Broly, they resorted to wielding small knives, aiming deftly at the plant's root. Although this botanical menace was indeed perilous, it exhibited no reaction to their assault, as plants do not perceive pain. After considerable effort, the sisters managed to sever the upper portion of the carnivorous plant. They then persisted in stabbing at the thick petals, and after a prolonged struggle, they succeeded in creating a small aperture within one of the segments. "Are you all right?" Akatsuki inquired, peering through the newly formed window. "I'm fine," Broly replied from within. "Then what are you doing in there? Why don't you come out?" Kuratsuki asked, tiptoeing to the edge of the small opening. "I'm just having a drink." "I'll be out shortly," Broly assured them. True to his word, he soon emerged as the large bud burst open under his force. "What are you drinking?" Akatsuki asked, relieved to see him unharmed, while Kuratsuki inquired further. "I'm not sure, but I saved a little for you. It's sweet and fragrant," Quite delightful. Do give it a try. Broly held forth a soft inner petal, cradling some crystalline liquid that exuded a delightful aroma. This was, in fact, the nectar that enticed creatures to the carnivorous plant. The powerful beings could indulge freely, while the weaker ones were ensnared and devoured, reminiscent of a hybrid between a pitcher plant and a Venus flytrap. The twin sisters contemplated their mission to rescue someone, while the one they aimed to save was indulging in a drink. It's sweet, sister. This is delicious. Kuratsuki, being the younger, could not resist tasting it. Don't consume too much. It might be poisonous. Akatsuki admonished, yet she too sampled the nectar. The sisters, possessing an inherent love for food, quickly shared the honey that Broly had extracted from the bud. The scene left the rescued girl momentarily astonished. But she soon regained her composure. Can you help rescue my sister? She was eaten by that one over there, she implored. Akatsuki and Kuratsuki exchanged glances. Having realized that the surrounding dangers were not inclined to attack while they were occupied with their feast. Just as they contemplated offering their assistance, Broly moved with swiftness, pulling down the nearby carnivorous plant and forcefully prying open its massive jaws. He reached inside and grasped a foot, extracting the girl from within. However, by that time, she had succumbed to asphyxiation. Sister, the rescued girl rushed over, weeping as she embraced the lifeless form on the ground. Akatsuki approached, observing, I have seen individuals who drowned. She may have been suffocated by the contents of the bud. Can you save my sister? The girl pleaded. I don't know, but we can certainly try. As Chi-Tong recalled the actions of adults who had previously rescued drowning individuals, she began to administer first aid to the breathless girl. Ahem. After Broly had thoroughly consumed the nectar from a carnivorous flower, the girl's sister was indeed revived. There were others as well. Broly, who had a penchant for sweet delights, did not hesitate to indulge in the nectar while saving lives. Consequently, the carnivorous plants faced dire straits. The food they had just ingested was forcefully taken from them. In total, 7 children were rescued. Apart from the unfortunate girl who had nearly drowned in the nectar, the others were in a living state when extracted. Broly additionally acquired 5 carnivorous blooms filled with delectable liquid, yet he refrained from drinking directly. Instead, he meticulously detached the central bud, which contained some honey, as if preparing to take it away. Initially, Broly intended to collect more buds, but upon dismantling one that still bore the undigested remains of a beast, he was deterred by the foul odor emanating from the honey within and abandoned the endeavor. The nectar of the carnivorous plants was, in essence, a digestive fluid that was corrosive in nature, foul-smelling, and unpalatable. With all these items, how do you plan to carry them? Chi-Tong inquired, observing the boy's eagerness to take everything. Indeed, Broly felt a twinge of concern. While the scattered items were not particularly heavy, their bulk was considerable. However, an idea soon struck him. He handed the basin-sized bud to the rescued children. Help me carry these items, and I will share some food with you later. The 3 boys and 4 girls, having been rescued from the jaws of the carnivorous plant, exchanged glances but voiced no objections. Wait, where are you going? Isn't that towards the center of the forest? Chi-Tong queried, noticing the peculiar direction Broly was taking. I heard some sounds. There should be prey there. The enticing honey had awakened Broly's hunting instincts, and he intended to seek out new quarry. He was unaware of where the prey might be, as the forest was filled with an overwhelming array of scents. Nevertheless, his keen hearing allowed him to detect subtle movements within the woods. Thus, Broly embarked on an unparalleled hunting expedition, accompanied by a group of children of similar age, navigating the perilous terrain of the Gifanola sea tree forest. Of course, he was the sole hunter, while the others assisted in gathering ingredients. Help me carry these items, and I will give you something to eat later. In the course of this endeavor, the children, who had been pursued as prey by dangerous creatures, found salvation through Broly's hunting prowess, inadvertently becoming the odd hunting party's foragers. Compared to venturing into the perilous forest, it is evidently a far safer option to follow the formidable Broly, not to mention his promise to share provisions with them. The Gifanola sea tree forest is vast, and hundreds of children have entered, akin to stones tossed into a lake, barely creating a ripple. A considerable number of these children perished shortly after entering the forest, and those who have managed to endure thus far are merely a handful of fortunate and skilled individuals. What could be the reason that not a single soul has emerged thus far? As twilight approached, Bill grew increasingly anxious in the clearing at the forest's heart. Do not fret. Although this forest lacks formidable dangers, the density of lesser threats is exceedingly high, capable of weeding out those who rely solely on luck. It is entirely normal for no one to have emerged yet. We should wait a little longer, Gotzi reassured him, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. A few children finally traversed the woods and reached their location. Chapter 29. The External Wife. Damn it. The scoundrel responsible for procuring the children dares to embezzle even this money. By nightfall, only 6 children emerged, 2 of whom were severely injured, having escaped solely through sheer will and survival instinct. The bald man, Bill, was seething with rage. What was promised to be a careful selection of promising candidates had resulted in this. The only plausible explanation is that the funds intended for the procurement of children have been embezzled by the logistics officer in charge. Of course, embezzlement is merely a commonplace occurrence in this corrupt empire, where high-ranking officials and nobles indulge in the tributes of their subordinates. In such a corrupt environment, progress cannot be achieved solely through ability. One must also possess wealth to curry favor with the authorities. Similarly, to attain a better life, it is imperative to extort money from the common folk, engaging in various forms of bribery and corruption. This is the clearest path forward. Yet, it is precisely because of this situation that the empire has descended into its current state of decline, with frequent uprisings occurring in various regions, fueled by discontented factions intent on toppling the empire. In light of this turmoil, the intelligence agency intends to establish an assassination unit to suppress the chaos across the land, targeting those ambitious individuals lurking in the shadows. During the selection of suitable children, they encountered corruption from within the empire itself, which only served to intensify Bill's fury. What audacity! How can these individuals not realize they are fashioning the noose that will ultimately ensnare them, selling it to the empire's enemies? My Lord Bill, it is true that some have indeed sold their souls, not only the nooses but also weapons and armor. Do you not recall the recent case of the man who trafficked military supplies? He was hanged in the square of Carter City, an aide reminded him. Bill's expression stiffened, and he shot a fierce glare at his subordinate before exclaiming in exasperation, "Bring me the communication device. I will demand that the logistics department execute those treasonous elements who dare to embezzle from the empire." The aide swiftly brought forth a communication device, and Bill made the call. Upon receiving the transmission, the imperial officer stationed at the forest's edge changed countenance and promptly retreated to a tent. Inside, the youthful officer, who had earlier severed the head of a boy, was engaged in a heinous act upon a girl whose eyes were devoid of life. Upon noticing his superior's arrival, he even extended an invitation to join him. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, and a bullet hole appeared in the man's forehead. Raid his residence. He dares to embezzle from the intelligence agency. He deserves to die, the imperial officer declared with malice, casually executing the lifeless girl beneath him. The truth of the matter was inconsequential. What mattered was the failure to execute the task involving the children. Someone had to step forward to bear the brunt of Lord Bill's wrath. It was inappropriate for him, the commanding officer, to shoulder it alone, and he was reluctant to involve his trusted aides. Recently, however, a newcomer from a fallen noble family had enlisted. Although this individual was adept at navigating the nuances of military life and showed him considerable respect, there was little choice in the matter. The imperial officer now hoped that this impoverished family still possessed some valuables to quell Lord Bill's rage. Now, what about those 6 children? Bill vented some frustration before calming himself and addressing Gazakai. You summoned me to serve as an instructor. I trust you do not wish for me to cultivate a bunch of misfits? Gazki retorted, having observed the children who had escaped, ignoring the 2 with grievous injuries. The remaining 4 appeared to lack the requisite skills for an assassin. While they were certainly better than the average person, he sought only the elite. Thus, they would have to await the next batch of children to be procured. How long will that take? Certainly 10 days to 2 weeks. So, we are to remain here in the forest, idle? The nights are far more perilous, if we are to return. We should wait until tomorrow and take a flight on a dangerous beast. It seems there is no other option. Gazki's expression was one of discontent, yet he felt powerless. Hey, over there. Spread the blood of mixed dangerous creatures around. I do not wish to awaken at night, only to contend with a lurking threat. The cleared area in the heart of the forest was generously doused with various types of dangerous creature blood. This mingled scent would instill caution in the more intelligent predators, deterring them from approaching the vicinity. To the creatures, the mixed blood signified a singular notion, the presence of one or more omnivorous apex predators in the area. For instance, In the southwestern region of the Gifonolisi tree forest, where an energy blast had created a clearing near the river, lay a collection of dangerous creature corpses. Now mere ingredients, their complex, sanguine odor deterring many nocturnal predators from venturing near. Certainly, there are also reckless and foolish creatures that dare to approach for a morsel. Yet they often find themselves succumbing, becoming part of the very meal they sought. The others skillfully sliced the meat, making it easier to cook thoroughly. Broly had gathered over 70 children, and upon arriving at the makeshift resting place he had orchestrated, they swiftly assisted him in preparing the ingredients. Some sought branches. Others ignited the fire, while others cut the meat or foraged for wild vegetables, even collecting mushrooms. The logistics officer responsible for this group of children did not indulge in corruption. Indeed, these children, thrust into the brutal selection of assassins, each possessed their own unique talents. "Brother Broly, here is your meat," said a boy named Nahashu, who, having grilled a skewer of land lizard, was too famished to eat it himself. Instead, he approached Broly, presenting the skewer with a sense of camaraderie. During his days of wandering as an orphan, Nahashu occasionally banded with other homeless children for survival. Such groups, akin to wild wolf packs, dictated that the leader must partake first, thereby asserting their dominance. Initially, Nahashu was oblivious to this unspoken rule, but after enduring a savage beating, he learned its significance. Though Broly did not overtly express a desire to lead them, the children, having been rescued, regarded him as the pillar of their makeshift assembly. His formidable strength capable of vanquishing any threat with ease. "You are a good person," Nahashu declared, surprising Broly with his unexpected offering. However, Broly graciously accepted the skewer, acknowledging the gesture with a smile. Inspired by Nahashu's example, the other children began to line up, eager to present their culinary contributions. "This is the venison I roasted. This is the tail of a two-headed serpent that I cooked. This is my stew of wild vegetables and marsh crabs. This is a bear paw prepared in the style of mud-wrapped chicken. These are the colorful mushrooms I foraged. They must be delicious." Amidst these offerings, a peculiar item emerged. "Fool, that's a poisonous mushroom. Don't offer brother anything strange," exclaimed a girl named Pony, tossing the toxic mushroom aside. "My mushrooms," she protested, watching as her discarded fungi fell into the river, her expression betraying a mix of defiance and determination, as if to say, "If you want to eat it, I will." This individual's resilience to toxins likely stemmed from her childhood habit of scavenging for peculiar fungi, yet she had survived without harm. "You are all good people." Broly marveled at the abundance of kindness in this world, as one after another, the children presented him with food. Although most of it was from the prey he had hunted, the processed offerings from the others were treasures that did not belong solely to him. Because he had promised to share food with those who helped him carry items, it should rightfully belong to them. Yet these individuals were willing to share their own provisions. Broly felt deeply moved. Although only Chitong and Haidong were recognized by the Crystal Palace as potential companions, he was willing to regard this group, who generously fed him, as his external partners in this world. You see, the tradition dictates that the first bite of food must be offered to our elder brother, once we pay our respects. We are under his protection. Anyone wishing to seize scraps from our restaurant must first pay homage to another elder brother, or they stand no chance against us. Oh, now I understand why I could never outcompete others in the city. The child, once a solitary wanderer, appeared enlightened. "So, Losong, did you ever pay respects to an elder brother?" Another child inquired. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I be so well fed?" replied Losong, lifting his shirt to reveal a slightly protruding belly. Compared to the other emaciated children, he was relatively plump. "And where is your former elder brother now?" "He's dead." "Really?" "Yes. While we were frolicking in the city, my elder brother accidentally bumped into a passing noble, and the noble's guard struck him down with a whip. After losing his elder brother, we could no longer compete with others, so I sold myself to a slave trader, hoping to secure some food, only to end up in a place where I was to be food for the dangerous beasts." As Losong spoke, a bitter expression crossed his face, despite his remarkable strength. He had brought the roasted bear paw, a delicacy, to Broly, and it was he who had carried the slain bear's carcass here. "However, I now have a new elder brother. Broly seems exceptionally formidable. He easily deals with those dangerous creatures. I believe even the nobles in the city would find it difficult to harm him. By following him, I am certain I will be well fed." Losong gazed at Broly by the campfire, determined to stick with this good elder brother. prompting the other children to express their desire to follow someone who could ensure their sustenance. A group of children chewed on meat, conversing with peers of similar age who had also been sold here. After sharing their past hardships, their admiration for Broly, their newly acknowledged elder brother, soared. This was driven by both the relief of being rescued and the willingness of Broly to share food with them, allowing them to eat meat. They had fed Broly, but Broly had also nourished them. End of chapter 30. Duration of stay. Chitong chewed on roasted meat, and before she could swallow her first bite, she suddenly spat it out, snatching the skewer from her sister's hands, and presented the 2 skewers, barely touched, to the boy beside her. Don't you want to eat? Broly inquired, puzzled. We will eat, but you should eat first. Before Broly stood a large tree leaf adorned with numerous pieces of meat gifted to him by others. We wish to acknowledge you as our elder brother, Akito earnestly declared, burdened by the hardships of a wandering life alongside her sister, yearning for a dependable figure to rely upon. Clearly, she had overheard the remarks made by the chubby boy nearby about becoming brothers. After a moment of contemplation, as the meat neared her lips, Akito's rationality prevailed over her instinctive hunger, and she chose to offer the first morsel, untouched, to Broly, including a portion for her sister. Kaido's happiness value is decreasing. You are already my dearest friends. There is no need for meat, Broly replied. Akito's happiness value is decreasing. Kaido's happiness value is increasing. After a brief pause, Broly extended the roasted meat he was consuming to them, suggesting, how about this? I will eat your meat, and you shall partake of mine. Let us share our meals. Akito's happiness value is increasing. Kaido's happiness value is increasing. Akito acquiesced, as if forging an inexplicable bond, and exchanged her share for Broly's roasted meat. Unbothered by the boy's saliva on the meat, she began to gnaw at the tender morsel. Kaido, upon receiving her portion of roasted meat, became joyful, eagerly grasping the skewer like a little squirrel and munching away. Though the sisters had differing styles of eating, their pace was remarkably synchronized, and soon the large skewer was devoured. They sat with their knees drawn up, awaiting the new skewers to be roasted over the campfire. Why not start with mine? Broly suggested, as he consumed the meat at a rate surpassing that of both sisters combined. However, he was unable to keep up with the amount of meat continuously being delivered to him. How could I? Akito said modestly. After a couple of minutes, she remarked, whose cooking is this? It's delicious, with a delightful sweetness. It was I who prepared it. Before grilling, I soaked the meat in honey for a while. Tsukushi raised her hand, recalling how she had often watched her mother prepare meat before her family fell victim to bandits. A rare skill she had acquired before becoming a wanderer. Did I do something wrong? She asked, a hint of worry in her voice. No, you are splendid. Hearing the praise for her cooking, Broly promptly bit into the piece of roasted meat that Akito had yet to finish. The extraordinary flavor sparked new thoughts in his mind. What is splendid? Tsukushi had not yet comprehended when a pile of skewers was thrust into her hands by the approaching boy. Let us exchange. In turn, Broly took her roasted meat. This barbecue continued late into the night, while the other children had long since satisfied their hunger. Yet Broly remained unfed, consuming the remaining ingredients all by himself. For 2 years, he had not indulged in such a feast. Tonight, we shall rest here, although this place is fraught with danger. Our plan to take turns keeping watch has not been fully articulated, when, satiated and invigorated, Broly suddenly unleashed a barrage upon a towering tree not far away. The forest of the Gyphanola sea trees is aptly named for its multitude of towering trees. Drawing from his experiences as a caveman on Wampa Star, Broly understands that residing at a higher elevation can help evade numerous perils. As the dense canopy was obliterated by the energy blasts, Broly returned to the ground and announced to the group, "You may join me in slumber above." This was a commendable and powerful decision. The elder brother had adeptly resolved the issue of their sleeping arrangements. Admittedly, the treetop was not entirely devoid of risk. Yet it was far safer than the persistent rustling sounds emanating from below and the occasional glimpse of ominous beastly eyes lurking in the distance. It's quite high. I lack the confidence to climb up, some of the less agile children remarked, intimidated by the towering tree that had lost its crown. Can't you fly? Broly scratched his head in confusion. The way you say it, as if flying is a normal ability. The group fell silent, seemingly echoing their inner thoughts collectively. Very well. I shall assist you in ascending. Upon witnessing their reactions, Broly recalled that individuals from other realms do not typically possess the ability to fly. After over 2 years of soaring through the skies of Wampa Star, he had grown somewhat oblivious, fixated solely on accelerating his flight. Grabbing 2 sturdy vines for them to hold on to, Broly made 4 trips back and forth, finally transporting all 73 children to the top of the grand tree. The cross-section of the tree was broad, though not entirely flat. The heart of the tree was surprisingly soft, resembling a mattress. Without torches, the luminous moon above provided ample illumination in this highest arboreal refuge. Contemplating for a moment, Broly gathered some large leaves from a nearby tree and bestowed them upon the children as makeshift blankets. A night devoid of conversation was inconceivable. These children had endured considerable torment at the hands of slave traders. Before their commodification, their backgrounds varied widely. Some had been sold by their parents. Others had tragically become orphans through misfortune and wandered the streets, while some had been abducted. The sounds of weeping from the tree, interspersed with the occasional comforting murmurs of siblings, kept Broly awake. Though he struggled to comprehend their plight, it was evident that they all yearned for a home or a return to one. So is this not a home? Broly pondered, with no answers forthcoming. After a while of fruitless contemplation, he shifted his focus to the Crystal Palace. In this instance of traversing dimensions, he is granted a duration of 62 days, 6 hours, 30 minutes, and 22 seconds in this world. How curious that this span is so extensive. A note: this is due to the absence of a subjective world that repels outsiders. Thus, this Crystal Palace does not expend additional temporal energy to resist. It is worth mentioning that the passive repulsion varies across worlds, resulting in differing durations of stay in alternate realms. However, the more temporal energy one possesses, the longer they may remain. The prospect of spending more time in this world is indeed a delightful revelation, and Broly succumbed to sleep in satisfaction. The following morning, Broly was roused from his slumber by a commotion. An early rising avian menace had discovered their presence in the trees. This dangerous species of bird does not rely on scent to discern threats, and thus it launched an attack. Fortunately, Nash, who had been lightly dozing, detected the impending danger and startled the creature with a loud cry, simultaneously awakening the other children slumbering in the branches. As Broly arose, he noticed that some of the more capable children were already grappling with the large bird that had landed nearby. Among them was the stout child Zoken, who had spoken of brotherly camaraderie the previous night. He was robust and strong, leading the charge, albeit at a misfortunate cost. The bird had fixated on him first. Zoken, the large bird, seized him with its claw, but he valiantly resisted, using both hands and feet to hold his ground. The other children, having only recently met him, called out his name in alarm. Some rushed forward to assist, yet their small knives proved ineffective against the thick layer of feathers enveloping the bird. As for piercing its talon, the hardened keratin was as impenetrable as solid wood. The children could only manage to scratch the surface. Yawning, Broly approached, contemplating how this new world was quite agreeable. Even upon waking, food seemed to seek him out. "Step aside, for I am about to display my prowess," he declared impulsively. As the other children parted to make way for him, the bird, having been engaged with Zoken beneath its claw, now turned its attention toward Broly. However, Broly's reflexes were swifter. He grasped the bird's talon, and, under the creature's perplexed gaze that seemed to question the utility of its predicament, he hoisted it aloft. With a decisive motion, he began to swing the bird, slamming it against the trunks of the surrounding trees. In just a few moments, the creature convulsed and succumbed to death. "Breakfast is served," Broly announced, pointing triumphantly at the fallen bird, prompting cheers from the surrounding children. Dangerous creatures the previous day, today's display filled them anew with admiration. It was evident that with such a formidable brother at their side, they would never face hunger. The chapter concludes. Chapter 31. The arrival of the Empire's intelligence agency. A mere bird cannot satiate the hunger of the scion and 73 children. After using vines to lower the individuals down, Broly removed his pelt coat made of bayas and dove into the adjacent river. Compared to the prey in the vast forest, the creatures in the river appeared rather naive. Upon witnessing his plunge into the water, several large fish swam over, their menacing jaws agape, seemingly intending to devour the unfortunate boy. However, consumption was out of the question. One by one, the fish were sent flying by Broly's strikes. He had previously informed the children of his intent to hunt, which kept them vigilant towards the river's surface. Otherwise, they would surely have been knocked out of the water and crashed upon the riverbank by the hefty fish. After dispatching a dozen or so fish, Broly deemed it sufficient and pursued a passing crocodile-like creature of considerable danger. This riverine sovereign, evidently more intelligent and aware of its status as prey, instinctively distanced itself from the formidable hunter. The crocodile measured over 10 meters in length, destined to be Broly's meal, as his appetite had grown with age. After a brief struggle, realizing its strength was no match for the boy in the water, it was swiftly knocked unconscious and dragged to the riverbank. Yet, it could also be said that the creature was simply conserving its energy, waiting for an opportunity to escape from the clutches of this terrifying bipedal beast. Originally, there would have been no chance for escape, but fate intervened. The previous night, while Broly was clearing a patch of land and uprooting a massive tree, he had generated quite a commotion, which caught the attention of Gutsy, who resided in the heart of the forest. Had it been an ordinary individual who heard such a ruckus amidst the perilous creatures of the forest, they would have thought it unwise to investigate. However, Gutsy was no ordinary man. He hailed from the fearsome lineage of the 4 demons of the underworld temple. The delays in waiting for the children had already irked him, and being awakened by the disturbances of the previous night only added to his irritation. Thus, this morning, as he embarked on a flight to hunt dangerous creatures, he altered his route to inspect the source of the previous night's upheaval. Was it truly necessary? Surely, it was merely the sounds of conflict among dangerous species. Bill found it difficult to comprehend Gotsy's rationale. As a middle-aged man, sleep was a rarity, and this morning, he had noticed his hair shedding. It must surely be a consequence of being roused from slumber last night. I shall take down the culprit responsible for my hair loss. Gutsy cherished his hair, meticulously maintaining it each day. Yet, he could not ascertain if it was due to stress, but over the past few years, he had been experiencing considerable hair loss. In the Gifanola sea tree forest, there was an abundance of flying, dangerous creatures, although they were not particularly formidable. However, entanglement with them in the air could prove troublesome. I shall simply take a look. If I cannot locate the perpetrator, I will not squander my time. That sounds reasonable. As he spoke, Bill instinctively touched his bald head. Suddenly, I felt an uncanny foresight, realizing the immense pressure faced by intelligence agencies, prompting me to prematurely lose my hair. This is a sorrowful tale. Ah, what is that? As the smoke from grilled fish and birds ascended, Gutsy and his companions, stationed atop a tamed flying creature, beheld the distant signs of celebration. With nothing further to deliberate, Gutsy commanded the soldiers steering the flying beasts to head towards the rising smoke. Upon their arrival, Gotsy's gaze was immediately drawn to a colossal tree, its terrifying cross-section blasted from the upper layers. Soon after, near the fractured giant trunk, in a stark clearing by the riverside, he spotted a group of ragged children, gathered around a fire, roasting fish and birds. Gutsy. Bill's lips twitched as he directed his attention to the man atop another perilous creature. That must be the children we released into the forest. Gutsy confirmed this, though he was perplexed as to how these children had traversed to the northwestern region of the vast forest, which bore no relation to the central area. However, observing the fish they roasted and the scattered remains of dangerous creatures nearby, it seemed these children possessed capabilities far beyond what he and his companions had anticipated. They had primarily dispatched children under the age of 10, easier to manipulate, yet the fact that these youngsters could hunt perilous beasts, even in pairs, was indeed remarkable. It appeared they had misjudged the logistics team. He would need to commend them later. Bill smiled. Let us disembark. The children capable of surviving in the Gifanola sea tree forest may not easily fall into our grasp. A formidable strength invariably introduces greater uncertainties. The once helpless children, striving to survive in the Gifanola sea tree forest, would have to flee into the embrace of the Empire, but now, as they manage to endure in this perilous domain together, the Empire may not be their sole option. Nonetheless, they were merely a group of children, with a gentler approach. They should be easily won over. As the chapter remains unfinished, click the next page to continue reading. Amid the watchful and anxious gazes of the children, Gutsy and Bill, accompanied by members of the intelligence agency, leaped from the descending flying creature. My dear children, I never anticipated you would lose your way in the forest. As your potential future guardian, I have come to retrieve you. It's the Empire's people. They are in league with those who drove us into this perilous forest. Not one of the children dared to approach the suddenly appearing figure. All right, come with us to where you belong. There, you will find delectable food, warm beds, and excellent medical care. You shall discover your purpose, to become killing machines and attain your happiness. Stop lying. I heard those slave traders say that if you weren't capturing children, we wouldn't have been abducted. As some children felt bewildered by Goski's words, a bespectacled boy boldly voiced his anger. With this initial provocation, the other children turned their hostile gazes towards the newcomers. Although not all of them had been kidnapped by slave traders, they nonetheless attributed their misfortunes to the sudden appearance of this group of imperial personnel. What a nuisance! Could those slave traders not have coordinated their stories, claiming they were sold by their parents? Goski rubbed his brow, then swiftly appeared before the boy who had instigated the defiance, delivering a powerful kick that sent the child flying like a ball. As a group of unwanted wild children, you lack education. Hey, Goski, your method of beating them might not bode well for the elite selection you intend to conduct for specialized training later, Bill cautioned, noting that educating these uncivilized children could easily be handled by his subordinates. It's fine. After all, the image of a stern father must be established. Besides, I can conveniently sift through this group of children, Goski began, but before he could finish, Broly delivered a kick in the same manner, sending him flying as well. The boy merely lay on the ground, retching without having perished, so Goski only received a light kick. However, even Broly's controlled strength sent Goski crashing into a distant tree trunk. Crack! His body created an indentation in the trunk, but his hair stood upright, wedged into the wood, providing a cushion for his fall. Nevertheless, once his hair softened and fell, Goski found himself retching on the ground, the intense cramping in his abdomen synchronizing with the boy's own retching nearby. Ah, now it is clear why you are capable of arriving here and hunting such dangerous species. Having been one of the 4 demons of the past, Goski's body had been honed to perfection, allowing him to recover relatively swiftly. It is indeed hard to believe that a child of your age could send me flying. Even if it was a sneak attack, that is quite an accomplishment. Goski did not feel anger at being kicked. Rather, he regarded Broly with a fervent gaze, as if he had encountered a rare treasure. Come, be my child. Goski extended his hand towards Broly, issuing a direct invitation. I can make you even stronger, and the Empire can provide you with what you desire. Old man, there are no ships left to carry you into a new era. Broly shook off the strange thoughts that emerged in his mind, and replied earnestly to Goski. I have a father, his name is Paragus. He is stronger than you, and I am stronger than him. Having been rejected, Goski was not overly surprised. Hand over your blade to me. He approached an intelligence operative, requesting the handover of a long blade before continuing. You don't truly believe that by merely ambushing me and sending me flying, you've earned the right to bargain before me, do you? Goksi refrained from using his own weapon, for it was a divine instrument, possessing the lethal capacity to curse anyone struck, even if merely grazed. Since you are unwilling to comply and accompany me willingly, I am left with no choice but to resort to more forceful measures, Bill. With the Empire's medical techniques, severing the tendons in your limbs should suffice for a return, wouldn't you agree? Fear not, with the divine hand of Dr. Fashion. Even if you were to sever his hands and feet, as long as they are preserved properly, Dr. Fashion can restore them intact. Ah, in that case, I feel reassured. A smirk crept across Gotsi's lips. The unruly child must receive the lesson he deserves. Gotsi took a stance, bending to grasp the blade, and with a swift motion, he charged forth. The brutal education commenced, as he aimed to impart the true weight of adulthood to the child. Chapter 32. I prepare to lead you in search of happiness. Gotsi charged, drawing his blade, and soared through the air once more, crashing into the tree pit he had previously created. Ha! I was careless, mistaking him for a mere child. Thus I did not exert my full strength. Under Bill's astonished gaze, Gotsi leapt from the pit, nursing his aching abdomen, managing a faint smile to explain his recent defeat. This time, I shall give it my all. Boom. He charged again, only to be hurled back into the tree pit once more. It's the pain in my abdomen that hampers my strength. I shall take a moment to recover. Boom. I hadn't eaten this morning. I'm rather famished and lacking energy. Broly, receiving a skewer of fish from another, silently observed the man across from him articulating the reasons for his failure while munching on his rations. Overall, he believed in the notion that a hungry person possesses little strength. Once satiated, with vigor restored, he would certainly, boom, 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 after numerous attempts to charge, only to be cast back into the pit repeatedly by the boy. Gotsi finally came to a sobering realization. Despite being born of the Rasha for ghosts, endowed with a body forged beyond the limits of normal humanity through countless battles and rich combat experience. He faced an undeniable disparity in raw power against the child who appeared scarcely older than his own daughter. This was a colossal chasm of strength, manifested in pure, unadulterated speed and might. The notion of severing the child's limbs seemed utterly ludicrous. After several attempts, with his abdomen nearly taking the shape of the boy's feet, Gotzi finally relinquished the ordinary long blade and drew forth his divine instrument, Murakumo. Didn't you intend to bring him back? Bill inquired cautiously. Do you truly believe I could bring him back under such circumstances? Gotzi wore a grim expression, exuding an aura of danger. You couldn't even best a mere child. And yet your words have left your face bruised. Naturally, you cannot bring him back. The bald man refrained from voicing his true thoughts, and instead inquired, what are your plans now? The formation of our assassination unit aims to eliminate obstacles for the Empire. Now that someone impedes the establishment of this unit, that individual is indeed an obstruction, and I, Gotzi, shall eradicate this hindrance for the Empire. This child's combat prowess is astonishing. Should we not strive to draw him into the Empire's embrace? Broly is visibly powerful, igniting a sense of admiration in Beerus as well. Though he is not a martial artist, he desires to possess the boy. After all, such a formidable specimen could greatly aid in our enhancement experiments. His strength is overwhelming. Attempting to harness an unfathomable power will only lead to our own injury. Gotzi's gaze was icy. It was not merely the boy's affront that embarrassed him, but rather his fear of the monstrous strength and potential the boy possessed, which drove him to eliminate the threat. Are you confident? My imperial artifact, Murakumo, possesses the ability to curse anyone merely by inflicting a scratch upon them. I may not have the assurance to slay him with ordinary weapons, but if I merely let him be grazed by Murakumo. Gotzi left the thought unfinished, yet his meaning was abundantly clear. He was filled with self-assurance. Brother Broly, freshly grilled bird skewers. Nahashu approached with the skewers. Is the one who was kicked all right? Receiving the skewer from Nahashu, Broly inquired about the boy's wife, who had been sent flying. Glenn is fine, just a bit swollen in the abdomen. That's good to hear. Inform him that the one who kicked him is also nursing a swollen belly. Broly felt a pang of anger at the thought of his opponent's wife being kicked. Had it not been for Gotzi's earlier words about bringing happiness, that man might have perished with the first strike, as Broly would have unleashed even greater force. Now, not only was he alive, but he also seemed to be a nuisance, repeatedly charging at Broly for another kick. Even a Vampa spider would retreat when wounded. Yet this adversary did not. This left Broly questioning whether he had indeed been too gentle. After careful consideration, he realized that it was indeed a possibility. Then, I shall apply greater force. As he observed Gotzi charging once more, Broly resolved to elevate his foot. Suddenly, he noticed the approaching figure whip his hair about. Gotzi's long hair seemed to come to life, rapidly expanding to obscure Broly's line of sight. This maneuver, known as the hair whip technique, transforms hair into something as sharp as steel needles. However, at present, it merely served to disrupt visibility. The true lethal strike lay concealed beneath the lowered blade. Hidden behind the hair, the trajectory of movement diverged from that of the hair itself, creating a visual dissonance in his martial art. Gotzi had previously employed this technique to vanquish many formidable foes, and this time would be no different. Broly was perplexed by the actions of the individual before him. Just as he prepared to strike down with his needle-like head, a sudden cacophony erupted behind him. Turning around, Broly was astonished to see the massive crocodile he had previously incapacitated attempting to escape into the water. My breakfast, he thought, momentarily caught off guard. In an instant, the wicked blade swung forth, striking the side of his neck. The chapter remains unfinished. Click to continue reading. The next moment, Broly abandoned the current predicament and charged towards the fleeing crocodile. His small feet sank into the mud, sending clods flying that struck Gotzi squarely in the face. The assassin, still reeling from the impact, was soon knocked unconscious by a heavy mass of dirt. The blade slipped from his grasp, and he was propelled away, rolling several times until he was intercepted by two intelligence agents near the bald-headed Bill. My Lord Bill, Gotzi has sustained a severe blow and is now unconscious, reported one agent who crouched to assess the situation. What shall we do? Inquired another. What else can we do? We must flee. The boy who had dealt Gotzi such a grievous injury was merely pursuing the crocodile, not attempting to kill him. Bill, not a fool, recognized that even a warrior of Gotzi's caliber could fall. he certainly would not engage the monstrous boy in hand-to-hand combat. What about Goski's blade? Bill glanced at the broken weapon. It's shattered. What good is it now? Gather the unconscious Goski and let us depart. There is no use for a damaged Imperial artifact, and remaining here even a moment longer poses a threat. In a frantic haste, the group secured the unconscious Goski and mounted their steeds. With a thunderous roar from the flying beast, the Imperial intelligence agents swiftly retreated. They had come in a rush and left in equal haste, waving their sleeves as they departed, leaving not a single child behind. Underwater, the giant crocodile executed a death roll, stirring up the riverbed silt in an attempt to conceal its presence. However, as Broly unleashed a powerful energy blast, the river was violently disrupted, forcing the cunning crocodile to resurface. Where are they? Broly emerged from the water, puzzled by the absence of Goski and the others. Broly, those people have fled, riding a flying beast in that direction. Nash pointed towards the fleeing agents. Broly took note of the direction but had no intention of pursuing them. There were more pressing matters at hand. He needed to prepare his breakfast. The skin was far too tough. The knife failed to penetrate. As a group of children assisted in handling the crocodile, they discovered that their weapons were ineffective against its tough hide. Let us try this instead. As Broly was contemplating tearing apart his opponent with his bare hands, Akihito presented a broken sword. Although the cursed blade Murakumo had shattered while attempting to slice Broly's neck, it was crafted from the materials of extraordinarily dangerous creatures, combined with rare metals like orichalcum. The mere hide of a B-rank dangerous species, such as a crocodile, could not withstand its cutting edge. Be cautious, Akihito. This blade is sharp, she warned her sister, who was eager to assist in butchering the crocodile. Broly, are you all right? A girl approached inquiringly. Broly remembered her name was Cornelia. What could possibly be wrong with me? He replied, somewhat perplexed by her concern. You were just struck by that knife, she pointed out, prompting the other children nearby to turn their attention towards him. Broly touched the spot where he had been cut, finding no wound, not even a faint mark. Perhaps that person simply lacked sufficient strength, he mused. The surrounding children responded in disbelief. Is that really a matter of not having enough to eat? Never mind, it doesn't matter. In any case, Big Brother is formidable. Big Brother is impressive. The crocodile meat was ready for roasting. As Broly indulged in his meal, the other children watched intently. This is delicious. Would you like some? Broly asked, noticing their gaze. No, I'm full. Nahashu waved his hand, having consumed enough fish and bird meat already. Meanwhile, Akihito, the chubby Lozen, Cornelia, who had just checked on Broly, and the somewhat dim-witted mushroom girl, Bony, who had gathered poisonous mushrooms to roast the previous night, approached to partake in the feast. What stood out about those who joined him was their evident strength, which surpassed what was typical for children of their age, excluding Broly, of course. Lozen, who could nearly lift a bear, had the largest appetite, followed by Cornelia, whose greater age justified her larger portion size, then Bony, and finally Akihito. Broly consumed the vast majority of the roasted crocodile, leaving only a small portion for others. Let us consider this as provisions for our journey, he declared, preparing to set off. Where are we going? A child inquired. I plan to lead you in search of happiness. Broly indicated towards the direction where Nahashu had pointed earlier, the path leading to the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Despite being a fool, Gotzi had provided Broly with crucial information regarding the direction of happiness. Thus concludes this chapter. Chapter 33. Bubbles and Shoes. What is happiness, and how does one seek it? The children were unaware, and neither was Broly entirely certain. Yet, it mattered not. The direction had been revealed, and they would simply follow it. Under the leadership of Broly, the group pursued the direction from which the Imperial intelligence agents had departed. Along their journey, they encountered various dangerous creatures. However, these threats paled in comparison to the more formidable scions among them. All the attacking beasts were swiftly transformed into provisions for the new day by Broly. Strangely enough, the real peril lay in the serpents and insects concealed beneath the fallen leaves and entwined within the vines, which proved to be far more insidious. Fortunately, a child from their ranks had once dwelled in a woodland environment. While the toxins of the Gyphonora sea tree forest differed, the methods of detoxification and prevention bore some similarities. By gathering slightly toxic foliage and igniting it, binding it with branches to create a fragrant smoke, they managed to drive away many serpents and insects in advance. Must it be this way? Broly coughed as the smoke enveloped him. We are not as fearless as you. Brother, When it comes to the bites of serpents and insects, replied Riverina, a member of a western tribe living in the mangroves. This technique to repel snakes and pests stemmed from her experiences with woodland flora. She had survived in the forest before. But had it not been for Broly's timely rescue the previous day, she might have fallen prey to the dangerous creatures. I have a better solution, Broly declared after a moment of contemplation. What solution? The children inquired with curiosity. Broly instructed Riverina to extinguish the toxic smoke, then raised his hand towards the forest ahead. With a surge of green energy, he unleashed a blast that obliterated the trees before them, revealing a clear pathway. This is my method, he proclaimed, clapping his hands as if he had accomplished a mere trifle. The children gazed in awe at the unprecedented path that lay before them, as the once dense thicket of towering trees had been utterly annihilated. Not only the serpents, but also the previously lurking dangerous creatures had likely been reduced to ashes. The atmosphere fell into a hushed silence, and Nahaxiu, an older child with more experience, sensed the disquiet and quickly initiated applause. Brother, you are magnificent. Everyone, let's applaud our brother for clearing this path through the forest. Such overwhelming power commands respect, yet it can also incite fear, an inherent human response to uncontrollable strength. However, with Nahaxiu's timely intervention, the instinctive trepidation of the children gradually transformed into profound admiration. Broly, you are incredible. How did you make the forest disappear with a mere gesture? With the encouragement of the more exuberant girls like Chihong, Zhuji, and Boni, the once solemn group quickly regained their spirited energy. Though a few of the more seasoned children regarded Broly with a complex gaze. A true monster. Perhaps they did not voice it aloud. Yet the glances cast upon Broly undeniably conveyed such sentiments. Fear lingered, but they managed to suppress it. Although he was far from perfect, Broly was not particularly meticulous either. Amidst the chorus of children calling him Big Brother, he gradually lost touch with his own identity. Yet, one could also argue that he relished the attention typically afforded to children of his age, finding some joy in it. With a surge of energy in his grasp, he demonstrated once more, sending a tree crashing down with a swift whoosh, bang. Launching energy blasts was his sole contribution to share, aside from his skill in the game of rope skipping. However, it proved ineffective. A group of children emulated his actions, striving to envision what it meant to harness energy, attempting to direct their efforts toward the surrounding trees. The outcome was predictable, none succeeded, as the energy within these children had yet to swell sufficiently to transform into energy blasts. Nonetheless, this world was fraught with dangerous creatures, unique secret arts, and biological enhancement technologies, suggesting that the ability to release energy might eventually be attainable. After lingering for a while, the group resumed their journey, this time traversing a clear path, which significantly increased their speed. The only inconvenience lay in the sudden commotion stirred up by Broly, which had startled the creatures within the Gyphonora sea tree forest. The once lively forest, filled with various sounds, now seemed unusually quiet in the vicinity of the clear path. As night fell, near the forest stream, the children prepared for a night of camping. The forest is preferable, Broly mused, lamenting that after blasting a path, the prey no longer sought them out. I beg to differ. The flat ground is much easier to traverse, Shihan countered, lifting her small foot for the boy to see. At least after a long day of walking, my feet have not developed more blisters. Saying this, Shihan picked up a slender wooden splinter to tend to her sister's blisters. Broly glanced down at his own feet, noting he had never experienced such a thing. Observing everyone else engaged in the act of bursting blisters, he felt a twinge of envy. How can I develop blisters? He inquired. Why would you want those? Shihan responded, somewhat perplexed. Because you all have them. Shihan sighed in response. This is not something desirable. Indeed, they hurt terribly when you step on them, echoed Akihan. If possible, I would prefer to avoid such afflictions. The other children unanimously agreed. Is there any way to prevent them? Upon hearing that blisters were not a good thing, Broly reconsidered his question. Blisters are not a significant concern. A simple prick and a brief respite should suffice, remarked Cornelia. I believe that if I had a pair of soft shoes, I would not suffer from blisters on my feet, chimed in a blonde girl named Natala. The shoes provided by the slave trader are far too rigid. In response, the children exchanged thoughts. Though I am barefoot, my feet have not developed blisters. Oh, what thick soles you possess. Broly, listening intently, concluded that most individuals indeed require a pair of soft shoes. However, how to acquire such footwear? He recalled his father back on Vampa, a master craftsman, who had once fashioned shoes for himself, though he had deemed them too stifling to wear. Nonetheless, they were undeniably soft, woven from the fur of the boyer. With this thought, inspiration struck Broly just as he had hunted a group of long-haired, soft creatures earlier that day. Approaching the carcass of a long-haired deer, he tore away some of the fur and began to weave. Yet, by the time someone had finished processing the deer meat, he had not yet shaped the soft fur into a form for shoes. "What are you doing?" Akihito inquired, drawing closer. "I am making shoes," Broly replied. "Can shoes be made solely from fur?" Akihito was puzzled. "My father once made shoes from fur." "Really? If only I had brought them. You would see how soft they were." Although Broly had scarcely worn shoes on Vampa, he spoke with conviction to the girl. "The same fur as your clothing?" "Yes." Akihito reached out to touch Broly's boyer fur garment, finding it indeed very soft. Yet, to call it fur is perhaps misleading. It resembled a type of plant fiber more closely. "Does anyone here know how to weave shoes?" Akihito pondered before posing the question to the other children. "I do." A child raised his hand. "My father was a cobbler, but after falling into gambling and losing a great deal of money, I was sold. Craftsmanship like this is not unfamiliar to me. Can you incorporate this fur into your weaving?" "I believe I can." The child skilled in weaving nodded thoughtfully, his hands far more adept than Broly's. He first found some vines, scraping away the bark with a knife and removing the thorns, transforming them into rudimentary weaving materials. Twisting and intertwining, the vine bark soon took on the shape of slippers in his hands. "I used to weave with hay, which was more durable and relatively soft. I haven't tried vines before, but with the addition of fur, they should be a bit softer," he remarked as he swiftly continued his work on the shoes. As the meat neared perfection on the grill, a pair of rudimentary vine shoes took shape in the boy's hands. Chi-Tong tried them on and found them quite satisfactory. Albeit a tad large, nonetheless, they far surpassed the wooden shoes she had previously worn. "We require more vines and animal fur to craft additional pairs," Broly remarked. "It is impossible for me to create shoes for everyone alone." The shoemaking boy shook his head, noting the presence of over 70 individuals. "Let us work together. You can teach us the art of shoemaking," suggested Tsukushi along with several other dexterous children. A group of youngsters gradually congregated to discuss the intricacies of crafting shoes. However, before embarking on this endeavor, it was prudent to fill their bellies first. The evening's fare consisted of long-haired deer and some enormous insects. The flavor of the roasted deer was rather strong, while the roasted insects exuded a delightful fruity aroma, with a texture akin to chewy leather, somewhat difficult to digest, yet increasingly savory with each bite. On the Crystal Palace exchange page, this delicacy was labeled as roasted Hyson giant insect, priced comparably to a serving of pork chop rice. The soup was a fish broth, derived from small fish caught in the forest stream, prepared using yesterday's mud crab shells. Although the fish bore no name, even without salt, the soup brimmed with freshness. During the broth's simmering, Bonnie proposed adding mushrooms for a splash of color, but this suggestion was unanimously dismissed. The chapter concluded with Chapter 34, The Birth of the Wind-Rolling Grass Shoes and the Southern Direction. After satisfying their hunger, everyone commenced learning the art of shoemaking, with Broly also attempting to master the craft. Yet, his skills were rather lacking. The vines and fur invariably morphed into a spherical mass in his hands. "If you manage to squeeze your foot into it, it should suffice," observed Tong regarding the shoes he produced. Broly gave it a try and indeed found them wearable, though it seemed only he could navigate with such round shoes. "Do you need assistance?" Even the youngest children found it difficult to admit they required help upon seeing Broly's wind-rolling grass shoes. "Brother Broly, I believe it is better for me to make my own shoes." "Very well, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to call." Broly felt a tinge of disappointment. Perhaps he should not have completed the shoes so promptly. "Do you need help?" Cornelia, noticing his desire to occupy himself, suggested, "If possible, Brother Broly, could you assist in peeling the vine bark?" As everyone was still mastering the shoemaking technique, any mistakes with the vine bark would necessitate starting anew with fresh material. "No problem," Broly replied, seizing a small knife to assist in peeling the vine bark. This collective endeavor of crafting brought him a sense of joy reminiscent of playing a string game, where even a minor contribution could evoke happiness. After experiencing a brief interlude of elementary school life in the Tsukihime world, Broly occasionally felt a sense of solitude on the planet Wampa, although he rarely expresses it. This sentiment indeed exists, now manifested in his desire for greater involvement in collective events. Thus, he has cleared numerous vines, yet ultimately, Only a few were utilized, while the remainder was reduced to mere firewood. You were purchased as wildlings to be screened, yet you were bested. Surely, my hearing is not failing me. Your Excellency, there exists a formidable individual within, possessing monstrous strength. Stop. I am not interested in how you were defeated. I am only aware that Minister Onist has commanded you to establish an assassination department. I have complied with this directive, delivering the necessary personnel and resources to you. Yet you bring me unfavorable news. My inadequacies have resulted in ineffectiveness. I implore your Excellency to forgive me, but I still hope for some support to redeem this humiliation. Gotsi, you, too, hail from the ranks of the Rashas for demons. If you cannot handle this foe, it seems that ordinary assistance would be of little use. If possible, I wish for you to solicit aid from Minister Onist on my behalf, requesting the support of other members of the Rashas for demons. Gotsi stated. A bandage wrapped around his forehead. Gotsi, had you claimed that rebels attacked you, thwarting the establishment of the assassination department, I would have unhesitatingly rallied local forces to assist you. Yet you assert that it was due to a purchased child that you faced defeat? That child is a monster. I would stake my life on that. Very well, even if your words hold truth, what is the identity of this adversary? A rebel? No, since they are not. What audacity do you possess to request my assistance? While your own disgrace may be of little concern, do not drag me into it, causing me to lose face before Minister Onist. The Empire is in dire need of personnel, and this current Rashas for demons is tasked with ensuring the safety of the minister. Therefore, no one is available to restore your lost dignity over a child. Do you understand? But that monster intercepted our chosen assassins. The Empire does not sustain uselessness, and I have no interest in your complaints of hardship. When faced with adversity, overcome it. Here, results always take precedence over the process, and similarly, what Minister Onist desires is solely the successful formation of the assassination unit. Cast out from the palace. Gotsi's expression soured slightly. If he possessed the ability to overcome difficulties, he would not need to come here, shamelessly seeking aid. This chapter is not finished. Click the next page to continue reading. That fellow likely perceives us as mere moneymakers, Bill remarked. A miser, with eyes only for wealth, Gotsi cursed. Never mind. Such is the Empire. The more earnest one is in their duties, the greater the loss. What do you intend to do? I am preparing to conduct drug enhancement experiments directly on death row inmates, manipulating them through hypnosis. What about you? Are you still planning to seek out that monster? Gotsi fell silent. Even the Imperial weapon could not inflict any harm upon him. What purpose would it serve to pursue him further? He sighed. Like you, I shall first train the 6 little devils that have emerged. The higher-ups show no interest, so I shall not overly concern myself. Failure in our mission would ultimately lead to death, Bill reminded him. After all, it is merely a worthless life. As an assassin, Gotsi understood the inevitable fate that awaited assassins. Dying of old age in a turbulent era was nearly impossible. Rather, death during a mission was the harsh reality. Fortunately, training an assassin requires time. Even if he were to neglect his duties, he would still enjoy a few years of peace before the reckoning. As for that little monster who had bruised his face, if the Empire was unconcerned, why should he worry? With a sense of resignation, he felt the world open up before him. A legendary demon blade assassin, having encountered a monster, reported to the higher-ups, who were indifferent. And he had thus become a mere pawn. My strength may not be the pinnacle, but it is certainly formidable. If a creature that I cannot even harm with my full might grows stronger, what then? If such a monster were to be swayed by the rebels, what fate would befall the Empire? Gotsi pondered, then turned to the bald man beside him and invited, "Shall we go for a drink?" "No time. You're injured. You should drink less," Bill replied before turning away. After the vine shoes were completed, the path became much easier to traverse. However, it seemed that the direction they wished to exit differed from the one they had entered. The group trudged through the Gyphonora sea tree forest for 3 days along a path carved by energy blasts before finally reaching the edge of the forest. This was the border of the Empire's western territory, adjacent to the Western Kingdoms, separated by a perilous swamp of mangroves. Upon seeing the mangrove swamp, the brown-skinned girl displayed an expression of surprise. "This is the homeland of Riverina. I used to live in a place like this." She had been captured by a slave hunting party and never expected to return to a familiar place while walking through the great forest. Of course, this was not her home. It merely served as a reference point, allowing her to discern the direction of her true home. My father said that the mangroves connect to a vast tree forest in the north, where many terrifying dangers lurk, and we should not approach. If this is indeed the great tree forest, then Riverina's home should be a little further south, she explained excitedly. Observing her enthusiasm, Broly suggested, "Then let us head south." "Oh," the other children echoed his words. The journey of the past few days had fostered a bond within their makeshift group, and they all held great trust in their elder brother. "Fools, you're headed the wrong way, that's east." With Tsukushi's reminder, the group of misled children turned back. "Once more, let us set off southward." Somewhat awkwardly returning to the starting point, Broly called out once more. This time, the direction was correct. The chapter concludes. Chapter 35. Ignition, Branches, and Bird in Flight. Within the waters of the mangroves, there exist some ferocious fish, alongside creatures that expel water at the beings above. However, as long as one is mentally prepared and clings tightly to the vines surrounding them, there is no danger of falling into the water. Above the mangroves, one can always find mimetic creatures, such as the deadwood snake, which feign being mere branches to prey on passing small animals or insects, though they do not actively attack larger beings. Riverina articulated the points of caution within the mangroves, while Broly emerged from the water, adorned with fish. He shook himself dry and tossed the fish into a basket woven from vines. Although danger was not visible here, the fish underwater were rather oblivious. Broly merely needed to swim, and the fish would approach him unbidden, practically hooking themselves. With a flick of his tail, he sent the fish clinging to it into the vine basket as well. Of course, if everyone possessed a physique as formidable as his, they too could catch fish in such a manner. Otherwise, the usual method involved slapping the water's surface to attract the fish before spearing them with sharpened sticks. As Riverina demonstrated, she pierced a fish in the water with a pointed branch, lifting one with a girth akin to her forearm. The fish thrashed upon the branch, splashing water at the girl thrice. This was the water-spitting fish, and the larger the fish, the more formidable the water it expelled, shaking the fish water from her face. Riverina remarked. The other children, eager to imitate, used their sharpened branches to spear fish, resulting in only a few successes while many failed, with one unfortunate soul tumbling into the water. Fortunately, Broly was nearby, leaping over to rescue the individual. The actual distance to the underwater creatures was deeper than perceived from the surface. Thus, it was advisable to thrust downward to catch fish effectively. Those who managed to spear fish shared their experiences with the others, and upon grasping the technique, the more adept children quickly mastered the art of fishing with spears. The branches were too damp to ignite a fire. During their midday meal, the group fell into despair over their inability to cook due to the humid environment. Along the journey from the Gyphonora sea tree forest, children with prior survival experience informed others of the importance of consuming cooked food to avoid illness. Both water and food must be thoroughly cooked, as certain plant-based ingredients may harbor toxins that can be eliminated through cooking. If fire was unattainable, they would have to resort to eating sashimi. Could there be parasites? What are you talking about? By the way, the bugs on these fish are rather tasty. As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld their elder brother extracting an unmistakably parasitic creature from the body of a fish, indulging in its flesh. The earlier question no longer required an answer. Indeed, the fish was infested with parasites, and as for the taste, it had received a commendable review from their elder. There was no cause for concern. The presence of worms was not a grave matter. In the past, my kin and I frequently consumed sashimi. After enjoying the raw fish, we would partake of some water leaves to expel any parasites, ensuring they would not linger in our stomachs for long before being expelled. Riverina, however, was not particularly fazed by the prospect of eating raw fish. The children, imagining the scene of expelling worms, expressed their trepidation. "Sister, I do not wish to expel worms." Black Eye tugged at Red Eye's sleeve. "Neither do I. But if we wish to avoid hunger, we must consume something," Red Eye replied, displaying a reasonable level of acceptance. "A fire," I declared. "It's futile. The branches here are too damp to ignite," came the retort. "Should we not bring some dry twigs?" "Broly, do you have any good ideas?" The children, having exhausted their options, turned to him for inspiration. After a moment of contemplation, Broly directed his hand towards the branches intended for kindling. With a resounding boom, the branches were obliterated in an instant. It seemed even he was constrained by limitations. Observing the disappointment etched on the faces around him, Broly pondered once more. "I shall give it another try." Adjusting the output of his energy, He concentrated a faint aura at the tip of his finger and aimed it at a nearby mangrove branch. With a sizzling sound, smoke began to rise from the point of contact. The children gazed intently, their expressions tense. It must ignite. It absolutely must. Perhaps attuned to the children's unspoken wishes, the branch soon dried out under Broly's focus. As the last traces of moisture evaporated, a small flame flickered to life. It has ignited. Hooray! Broly, you are magnificent. The sight of the flames ignited a chorus of joyous shouts from the children, signifying that they would no longer have to consume raw fish or expel worms. Broly too felt elated, having learned the art of igniting fire with energy. Yet, in his exuberance, the emotion heightened the aura at his fingertips, transforming it into a blazing energy beam that pierced through the mangrove branch, reducing it to ashes and extinguishing the flame in an instant. As the fire flickered out, the children's jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, all eyes fixated on Broly. I shall ignite another, he said, scratching his head as he plucked a new mangrove vine. This time, he managed to keep his temper in check, allowing the flames to rise successfully. The fish roasted on redwood branches possessed a unique flavor, distinct from that of the forest's grilled catch. It had a hint of spiciness, the essence of the redwood tree. Was it toxic? Mildly so, as it was a toxin secreted by the tree to ward off pests. Oh, fear not. As long as one does not consume too much, there is no harm, reassured a voice, and the group felt at ease. Hey, why are you chewing on the branch too? At that moment, a voice with dark eyes called out. This has a flavor, a tingling sensation. They turned to see Broly chewing on a piece of redwood branch. Brother Broly, that branch is toxic. A group rushed over to warn him. Toxic? Broly chewed thoughtfully and nodded at the approaching individuals. The taste of the toxin is delightful. You should try it, he declared, tossing the cleaned branch behind him. Upon glancing back, they noticed a pile of wood remnants accumulating behind him. Are you all right? Someone asked. What could possibly be wrong with me? Picking up a skewer of fish, Broly devoured it whole, then resumed chewing on another branch. The concerned children exchanged glances, ultimately attributing Broly's unusual constitution to his ability to consume what they could not. The roasted redwood branches had a flavor reminiscent of spicy cinnamon, which left Broly feeling slightly exhilarated. Yet after consuming too much, he began to feel a wave of nausea. Throughout the afternoon journey, he repeatedly stuck out his tongue, feeling as though he had ingested the essence of the venomous Wampa spider, leaving a bitter taste lingering in his mouth, even after rinsing. The toxin would not claim his life, yet it certainly unsettled his stomach. How unpleasant. Following the Wampa spider series of foods, the redwood branches became Broly's second least favorite. Notably, the boiled green peppers mentioned by Rin Tosaka in the previous world ranked as his third least favorite, despite Broly never having tasted them. Riverina, have we yet reached your tribe? The marshland was expansive, and they journeyed southward until dusk, still surrounded by stretches of redwood trees. The vast redwood forests formed patches of land above the marsh, and they had traversed over 100 such areas today. It should be in this direction. Yet I see no markers of our tribe. Standing among the trees, Riverina scanned the surroundings, but found nothing. Could we have taken a wrong turn? It's possible. However, since we are searching for a settled tribe, Naha looked at Broly, who was floating nearby, appearing somewhat listless. Brother Broly, since you can fly, could you ascend higher and see if there are any signs of habitation? Broly, somewhat out of sorts, nevertheless consented and ascended into the skies. From his elevated vantage point, he soon discerned a gathering of individuals approximately 7 or 8 kilometers to his right, engaged in activities amidst a vast expanse of mangrove forest. Upon descending, he relayed his observations, only to be suddenly embraced by Riverina, who clung to his neck, imploring him to take her up for a closer look. That is my tribe, she exclaimed. Despite the considerable distance and the encroaching twilight, Riverina recognized the familiar silhouette of her tribe's mangroves, reminiscent of a large leaf. Traveling by night was impractical. It seemed they would not arrive until midday the following day. After confirming the approximate distance, Nahashu calculated their expected arrival time based on their pace through the mangrove wetlands. Tomorrow? Riverina's spirit dampened. A yearning for home began to overwhelm her. Actually, we need not wait until tomorrow. I can carry you all there, Broly suddenly declared. Really? The children reacted with surprise. But Broly, can you fly that far with so many people? It should be fine, Broly replied, though he was uncertain, having never attempted such a heavy load before. Chapter 36. Avoiding poisonous mushrooms, are you all prepared for takeoff? He asked. We are ready. But why are you diving into the mangrove forest? The group was puzzled by Broly's actions until the ground beneath them trembled, as a tremendous force yanked them from the water. Once airborne, the children hurriedly grasped onto secure objects nearby, finally understanding what Broly meant by being ready. Gazing at the vines tied around their waists, the children found themselves at a loss for words. Thankfully, they did not fall. Young Latan managed to grasp a slick tree root just in time. His vine snapped, nearly sending him tumbling from the ascending mangrove. Broly did not fly quickly. He drew upon his experience from 2 years prior when he had flown with the great river of Tofu village in the moonlit world, ensuring the airborne mangrove moved steadily, akin to a small floating island. After the initial chaos subsided, the children, now settled, found themselves entranced by the breathtaking spectacle of the sunset and the evening glow on the distant horizon. In their past, most had struggled for basic sustenance and warmth, laboring daily for survival, and many had fallen into the hands of slave traders, imprisoned in cages. Such beauty was a luxury they had never before had the leisure or privilege to appreciate. Sister, it's beautiful, said the girl with black eyes, seated upon a vine. Reaching for the girl beside her. Indeed, replied the girl with red eyes softly, echoing her sister's sentiment. If it weren't for Broly, we might never have witnessed such a sight, right? This remark spoke not only of the sunset viewed from the sky, but also of the salvation they had received, along with the nourishment they were now afforded. After all, when one is famished, they possess neither the leisure nor the inclination to appreciate the beauty of the scenery. I seem to have glimpsed my elder brother amidst the sunset. Bang! Pony's head received a blow. Sister Cor, why did you hit me? I told you to discard those poisonous mushrooms you foraged, yet you still carry them with you to consume? I did not. Pony, in a fluster, hastily covered her right pocket. You are seeing illusions and still deny it. Bang! The girl's head was struck again by the iron fist of the girl beside her. Brother is soaring through the woods with us. He is not dead. The toxic mushrooms were forcefully hurled by Cornelia in a parabolic arc. My mushrooms. Under the sunset, amidst the flying red mangroves, the onlookers regarded Pony with discontent. Pony, in a posture of dejection, knelt upon the red vines, raising her right hand, wistfully gazing at the departing poisonous mushrooms. Chieftain, a cluster of red mangroves is descending from the sky, as the children above reveled in the splendor of the sunset. The tribe below grew anxious upon realizing that the airborne mangroves were approaching their territory. In the consciousness of the people in this world, only perilous creatures can soar through the skies, and the larger the creature, the greater the danger it poses. Thus, the sight of such a vast expanse of red mangroves aloft suggested that one must be lurking within, surely something fearsome. Ripplelip, summon all the warriors of the tribe. Should the monsters within the flying mangroves seek to assail us, we shall fiercely retaliate to protect our kin. The chieftain of the Red Leaf tribe, Redriel, issued the command, hoping that the unknown entity causing the mangroves to ascend into the heavens would merely pass by their tribe. Chieftain, the flying mangroves appear to be descending towards us. Yet, events invariably took a turn for the worse, and Redriel felt a sinking sensation within. Prepare for battle. The man sliced his palm with a small knife, smearing 4 streaks of blood across his face. In their culture, this signified a fight to the death. Unfinished, this chapter beckons you to turn the page for more. 1-2. Upon witnessing their leader's actions, the other warriors followed suit. Though their weapons were not of fine quality, they possessed the valor to defend their tribe against formidable foes. This fierce spirit persisted until a familiar voice emanated from the descending red mangroves. Father, father. It was the voice of his daughter, missing for 3 months. Rivalina, is that you? Redriel called out, without waiting for a response. The mangroves had descended to a height where the figures atop were clearly visible. Rivalina leaped from the still hovering mangroves, rushing towards the poised warriors of the tribe, and straight into her father's embrace. Rivalina, where have you been during your absence? The man's face bore astonishment and joy. He had believed his daughter to be lost forever. I was captured by the Empire's slave-catching brigade, and they sold me into the depths of the giant tree forest, the Giffinora Sea Tree Forest, but I managed to escape, the girl explained. And what of those people? Sister? Liparipu inquired, observing the silhouettes of numerous children upon the re-entering mangroves. Brother, they are children like me, sold into the giant tree forest by slave traders. And now they are my important companions. Wait, why have I suddenly become your brother? Because I have taken a big brother. Liparipu replied, How did you all descend from the heavens? We did not descend from above. Rather, it was my big brother who brought us over by flying. He saved me, saved everyone, and guided us out of the giant tree forest. Riverina gestured towards their arrival direction, attempting to convey the prowess of Broly to her father. The chief of the Red Leaf tribe listened, his mind struggling to comprehend the tale. Whether it was carving a path through the giant tree forest or flying over with a segment of mangroves, it all seemed rather implausible. Had he not witnessed the mangroves soaring in the sky with his own eyes, he might have thought his long-lost daughter was merely spinning fanciful tales. After leading the group over, Broly emerged from the woods, somewhat retching. His hands bore remnants of redwood shavings and sap, the scent of which proved intolerable for him, intensifying the bitterness in his mouth. This is Big Brother Broly. Riverina joyfully introduced the boy to her father. What is wrong with him? Redriel inquired, astonished that the big brother his daughter spoke of was merely a child. Upon seeing Broly's retching state, he furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you not tell him that the branches of the redwood tree are toxic?" "I did, but Big Brother said the taste of the poison is quite pleasant." Redriel. His impression of Broly shifted from a terrifying figure who could navigate the giant tree forest with ease and fly with a segment of mangroves to that of a child who might have a few screws loose. "Let us take him back to the tribe. I will fetch some herbs to counteract the poison, perhaps due to the flight of the mangroves being filled with children." And with his daughter recounting some details, Redriel wiped the blood of fierce battles from his face and instructed his son to arrange for these companions brought back by his daughter to be accommodated in the vacant areas of the tribe. The Red Leaf tribe was not large, with just over 1,000 members. The influx of over 70 children still garnered considerable attention from the tribe's members. "Liparipu, where did these children come from? Are they to join our tribe?" someone inquired. "They are companions my sister brought back," Liparipu replied in a subdued tone. "Your sister? Riverina? Is she not already dead?" Bang! The one who uttered this statement was knocked over by a punch from Liparipu. "My sister has returned, safe and sound. She did not perish." The chapter concludes. Chapter 37, The Red Leaf Tribe. The branches of the redwood tree are regarded as a flavoring by our tribe, albeit after being thoroughly washed and soaked in flowing water for an extended period to diminish their toxicity. Nevertheless, even with such precautions, occasional cases of poisoning do occur. When affected by the redwood's poison, a person's senses, beginning with taste, are numbed, leading to a gradual loss of mobility. At this juncture, Redriel paused, as the boy behind him was still able to walk and even fly. Apart from a somewhat ashen complexion, he exhibited no symptoms of redwood poisoning. Our tribe's method for counteracting this poison involves plucking the still green leaves of the redwood tree before they mature into their characteristic red hue. By grinding them and mixing the pulp into a juice, we can neutralize the toxin. As he spoke, the chief of the Red Leaf tribe handed over the freshly prepared green leaf juice, adding a disclaimer. While it is effective against the redwood's poison, he was uncertain of its efficacy regarding the bitterness in the boy's mouth. Broly accepted the leaf juice, indifferent to its nature as long as it alleviated the bitter taste in his mouth. He downed it in one gulp. After swallowing, he smacked his lips a couple of times, pleasantly surprised to find that the bitterness had indeed lessened significantly, and his eyes lit up. "Could I have another cup?" he inquired. "Certainly," Redriel replied. "But first, could you share the details of how you saved my daughter?" He took the earthen cup and began to inquire, eager to hear the boy's account of his daughter's rescue. Upon hearing this, Broly felt somewhat troubled. Redriel was merely one among the many he had rescued along the way, 71 to be precise. When pressed for specifics about the rescue, Broly struggled to recall the details. He could only say, "There was a large creature pursuing her, and I kicked it, causing it to fall." Redriel pondered. Who could clarify what sort of creature it was? And what of the boy's exaggerated kicking gestures and strange sound effects? Was that meant to signify the perilous beast that chased my daughter being vanquished? While Redriel, as the chief of a tribe living in the mangroves, could grasp the general narrative, he found the boy's abstract and animated pantomime less compelling than his daughter's straightforward recounting. "Thank you for saving my daughter. You shall be regarded as a friend of the Red Leaf tribe, and we extend a warm welcome to our friends." After alleviating Broly's bitter affliction, Chief Redriel adopted a gracious demeanor, instructing his tribe to prepare an abundance of food to honor Broly and the other children. This meal was far superior to their usual fare of roasted meat in the forest, enriched by a variety of seasonings, particularly the essential salt. "Please, eat to your heart's content. If it is insufficient, we can prepare more." What has come over the chief? Someone inquired. He is simply overjoyed. His long-lost daughter has returned. Have you heard about Riverina? I thought she had perished. No. It is said that she was captured by the imperial slavers and sold into the northern giant tree forest. But she was aided and managed to escape back. So, these children are the ones who helped her? Indeed. Leaf Tribe, after some private discourse, came to comprehend their leader's choice to host outsiders with food from their own reserves. Although a few expressed mild grievances, none voiced their discontent openly. For the principle of repaying kindness was well understood among the inhabitants. As night fell, the children slept soundly in the space of vines arranged for them by the Red Leaf Tribe. Upon awakening the next day, they found that the tribe had prepared sustenance for them. The children were somewhat bewildered, realizing they seemed to have nothing to do. They turned their gazes towards Broly. Let us contribute by hunting as well. Although they spoke of hunting, it was, in fact, fishing. The areas of mangroves that were conducive to gathering fish had already been claimed by the Red Leaf Tribe. While there was no overt rejection of their presence, it was evident that it would be inconvenient for these outsiders to fish near the carefully crafted fish traps of the tribe. Fortunately, when they arrived the previous day, Broly had brought them to a different section of mangroves, where the waters were unoccupied. Riverina joined them in their fishing endeavors, and without the need to travel elsewhere. The day passed leisurely. Initially perceived as mere consumers of resources, the outsiders surprised the tribe with a substantial catch that evening. Yet others grumbled that the outsiders had usurped their resources. The waters we fished in are not your mangroves, but rather those of the area Broly brought us to. We did not steal your fish. How could mangroves fly? You have taken our fish. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading. A dispute ensued between some of the children and those of the Red Leaf Tribe, escalating into a scuffle. The children of the Red Leaf Tribe were fierce and skilled in combat. Yet those who emerged from the Fujimura sea tree forest were akin to assassins, possessing even greater prowess in battle, and managed to claim victory by a narrow margin. The adults of the Red Leaf Tribe felt a pang of embarrassment and contemplated intervening, but were halted by the chieftain. Children's matters are for children. What place do adults have in this? Communication could transcend mere words. The group of children accompanying his daughter was commendable, and Rydriel harbored intentions of integrating them into his tribe. The most effective means of integration would be to allow the children to engage with one another, fostering an organic acceptance of each other. As Rydriel had anticipated, the initial rejection was a natural phenomenon, and once the children began to bond, they gradually accepted the idea of playing alongside the newcomers. The most significant catalyst in this narrative is undoubtedly linked to Broly's venture into the Giffinora forest, where he hunted various perilous species and brought them back. Witnessing this, the children of the Red Leaf Tribe were profoundly influenced by the arrival of the outsider children. Inspired by the notion that Riverina could also have such a formidable elder brother, they eagerly expressed their desire to have a powerful figure to look up to. With a shared object of admiration, a common language emerged, naturally reducing friction among them. In essence, as long as one regards the elder brother as impressive and is willing to join in the admiration, they become the best of friends. Within a mere 5 days of arriving at the Red Leaf Tribe, the children under 10 began to play together. The sentiment shifted dramatically from "this is our tribe's elder brothers, mangrove. You outsiders cannot fish here," to "this is our mangrove. Feel free to fish as you please," even assessing which area yielded the most fish. The children's attitudes also influenced the adults, and more importantly, the shared mangrove allowed the tribe to harvest more fish each day. Broly, I challenge you. Amidst the trend of the outsider children integrating into the tribe, Riverina's elder brother, Liparipu's, suddenly issued a challenge to Broly. This was prompted by Liparipu's discomfort with being referred to as the second brother within the tribe. Previously, whether it was his sister or other children from the tribe, they would affectionately call him Brother Lip. However, since Broly's arrival, he felt demoted. Now, Liparipu sought to reclaim his status as the elder brother in the eyes of his sister and the tribe's children through his prowess. Broly, I am aware of your strength, so I shall not hold back simply because you are younger than I. I will give it my all, ensuring everyone knows who the true elder brother of the Red Leaf Tribe is. This was a contest of status among the children. Liparipu, at 15 and still not an adult, still clung to the status of a child. Give it up, Brother Lip. You have never hunted perilous species. How can you dare to compete with Brother Broly? Many of those voicing such discouragement were children from within the tribe. Enough of this. The reason I haven't hunted dangerous species is merely that such creatures are seldom found near our mangrove. In terms of strength, I, who can gather over 20 freshwater clams in one breath, would not be bested by anyone. The youth leaned against a wooden post, intending to settle their contest with an arm-wrestling match against Broly. As expected, he lost all 3 rounds in a best-of-5. Strength alone does not suffice. Let us race. But no flying allowed. Limiting Broly's flight, Liparipu still found himself easily outpaced. Let us measure our lung capacity. With his face submerged in water, Liparipu held his breath for 30 minutes, only surfacing when he could no longer endure. So what am my lung capacity? Broly hasn't even come up yet. Do not even mention Brother Broly. Even the crimson-eyed and black-eyed individuals are holding their breath. In the subsequent contests, Liparipu faced utter defeat. Even the children who joined midway performed better than him. I have lost, brother. By the end of the day's trials, Liparipu failed to reclaim his position as the elder brother. Instead, he willingly accepted a younger boy as his elder sibling. It was on this day that Broly, through various contests which he perceived as akin to games, inadvertently became the sole elder brother in the eyes of the younger members of the Crimson Leaf tribe. Naturally, Broly, indifferent to the title of elder brother, found joy in the shared experience of playing games with everyone. The happiness levels of the crimson-eyed and black-eyed individuals also surged during these playful contests. However, despite the passage of many days, Broly had yet to encounter another wife recognized by the Crystal Palace. End of Chapter 38. Parting on the 9th day in the Crimson Leaf tribe, Broly was invited by the tribe's leader to participate in the freshwater pearl collection operation in the deep waters. We will use fish meatballs, fermented to emit a strong odor, to lure the dangerous fish away from the deep water zone. Once the perilous fish are distracted, the tribe's skilled divers will seize the opportunity to plunge into the depths. Beneath the surface lie freshwater clams, which can be enticed to open their shells with fresh fish meat. When they do, a branch can be used to extract the pearls from their mouths. Pearls the size of peas can be exchanged for 6 or 7 bags of flour, and larger, higher quality pearls can even fetch provisions for half a month or various iron tools for the tribe. However, care must be taken not to harm the clams, for they will produce new pearls in a few years. On the small boat, Riedler spoke to Broly about the various tasks the Crimson Leaf tribe undertakes to supplement their livelihood. They are a pearl harvesting tribe from the mangroves, earning their keep by diving into the treacherous deep waters to collect freshwater pearls. Broly, your strength is remarkable. If you are willing to join the Crimson Leaf tribe, I can relinquish the position of chief to you. Following his introduction to the tribe's lucrative endeavors, Riedler directly extended an invitation to Broly. Over these days, he had quietly observed the boy's circumstances, recognizing Broly's amiable nature, his deep regard for his companions, and, most importantly, his formidable strength. If he were to become the leader of the Crimson Leaf tribe, he would undoubtedly be able to navigate the challenges posed by the swampy waters and advance the tribe's development. Thus, upon noticing the boy's intention to leave with some children who did not wish to remain, Riedler conceived the idea to invite him for a conversation. As a leader of a somewhat primitive tribe, Riedler did not engage in convoluted tactics. Instead, he extended a sincere invitation. Stay with us. The Crimson Leaf tribe can be a home for you and the other children. To speak candidly, Riedler exhibits remarkable sincerity. He is even willing to relinquish the position of chieftain to an outsider. However, no matter how genuine his intentions may be, they are rendered futile. For even if Broly were to consent, the Crystal Palace would inevitably repatriate him to his original realm once the designated time elapses. I cannot remain. Broly shook his head. While those who have lost their homes may choose to stay, there are others who yearn to return home, and I am prepared to escort them back. Although the children who emerged from the great forest alongside him have found stability within the Crimson Leaf tribe, a segment of them still feels a profound lack of belonging. They envy Riverina's ability to return and share the desire to reunite with their true homes. Do you know where their homes lie? Riedler inquired. Those who wish to go back have spoken of their former abodes, though I am unfamiliar with the paths, Broly admitted candidly. If you do not know the way, how shall you send them back? Riedler questioned. I am likewise unacquainted with the route that brought me here, yet I managed to guide them, Broly replied. Undeterred by the challenge of returning others home, having done so in his previous world. The roads of the Empire are treacherous. However, with your capabilities, it should pose no issue, Riedler sighed, resigned to the fact that Broly could not remain. Could you assist in procuring some pearls? Broly nodded in agreement. Within a single day, he ascended from the depths with a greater bounty of pearls than anyone else. You must have cleared the freshwater clams from this area, Reedriel remarked with a wry smile upon seeing the abundant pearls aboard the small boat. The boy's efficiency was astounding. This deep water zone would likely remain untouched for a year or two. That night, upon returning to the Crimson Leaf tribe, Broly engaged the other children in discussions about departure, a topic that had already reached the ears of several. "I'm sorry, Broly, but I intend to stay here," declared the majority of the homeless children, who, having finally found a semblance of shelter, were reluctant to return to a life of wandering. "I wish to go back. I refuse to believe my parents sold me. It must have been a lie concocted by the slavers. I must return to uncover the truth," expressed another child longing for home. The others who wished to return indeed had homes, yet, due to their tender ages, they were oblivious to their precise locations, recalling only vague names of the regions where they once resided. "We require a map," Nahashu suggested, expressing his desire to accompany Broly on his journey. "Where can we find a map?" Broly queried, as the children who wished to depart exchanged uncertain glances, having previously followed the currents of circumstance. "I possess a map, albeit not entirely accurate," Reedriel interjected, entering the room with a parchment and a bundle in hand. "This is a map acquired by my father, the former chieftain of the Scarlet Leaf tribe, through a trade with a traveling merchant. My father once aspired to sell the pearls collected by our tribe within the empire for a handsome profit. However, his efforts were in vain. The imperial citizens harbored a profound disdain for foreign peoples, and not only did thieves set their sights on us, but certain noble lords did as well, resulting in significant losses for our tribe. Consequently, this map was relegated to obscurity within our tribe. While it holds little value for us now, it may prove useful to you, who seek to return to the empire." As Reedriel spoke, he handed over the parchment map, a relic from over a decade ago, yet remarkably well preserved, with its illustrations and inscriptions still discernible. Although Broly could not decipher the map, Nahashu could. He was a learned individual, seemingly well-educated and refined in etiquette. This antiquated artifact was indeed an imperial map, and Nahashu located Green's residence upon it, albeit only a rough approximation of its position. The exact location would require further exploration upon nearing the vicinity. If you are not in haste to depart, waiting here for 2 months would allow for merchant vessels to pass nearby, which could transport you back to the empire. I would gladly assist in covering this expense. "I don't have that much time," Broly replied, shaking his head. He had merely 49 days left in this world. "However, if you do not require my assistance in returning home, you may remain here." Broly addressed the children eager to return home, yet none were inclined to stay. After all, their older brother was evidently formidable, and accompanying him, even through the perilous forest, felt akin to a leisurely stroll. Thus, returning home with their brother seemed the safest choice. "Since you are all set to depart, I have prepared a parting gift for you." Reedriel appeared to have anticipated this turn of events, promptly setting down a bundle. Upon opening it, pearls were revealed within. Upon reaching the empire, unlike here, there are many places where money is required. Our tribe lacks imperial currency, but we possess pearls that can be exchanged for it. The funds acquired from these pearls will ease your journey. Of course, possessing money can invite trouble. But Reedriel glanced at Broly, reassured that with such a capable young man present, they should encounter no issues. "Thank you, Chief Reedriel. No need for thanks. You have greatly assisted our tribe. Not only have you helped Riverina return home, but you also relocated a grove of mangroves. With that grove adjoining ours, our Scarlet Leaf tribe will be poised for expansion into a larger community. In the wetlands, the expanse of mangroves determines the size of the tribes residing there. The larger the mangroves, the more sustenance they can provide. Do you require those resources?" Broly tilted his head. "Shall I gather a bit more for you?" Reedriel opened his mouth, hesitating to decline. "If possible, we would appreciate it." In the span of a single night, Broly relocated a multitude of mangroves from various parts of the marshland. Had it not been for Chief Reedriel's timely intervention, he might have succeeded in transporting every last mangrove in the vicinity. Some had to remain as transitional grounds. After all, the area of his mangrove forest expanded nearly tenfold, leaving Chief Reedriel somewhat embarrassed, as he had received such substantial returns for merely a map and a pouch of pearls. The following day, Chief Reedriel gifted Broly the largest vessel of the Crimson Leaf tribe to accompany him and the children who were set to depart with him. Among the 73 companions Broly had originally brought along, Only 14 remained, while the others were at the new borders of the Crimson Leaf tribe, their eyes glistening with tears as they bid farewell. Through their shared trials and tribulations, this group of unanchored children had forged a sincere bond of friendship. The impending separation was profoundly melancholic, as it was likely they would never meet again. Nahashu, I apologize. I should not have referred to you as a child of nobility. It's all right. After all, you weren't entirely incorrect. Bony, please refrain from picking poisonous mushrooms. They are truly inedible. But they taste so good. Bang. Cornelia smacked her on the head, then turned to her companions on the shore, saying, I will keep an eye on her. Tsukushi, we shall forever remember your grilled meat. If the opportunity arises, I will return to cook for you all. Akuma and Kuro, stop taking brother's meat. We haven't taken anything. He willingly offered it to us. The twin sisters felt unjustly accused. Brother Broly, we shall always remember you. They all exclaimed in unison. The farewell words stirred something within Broly. He seemed to experience a pang of longing. At the same time, he found himself reminiscing about another world, where the kind-hearted Fujimura Takahiro had shown him great kindness. I will strive to remember you all, Broly replied, using the word strive because he had not committed every name and face to memory. After all, over 70 individuals were far too many, and they were not wives endorsed by the Crystal Palace. As the ship sailed away from the Crimson Leaf tribe, the sorrow of parting gradually subsided. Suddenly, Glenn inquired of Nahashu, Are you truly of noble lineage? I'm merely a bastard. I have fallen to the status of a slave, which is but a title devoid of worth. This exchange marked a simple dialogue between two friends, their spirits lifted. Meanwhile, Broly, having regained his composure, contemplated the prospect of seeking a wife elsewhere. End of chapter 39. Simple folk in the western borders of the empire, characterized by their simplicity, Broly, Akuma, Kuro, and their companions had just departed the marshland when they were fortuitously embraced by a passing merchant caravan. Although this caravan would later attempt to ambush them that very night for the sake of the pouch of pearls, it nonetheless provided them with an abundance of food, means of transportation, and various other goods and supplies. Subsequently, while en route to the border city marked on the map, they encountered two slave-catching brigades. Upon realizing that the caravan was predominantly composed of children, these brigands sought not only the goods of the caravan, but also aimed to capture Broly and his companions for enslavement. However, the outcome was dire for the captors, as they were swiftly vanquished, liberating the slaves they had captured. Those who could return home did so, while those unable to find their way back or who were homeless chose to join Broly's brotherly caravan, becoming part of his crew. Soon after, as they approached the main thoroughfare, likely due to the presence of the caravan, they faced a succession of attacks from 8 different factions of bandits. 5 of these groups launched an unprovoked assault on the caravan's members, only to be met with Broly's wrath, as he obliterated them along with their ambush spots using energy blasts. The remaining 3 factions merely sought a toll for passage, exhibiting a semblance of civility. Their friendly overtures before the robbery allowed them to secure positions as guards within Broly's caravan. Please spare us. We only turned to banditry due to excessive taxes that left us unable to survive. Throughout our time, we have never taken lives, only wealth. We merely wish to endure. We implore your mercy to grant us this one reprieve. The recruitment process for the caravan's guards unfolded as described above, and fortunately, the famished bandits knelt swiftly enough to avoid being obliterated by Broly's fury. Sitting within the carriage, savoring the sweet purple thorn fruit, Broly mused that the people of the Empire's western frontier were exceedingly warm-hearted. Even before reaching the first city marked on the map, they had already received an abundance of supplies and assistance. If only such benevolent souls existed on Wampa Star, he lamented, but alas, such altruism was absent from that realm. Suddenly, the caravan halted. What is the matter? Have more good Samaritans arrived? Broly inquired, peering out of the vehicle. It was not bandits, but rather, they had arrived at the border checkpoint, where they were now queuing to pass through. Naha explained, attired in a well-tailored outfit befitting a former caravan leader, with a monocle perched over his right eye and a sun-kissed complexion that exuded the air of a young authority figure. His outward appearance suggested he was at least 4 or 5 years older than his actual age. Not more good Samaritans? Broly expressed his disappointment. Since it was not benevolent visitors, he retreated back into the carriage to continue enjoying the fruits within. The inspection upon crossing the border was not particularly stringent. 3 years prior, the military pay for the Western border forces had been withheld by the Imperial Center. in a bid to prevent mutiny among the troops. The commander of the border forces resorted to charging exorbitant fees for passage. Consequently, as long as sufficient tolls were paid, the soldiers manning the checkpoint would not inspect the vehicles transporting goods. This situation had fostered the prosperity of the border city, as former smugglers no longer traversed perilous private routes for illegal crossings. Instead, they flocked to this city, where lenient border checks allowed entry into the empire as long as one could afford the toll. However, this has rendered the demographic composition of the city exceedingly intricate, encompassing a diverse array of individuals from all walks of life, including thieves like myself, Western visitors, and the indigenous peoples of the untamed territories, all under the dominion of Broly, who has forcibly reclaimed these bandits. One could essentially regard this border city as a vast marketplace for the exchange of goods between the Eastern Empire and the various Western kingdoms, alongside a smattering of foreign ethnic groups. Within the city's confines, the border guards maintain an appearance of tranquility, yet beyond its periphery, the true nature of the region is revealed, showcasing the rustic charm of the western frontier. All are traders, yet each individual harbors the potential to turn into a brigand. The principal factions can be broadly categorized into three groups. Foremost are the Western merchant guilds formed by the Imperial Trading Consortium, followed by the foreign merchant alliances forged by various Western kingdoms to counterbalance the Western Consortium, and finally, the so-called uncivilized savages. Typically, the first two factions engage in fierce rivalry, yet they unite in their efforts to suppress the merchant caravans of the foreign ethnic groups, all in pursuit of cheaper commodities. Nevertheless, some formidable members of these ethnic groups are indeed not to be underestimated. They are the true bandits of the borderlands, capable of both theft and murder. Of course, when others commit acts of robbery or violence, they often attribute the blame to these foreign ethnic groups, as the actions of uncivilized savages are deemed unpredictable. Thus, despite being the weaker faction among the three, the reputation of the foreign ethnic groups is the most tarnished, and even within this border town, few welcome their caravans. It is no wonder that the chieftain of the Hongye tribe cannot conduct business here. The disunity among the foreign ethnic groups is one reason, while the collusion of the Eastern and Western merchant guilds to suppress them is another. Does the overseer require laborers for transport? We have excellent porters at a reasonable price. No need. Our caravan has its own laborers. After dismissing the opportunistic broker seeking business, Nahashu returned to the side of the cart. Brother Broly, you and the others go ahead and dine. I will attend to the goods within the caravan. Why not delegate this task to So in the bustling border town? Broly meandered through the streets, inhaling a myriad of enticing aromas, eventually leading a group of children into a noodle shop. Inside, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, with the air thick with the fragrance of a rich broth simmered from the bones of an unknown creature, wafting enticingly down the street. What a delightful scent. Boss, bring us 100 bowls of noodles. Certainly, just a moment. But 100 bowls? Can you little ones possibly eat that much? Here's the money. If we can't finish, the bill will still be paid. My apologies, the noodles will be ready shortly. Seeing the money, the shopkeeper dismissed any concern over whether the children could consume such a vast quantity. As long as the bill was settled, he wouldn't mind if they demolished his establishment. Besides noodles, the shop also offered an array of other delectable dishes. It must be noted that when it came to barbecued meat, the difference between seasoned and unseasoned was stark, resulting in two entirely different culinary experiences. Delicious. Broly devoured the food voraciously, and the other children were no exception. Everyone at the table was indulging in the delightful feast. Yet, for every satisfied child, lingered in the corners and alleys, casting envious glances at those fortunate enough to dine within the restaurant. Their eyes were filled with longing, hoping that the patrons at the outdoor tables would leave behind some scraps. For these waifs, it represented one of the rare opportunities to procure decent sustenance. As for entering the restaurant, they dared not. The staff would surely chase them away. The remnants of meals inside were fiercely contested among the group of wandering children. Boss, I'd like to settle the bill. At this declaration from a patron seated at a table outside the bun shop, several pairs of hungry eyes turned toward him. Upon noticing the leftover bun skins on the plate, the homeless children at the street corner could not help but swallow hard. Yet, they still hesitated to approach, resembling stray cats, fearful of inciting displeasure and facing potential harm. For children like them, even if someone were to strike them down, The assailant would likely only be required to pay a small fee to the local constabulary for street maintenance. Even among stray cats, there exist distinctions. Some may be merely hungry, while others are on the verge of starvation. "Excuse me, sir, would you be willing to spare those leftover buntskins?" A girl, her face partially obscured by a grimy scarf, revealed a sweet smile as she cautiously approached the customer, maintaining a respectful distance of 2 meters. Her stomach grumbled audibly. It had been 2 days since Maine had last eaten. "If you wish, never mind. I'll simply give you a large meat bun instead." "Boss, add a large meat bun for this child to my tab." The girl's adorable yet pitiful smile tugged at the heartstrings of the middle-aged patron, prompting his generous offer. "Thank you, kind sir. Thank you, boss." Upon receiving the steaming buns, Maine was filled with immense joy. However, she was determined not to let the scarf atop her head slip away. The buns were scalding, yet she clutched them tightly in her hands, eagerly devouring them. After settling the bill, the guest appeared preoccupied and left promptly. Observing this, Maine hurriedly followed. While the ragged children at the street corner gazed at her with a hint of envy, yet they refrained from acting on their impulses, fearing that seizing the food might provoke the adult who had bestowed the buns upon her. Once Maine had consumed the last morsel, she exhaled in relief. She had survived another day. Ahead, a middle-aged man noticed her and turned to gaze in her direction. Maine smiled once more, bowing politely to express her gratitude. Yet she hesitated to approach further. Adults were perilous. If one were to naively trust in their goodwill, revealing her true identity could lead to dire consequences. She veered into a nearby alleyway. Throughout her life of hardship, she had learned the art of begging, yet she refrained from soliciting assistance from the same individual repeatedly. A precaution taken to safeguard herself from potential harm. "Hey, you think you're quite something, don't you?" However, her avoidance of those who could inflict pain did not prevent others from encroaching upon her space. "I haven't done anything." Maine stepped back, only to find herself cornered by other homeless children. "Everyone else is waiting for scraps. How come you alone get to eat the meaty buns?" One child exclaimed, bitterness lacing their words. "That guest offered them to me," she replied. "Humph, you're just a mixed-blood brat who feigns cuteness to wheedle food from adults." "You all could do the same," Maine countered, but her words only fueled their anger further. "If we could, we would have done it long ago. Enough with the useless chatter. Tear off her scarf and let us see if she can still beg for food." "No, this is a memento from my mother," Maine exclaimed, quickly clutching her scarf to her chest. Without its cover, her pink hair revealed her mixed heritage. "Give it to me." The ragged children cared little for the sentimental value of the scarf. They were simply envious that a girl of mixed blood could thrive better than they. "She's just a freak with pink hair, tainted by her dirty lineage," they jeered, as Maine, hugging her scarf, pushed through the throng of children. Yet, they relentlessly pursued her, seemingly united in their resolve to attack the anomaly of her mixed heritage. Being merely a young girl and alone, Maine was soon ensnared once more by the encircling children. "Damn it, we've chased her for so long," the pursuers panted, out of breath. "I won't linger here any longer. Could you please let me go?" Maine pleaded. "Certainly, that is absolutely unacceptable. Among the weak, there may exist a semblance of sympathy. Yet such compassion does not extend to the infamous outcasts of foreign lineage. Even if Maine is a half-breed, the tribe of her father, which contributed to her foreign bloodline, has long since been eradicated, and still, she is not spared. Down with this foreign lineage." A throng of homeless children surged forward, while the adults on the streets merely observed the spectacle. Maine attempted to seek assistance from the surrounding grown-ups, but to no avail. Here, few harbor affection for those with the notorious reputation of being from foreign races, and there exists no solidarity among the foreigners themselves. No one would come to her aid. Just as in the past, though she bears foreign blood, a circumstance for which she bears no blame. Maine recalled her mother, abducted by the foreigners, yet upon her return, she lovingly embraced her child, born of an unfortunate circumstance. She also remembered the days following her mother's death, when she was cast out from her village, becoming one of the homeless children. The life once sheltered by her mother's love felt but a fleeting dream. Yet now, others seemed intent on snatching away the only remnant of her dreams. "Please, do not take it away," Maine weakly pleaded amidst the blows. Yet, her request fell on deaf ears as the scarf she clutched was gradually being pulled from her grasp. "I have it," they exclaimed. "She values this scarf dearly. Let us tear it apart." "No," just as two boys seized either end, preparing to rip the filthy scarf asunder. A resounding thud echoed as their heads were struck by another's fist. That hurts. Why did you hit us? If adults had intervened, there would have been no quarrel. But now, it was children of their own kind who had resorted to violence. Because you are bullying someone. She is merely a half-breed. Another punch landed. And it was Broly and his friends who had intervened. Having just emerged from a noodle shop, they had not ventured far before encountering the commotion. Initially, they had no intention of meddling in the disputes among the city's homeless children. However, upon hearing the derogatory remarks about the foreign lineage, they halted. The reason was simple. They knew of the Red Leaf tribe and did not believe that all foreigners were malevolent. Thus, they could not stand idly by as this group of homeless children unjustly bullied another based on her foreign heritage. Damn it, you aren't allies with this half-breed, are you? Questioned one of the boys, having received yet another blow. And if we are? Akane and the others clenched their small fists, ready to engage in a scuffle with their fellow homeless children, unafraid of the impending conflict. After all, with the formidable Broly serving as a foundation, even the most dangerous of beings would be reduced to mere sustenance by the campfire. Such trivial adversaries as wandering children can be left to her to handle. How infuriating. Let's teach this bunch a lesson. A brawl ensued, but it was swiftly concluded, as a group of ordinary stray children was swiftly subdued. Remember this, declared the boy who had instigated the conflict, preparing to retreat with his companions. Return what you have taken. Yet he was halted by Broly, who demanded the object from his grasp. If you tear this rag, I shall strike you down before you can, Broly warned, clenching his small fist earnestly. Target for engagement identified. Main, current happiness level, 0. In the absence of a subjective motive, Broly seldom harbored thoughts of harming others. However, there existed an exception when someone sought to inflict harm upon a friend he deemed worthy. Although Main was a girl Broly had only just encountered, her status as a potential companion recognized by the Crystal Palace naturally afforded her an enhancement in his affections. Had it not been for the intervention of his friends, who had taken action on their own and indicated that he need not intervene, the situation might have turned rather bloody. For Broly held no reservations about eliminating lives unrelated to him, especially for the sake of a newly acquainted companion. The boy was unafraid of Broly, yet he was intimidated by the other children lurking behind him, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Fine, take this wretched rag. I have no use for it. Ultimately, the boy dared not tear the rag in his possession. He tossed it toward Broly and fled. Here you go, Broly said, retrieving the rag and approaching Main to return it to her. Thank you. Main's happiness level is rising, as Main embraced the filthy rag. Feeling a sense of relief wash over her, she promptly fainted. End of chapter. Chapter 41. You are all my wings, huh? You're awake? A strange voice startled Main, causing her to sit up abruptly, only to emit a muffled groan as waves of soreness coursed through her body. Where am I? In an unfamiliar room. She found herself resting on a soft bed, enveloped in white sheets, and her injuries seemed to have been tended to. This is a room at the inn. Our current lodging. You were gravely injured. Gurgle. A sound emanated from Main's stomach, turning her face crimson. You must be hungry. Let me fetch you something to eat, said the red-eyed figure nonchalantly as she exited the room. Would you like a washcloth for your face? The girl with black eyes twisted a damp towel for her, having arranged for Main to stay in their room. As Main gazed at the girl by her bedside, fragmented memories of the events leading to her unconsciousness began to surface. She had indeed been rescued. Oh, my rag. Main found herself reminiscing about her mother's belongings and immediately began to search around. Your scarf is in your hand. You have been clutching it ever since you lost consciousness, reminded the black-eyed one. Upon withdrawing her hand from the blanket, Main discovered that indeed, her mother's scarf was in her grasp. Perhaps due to her aching limbs or the remnants of her slumber, she had not noticed it until now. Relieved, she cradled the scarf as if it were a treasure and murmured a thank you to the black-eyed one beside her. No need to thank me. It was Brother Broly who ultimately stopped that man and retrieved the scarf for you. If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards Brother Broly, came the reply. Main softly acknowledged, as she recalled the boy who had approached her before she fell into unconsciousness, returning the scarf to her. Hey, are you going to wipe your face or not? The black-eyed one had been standing by the bedside with a towel for a while, and, noticing the girl lost in her thoughts, urged her to respond. I'm on it. Realizing the black-eyed one's annoyance, Main quickly complied. However, during her unconsciousness, both the black-eyed and red-eyed ones had already assisted her in wiping not only her face, but also her body. tending to the bruises and injuries with medicinal oil they had procured. Thanks to this, Maine now felt merely a dull ache instead of being in excruciating pain, which was a testament to the efficacy of the ointment. In the western region of the empire, the customs were simple. Although large-scale brawls were prohibited within the city, scuffles were quite common. Thus, the local doctors and remedies were notably effective compared to other places. A doctor who had come to see her noted her prolonged malnutrition and some gastrointestinal issues, advising her to consume lighter foods. This is a hen we bought. We had it freshly slaughtered in the inn's kitchen. Our companion, Tsukushi, made this chicken kanji, claiming it is nourishing and delicious. You should try it. Before long, the red-eyed one brought over a clay pot, and when the lid was lifted, a fragrant aroma wafted out, provoking Maine's appetite. Do you need me to feed you? Asked the red-eyed one. I can eat by myself. Although the one who saved her seemed to be kind-hearted, after her long period of wandering, Maine found herself somewhat uncomfortable with such overt familiarity. Yet, when she attempted to lift her arm, pain and weakness shot through her small limb. To protect the scarf left to her by her mother, her forearms had endured many blows, rendering her incapable of raising them now. Let me feed you, the red-eyed one insisted, sitting at the bedside. She scooped some kanji into a spoon, blew on it to cool it, and then offered it to the girl. Thank you. Maine's cheeks flushed slightly as she expressed her gratitude, no longer refusing such kindness. In less than 20 minutes, the entire large pot of meat kanji had been fed to Maine by the red-eyed one. Would you like more? We cooked plenty, she inquired. That is sufficient. I am full. Maine quickly shook her head, her small belly now pleasantly round. This might well be the most satisfying meal she had ever experienced in her life. Satisfied, Haitong hurriedly called for Broly, who soon arrived at the room. Amidst Maine's anxious gaze, he extended his palm toward her. The chapter remains unfinished. Click the next page to continue reading. I wish to become your closest friend. Would you accept? Broly earnestly posed this question. Maine found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly rescued, abruptly having something precious taken from her, and now, unexpectedly treated with kindness by a boy who should be the leader of those who saved her. Expressing a desire to be her best friend, it left Maine's mind in a whirl. Why? Ultimately, she voiced her confusion. Because the Crystal Palace recognizes you, Broly candidly replied. While Chi-Tong and Haitong exchanged knowing glances, realizing that the girl on the bed was likely similar to them and held special significance for Broly. Previously, Chi-Tong and Haitong had sensed Broly's exceptional care for them, a feeling that had gone unspoken until Maine's inquiry prompted a revelation about the Crystal Palace. The Crystal Palace recognizes me. But who is the Crystal Palace? Maine was certain she did not know anyone by that name. The Crystal Palace is a module compensated to me by the system, which assists me in identifying potential targets for conquest across different worlds. I then guide individuals like you towards the greatest happiness, ultimately inviting you to join my Crystal Palace and become my wife. Broly thoroughly elucidated Maine's doubts, leaving the other two girls in the room astonished. So, Broly, you wish to marry me and my sister? Haitong exclaimed in realization. Is that not permissible? Broly questioned with concern. It is not that it cannot be, Chi-Tong replied after contemplation. She truly did not wish to be separated from her sister. That's a relief. Broly sighed, for if either Chi-Tong or Haitong had objected, he would have felt a lingering sorrow. Both sisters currently possessed happiness values exceeding 200, with Chi-Tong nearing 300. You are both my wings, Broly declared, inspired by a fleeting thought that emerged in his mind, and he opened his arms wide. Chi-Tong and Haitong regarded him with puzzled expressions, while Broly looked back at them in confusion. His gesture was instinctive, seemingly a physical manifestation of the words that had just occurred to him. Chi-Tong, though bewildered, processed her thoughts rapidly. And suddenly her eyes brightened as if she had an epiphany, lean as Haitong observed her sister's actions. She too experienced a moment of enlightenment and imitated her by positioning herself on the opposite side of Broly's arm. Thus, the three of them created a striking tableau of human artistry before Maine. Broly raised his arms high, while Chi-Tong and Haitong each clung to one of his limbs, striving to maintain a side-leaning pose. Their bodies trembled as they endeavored to mimic the flapping of a great bird's wings. The scene was profoundly abstract, yet vibrantly alive, eliciting a whimsical thought in Maine's mind. Should she descend from her bed and position herself behind the boys to serve as the tail feathers of this magnificent avian illustration? However, the notion of supporting her entire weight with her small hands to execute such an angled sway seemed utterly unattainable. Hence, with a rational mindset, Main abandoned the idea of participating in this extraordinary artistic endeavor. How about you become my wings? Broly inquired, maintaining his pose of lifting the two girls. I fear I may not be able to grasp your arms as securely as they do. That's all right. I can hold on to you tightly, he reassured, gently lowering Chi Tong and Hei Tong, whose faces flushed with exertion from their challenging imitation of a bird's wing flapping. You only need to give me your hand, and I shall protect you from harm. I will strive to bring you happiness. Broly extended his hand once more toward Main. She glanced at Broly, then at the twin sisters, and finally at the scarf that had nearly been snatched away. My name is Main. If you do not mind my mixed heritage, I would be honored to become your wife. With that, she placed her hand within Broly's. In gratitude for retrieving her heirloom, the candidate Main was prepared to offer herself, seeking to become a formal member of your Crystal Palace. Will you accept her now? You cannot yet be my wife. We must first establish a foundation as the best of friends. I must ensure your happiness before anything else. Broly gently declined Main's immediate offer of commitment. He wished to elevate her happiness to the highest level before inviting her to join the Crystal Palace. Really? Main expressed her astonishment, but accepted his decision with grace. Encountering Broly had abruptly halted her life of wandering. Subsequently, the members of the caravan learned of this development but reacted with indifference. After all, even the band of slave traders had already absorbed others, making the addition of one more girl of mixed ethnicity inconsequential. Let us set forth. After resting for 2 days in the border town, the elder brother of the caravan prepared to depart again. Having purchased more popular goods from the south with the proceeds of their sales, Main's injuries had healed sufficiently, allowing her to share laughter and conversation with the other children while seated in the wagon. The scarf her mother had left her was clean, now tied in her hair, serving not to conceal her distinct hair color, but rather as a practical hair tie. The chapter concludes. Chapter 42, Rumors in the Market. Nahashio was acquainted with the steward of this new caravan, boy at a premium. Moreover, the newcomers were exceedingly cordial, merchandise from the south, and offering invaluable commercial intelligence for the elder brother's caravan. We are also heading south. Let us travel together, they proposed, ensuring mutual support against potential bandit attacks. Nahashio consented to this suggestion, and by the eve of their arrival at the first grand city, unsophisticated, after purchasing goods at a high price, individuals would not only assist in transportation free of charge, but, upon reaching a large city where the goods could be exchanged for wealth, had the esteemed Broly with them. The unfortunate caravan had misjudged its target, meeting its demise in the wilderness. The elder brother's caravan, having struck gold, profited immensely in the new city with the returned goods. With newfound wealth, inquiring about specific locations became a manageable task. A child, recently returned from the Great Forest, learned that her parents had not sold her, but that she had been abducted by slave traders under a false pretense. Her companions shared in her happiness, and Broly gifted the returning girl a substantial amount, enough to transform the plight of a destitute family. May you find happiness in the future, and may you always have enough to eat, Broly sincerely wished her. Thank you, Brother Broly, Sarah replied, her eyes glistening with gratitude, as her parents expressed their heartfelt thanks. If you too wish to return home, I can provide you with funds to do so, Broly offered. After departing, he noticed envy among some members of the caravan, prompting him to speak. Is that true, Lord Broly? Most of the recaptured bandits had turned to a life of crime out of desperation, longing for home. Of course, while we may not have a home to return to, we aspire to start anew elsewhere and build a new home. Can we still receive funds for that, Lord Broly? His caravan disbanded, distributing the majority of their earnings among members wishing to return home or establish new residences. Each individual received a generous sum, sufficient to restart their lives. Some chose to return home, while others opted to forge new beginnings. Thus, a once expansive group of over 100 was ultimately reduced to a mere 21 individuals. Among them, merely longing to return home, but are hindered by their own limitations, awaiting Broly to escort them back. Brother Broly, our funds are dwindling. After distributing the caravan's wealth, Nahaxi began to fret over the expenses of their forthcoming journey. Do not worry, there are many good people around here. Having experienced the kindness of various individuals, Broly felt he had grasped the art of amassing wealth in this world. However, he overlooked the possibility that the departing members of the caravan might spread tales of his exploits. The chapter is not yet concluded. Click the next page to continue reading. Pure Merchant Group. Ah, I've heard of that. However, it must be an exaggerated rumor. How could one person single-handedly dismantle an entire band of thieves with a single strike? As for the Casio caravan, I have previously traveled with them, and their guards were exceptionally formidable. I believe it to be true. Recently, a caravan arrived from the border town, claiming that the Red Demon thieves, which once plagued the Red Ridge area, have vanished. Additionally, it was reported that corpses of the Casio caravan members were discovered on the outskirts of Nosa City. In the tavern, various rumors were circulating. The most sensational of late pertains to the mysterious caravan that has dismantled several bands of thieves and 2 large merchant groups. Some assert it is a merchant group dispatched by a noble to lure others, while others contend it is actually led by a terrifying humanoid super dangerous entity. They disguise themselves as an ordinary caravan, specifically to entice others into attacking them, at which point the concealed humanoid super dangerous creature emerges to devour the assailants. Of course, there are also tales of this group being a phantom militia, targeting unjust factions and redistributing ill-gotten wealth to the oppressed populace. It is said that impoverished individuals, away from home, suddenly return with money, which they claim was bestowed upon them by this militia. These accounts, rife with speculation, become increasingly fantastical as they circulate. However, one consensus among the populace is that any groups comprised predominantly of children or dwarves encountered outside should not be approached or attacked lightly. For many a band of thieves, and even some makeshift ones have fallen victim to them. Truly, the people out there are so idly curious that they would believe in such absurdities as humanoid super dangerous entities. Miss Millard, the future leader of the Assassins Guild currently in training, scoffed at the preposterous tales relayed by her maid. While it is likely mere rumor, should the opportunity arise. By the way, Cassandra, did you manage to register me for the martial arts competition as I requested? Miss, are you truly intent on participating in the martial arts tournament organized by the Merchant Guild? Why not? We are assassins. If our identities are exposed, it would be disastrous. Fear not. I shall disguise myself and assume an alias during the event. Moreover, weapons are prohibited at the tournament. And as long as I refrain from employing assassin techniques or the renowned Aubergil's manipulation of dangerous insects, it will be nearly impossible for anyone to discern my true identity. If Lady Barbara were to find out, she would undoubtedly scold me. Are you willing to bear the brunt of her reprimands for my sake? The provocatively dressed assassin girl tilted the little maid's chin, asking with a hint of allure. As her fingers danced, Cassandra found herself blushing and biting her lip in response. Miss Millard, you know that I would do anything for you. A humanoid super dangerous species? If such a thing truly existed, it would be exhilarating to hunt. At the entrance of the Great West City, a girl with ice blue hair stood in line, clutching a small cylindrical package, murmuring to herself about some rumors she had overheard 2 days prior. However, she was not in a hurry to investigate the truth behind the rumors. The Great West City to participate in the Merchant Guild's martial arts tournament. She sought to witness the prowess of the strong in the Western region while also earning some travel expenses. Chapter 43. Qualification to compete, Brother Broly. I have inquired about the Western Martial Arts Tournament. It is an event jointly organized by the Western Merchant Guild and foreign merchant groups, held annually. It attracts numerous skilled competitors without restrictions on age or gender. One merely needs to pay a registration fee of 10,000 imperial coins to participate. The tournament begins with preliminary rounds, and those who reach the top 16 will immediately receive a prize of 100,000 coins. The stakes double with each round, 16 to 8, 8 to 4, 4 to 2, and finally, to 1. In other words, total of 1,600,000 coins. Additionally, there are betting establishments set up by the Merchant Guild around the event. And if we gamble our remaining funds wisely, we are bound to earn a substantial profit. After Nahashu finished speaking, the children in the room erupted in cheers, confident that as long as their elder brother participated, victory would be easily secured. Ever since they disbanded the merchant caravan, a considerable amount had resulted in a tight financial situation for their group, especially after returning 5 members home with relocation fees. As they journeyed toward their next destination, passing through the bustling capital of the West, Great West City, and noticing the promotional posters for the Western Martial Arts Tournament plastered across the city walls, the 16-member team decided to temporarily settle there. What are we waiting for? Take me to register. Broly expressed his delight, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to amass considerable wealth. To be honest, Had it not been for Taiga from the previous world teaching him the virtues of honesty, he might have transformed into an unrepentant thief, fully assimilated into the simplicity of the prosperous realm of the Western Empire, thus alleviating any financial burdens. There's no need to rush, brother. We still have a day until the registration deadline. We can sign up tomorrow. For now, I wish to gather intelligence on the gambling houses. But venturing alone may pose some danger. Hence, I seek your company. Understood. Let us also search for the virtuous, Broly added. Souls. He hurriedly left with Nahashu, while the others opted to stay behind. A larger group would only complicate their endeavors. Regrettably, after making rounds at the various gambling establishments and clarifying the betting rules for the upcoming Western martial arts tournament, no one had followed them. Broly sighed, lamenting that the good people seemed increasingly astute. Today's earnings would likely dwindle from their own team's meager funds. Fear not. To the inn, while dining in the common area, Bonnie offered him words of comfort. Broly nodded, channeling his frustration from not encountering any virtuous souls into his appetite, swiftly devouring the generous portion of meat before him. Ha ha. A bunch of children barely taller than my legs, boasting as if the Western martial arts tournament is a mere child's play. One of the patrons nearby erupted into laughter. He was a towering figure, robustly built, with bandages wrapped around his arms, unmistakably a martial artist himself, seemingly headed for the tournament. The registration fee? Nahashu inquired, acting as the group's liaison. Keen to bask in the atmosphere of the tournament. True competitors, like myself, rely solely on their prowess to secure qualification from the organizers, the burly man boasted, flexing his substantial biceps for the children to see. Wait, this person seems familiar. I feel the same. If not for his beard, isn't he Samba-sang? It turned out to be him. It had been 2 years since he last competed. What brought him back? As the surrounding crowd buzzed with chatter upon recognizing the bearded giant, Samba-sang wore a smug expression, relishing the admiration his reputation garnered. Yet, murmurs of discontent lingered among some, recalling the time he had caused others to lose. Samba's expression grew somewhat grave as he abruptly rose to his feet. What are you up to? The complainants were startled by his sudden movement, fearing that this irritable fellow might unleash his wrath upon them. My apologies, back then. My skills were lacking. To their surprise, Samba took the initiative to apologize. However, he soon proclaimed loudly to the patrons of the restaurant, nonetheless, for the past 2 years, I have been diligently honing my craft in the Giffinora Sea Tree Forest. It was my friend from the Degas Merchant Guild who sought me out, in the Western Empire. And this year, I shall don their latest cloak upon the stage of the martial arts tournament, aiming for the championship title. This chapter is not yet complete. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. If any of you wish to earn some coin, I implore you to support me, Samba, and the Degas Merchant Guild. Guided by the Degas Merchant Guild, which explained his return to competition. Samba has been able to endure rigorous training there for 2 years. His prowess must surely surpass that of his former self. This year's martial arts tournament promises to be thrilling, featuring not only last year's rookie champion, but also the formidable veteran, Samba, who has repeatedly reached the top 8 in past competitions. We believe in you. Do not disappoint us this time. Leave it all to me. The burly man pounded his chest with a resounding thud, causing those nearby to wince. After making his triumphant declaration on behalf of his sponsors in the bustling dining hall, Samba resumed his seat. Glancing at a nearby table of children, he grinned and said, "Will you cover the costs?" Would lose? The children exchanged glances. While they were unaware of his true strength, they were well aware of their older brother's capabilities. Uncle Samba, may I ask how you secured your qualification directly from the organizers? Naha, ever polite, took the opportunity to inquire about the seasoned competitor's experience. In truth, martial artists, but also the various merchant guilds that sponsor the event to draw public attention. Behind the scenes, they invite certain competitors to represent their guilds in the tournament. If a selected participant makes it to the top 16 and ascends the grand stage, it significantly enhances their guild's reputation, showcasing its strength akin to the competitors on the arena. Thus, we see instances like Samba, who is invited to compete without incurring registration fees, and instead receives payment for his participation. Naturally, only those of considerable skill attract the attention of such guilds. Moreover, this formidable strength cannot be manifested through weaponry, as the Western martial arts tournament prohibits the use of such implements by participants. Even protective gear is restricted to mere gloves and bandages, as the competition is a pure test of physical prowess and unarmed combat skills among the contestants. Nahasu diligently noted this information and set out the following day to inquire if any merchant associations were willing to sponsor participants for the competition. However, after an entire day's effort, every interested merchant association dismissed the notion upon learning that the contestant was a novice and merely a child. Infuriatingly, they were a bunch of short-sighted fools. The other children accompanying Nahasu expressed their frustrations with a stream of curses. Perhaps we should let Brother Broly showcase his skills, suggested Mei. Never mind, it's just a qualification for the competition. That meager sum wouldn't even suffice for a day's worth of meals, and the sponsorship fees offered by those merchants for novice participants were hardly worth mentioning. Nahasu and his companions were limited to small merchant associations, with no connections to the larger ones. The small associations, amid fierce competition in the martial arts tournament, had little expectation that their sponsored contestants would reach the top 16. Their focus was merely on showcasing talent in the latter stages of preliminary rounds on small stages. Thus they could hardly afford to pay well. The paltry sums offered were barely enough to cover their elder brother's daily sustenance. Would they truly call upon him to perform for such trifling amounts? Even if Brother Broly didn't team mind, Nahasu felt somewhat insulted. It would take more than a few days to convince him. Hey, do you really have that much confidence in your elder brother? Just as Nahasu was preparing to assist Broly with his registration, a well-dressed old man with a white beard intercepted them. Of course, Shin's Western branch. You may call me Chairman Norson. Coincidentally, our association is in need of a contestant for the tournament. Would you consider accepting our sponsorship? Our elder brother is quite impressive, and his fees are not trivial. If you only intend to offer a pittance, then we shall pass, Nahasu cautioned. Haha, confidence is commendable. How about this? If your elder brother qualifies, our association will provide the corresponding prize money for the event. 100,000 for the top 16, 200,000 for the top 8, and if your elder brother claims the championship, it will be 1,600,000 in rewards. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Nahasu's eyes sparkled. The offer was far from negligible. All right, but we must draft a contract. Quite meticulous, Norson chuckled. Chairman Norson. Do you truly believe the elder brother spoken of by those children can secure a ranking? How could that be? I merely think that the participant quota we possess is of little use, so I thought to hand it over to those children as a courtesy. The ISCO Merchant Association is utterly ungrateful. We provided them with so many resources, and all they returned was a rather useless qualification for a martial arts competition. Our Rabbit Commerce Association is venturing into the Western region to expand our market. It is natural to encounter resistance. It seems we have been noticed by certain members of the Western Merchant Group, who have exerted pressure on the ISCO Association, ultimately granting us mere participation in their martial arts tournament. Had we anticipated this, we should have summoned skilled practitioners from the Southern Territories. The Western region is indeed home to many martial arts experts, and without adequate preparation this time, we shall have to wait for the next tournament to establish our association's name. Norson, the manager, exchanged a few words with his elderly servant before departing. Seemingly indifferent to the single competition slot our association had been allocated, even the spies from the Western Merchant Group, who were monitoring their activities, chuckled upon learning that the group of children they were funding was merely assisting a certain child's older brother in garnering sponsorship. After all, sending children to participate in such an all-age martial arts tournament is akin to a mere first-round elimination. Excuse me, the young girl inquiring, responded. I am here to register for the competition. Very well, please pay the registration fee of 10,000. I have no money. Do you possess a recommendation from a qualifying association? The registrar inquired further. I do not, but I have this. Ah, the registrar gasped, startled by the piece of leather adorned with some flesh placed on the counter. This is the hide of a ground dragon. I sold a similar piece in the previous city for over 11,000. I harvested this ground dragon just an hour ago. Can I use this as payment? Asta asked. Having arrived in West City just the day before, but finding the event still in the registration phase. Upon learning that registration required payment and realizing she lacked the funds, Asta had ventured outside the city in search of dangerous creatures and returned today after hunting a ground dragon. Concerned about missing the registration deadline, a merchant group, having heard of the situation, approached to ask about the girl with the ice blue hair. Upon discovering Asta hailed from the Northern Party's tribe, a merchant group specializing in dangerous creature materials purchased her hunt and offered her a contract to compete in the martial arts tournament. If she reached the top 16 and agreed to represent their association, they would compensate her with 300,000, with the reward doubling for each subsequent advancement. All right. Asta agreed, seeing no reason to decline an opportunity that aligned with her goals while also providing additional funds. Miss Millard, your assumed identity is that of a sole heir to a Southern martial arts family specializing in jiu-jitsu, under the alias Mei Mei. On the other side, the leader of the Future Assassin Society, Olberg, has ensured that her subordinates have successfully registered their disguised identities. Brother Broly, the registration is complete. Here is the identification number of your first opponent. Oh, so the opponents are assigned directly during registration? I am unsure, but indeed, this opponent's number was conveyed to us directly by the registration clerk post-registration. This is, in fact, a customary practice of the Western martial arts tournament. They strive to distribute formidable contenders across different promotion groups during the preliminary selections. This is to prevent strong competitors from facing each other prematurely, thus averting their elimination before the top 16 qualifiers. In other words, Broly has been relegated to a group already populated by seed players, which is why he was promptly assigned an opponent. However, the children accompanying Broly are less concerned about who his opponent is. Their focus lies more on the betting aspect. The betting for the Western Martial Arts Tournament is divided into two categories, house odds and match betting. House odds involve various merchant groups setting odds to entice gamblers, but these typically only feature well-known fighters, leaving newcomers without betting opportunities. Conversely, match betting is different every contest during the preliminary selection. Regardless of whether the participants are novices or seasoned competitors, will have corresponding betting options established. However, there are no fixed odds. They depend solely on the amount wagered by the gamblers betting on each side, with the odds calculated based on the final betting totals at the close of wagering. Prior to the qualifiers, the only betting options available to us are these, and there are 3 gambling houses that offer such betting. As Broly is not regarded as a promising contender, very few will bet on his victory. Even those hoping to support a dark horse likely won't place bets on him for the first match. Therefore, we must place our bets first, dividing our funds into 3 groups to wager at the 3 merchant houses. By increasing the odds on the opponent's victory, we can attract other gamblers to bet against us, effectively creating a match bet. Nahasu, although unfamiliar with gambling, can comprehend the rules involved. It is not a difficult task. Of course, this excludes those who prefer not to think, such as fools and gluttons. The group comprising Chihong, Haidong, Boni, Losong, and Broly stands together. After placing our bets, if no one else wagers, we will spread rumors that a wealthy fool is betting on a dark horse, wagering a substantial sum on a newcomer. This constitutes Nahasu's simple plan. Time swiftly passed to the following day, and the Western Martial Arts Tournament's preliminary selections officially commenced, with a throng of ticket-holding spectators entering the designated small venue. The qualifiers consist of 16 groups, each containing formidable experts, complemented by a cadre of lesser competitors. My opponent is merely a child. What extraordinary luck. Broly's opponent, a tall and slender youth, seemed to feel fortunate upon seeing Broly ascend the stage. Hey, you over there. Just accept defeat when the match begins. I have no desire to bully the weak or make a child cry. Broly, believing himself to be a good person, effortlessly tossed his opponent out of the ring once the contest commenced. In the 24th match of the preliminary rounds, Group 7, contestant number 48, Broly emerged victorious. The referee, speed of the fight left many spectators in disbelief. What on earth? Was contestant 47 a mere stick? How could he be thrown out so quickly? Damn, unable to match even a child's strength. Why not just disappear? Such a feeble display of power had no place in the martial arts tournament. Indeed, witnessing the embarrassment of inexperienced fighters was the reason I attended the preliminaries each year. And while your defeat surprised me, I found amusement in it. However, I had wagered on your victory, and you caused me to lose so spectacularly. Refund my money. Clearly, the disgruntled spectators were those who had placed bets, hoping to win a few drinks. Yet, in less than a second, the contestant they had backed was eliminated, rendering their tickets worthless and igniting a simmering rage within them. End of chapter. Chapter 45. The need for intensive training. The venue for Group 7 was abuzz with noise. Were it not for a group of burly men maintaining order, It is likely that someone from the agitated crowd would have jumped in to confront the bewildered and slender youth who had just lost. The absurdity of losing so decisively to a child was simply too much to bear. In stark contrast to the frustrated audience, a group of children, led by Nahashu, clenched their fists in excitement. In just the first match, they had won enough to cover their meals for over 20 days. They dispersed to collect their winnings, preparing to place bets on their older brother's second match. Nahashu took on the role of betting commander, while the others, including Akito and Kakuto, scattered to execute the task of wagering on their brother's victory, spreading rumors of unsuspecting big spenders backing the underdog before the betting house closed. After a half-hour wait, in the round of 12, Broly once again triumphed effortlessly over his opponent, a young boy clad in red boxing gloves, whose punches whistled through the air. Unfortunately for him, Broly easily blocked the strike, seized him, and tossed him outside the ring, inciting a chorus of lamentation and curses from the spectators at Group 7. Damn it, not again. I refuse to believe that a mere child can navigate the preliminaries unchallenged. Wait a moment. Could that little guy, number 48, truly be a dark horse? Another half-hour passed, and as the match progressed from 12 to 6, Broly once again eliminated an opponent who, despite not underestimating him, was simply outclassed. The gazes of the onlookers began to shift in his direction, particularly at the first and fifth venues. Several promising contenders favored by the business groups were swiftly eliminated by two other children during the preliminary rounds. Consequently, the audience at the seventh venue began to cast their intense gazes upon Broly, who was resting at the edge of the venue, perceiving him as the dark horse of the seventh arena. Oh no, brother Broly. Broly, who was idly awaiting the next match where a single move could determine the outcome. What is the matter? What has happened? Broly inquired, turning to look. Everyone considers you the dark horse, and no one is betting on your opponent to win, Nahashu said, his face drawn with concern. Is that a problem? Broly asked, still not grasping the situation. We can't earn our keep anymore, Nahashu succinctly replied. What? Broly's eyes widened in shock, feeling as if his happiness had vanished in that instant. Don't worry. I have a plan, Cornelia chimed in at that moment. What plan? Come closer, I'll whisper it to you. After all, we are in a public place, and some things cannot be said aloud. Broly leaped onto the spectator platform, leaning over the edge to listen to Cornelia's scheme. Thus and so, brother, do you understand? Cornelia whispered in Broly's ear, and after sharing her idea, she asked. I see. Broly pondered, nodding in agreement. Cornelia's suggestion was akin to enticing a fish to bite the bait. As the competition progressed to the final 6 participants, Broly's opponent was a scarred, brawny man exuding a wild and fierce aura. The old wounds visible on his chest and arms indicated that he was a seasoned fighter with ample battle experience. The man did not underestimate Broly simply because he was a child. In fact, anyone who had reached the 4th round of the preliminary rounds had essentially eliminated those relying on sheer luck. This time, unlike the previous 3 matches where he easily dispatched his opponents, Broly found himself engaged in a challenging struggle with this foe. Indeed, it was quite arduous for Broly to contend with the man before him, as he had to carefully regulate his strength while feigning that he was exerting every ounce of his effort, a rather complicated task for someone of his formidable power. As the man unleashed a powerful punch, Broly instinctively raised his guard, easily blocking the strike. However, a moment later, Broly was sent flying backward, tumbling several times before barely managing to halt at the edge of the ring. Rising to his feet, the young scion declared with a spirited breath, "What an impressive punch. I almost couldn't block it and nearly fell out of the ring." In the audience, Main remarked, "This performance is quite lacking. No wonder brother Broly can withstand such a powerful punch." A group of children cheered nearby. "What's going on? How could anyone possibly believe this?" Main whispered, unable to tolerate the overtly theatrical performance. "Damn, it turns out he's not a dark horse. He merely faced weak opponents in the previous rounds. I even bet on his victory this time." To her astonishment, some spectators indeed began to voice their discontent. "You actually believe such exaggerated acting?" The expression on Main's face seemed to convey just that. "Go, brother Broly," shouted a voice from the crowd, invigorating the boy in the arena. After being knocked down thrice and rising each time, the audience's emotions began to stir, gradually chanting "Defeat your opponent." With great difficulty, Broly finally managed to throw a punch that sent his adversary flying out of the ring. What an extraordinary battle. Although contestant number 48 lacked strength, He triumphed over contestant number 7 through sheer resilience and willpower. Let us congratulate contestant number 48 on his victory. Broly appeared breathless. Yet not a single bead of sweat adorned his forehead. Were it not for the grime and footprints on his body, one might not believe he had just endured a grueling fight. The semifinals would take place tomorrow. A good night's rest was essential to secure a spot in the finals. The referee, noticing Broly's disheveled appearance, recognized the formidable strength of his upcoming opponents and, despite his skepticism regarding this luck-driven child, offered words of encouragement. "I will definitely qualify," Broly declared with unwavering confidence. Aside from some dirt and footprints, he bore no injuries. "So, what do you think, everyone? I exhibited quite the act of weakness, didn't I?" After exiting the venue and reuniting with the other children, Broly inquired. "Absolutely fantastic, Brother Broly. Especially when you were knocked down for the 3rd time. I saw someone in the audience tearing up their betting slip for your victory," one of the children exclaimed. "However, after you defeated your opponent, that same person was left awkwardly searching the ground for the slip they had just ripped apart." Laughter erupted among the children. For those who underestimated their brother deserved such misfortune. "Brother Broly, your act of feigning weakness in the 4th match, which will determine the 2 spots in the upcoming qualifiers, will surely lead to fewer bets on your victory. Just continue to play the part, and we will undoubtedly earn even more," Cornelia remarked. "Unfortunately, for today's 4th match, many people bet on your victory, brother. We placed all our money on you, but it yielded less than your previous wins," Nash lamented. "This is an unavoidable circumstance. Others are not foolish." As the 3rd match unfolded, Chitong discerned that the others no longer believed in the existence of a naive gambler betting on a dark horse. Instead, they had begun to place their faith in Broly as the true dark horse, shifting their betting tendencies from adversaries to him. "I believe that if you intend to showcase the ostentatious performances displayed in today's final match tomorrow, it will undoubtedly be seen through by others." Main rubbed her forehead. Although many innocent spectators in the audience were swayed by their flamboyant act, she noticed others displaying disdain, their lips twitching in disbelief, clearly recognizing the charade for what it was. Of course, while they might be uncertain now, a few more instances would solidify their suspicions, and the real betting whales would emerge only after entering the qualifiers. "What shall we do then?" Main articulated her observations, prompting Chitong, Haidong, and the others to become visibly agitated. The potential to win more money would determine their future quality of life, and they directly inquired of Main. Having come to understand her resourcefulness throughout their time together, "It's simple. We must enhance our acting skills, especially that of our elder brother," Main declared, placing her hands on her hips and pointing at Broly. "When you feigned weakness earlier, both your posture as you flew out and your subsequent words were utterly contrived. Precisely. This is why you require specialized training, to make the feigned weakness appear more authentic." As a mixed blood of different ethnicities, Main had, out of necessity, become self-taught in the art of performance. While she may not have been a professional, her skills surpassed those of the local children, even Broly himself. "Tonight, we shall commence our specialized training," she proclaimed. End of chapter. Chapter 46. The birth of the performance ape at the Western Martial Arts Tournament. While other competitors pondered strategies for victory and improved rankings, Broly stood apart. He did not need to contemplate how to win, but rather how to elevate his odds of winning. This was a skill in itself. That night, everyone gathered in a large room to attend a lecture by Teacher Main. Following the theoretical portion on performance, they hurried outside to an open space, determined to assist Broly in honing his skills for staging a fake match. The typical posture for being kicked away is one thing. Being punched away entails another. After being struck in various areas, the manifestations of pain would differ significantly. The expression on one's face is merely one aspect, more crucially, and punches were real. All to better illustrate how a person should react when receiving blows, Broly dared not be negligent. As they sparred, striving to replicate their emotions and actions accurately. After observing the various potential scenarios of strikes, it was finally his turn to practice. The children with crimson and obsidian eyes, adept in their martial arts, were designated as his imagined adversaries, commencing a barrage of assaults upon him. Broly was tasked with responding to the diverse forms of pain inflicted by these strikes, exhibiting the appropriate expressions and bodily movements in real time. It must be said that Broly displayed a remarkable talent for learning physical movements. By midnight, He had mastered an array of feigned combat techniques. In a swift motion, one of the opponents, Crimson Eye, delivered a kick to his right cheek. At the moment of contact between the leg and his face, Broly instinctively tilted his head and launched himself dramatically into the air. Of course, the force of Crimson Eye's kick was not nearly that powerful. But such a theatrical response would be entirely expected if he were facing an opponent in the fourth match of the day. Immediately following, his back in accordance with Bonnie's force, opening his mouth wide to spit out a mouthful of saliva as if it had been forcibly expelled. After Bonnie withdrew her foot, Broly staggered back 2 steps before collapsing to his knees, clutching his abdomen and emitting a feeble groan of pain. In that moment, he embodied the role of a skilled action performer, swiftly grasping the essence of realistic fight choreography. Once Main confirmed that all was well, the group of children began to feel the toll of exhaustion, while Broly, who had been diligently learning to react to being struck, suddenly regained his vigor. On the second day of the Western Martial Arts Tournament, the preliminary rounds commenced, determining the 16 contestants who would advance. Group 7 had an odd number of participants, resulting in one individual receiving a bye. Unfortunately, Broly was not among the fortunate ones and was required to compete in 2 matches, which also presented an additional opportunity for wagers to narrowly defeat his opponent using the intricate techniques he had honed the previous night. During the intermission, Main discerned an issue and hurried outside to procure bandages, applying a bit of red ointment to Broly's body and face. The rationale behind this was simple. It seemed rather peculiar for Broly, who had endured such a chaotic battle yet emerged victorious, to bear no signs of injury whatsoever. Despite having mastered the art of performance, his robust physique meant that no matter how severely he fell, he remained unscathed. Fortunately, after a grueling second match, the referee raised Broly's weary hand in triumph, announcing his advancement amidst the fervent cheers of the audience, allowing Main to ascertain that Broly had not been compromised. Today proved to be another profitable day for wagers. Although he did not earn as much as on the first day, the sum was still 2/3 of that amount, thanks to the exceptional performance of his elder brother. In the dining hall, the group of children dared not celebrate the notion of staged matches aloud, instead whispering their admiration for their brother's astonishing acting skills and toasting with fruit juice. Let us not be complacent. We must visit the makeup shop to acquire some cosmetic products capable of simulating injuries. I reminded that certain issues were exposed today. The most glaring flaw being that while Broly appeared to be in pain, he bore no injuries. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click to continue reading. The preliminary rounds differ from the qualifiers, while the latter takes place in a smaller venue with only a few thousand spectators. The top 16 will compete in a grand arena before an audience of tens of thousands. Should the organizers discover any signs of match fixing, it would undoubtedly lead to serious consequences. Hey, kid, how does it feel to be eliminated? Did you get a beating as well? Suddenly, Samba, the robust man encountered the previous night, approached. Noticing the bandage on Broly's face, he jested. Eliminated? Our big brother has advanced. A child immediately retorted. Advanced? Samba exclaimed in surprise, then inquired, Are you in the first group or the 5th group? What first or 5th group? Our big brother is in the 7th group. Oh, the 7th group? Then it's all good. Samba sighed in relief. This year's Western Martial Arts Tournament had indeed seen the emergence of some monstrous newcomers. It was rumored that they had dispatched their opponents even faster than he did to secure advancement, and they were all mere children. However, those 2 prodigious newcomers were in the 1st and 5th groups. As for the 7th group, although they too had children advancing, it was said their opponents had underestimated them, allowing them to advance by sheer luck. Such opponents were hardly worthy of Samba's attention. Nonetheless, upon learning that the young participant from the 7th group was Broly, Samba regarded the boy with newfound respect. Possessing the strength to enter the top 16 at such a young age, he was sure to become even more formidable in the future. However, being in the 7th group would mean he must face the other 2 monstrous newcomers, which stirred a sense of contemplation in Samba. Kid, I didn't expect you to be this impressive, but your good fortune might be coming to an end. In the 7th group, according to the rules of the preliminary rounds, you will be matched against participants from the top 8 groups. Among them are 2 other children who are even stronger than you. If you are fortunate enough to win another match, you will likely face the monster from the 5th group. I hope you won't be discouraged by a true genius if you are defeated. I will win, Broly declared, unwavering in his confidence. Having confidence is commendable. Regardless, best of luck, Samba kindly advised. This child exhibited great potential. Yet such promise also made it easier for him to become disheartened against superior talents, possibly leading to mediocrity. Uncle Samba, what about you? Did you advance? The children, sensing Samba's goodwill, looked at him, and Pony suddenly asked, "Ha ha ha, what a question. Do you think I, Samba, could possibly be eliminated in the qualifiers?" Samba let out a hearty laugh, promptly revealing himself as the third contestant to secure advancement, and he was indeed regarded as the most formidable seed in the 15th group. The qualifying match was a mere formality for him, yet he harbored a certain trepidation towards the two monstrous newcomers who had outpaced him in their ascent. According to sources from the Daigash Trading Association, the first Group S qualifier was a girl from the northern reaches of the Empire East. Her combat style characterized by ferocity and swiftness. Her opponent, a formidable contender from the previous martial arts tournament's top 8, was dispatched in a mere 2 minutes, unceremoniously kicked off the stage. Fractured, a force not to be underestimated. Nahaxiu, a sociable fellow, invited Samba to share a meal. Top 8 contestants for the following day. In this chapter's conclusion, it was evident that Samba held little regard for the other competitors, primarily discussing the information gleaned from the Daigash Trading Association about the two monstrous newcomers who had bested their opponents even faster than himself. Those were scarce. However, from the descriptions provided, it was inferred that this individual was a master of acupressure, incapacitating those they defeated before unceremoniously kicking them off the platform. After downing a significant pint of malt beer, Samba turned to Broly and declared, "If you can triumph over your opponent tomorrow, the individual from the 5th group will be your formidable rival. That's all the intel I can offer. I'll toast to you both with these 2 drinks, and that should cover my tab. I bid you farewell, my young friends." With that, Samba took his leave. Unbeknownst to him, other trading associations were also engaged in the intelligence gathering of the contestants. This was entirely customary, as the organizers of the 16-strong qualifying matches would host large gambling sessions, with the organizers themselves taking the house edge. As for why they did not simply rely on bets between gamblers for a cut of the action, it was primarily because operating the house yielded greater profits. Typically, matches could rival the earnings from a substantial commercial venture. Tomorrow, we shall observe which trading house offers the highest odds for our brother, and that will be where we place our bets, Nahaxiu stated. Should we also consider the odds for the opposing bets? Shihong inquired. Indeed, we shall. We will simply back whichever side boasts the higher odds. And Broly, harboring no concerns about potential defeat. The only apprehension lay in the possibility of an overly stellar performance leading to a dramatic drop in the odds. In preparation for tomorrow's contest, forth to procure cosmetics. As they strolled past a snack stall, they observed individuals indulging in a type of bursting berry. Inspired, Main rushed over to inquire of the vendor, "Excuse me, is it possible to fill these berries with some other kind of liquid? What other fluids do you intend to store, dear guest?" Inquired the fruit vendor with a hint of curiosity. "May I fill it with fresh blood?" Main boldly asked. "What?" The vendor's eyes widened, initially suspecting mischief, and was poised to dismiss her until he heard the mention of payment. "Very well, as long as the money is sufficient. I could assist in filling it with anything, even if the customer desired to fill it with excrement. I would ensure it only tasted like fruit until it was bitten into. Could you prepare a few samples first? Where can I find blood? Any colored liquid would suffice. Then let us use red heart fruit. The juice derived from that blended with water resembles blood quite closely." Main paid juicy fruits and handed them over. "Broly, give it a try, bite into it and see." Main offered the sizable fruit to the boy, who acted without hesitation. In an instant, he sprayed red juice from his mouth. "Yes, this is perfect," Main exclaimed with excitement. "Can you make the juice thicker, so it appears more like blood?" "You truly know how to challenge a person," the vendor replied. "We will pay extra. No problem. Creating a fake blood mixture is quite simple, but will you still allow me to fill real blood if needed? If there are substitutes, real blood is unnecessary." Main recalled the taste of blood she had previously experienced, which was unpleasant and metallic. She had no desire for Broly to taste such a thing if it could be avoided. After some adjustments, a thicker version of the juicy fruit was produced. "This is delicious." Broly's mouth was stained red, resembling a vampire savoring the juice of the red heart fruit. Main said, playfully pinching Broly's cheeks to disrupt his slurping. "Wasting food is shameful." Sweet juice in his mouth, relishing the flavor. "Increasing the stakes allows us to earn more money. With more funds, we can procure more items, including food, and the cost is merely a couple of juicy fruits. Do you still consider this wasteful? Can I spit real blood? Broly pondered and then asked, Oh, you can spit real blood? The other children looked on curiously, unaware of their older brother's capability. Yes. I just need to injure myself a bit, Broly said, raising his small fist to indicate he could harm himself. No way. As soon as he finished speaking, rejected. They had no desire to waste food, especially considering their past when they often went hungry, yet they pondered the potential injury to their older brother. Wastefulness was a necessary indulgence, evidently. Broly's standing among his companions outweighed any concern for food. That night, Main purchased cosmetics and bursting berries. As several children with a modicum of artistic talent experimented with injury makeup on their less artistically inclined peers, Broly was diligently honing his blood-spitting technique using the bursting berries. This training session extended longer than the previous nights, as Broly finally overcame the instinct to swallow back the blood he spat out. With a sudden burst, he expelled a mouthful of juice-like blood, his expression contorting in profound anguish. The psychological burden of wasting food intensified his dramatic portrayal of suffering, effectively conveying the emotional depth of the moment. On the third day of the Western Martial Arts Tournament, the venue for the preliminaries was teeming with spectators, the atmosphere buzzing with excitement. The 16 competitors who advanced to the preliminaries were introduced by the host, who announced their names loudly through a microphone as they entered the central arena from various entrances. The first contestant hailing from the Northern Empire, a member of the party's tribe, might not be widely recognized, but when it came to hunting dangerous species, the audience surely acknowledged the prowess of this group. Indeed, she was the contender supported by the Galapa Consortium, which dealt in dangerous species materials. Precedented speed, none other than the Northern Warrior, is death. With her icy blue hair and an expression of calm, she stepped into the arena, draped in the banner of her sponsor, the Galapa Consortium, under the gaze of thousands. The stage, the flag billowed behind her, a privilege granted to the fastest advancing contestant due to her sponsorship, earning her a staggering 30,000 in the process. This made her feel that the money in the Western territories was quite lucrative. Here was Millard, who had advanced second. She went by the alias Mei Mei, the disciple of Southern Jiu-Jitsu. However, lacking a sponsor, she was merely summarized in a few cursory remarks by the host, deemed of little commercial value, with the audience only briefly informed of her identity. Millard, though aware of the tournament's commercial nature, felt a flicker of indignation at being so overlooked. Nevertheless, her attention was soon captured by the first-place contender, Estef. The girl possessed stunning sky-blue hair, adorned with a cross-stitched headscarf, her upper body clad in a loose short-sleeve robe, and her legs encased in form-fitting elastic pants. In the fleeting moment their gazes crossed, Millard felt an unsettling sensation akin to that of prey being stalked by a hunter. As Millard contemplated the formidable figure before her, she mused that, despite their striking beauty, this enchanting young lady was not to her taste. Meanwhile, Esther's, having attained her second level of advancement, internally judged the newcomer, remarking on her revealing attire that left her abdomen and back exposed. A choice ill-suited for the frigid northern tundra. Millard's silky hair was fashioned into a bun atop her head, brick that barely concealed her underdeveloped bosom, showcasing a generous expanse of healthy, taut, sun-kissed skin. Her lower half was draped in loose martial arts trousers. This stood in stark contrast to Esther's own attire. Yet there was no denying that she was a petite beauty of Eastern descent, marked by a tear-shaped beauty spot at the corner of her eye. As the two women scrutinized one another, forming initial impressions, Samba, the third participant to advance, displayed his muscular arms, adorned in a dust cloak emblazoned with the insignia of the Degas Trading Company, as he approached. Being the third fastest to qualify, he drew a glance from the other two. Esther's regarded him with the gaze of a predator, while Millard expressed a hint of disdain, for she had little fondness for men, especially those of the overly masculine, robust variety. As further competitors entered, including the 4th, 5th, and 7th contestants, the host introduced each participant, providing the audience with a foundational understanding of their identities and backgrounds, while simultaneously promoting the sponsors behind each contender. The sequence of appearances, determined by advancement speed from 1st to 15th place, unfolded in a predictable manner, showcasing the prowess of each participant, with the exception of Millard. However, when Broly, the 16th contestant, made his entrance, an unexpected silence fell over the grand arena. Broly, the youngest competitor in this martial arts tournament, had triumphed over his adversary through sheer tenacity to secure his place in the qualifying round. His backing came from the Southern Empire's Rabbit Trading Company, renowned for its exquisite silk products. Yet, as the host concluded the introduction, they posed a question on behalf of the audience, not out of mere curiosity, but because the boy was the only one who entered the arena with a bruised visage, limping noticeably. In his hand, Broly clutched a wooden stick, scavenged from the roadside. Its end tied with a strip of white cloth, upon which was hand-painted the emblem of the Rabbit Trading Company, the very symbol that granted him his qualification. However, in Broly's hands, coupled with his battered appearance and halting gait, it resembled more a harbinger of a zombie apocalypse than a contender in a martial arts competition. In stark contrast to his fellow participants, who masked their injuries to project an image of unwavering confidence, Broly's entrance embodied a chaotic and unprecedented force, akin to a violent mudslide in the history of the Western martial arts tournament. I am unscathed. These injuries merely appear severe, yet they pose no real threat. I must continue to fight for my family, for if I do not, we shall face hunger. Therefore, I shall persist in my endeavors. Broly uttered these words with great difficulty, and aside from the superficial nature of his injuries, the rest of his statement rang true. The audience fell into a contemplative silence. To fight for one's family was a notion rarely heard in the long history of martial arts tournaments. The other competitors cast their gazes upon him. Their expressions varied, yet it was clear that most regarded him with indifference. After all, in the realm of martial artists, strength is revered, and Broly's disheveled appearance could be seen as a symbol of weakness. Sympathy might be offered, but to lose to him was an inconceivable notion. What a remarkable feat for one so young to reach the top 16. Though this tournament holds little merit, perhaps training this boy in the arts of assassination at Orbelgri could yield a formidable assassin, Millard mused. As the future leader of the Assassins Guild, it was imperative for her to cultivate a loyal cadre of followers. While she harbored a disdain for men, she could accept this boy who fought for his family as a potential apprentice. Survival of the fittest. May he progress further, Esta thought. Recalling the loss of her mother to a dangerous beast and her father's slaying at the hands of invading northern tribes, their deaths epitomized their own weakness. A survival philosophy instilled in her since childhood. There was no need to mourn the demise of the weak. Instead, one ought to strive for strength. To navigate this ruthless world more adeptly, that was the concern of the living. She felt no sympathy for the boy, nor did she mock his disarray. She merely hoped he would struggle to become a stronger individual. Target acquired. Esta, current happiness level, 0. The Crystal Palace's notification prompted Broly to glance at Esta a few more times, yet in his current guise as a precariously positioned contestant with little chance of victory. It seemed ill-fitting to approach the girl who had made her debut. Who am I? Where am I? Had a contestant just taken the stage at our guild? The confusion enveloped Norsen, the guild's representative, who had never anticipated that this grand tournament would intersect with his own guild's affairs. Unexpectedly, a competitor emerged, awkwardly brandishing a flag emblazoned with the insignia of his guild. Indeed, my lord, replied the elderly servant beside him. Who is that? They are not among the martial artists we summoned. Is this the elder brother of that group of children? Perhaps. The servant too found it hard to believe, but the evidence lay plainly before them. What a pity. Norsen gradually calmed down from his excitement. Indeed, it was a pity. The old servant echoed his sentiment. Had they known someone could reach the top 16, they would have assisted in preparing the flag crafted by the Rabbit Merchants Association, rather than allowing the opponent to step onto the stage with a tattered branch and a crude white cloth, upon which was hastily painted a rabbit's head. The accompanying text riddled with errors, crossed out, and hastily rewritten. Their disappointment stemmed from Broly's performance, which hardly suggested he could emerge victorious from today's round of 16-8. One had to wonder how weak an opponent must be to fall to such a child. Both Norsen and the old servant believed it to be impossible, and the vast majority of spectators in the grand arena shared their conviction that the child lacked the capability to progress further. Betting houses had set the odds for the elder brother at 1-11. It was wise, however, not to rush into purchasing bets. What were the odds from the organizers? They had already climbed to 1-16. It seemed that more individuals were placing bets with the organizers, prompting them to elevate the elder brother's odds to such heights. They resolved to wait until the conclusion of the second bout before placing their bets, curious if the elder brother's odds could rise even further. The competition in the arena had commenced. And the actions of Nahashu and the other children began as they monitored Broly's odds at various betting points, preparing to wager all on their elder brother's victory when the third match commenced. The martial arts displayed on stage were quite captivating, though they were already discussing the ongoing second round. As for the first round, contestant Group 1, led by Esters, faced off against Group 2, whose fighters lasted a mere 3 minutes before being unceremoniously sent tumbling from the stage by the fiercely aggressive Northern Warrior girl. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Broly would have stood to cheer for this yet unknown wife, hoping to boost her happiness metrics, if such encouragement were indeed effective. The second round saw two martial artists engage in a lackluster exchange for half an hour, ultimately concluding with one succumbing to a blow to the back of the head. As the third match began, contestant Group 5's Millard entered the fray. With her nimble movements and exquisite acupressure techniques, she effortlessly defeated her somewhat clumsy opponent in just 7 minutes. Hey, little one, you must give it your all in battle. Should you perform well, I may consider taking you and your family under my wing, Millard remarked as she approached Broly, preparing to ascend the stage. Broly was taken aback, glancing at the retreating figure of the girl with the bun hairstyle. Did she wish for him to annihilate this world? The chapter concludes. Chapter 49, a 5-minute encore. It is impossible to fight with utmost dedication. Broly harbors no intention of annihilating this world. Yet, his opponent simply cannot withstand even a modicum of his power. Nevertheless, it is feasible for Broly to showcase the skills he has honed over the past 2 days, presenting an appearance of complete commitment. As the match commenced, Broly satisfied the majority of the audience's preconceived notions of his weakness, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. Under the fierce martial arts developed by the 8th group, known for their prowess in the wilderness against numerous perilous beasts, he struggled to endure the onslaught. Kid, I concede your resilience is commendable. But in this arena of the martial arts tournament, mere tenacity is insufficient. You must possess strength to continue. Surrender now, and you shall spare yourself this physical torment. Alec urged while delivering a series of blows, taking a moment to catch his breath as Broly was sent flying. The truth was, Alec was somewhat fatigued. His relentless assaults had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. During this time, he had considered directly forcing Broly off the stage or incapacitating him entirely. Yet, no matter how he wielded his martial skills, the boy clung to the ring like a stubborn barnacle. No matter how fiercely he struck, Broly managed to defend himself, remaining just far enough from the edge of the arena. I will not yield, for behind me stands a family that relies on me for sustenance. I must triumph over you, Broly declared with difficulty, the sweet taste of blood in his mouth compelling him to wish for a return to his earlier vigor. However, with so many eyes upon him, he could not afford to reveal any sign of weakness. Very well, I shall no longer hold back. Gee, just 5 minutes? Broly mused, a look of ease crossing his face. If he could merely perform for another 5 minutes, his opponent would concede. This was indeed fortuitous. A moment of vulnerability. Seeing the boy's lapse in focus, Alec's eyes sparkled with opportunity as he launched an unprincipled assault. Broly could have defended himself, yet he chose not to, as thoughts of reciprocity coursed through his mind. This opponent was a good man, only asking for 5 more minutes of performance. Thus, he felt compelled to grant that request, providing Alec with the chance to display his own skills during this final 5 minutes. Alec surged forward to Broly's front, and in what appeared to be an unguarded moment for the boy, his fist struck Broly's abdomen. Broly instinctively arched his body, lifting off the ground. Alas, Broly's defense was breached. He was sent flying by Alec's strike. Yet Alec showed no intention of relenting, continuing his relentless pursuit. The whip kick struck the waist, followed by a flying knee that collided with the opponent's abdomen. With a surge of energy, a powerful punch was unleashed directly at Broly's face, causing him to tilt his head back and spurt blood once more. It appeared as though he had lost his fighting spirit and collapsed to the ground. Oh no, he rose again. This resilient young man stood up once more, though he could barely maintain his balance. Broly, do you concede defeat? If so, the commentator's voice was cut short as Alec from Group 8 delivered another kick, sending Broly flying once again. Alec, it seems Broly can no longer continue. Will you relent to allow him to concede? Concede? What a joke. That little brat should have surrendered sooner instead of exhausting my energy like this. Now that he is unable to fight back, you expect me to let him concede easily? Alec grinned maliciously. There are no such favors in this world. I intend to cripple him. Alec was not one to exhibit magnanimity. Earlier, he He had entertained the idea of allowing Broly to concede simply because he recognized the latter's defensive prowess and feared a prolonged battle. However, now that Broly's defenses had been breached, and Alec was on the verge of securing victory through skill, there was no way he would allow Broly to concede so easily. Such a prodigious talent, his martial arts aptitude was indeed enviable, yet Alec was determined to cripple this gifted youth. Alec has proclaimed his intent to incapacitate Broly. The commentator exclaimed, his voice amplified through the microphone, reaching the audience in the grand arena. What? That guy has already secured victory, yet he wishes to incapacitate the child? Most spectators possessed a sense of empathy, particularly after hearing Broly's earlier declaration of competing for the sake of his family. They began to voice their outrage against Alec from Group 8. Even those who had wagered on Alec's victory felt that it was utterly cruel to attack a child who was already defenseless. The martial artists in attendance furrowed their brows as well. Winning was one thing, but there was no need to ruin a child with considerable talent. Alec, you scoundrel. If you intend to cripple that child, I shall make it my mission to take you down next time we meet. Samba shouted angrily from the competitor's area, directing his ire toward the ring. Humph, Samba, do you think I fear you? Alec dismissed Samba's threat, recalling their previous encounter in the martial arts tournament, where he had emerged victorious. Not far away, Millard's expression darkened. The promising recruit she had set her sights on was now in jeopardy of being ruined. This chapter is not yet complete. Turn to the next page to continue reading. That scoundrel Alec. I must eliminate him when I encounter him tomorrow. Millard was not enraged about Broly's impending fate, but rather viewed Alec's actions as a provocation against herself. The assassin, provoked, deemed it necessary to take the life of the instigator to uphold the dignity of the name of the Grim Reaper of Olberg. 3, 2, 1, time's up. Broly counted down the seconds in the Crystal Palace while enduring blows. After the 5 minutes elapsed, he struggled to lift his head. Addressing the fatigued Alec, who was catching his breath nearby, he solemnly remarked in a feeble tone, "The 5 minutes have passed. It is time for you to concede." Alec, initially believing that the boy he had mercilessly battered would have succumbed to unconsciousness by now, was taken aback when Broly suddenly lifted his head and declared that the time was up and that it was his turn to surrender. Alec burst into laughter. Surrender? What nonsense are you spouting? That was merely a ruse to deceive children. I didn't expect you to actually believe it. But then again, you are just a foolish child. You lied to me? Broly's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course. I just didn't anticipate that you would still be conscious after the beating I gave you. However, this works out well. Now everyone shall hear your cries of despair. Alec sneered, oblivious to Broly's small hands digging into the ground beneath him. The once formidable martial arts arena seemed no more than a slab of tofu under his grip. To be honest, hitting you felt like striking a corpse. There was no thrill in it for me. Alec continued to prattle on, easily pulverizing the stones beneath his small hands. Alec's deception ignited a spark of anger within the somewhat naive boy. Do you truly wish for me to eliminate you? Broly's mind naturally conjured such thoughts, accompanied by fragmented memories of brutal violence against others. These were reminiscent of scenes from gory films or video game cutscenes, culminating in a vivid image of a ruthless warrior dispatching its prey. As Broly prepared to translate the blood-soaked imagery in his mind into action, the scoundrel on the stage irked them greatly. Although they were aware that Broly could not possibly lose, and that his apparent weakness was merely an act, their frustration was palpable. It is likely that Broly, driven by rage, might have indeed torn his opponent apart. However, upon seeing them, he swiftly regained his composure. He had come to earn money. Should he annihilate his opponent now, how would they profit from the bets placed? What? Are you threatening to eliminate me? Ha ha ha, have I truly bewildered you? Broly now appears quite wretched, his mouth torn and bleeding from the explosive encounter, with juice and blood staining his lips and chest. Moreover, due to being repeatedly thrown to the ground and kicked, his entire form is disheveled. Coupled with the injury makeup applied earlier, even in defeat, no one would suspect otherwise. I will defeat you, Broly shouted, his voice strained, as he staggered towards his opponent. Here I stand. Come, defeat me if you can. Alec felt an exhilarating high, reveling in the bliss of publicly dismantling a prodigy. Suddenly, he bent over, clutching his groin, and collapsed. Broly, closing in, unleashed a punch so swift that Alec had not anticipated nor reacted to it. Of course, he realized the caliber of Broly's strength too late, unable to utter another word before succumbing to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, Broly slumped to the ground, seemingly drained of all his energy from that singular strike. It was utterly astonishing. Broly had executed a miraculous comeback to triumph over Alec, who had underestimated his opponent. After this electrifying turn of events, the arena fell into a brief silence. Before the referee finally announced in a booming voice, "In the fourth match of the round of 16, Broly is declared the victor." Chapter concluded. Chapter 50. The Strength of Friendship. How could such a significant advantage result in loss? For reasons unknown, I had wagered on Alec's victory. Yet seeing that fool kneeling brings me an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Well done, Broly. The audience erupted into a commotion following the referee's announcement of the fourth match results. Some congratulated the victorious boy, while others hurled insults at Alec, branding him a fool. Undoubtedly, Alec's earlier actions had incited public ire, and his sudden downfall delighted many. Alec's loss to Broly's prowess, but rather to Alec's own recklessness, believing he had squandered a guaranteed victory. They resented Alec far more than the lucky boy who triumphed. Had it not been for the martial arts tournament, some might have even resorted to violence against the now unconscious Alec, brought low by his own folly. Underestimating one's opponent is a grave sin in martial arts, and Alec truly proved to be a fool. In the contestants' area, those who had witnessed the astonishing reversal offered sharp critiques. Was it truly an underestimation? Esthesia mused, her brow furrowing as she recalled the boy's last explosive strike and its sudden velocity, which she had witnessed. Despite the limitations imposed by distance and angle, Isteth could not fully ascertain the specifics of that strike. However, an inexplicable intuition hinted at something unusual. Nearby, Millard was devoid of such feelings of peculiarity, uncommon in the training of assassins. After all, even a cornered rabbit will bite. Broly was carried off the arena on a stretcher, lying prone. Asmane had mentioned that he bore no injuries and should not be subjected to close scrutiny of his condition. Once Broly was transported to the medical room of the martial arts tournament, Maine promptly led a group of friends in as a supportive entourage to seek treatment through their own connections. It was truly maddening. How could they not trust us and instead rely on those quacks? The tournament doctors felt a sting of indignation, but they were powerless against the athlete's refusal of treatment. Beyond a few words of protest, there was little they could do. For could they force someone to remain for care? Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, and a girl with icy blue hair entered the medical room. Isteth surveyed the area, but upon failing to locate her desired target, she inquired, "Where is the contestant who was just brought in?" "He has already been taken by his friends, claiming to know a healer outside," the doctor explained. "It seems I have arrived too late." Isteth turned to see Millard standing by the doorway, clad in revealing attire. "Are you also interested in him?" Millard teased, playing with a lock of hair. "I merely wish to confirm a few matters," Isteth replied. "And you? Are you seeking to investigate your opponent's background ahead of time?" She countered. "No. I simply find him intriguing and wish for him to be under my command," Millard answered. "Regrettably, he has already been taken away." "I am aware." The two fell into silence as Isteth brushed past Millard. She returned to the competitors' area of the tournament, resuming her observation of the matches from the round of 16 to 8, eager to discover if any opponent might captivate her interest anew. Alas, after witnessing the conclusion of the 8th match, Isteth had yet to find a third contender worthy of her attention. The first was Millard from the 5th group, of being a 12-year-old female participant. The second was the younger Broly, whose performance had been somewhat lackluster. However, the speed exhibited in his final, decisive blow had piqued her curiosity. To be continued. As Isteth pondered, she made her way outside the grand hall. Upon exiting, a degree angle to glance behind her. "It is I, Broly from the 7th group," he announced, his body wrapped in bandages, having come specifically to seek Isteth. "Is it truly you? Have you regained full mobility so swiftly?" Isteth questioned with curiosity. Thanks to a divine healer we are acquainted with, Broly evaded her gaze, reciting the falsehood provided by Maine. "You are a deceiver," Isteth asserted abruptly. There is no scent of blood upon you, and given the injuries you sustained in the arena, it is impossible for you to lack the aroma of fresh blood unless you bear no wounds at all." As she spoke, Isteth approached him, intent on confirming her assessment. "Aside from the fragrance of herbs and a hint of soap, there is no trace of blood. Was merely an act, am I correct?" Broly, having bathed and adorned with faux injuries, was taken aback by the keen perception of his new acquaintance. I did not intend to deceive you. Rather, this tactic would enhance the odds at the gambling house. My companions and I are merely capitalizing on that. Ah, so you are manipulating the odds. That is of no concern to me. I merely wish to inquire. Your strength must be considerable, yes? Isteth pressed further. Indeed, Broly nodded. Since arriving in this realm, he had yet to encounter a worthy adversary. You have cornered me here, intending to eliminate me as a rival at this very moment? Isteth bent down, fully prepared for combat. She cared not for the location or opponent. Her sole interest lay in the strength of her adversaries. No, I came to befriend you. Faced with her evident battle intent, Broly scratched his head, revealing his true purpose. To befriend me? Isteth's momentum faltered, taken aback by this response. Can you truly be my friend? Isteth gazed at the boy's outstretched hand, studying his earnest expression, and her desire to fight began to wane. Friendship is acceptable. But I never befriend the weak, for frail companions are prone to perish easily, Isteth declared, pausing before continuing. If you genuinely wish to be my friend, you must first defeat me in battle tomorrow. Very well, Broly acquiesced, but after a moment's contemplation, he added, by the way, when I spoke of friendship, no concern. If you truly possess the strength to defeat me, then I shall become your prey, and at that time, you may do with me as you wish. Chapter 51. The Assault of Millard. Broly returned home with great joy, for the condition proposed by Isteth, his newly discovered wife, to become friends was not a difficult endeavor. Merely a brief encounter and a few exchanged words had already caused her happiness index to soar. Upon Broly's return to the inn, it had peaked at 11 p.m. It was evident that she was a remarkable partner. That night, Norsen, the steward of the rabbit-gathering guild, arrived with his old servant. Although they suspected that Broly might face defeat the following day, it was imperative to promote their guild formally on the arena stage before any potential loss. The funds were prepared. Should he achieve an outstanding rank, the payment would be transferred directly. Furthermore, they presented him with a flag and competition attire hastily crafted by their guild, hoping he would don the garments and carry the new banner into the arena. The garments, made of soft silk, were exceptionally comfortable to the touch, and the flag brought by Norsen was of exquisite craftsmanship, far superior to a mere piece of white fabric with hasty drawings. Nahal, representing his elder brother, wholeheartedly agreed but expressed their desire to assist in promoting the rabbit-gathering guild as well. To put it plainly, they sought to acquire fine clothing at no cost. To date, most of their funds had been spent on sustenance, and their clothing was often donated by kind-hearted individuals, which they then tailored themselves with knives. Gotzi's broken imperial longsword served not only as a kitchen knife, but also as a tool for cutting fabric, providing considerable assistance. No problem, Norsen replied. I can also generously provide you with our guild's shoes and backpacks. Although he anticipated a loss the next day, Norsen agreed, recognizing that it was a pleasant surprise for this group of youngsters to reach the top 8. The items were merely trifles, even crafted from superior materials. They would only amount to a little over 10,000. He primarily saw potential in Broly. Even if he were to falter at the top 8 in a few years, he could very well become the esteemed martial artist representative of their guild in the Western Territories. Thank you, Norsen. Broly expressed his gratitude. The generosity of the rabbit-gathering guild significantly enhanced the children's fondness for their benefactor. On the 5th day of the martial arts tournament, 6 matches were scheduled in the Grand Arena, consisting of both the quarterfinals and semifinals. Isteth was the first to grace the arena once more, facing the competitor from the 4th group who had emerged victorious in the 2nd match yesterday. The script unfolded similarly to the previous day, being unceremoniously kicked out of the arena without any semblance of originality. The 2nd match features Millard and Broly. As Isteth returns to the contestants' area and passes by the two, she remarks, "You both must strive harder. I eagerly anticipate a duel with either of you." Her words leave Millard momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, the future leader of the Assassins Guild smirks and inquires, "Do you believe I might lose to him? Should you wish to underestimate your opponent today, that is your prerogative. However, should you falter, I hope you do not attribute it to your own negligence." Isteth merely wishes to engage with formidable adversaries. She does not desire her opponents to triumph by mere chance, hence her caution to Millard not to belittle Broly. Although it seems somewhat unfair to the ostensibly weaker Broly, a true warrior must transcend all adverse factors. Very well, I shall give it my utmost effort, Broly earnestly acknowledges his death as encouragement. Millard casts a sidelong glance at him, narrowing her eyes in silence. The two ascend the arena, where the outcome will reveal the truth. Millard offers a fist salute, which momentarily surprises Broly, who reciprocates the gesture. If you lose, will you become my subordinate? Millard inquires as she assumes a fighting stance. Do you wish to befriend me? Broly responds with mild confusion, mirroring her posture in a defensive stance. Befriend? No, I merely seek to recruit you as my follower. With that, Millard launches her attack. What does follower mean? Broly questions, successfully blocking her punch and leaping to evade her sweeping kick. It means illoyal subordinate, Millard replies while delivering a flurry of punches reminiscent of Wing Chun techniques, albeit with restrained force, as her acupressure skills remain unutilized for now. So, if you agree, I can guarantee you and your family food and shelter. Broly, still pondering the meaning of subordinate and follower, is taken aback by this proposition. I believe that even if I were to defeat you, I could still serve as your subordinate. A scion never surrenders unless all needs are met. When? You overestimate that. I too wish to face that icy-haired individual, and this victory cannot be relinquished to you. With a swift kick, Millard sends Broly sprawling and shifts her stance, preparing to unleash her acupressure techniques. This chapter remains unfinished. Click to continue reading. This martial art is less about technique and more about an assassin's understanding of human anatomy, leading to lethal skills. A light touch may induce paralysis, while a heavier strike could incapacitate or even lead to death. Coupled with poison needles, it becomes a particularly terrifying form of assassination. I too possess a compelling reason to win, but if I emerge victorious, will you still promise to provide for us? Broly inquired. Though he would soon depart from this world, others would remain within it. If someone were willing to provide a long-term sustenance for his companions, it would indeed be splendid. But that is impossible. However, should you truly manage to defeat me, it might be worth contemplating. Millard exuded confidence, believing that even without resorting to her expertise in insect manipulation or weaponry, she would not succumb to the boy before her. Let us conclude this. Paralysis fist. Millard surged forward, delivering a barrage of penetrating punches aimed at Broly's vital points. Yet, as she finished her assault, she swiftly leaped back to evade Broly's retaliatory swing. Landing on the opposite side of the arena, her expression a mixture of intrigue and surprise as she queried, "Are you unharmed? Your punches feel rather light. I presume I must be unscathed." Although Broly was merely playing the role of a brute, he could discern which strikes would portray him as grievously injured and which would not be overly dramatic. His acting skills had evolved significantly over the past few days. "I have heard of individuals with unusual acupoints. It seems you are one of those peculiar beings." Millard, of course, dismissed the notion that her punches lacked force, attributing Broly's resilience to some obscure flaw in his acupoints. This presented a challenge, as she had observed during yesterday's match that Broly was the type with tough skin and considerable endurance. Without weaponry or effective acupoint techniques, subduing him would prove somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, it was merely somewhat difficult. A series of concentrated strikes to the neck could indeed render an opponent unconscious. With this in mind, she commenced her assault on Broly's neck. 1 minute passed, then 2, 5, 6, and 10 minutes elapsed. After landing over 100 strikes to his neck, her hands ached from the recoil, yet the boy remained vibrant and energetic. Broly's performance today was markedly different, primarily due to Millard being a relatively young girl, appearing to lack significant strength. Thus, he chose to exhibit some disadvantage in receiving blows, yet he was not entirely overwhelmed, managing to engage in a reciprocal exchange. "What on earth is your secret? After sustaining so many hits to your neck, do you not feel dizzy?" Millard could no longer contain her curiosity, rubbing her right hand as she questioned him. "I was born with a thick neck," Broly replied earnestly. "Millard? A thick neck, yet it hardly appears so." Left with no alternative, Millard charged once more, leaping to evade Broly's swinging punch, her right hand pressing against his arm as she spun her body. The next moment landing upon Broly's shoulder. Millard's body coiled like a python. Her left leg snaked around Broly's neck, threading through the crook of her own right knee, while her right leg hooked firmly behind his back, her right ankle cradled in the bend of her right arm. With this intricate entanglement of limbs, she locked him in a textbook rear-naked choke, her supple calves tightening to crush his windpipe. Broly instinctively reached up and grabbed the leg constricting his throat, but after a moment's thought, he deliberately eased off the strength in his grip, instead putting on a convincing act of desperate struggle. "Well," Millard said coolly, "if you surrender now, I'll let you go." Normally, Millard disliked physical contact with men. This situation was purely unavoidable. Yet, to her surprise, she didn't find it unpleasant. Perhaps it was because the boy was still so young, or maybe it was the soft, fluffy hair pressed against her abdomen, fluffy enough to remind her of her favorite pet. "I want to surrender," Broly gasped out, voice strained. "In that case," Millard replied, "I'll just have to choke you unconscious." She tightened her legs, forming a vice-like loop between her thighs and lower abdomen around his neck. "You can tap my leg anytime before you pass out to signal your submission," she added, then fell silent. "Absolutely incredible," the announcer cried. After an intense exchange of offense and defense, Mei has unveiled a never-before-seen leg technique. She's locked Broly in a full rear-naked choke. Broly is struggling, but it seems he can't break free. It looks like the second match is reaching its climax. Will the indomitable Broly manage to escape Mei's devastating leg lock? Stay tuned to find out. And while we wait, let us take a moment to highlight the sponsor behind Broly, G2 Trading Company. Just like Broly himself, who refuses to yield even when caught in Mei's crushing leg hold, G2's silk fabrics are renowned for their unmatched resilience and premium quality. End of chapter 52. Got any more? With the shameless product placement now complete, the scene cuts back to the arena. Broly had been trapped in the chokehold for a full minute. Figuring it was time, he bit down on the blood-filled capsule hidden in his mouth and spurted a dramatic mouthful of blood onto the mat. The crowd erupted. The referee announcer bellowed, "Broly has spit up blood. He can hold on any longer." But Millard was utterly baffled. Wait, how does a rear-naked choke make someone bleed from the mouth? Before she could process it, and gripping her leg. In an instant, he shattered her chokehold and hurled her clean across the ring. Millard hadn't even landed when Broly charged forward, arms wide open, clearly aiming to tackle her. She tried to dodge, but was a split second too late. Thud! Broly tackled her to the ground. In the ensuing scramble, his left arm swiftly wrapped around her neck, locking her in a tight head and arm control position. The girl was atop while the boy lay beneath. Millard struggled as Broly, resembling an octopus, ensnared her legs with his feet, firmly trapping her from the inner thigh, initiating a ground arm choke. It was astonishing. Broly, relying on sheer brute strength, broke free from Mel's leg choke, hurled her aside, and swiftly pounced on her again, leading to an intense tussle on the ground. Broly turned the tables, applying an arm choke on Mel, quickly narrated the unfolding scenario in the arena, and it was this unpredictable twist of fate that rendered the match most exhilarating. "If you concede accommodation and meals," Broly whispered to the ensnared Millard. "Never. You shall not have my submission." Millard was acutely aware of the potency of the arm choke in unarmed combat, yet she understood how to counter it. With sufficient grip strength, one could crush the arm bone of the choker to escape. Millard believed this as she acted, but upon gripping Broly's forearm with her rock-crushing fingers, she realized her misjudgment. Flesh with her nails to sever the tendons was futile. His defenses were too formidable. "In that case, I shall simply render you unconscious," Broly remarked, echoing Millard's earlier words as he tightened his grip. Neck veins, due to external pressure, impeding the blood flow and oxygen delivery to her brain. As her brain experienced hypoxia, a sensation of dizziness ensued, embodying the very principle behind the loss of consciousness induced by the choke. Millard desired to concede, but Broly's movements were too swift. With her mouth agape, she lay on Broly, akin to a fish deprived of oxygen, her body tensing before ultimately relaxing as tears streamed down her face. Within less than half a minute of being choked by Broly, Millard succumbed to unconsciousness, her form going limp upon him. Broly released his hold, rising from the ground with a tinge of regret as he beheld Millard. A promising long-term source of sustenance had slipped away. Yet, Millard was not dead. She was merely rendered unconscious. Broly surmised that she would not be inclined to recruit them for assistance or provide for their needs any longer. In the second match of the quarterfinals, Mel faced off against Broly, who emerged victorious. The referee confirmed the girl's unconscious state on stage and declared the outcome of the second match, eliciting loud cheers and applause from the audience. Those with expertise discern the subtleties, while the uninitiated merely revel in the spectacle. For these spectators, the event unfolded as an exhilarating contest. It commenced with a series of exchanges between the two competitors, Merrill and Broly, whose initial skirmish bore a theatrical charm. This was followed by a grappling session, wherein each engaged in a naked choke against the other. Although the bout lacked striking brilliance, it resembled a tug-of-war with both participants exerting their utmost strength, each fiercely struggling against the other. An additional factor that rendered the event captivating was the presence of Merrill, who, despite being a girl and seemingly at a disadvantage, compensated for this superficial shortcoming with her greater age compared to Broly. A contest of evenly matched opponents is undeniably thrilling. Some may ponder why Merrill's acupoint striking technique proved ineffective against Broly. However, the majority of the audience remained unconcerned with such intricacies. They were simply witnessing two young martial artists delivering a remarkable performance on the stage of the Western Martial Arts Tournament. Merrill was carried away by the staff competitor area. As he passed by Esther's, she called out to him, quietly enlightening him on the fact that a naked choke does not cause one to cough up blood, unless, of course, one's neck is severed. As Esther spoke, she suddenly reached out, and Broly did not flinch. She wiped a small amount of blood from the corner of his mouth and brought it to her nose for a whiff. "Did you use the juice of the red heart fruit as blood?" she inquired, then licked the juice off her finger and commented, "It's sweet and rather delightful. Is there more?" Broly nodded in affirmation and retrieved some bursting soft candy from his pocket, offering it to Esther's. "Thank you," she accepted without hesitation. And the two continued to watch the unfolding competition together. In the waiting area, apart from Esther's and Broly, only Samba and his opponent remained. Samba stealthily glanced over, noticing the two youngsters indulging in the red heart fruit soft candy, their mouths appearing as though they were bleeding. A twitch formed at the corner of Samba's mouth. He had misjudged them. These were not mere children at risk of elimination, but rather cunning little rascals, feigning weakness while possessing formidable strength. The third match concluded after 40 minutes of grappling, and it was now Samba's turn. This burly man with a beard dispatched his opponent in a mere 20 minutes. Presented a performance troupe adorned with the association's logos, among which the belly dancers of the Western dance troupe captivated the audience the most. Merrill awakened, with Cassandra attending to her. Upon realizing her defeat, an unexpected fury surged within Merrill. She was deceived by someone, a scoundrel who concealed his true strength. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Without any weapons, she was indeed no match for him. It was hardly surprising that she could not prevail. Yet, she misjudged his capabilities, leading to her failure to concede in a timely manner while being choked. Damn it, this humiliation shall not go unavenged. "Miss Millard, is it really such a big deal?" "It was merely an unfavorable match that you lost," someone remarked. "How can it not be? That guy made me wet my pants," she exclaimed. In a state of asphyxiation, it is indeed quite possible to lose control, came the retort. It was evident that Millard had indeed lost control. Although it was a minor incident, being reduced to such a state by a male, even one younger than herself, was a tremendous disgrace for her. Chapter 53. Techniques to enhance happiness value, limited to combat maniacs, bearing the weight of humiliation. She changed into a fresh pair of trousers and wiped away the disguise from her face before returning to the grand arena. However, she was no longer in the contestant area, but rather seated among the audience. She wished to observe how the one who reminded her would fare against the one who had deceived her. During the intermission, refreshments were consumed, and various transactions took place. In the afternoon, the second half of the match, featuring 4 contenders vying for 2 spots, commenced. The first semi-final showcased Esteth from the Galapagos Trade Association facing off against Broly from the Rabbit Trade Association. After the customary advertisements were aired, the host and referee left the audience in suspense, exclaiming, "Who will advance to the finals? Let us await the outcome with bated breath." "Does what you said yesterday still stand?" Broly inquired, his anxiety stemming from having been deceived twice during the competition. "Which one?" Esteth, stretching her body, interlaced her fingers behind her back and raised her chin, asked. "The one where if I defeat you, you will befriend me and agree to be my wife," Broly replied. "Of course it stands. I never deceive." Esteth nodded affirmatively. Hearing this, Broly felt a sense of relief, fearing that if he were to win, she would not honor her word. "Are you not going to warm up?" Esteth asked. "Why?" Broly replied, perplexed. "If you don't warm up, your movements will be sluggish." Esteth explained. "Fear not. My speed is quite swift," Broly asserted confidently, noting that his movement speed was the strongest aspect of his overall abilities, especially to expedite the charging of the Crystal Palace. "I will not hold back," Isteth reiterated. "No need to hold back. Just fight as you please," Broly responded. Glancing at the Crystal Palace's display that indicated Isteth's happiness value is continuously rising, and he cheerfully relayed this to Isteth. "Are you pleased with me?" Isteth chuckled, uncertain whether Broly was arrogant, yet her fighting spirit was undeniably surging. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, Isteth's figure shifted from stillness to motion. Traversing several meters in the blink of an eye, her fist aimed at the boy's right cheek. Broly, as he had claimed, effortlessly blocked her punch, refraining from any dramatic displays of resistance. From the outset, the battle escalated into a fervent clash. Isteth showed no inclination to hold back, launching a full-throttle offensive. Her strikes were not only swift but also imbued with formidable power. If others were but gentle breezes, she was a tempest. However, whether faced with gentle breezes or raging storms, the difference for Broly was negligible due to the vast disparity in their physical capabilities. His defenses remained impenetrable. In fact, they harm her. Thus he endeavored to avoid direct confrontations of strength. This led to a remarkable spectacle. Under Isteth's torrential assault, Broly swayed like willow fluff. His evasion was a demonstration of exquisite skill, as he employed an advanced technique of absorption, rendering Isteth's storm-like attacks seemingly ineffective. He deflected every strike, remaining unscathed. How could this be? The trembling voice of the referee echoed the thoughts of all spectators witnessing the fierce exchange. Was Broly concealing his true strength, only revealing it upon encountering such a formidable opponent as Isteth? As the scene on the arena unfolded, this seemed to be the only plausible explanation. After more than 10 minutes of relentless assault, Isteth's momentum began to wane. Ultimately, she was still a human, a 12-year-old girl who had yet to fully mature. Despite her astonishing stamina, the prolonged exertion took its toll, leaving her fatigued. Is our disparity truly so vast? Prior to the match, Isteth had regarded Broly as a worthy adversary, yet now, his impeccable defense made her feel as though she were striking against an impenetrable ice wall. No matter her relentless attempts, she found her attacks inflicted no real damage upon the boy. How can one instill a sense of frustration in a prodigy? It is quite simple. One need only introduce them to an even greater genius. Isteth now found herself ensnared in this very predicament, facing an opponent of unparalleled talent and feeling the sting of defeat. This marks the first time in 12 years of her life that she truly comprehends the disparity between individuals, as the boy's prowess far surpasses her own. This impeccable strength even instills a sense of helplessness within Isteth, who is accustomed to unleashing tempestuous assaults. Isteth's happiness metrics are declining. However, although Isteth's physical strikes failed to impact Broly, the unexpected drop in her happiness metrics inflicted considerable damage upon him. Observing the decline in Isteth's happiness, Broly felt a surge of urgency and quickly turned to her, meeting her gaze, which bore a hint of melancholy, and he suddenly grasped the situation. Once, before the age of 3, he too felt sorrow for being unable to best his father, and he promptly declared, "No, our disparity is not so vast. In truth, I am already injured. You are deceiving me again. My previous attack did not even make you budge," Isteth retorted, clearly unconvinced by his words. Broly longed to demonstrate his point with a dramatic display, but the explosive energy he had previously expended had already been shared with his opponent. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a clever ruse, stealthily shattering the arena floor beneath him, then channeling energy into his hand, producing a faint green glow. He then raised his hand towards Isteth and stated, "I speak the truth. Look, my hand appears slightly bruised, a consequence of deflecting your attack." Beneath the glaring sunlight, Isteth indeed noticed a hint of cyan on Broly's hand, but before she could scrutinize it further, he retracted his hand. He then pointed to the ground beneath him, saying, "As for my lack of movement, it is due to your overwhelming strength. My feet have sunk into the ground as a result of your previous strike. Thus, it is not that I do not wish to move, but rather that I am unable to." As Isteth beheld the impressions left by Broly's feet on the arena floor, she briefly entertained the notion that perhaps her own strength was indeed so formidable that it rendered him immobile. With evidence and witnesses at hand, "Do you still doubt your own power?" Broly boldly challenged her. "Once the impossible is ruled out, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth." At that moment, A quote from the first chapter of The Sign of the Four from the Sherlock Holmes series flickered through Broly's mind. Isdeth paused, contemplating. Am I truly to question my own strength? After all, she had hunted numerous perilous creatures, and despite the loss of her parents and kin, she had remained resilient. In this brutal world, where the strong survive, she should not consider herself weak. She must have faith in her own capabilities. Yet, as she gazed at the boy who encouraged her to believe in herself, an odd sensation washed over her, akin to being led astray. Previously, I was on the offensive while you defended. Now it is your turn to attack, and I shall take on the defense. Come now, Broly. If you seek to win my favor, unleash your full might upon me. Isdeth was not so easily deceived. She resolved to defend against the boy's attacks to ascertain the disparity in their strengths. Broly found himself in a predicament. Should he unleash his full power, the woman before him would undoubtedly be obliterated, leaving naught but remnants. After some contemplation, Broly decided to fabricate a falsehood, thinking he could later offer a sincere apology. With that in mind, he declared it was his turn to attack with full force and inquired if she was prepared. Reflecting on the astounding prowess of a certain enthusiastic citizen from Fuyuki City, he mirrored that very intensity. Upon Isdeth's nod, Broly charged forward with remarkable speed, though he clearly monitored the girl's reactions. Only after confirming that Isdeth could respond did he strike, landing a punch that she deftly intercepted, controlling its force to redirect his hand away. Broly did not afford Isdeth much time to react. He swiftly transitioned to a kick aimed at her abdomen, employing similar finesse. Isdeth found herself struggling to withstand his rapid onslaught. Remarkably, after demonstrating his superior energy absorption techniques, Broly now showcased a terrifying velocity in his assault, placing Isdeth at a significant disadvantage. Isdeth's happiness value was on the rise. Following her successful defense against Broly's strikes, Isdeth's previously declining happiness value surged back up. As Broly skillfully regulated the rhythm of his attacks, he also kept a keen eye on the fluctuations of Isdeth's happiness, adjusting his offensive tempo in accordance with its increase. He soon discovered the technique to enhance Isdeth's happiness value. The more perilous the attack, the higher her happiness soared. Conversely, attacks that were easily parried seemed to do little to elevate her joy. With this revelation, Broly altered his approach, using deft precision to send Isdeth flying. In the next moment, he leapt high, aiming for the spot where she had fallen. Isdeth quickly rolled to evade, noting that Broly had no intention of pursuing her. He simply missed his footing. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted beneath him as Broly shattered the arena floor, sending debris flying and creating a deep crater. As Isdeth rose, such a perilous attack heightened her focus to an extraordinary degree, adrenaline coursing through her veins, causing her body to tremble. Yet, at this moment, Isdeth's state resembled that of ordinary individuals experiencing the thrill of a pendulum swing or bungee jumping, her happiness value soaring rapidly. She recalled her childhood, and bears some resemblance to that time, evoking a sense of insignificance within her. The pervasive feeling of danger surrounding her, however, ignites a thrill, as if she were innately drawn to perilous and exhilarating experiences. Chapter 54. Are there still masters? There is little left to say. Upon discovering the technique to rapidly elevate Isdeth's happiness index, Broly unleashed a series of varied perilous attacks. What constitutes a dangerous attack can be demonstrated through the effects of the assault, yet Broly could never genuinely harm Isdeth. Thus, the arena of the martial arts tournament became the canvas for showcasing the effects of these dangerous attacks. The incessant sounds of booming impacts filled the air. The ground trembled relentlessly, and the commentator, who was supposed to narrate the battle, found himself at a loss for words. The weakest contestant, previously on the receiving end of blows, had suddenly morphed into a destructive force, capable of creating ravines and deep pits with mere kicks and punches. How could one narrate this spectacle? Is this something a human can achieve? Murmured the audience, their skepticism palpable, witnessing the resilient arena floor crumble beneath the boy's onslaught. And observing the girl hastily evade his terrifying strikes, no one retained the belief that the initially promising Isdeth could still contend with the boy. It's too damn sinister. A gambler who had wagered on Isdeth's victory exclaimed, though few echoed his sentiment. It was absurd. The tremors from the arena had yet to subside. A single blow from that monstrous boy might well reduce a person to mere fragments. Miss Millard, your defeat is not unjust. Perhaps it would be wise to forego any thoughts of revenge, Cassandra advised the young lady beside her. Millard bit her nails, lost in her own thoughts. Perturbed, they had long acknowledged Broly's prowess, viewing this as merely a minor spectacle. Are you not astonished? Only Maine, having arrived later and not witnessed Broly's energy blasts ravaging the forest and reshaping the terrain, appeared somewhat taken aback. This is merely a small scene. Brother Broly's true abilities are far greater, Kuro declared, her head held high in a display of pride. What then constitutes a grand scene? Maine pondered, though she refrained from voicing her curiosity. As his death's stamina reached its limit, Broly's perilous assaults drew to a close. He regained his breath and halted his fist before his death. The gust from his punch tousled her hair, sending the cross-patterned scarf tied around her head tumbling into the deep pit behind her. His death collapsed, her body weakened, gasping for air, her complexion flushed from the exertion. I have won this match. Breathing heavily, Broly uttered, from this moment forth, I am entirely at your service. Estes, accepting this outcome, responded, you are formidable. I am not so fragile. Your attacks were all misdirected. Do not assume I am unaware. Estes, not lacking in intelligence, had comprehended the vast disparity in strength between herself and Broly as soon as the perilous assault commenced. With such a monumental gap in power, it was unfathomable that his strikes would consistently miss their mark. You are the rumored humanoid super dangerous species, are you not? Estes suddenly inquired, her curiosity piqued. What is that? Broly responded, somewhat bewildered. You do not know? Am I supposed to be aware of it? Never mind. I am rather fatigued. Could you lend me a hand? Estes asked, her body drained after exceeding her limits during the recent evasion. Upon hearing this, Broly promptly extended a hand, and Estes grasped it, allowing him to assist her upright. I concede, Estes declared with some difficulty. Raising her other hand to announce to the silent audience, Broly has emerged victorious. As the host, albeit belatedly, proclaimed the result of the match, the once quiet arena erupted into a cacophony of sound. Broly's display of overwhelming strength astonished the crowd, igniting excitement among spectators, including gamblers who had wagered on his victory and ordinary viewers who admired his might. As for the earlier charade of the boy feigning weakness to deceive them, what a jest! This was the arena of the Western Martial Arts Tournament, where those with power were destined to receive accolades. Power, every action could be rationalized. Of course, some speculated that Broly might have been manipulating the odds, but what of it? Would the losers dare confront him? Moreover, the gambling houses profited from the wagers placed by a multitude of bettors, who would certainly not seek trouble with Broly. The enthusiastic applause served as the final straw for the already overstretched arena, leading to its collapse. Broly retrieved Estes' headscarf, blown away by the wind, and with one arm around his newly victorious wife, returned to the contestants' area. Broly, my brother, you have concealed your true strength remarkably well. Samba approached him, sincerely expressing his admiration. I actually exerted all my effort, Broly replied, instinctively downplaying his capabilities. Really? Samba responded, somewhat incredulous. Regardless of the truth, I shall triumph over you tomorrow. Beside him, Samba's opponent gazed at him in astonishment, almost questioning how much he had imbibed. After all, considering the catastrophic state of the tournament arena, who would dare believe they could overcome this monstrous boy? Are you truly formidable, Uncle Samba? Broly inquired earnestly. Of course. I am exceptionally strong, Samba replied with an air of confidence. Could I be mistaken? Isdeth pondered, her intuition quite sharp. Yet she felt no sense of danger or pressure emanating from this bearded giant. The arena lay in ruins, yet it was of little consequence. The venue remained intact, and a cadre of staff hurriedly entered to clear away the debris, allowing the second match of the quarterfinals to commence. However, Isdeth, Samba concluded his contest against a dispirited opponent in merely 3 minutes, rendering the spectacle rather mundane. With the audience more engrossed in discussions of the previous match. Boom. It wasn't until Samba seized a large stone from the ground and shattered it with a single punch that the crowd's attention shifted. Ladies and gentlemen, I do not boast of wreaking havoc upon the arena as well, but I find it unnecessary. Such actions merely indicate a lack of body control, resulting in the leakage of one's own power. I acknowledge my opponent tomorrow is formidable, yet after witnessing his performance today, I am assured of my victory. To cause such destruction, Broly must have employed some secret technique that severely burdens the body, while I, Samba, remain unscathed. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare, tomorrow, I shall overcome my final opponent, adorned in the finest dust cloak of the West, standing upon the champion stage to receive my accolade. Was an experienced contender. If he possessed such strength previously, why had he not showcased it before? Regardless, the martial arts tournament concluded with much fanfare, and his death was escorted back to the inn by Broly. End of chapter 55. Samba. Victory is assured. Isteth's arrival was not a surprise. Broly had already informed his companions of this prior. He would not perform in the semifinals, intending to defeat Isteth and return with her. Thus, Nahashu and others organized a welcome gathering for their new comrade. Since the annihilation of her village, it was Isteth's first experience of group acceptance. Of course, she had previously had opportunities to integrate into various groups, but she had declined, focusing solely on her quest for strength. It was only after being vanquished by Broly and formally becoming his possession that she paused her relentless journey. However, Isteth still found it somewhat challenging to adapt to the enthusiasm of the group. Thanking the red-eyed girl for the juice she handed over, Isteth leaned closer to Broly and inquired, "Are your companions as formidable as you?" This was a matter of particular interest to her. "Huh, Brother Broly is the strongest. How could we possibly possess strength comparable to his?" Before Broly could respond, the chubby Laosang answered her question. "Then how did you come to be with him?" Isteth curiously pressed on. "We were children sold by slave traders and unexpectedly encountered brother in the Giffinora forest, where he rescued us, and thus we began to follow him." Naash explained, feeling there was no need for concealment since Isteth was personally brought back by Brother Broly. They were the ones who followed him first. "I joined later after being helped. I was a homeless child named Main. Pleased to meet you. I am Red Eye, and this is my sister Black Eye. Like you and Main, we aspire to be Wings." "Wings?" Isteth inquired, a term of endearment for a wife. Just then, Broly was nearby gnawing on a chicken wing. "This is Pony, and I am Cornelia. Are you also Wings?" "No, only Red Eye, Black Eye, Main, and you are." At this point, Cornelia seemed somewhat disheartened. Although they were all by Broly's side, he had always been closest to Red Eye and Black Eye, even caring for the later arrival, Main. "By the way, if Pony offers you mushrooms, you absolutely must not eat them," Tsukushi interjected. "Mushrooms?" Isteth looked towards the girl being patted on the head. "I already told you. These mushrooms were purchased from a street vendor. They are definitely not poisonous." Pony acknowledged that her previous foraging had been problematic, but insisted that this time the dried mushrooms were sourced from a city vendor. Surely, others' mushrooms wouldn't be problematic as well. As she spoke, she pulled out the mushrooms from her pocket, and Isteth examined them. Pointing to one in the center, she remarked, "This one has mild hallucinogenic properties, yet when injured, it can serve as a pain reliever." The group turned in astonishment towards Isteth. "You recognize mushrooms?" Cornelia asked. "I have traveled for 3 years, and have consumed various fungi, many of which were toxic," Isteth replied calmly. Originating from the north, after her clan was slaughtered, she ventured out alone, navigating the periphery of the empire. First, she traveled east, then south, where the borders were abundant with various mushroom species. "I have been poisoned numerous times, yet I survived. Thus I became acquainted with these things." Isteth recounted her past journeys with a nonchalant tone, while the others listened with rapt attention. "Sister Isteth, you are truly remarkable." Akame, Kuro, and the others marveled at her prowess. If Broly represented the pinnacle of combat strength they had encountered, then Isteth embodied the essence of wilderness survival and hunting expertise. Even when ensnared in a swamp, beset by venomous insects, or pursued by ferocious beasts, she navigated through adversity with her wisdom, experience, and courage, overcoming the myriad challenges posed by her environment. In contrast, the predicament of the others, who found themselves in peril merely for being cast into the Giffinora sea tree forest, rendered them somewhat feeble in comparison. "Indeed, I possess great strength, yet you are not without merit," Isteth mused. Initially, she perceived Akame and her companions as a liability. But upon learning of their experiences in the treacherous forest and their encounters with bandits, her perspective shifted, considering their average age of 6 or 7 years. She recalled her own capabilities at that age, when she could only hunt medium-level dangerous creatures, such as frost lizards and crimson-crested eagles, on her own. This group of children, it became evident, should not be underestimated. With this realization, Isteth readily accepted the prospect of forging camaraderie with these younger companions, believing that with proper training, they too could grow formidable. Within the span of a meal, its death seamlessly integrated into this small collective. Meanwhile, as Broly hosted a warm welcome gathering, Samba, disguised and bearing a gray sack, made his way to a gambling den, boldly declaring, 8 million, all in on the finals of tomorrow's martial arts tournament. Who do you wager will triumph? A voice inquired from within. Without a doubt, it shall be the competitor Broly, Samba asserted without hesitation. The odds for Broly are quite low, standing at 1 to 13. Have you considered placing a bet on Samba? His odds are as high as 76, the staff suggested, adhering to the instructions given prior to the afternoon opening. No, today Broly's might was evident. He even dismantled the arena, and the multitude present witnessed it. Who would still believe Samba could win tomorrow? The staff continued, attempting to persuade him further. They even referenced Samba's afternoon analysis of Broly's capabilities and his confident declaration of victory. Disguised Samba remained unmoved. As a participant in tomorrow's finals, he was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Broly. The analysis and victory proclamation he had made earlier were mere tactics to entice others to bet on his success, all the while intending to wager on Broly himself. Sometimes, the concept of victory and defeat may not solely manifest within the confines of the arena. It can also be reflected in the wagering activities that transpire outside of it. For instance, Samba has staked a substantial portion of his fortune on Broly's triumph. Although the odds for Broly are somewhat diminished, should he falter tomorrow, Samba stands to gain a remarkable sum of 2.4 million in betting winnings. With the ticket securely in hand, acknowledge the ticket, not the individual. The gambling house proprietor, with an ashen expression, presented Samba with the ticket. Broly's meteoric rise has left many gambling establishments in disarray, as a vast majority of bettors have fervently placed their wagers on his victory. Fortunately, the official betting agency provides a safety net. The bets placed on Broly's win can be transferred to the official betting house to mitigate losses. Thank you. I shall send someone to collect the funds tomorrow, Samba stated, disregarding the proprietor's increasingly dark demeanor as he exited. Grasping the betting ticket for Broly's victory, Samba eagerly anticipated his grand exit the following day. Although this may tarnish his reputation, it would not be his fault if he misjudged and was defeated by such a formidable young talent like Broly. What do you call this? Losing the match, but winning the prize money. Tomorrow, victory is assured. In high spirits, Samba returned to the inn and fortuitously encountered Broly and the others. Is the championship truly that significant to you? Broly inquired with curiosity. Of course, in literature, there is no first, and in martial arts, there is no second. Exuding confidence. Yet, in the presence of the crowd, he refrained from delving too deeply into conversation with Broly. Should this extraordinary boy suddenly reveal that he has not employed the dubious techniques he whimsically concocted that are detrimental to the body, prior to the determination of the outcome tomorrow, he must maintain an unwavering confidence to inspire others to place their bets on him. Only in this manner can he secure even greater winnings in the event of defeat. To think, the championship holds such paramount importance to Uncle Samba. After Samba's departure, Broly felt a stirring within. Broly, do you wish to win the championship? Nahashu discerned his thoughts and inquired. Indeed. Uncle Samba is the only one who spoke on my behalf during the match in the round of 16 when I was deceived and struck by that scoundrel, Broly reflected. Shall always remember that Uncle Samba stood up for me. The difference in prize money between the second and first place is a staggering 800,000. And when combined with the compensation offered by the Rabbit Merchant Association to the first place winner, the disparity amounts to 1.6 million. Broly felt a sense of distress, and he wished to reciprocate the favor owed to him. However, Broly's brother, you seem to have forgotten your performance today. Upon my return, I checked, and your odds were remarkably low, while Uncle Samba's odds were exceedingly high. A cunning glint flickered in Nahashu's eyes. Initially, I believed you would care about the championship, but since it appears you do not, we could potentially secure another victory. Really? Broly's spirits lifted. Not only could he concede the championship to Samba, thus honoring a debt of gratitude, but he and his companions could also stand to reap a significant profit. This was indeed a win-win situation. However, brother, even if you intend to lose tomorrow, you must still put on a performance, I reminded him. Overtly throwing a match would surely lead to complications. But how can I act after today? I exerted extraordinary power beyond the norms of this world to elevate its death's happiness index. a punch that created a deep crater and a kick that cracked the ground. This level of strength is unattainable through mere rigorous training. It's quite simple. Did not Uncle Samba mention that you utilized a secret technique detrimental to your body to unleash such immense power? We shall turn this to our advantage. Thus, the chapter concludes. Chapter 56. Accept this championship. Mai, being a person of initiative, had Broly ready with the necessary props for the next day. Following a series of hard-hitting advertisements, the finals of the Western Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Broly battled Samba on stage, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds. Just as Samba, equally scheming, began to feel the strain and prepared to be defeated, Broly unexpectedly collided with his fist, feigning injury. With a loud thud, Broly was sent flying, spewing a copious amount of blood. The bandaged areas of his body oozed crimson, a prop made from fresh sheep's blood encased in sheep intestines. In this state, with blood gushing from his body, Broly confirmed to the astonished Samba the analysis he had articulated on stage the previous day. In essence, Broly had indeed employed a technique that severely harmed his body to unleash such formidable strength. Consequently, due to the side effects of this technique, he was far from being a match for Samba in his current state. Regrettably, he could no longer continue the fight. In Broly's mind, the phrase "Jojo, this is my final ripple," except it surfaced as he gazed at the trembling figure of the bearded man with the intent of Samba-san. This is my response to your plea. Accept this championship. The man's body, seemingly moved, fell straight to the ground. The grand stage of the Western Martial Arts Tournament had no role left for him, the performing ape. Samba-san, witnessing Broly's collapse, felt his body begin to tremble uncontrollably. He yearned to rush forward, kneel before the boy, and implore him for just one more punch. Regardless of its speed, he would not evade it, no matter how light. He would throw himself back, feigning grievous injury, before ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Yet, he found himself paralyzed, for even in the realm of staged fights, there must be a semblance of combat. To concede without even a token strike would garner no recognition, not even from the event organizers. Life is unpredictable. Sometimes victories and defeats do not manifest on the surface of the arena, but are inscribed on a betting slip that has now turned to blank paper. With a hand raised, Samba-san stifled his sorrow over an 8 million loss and bellowed with restrained voice, "I have won." The audience in the grandstand fell into a brief silence, grappling with the realization that Samba-san's judgment from the previous day had indeed been correct. They offered a tepid cheer for Samba-san, the fortunate victor, who had stumbled into victory. Regret lingered in the air. Had Broly been able to recover? Alas, I should have wagered on Samba-san's win. Although the turn of events was unexpected, the crowd accepted the outcome, for it was a simple truth. People are more inclined to accept what they can comprehend. Broly's monstrous display of power against Estes had now been revealed as the result of a secret technique with side effects, making the outcome more palatable, particularly for those not burdened by financial loss. As for the gambling consortium, they were equally astonished, only left to lament that plans often fail to keep pace with change. Little did they anticipate that after Broly's surprising victory in the semifinals, Samba-san would also claim an unexpected championship in the finals. Yet, there was little they could do. After all, Samba-san had provided the correct analysis the day before, though no one, himself included, had believed him. How much did we win in total? Broly inquired of Nahashu once he was taken down. With the tournament prize and the rewards from the Rabbit Commerce Association, it was estimated they would receive 27 million. This chapter remains unfinished. Turn to the next page to continue reading. Nahashu exclaimed with great excitement, noting that Broly had relinquished his championship ambitions, thereby multiplying the team's original wager winnings by over 7-fold. This sum was a staggering amount for a group of children like them. After a week's time, the team's assets soared from a mere 100,000 to over 27 million. A far swifter means of acquiring wealth than waiting for benevolent souls to deliver provisions. If we could engage in a few more matches, we would never need to worry about sustenance again, Main remarked, and the children, who were not keen on returning home, but rather eager to follow Broly, nodded in agreement, fully endorsing her words. Regrettably, in just over a month, I must depart. Broly sighed. Hey, Broly, where are you going? Asked Hadon curiously. Back to my own world, Broly replied matter-of-factly. Excuse me. The children exchanged bewildered glances. Did I not mention this before? Broly scratched his head, noticing his friends' reactions. No, they chorused, shaking their heads, indicating they had never heard such news. Perhaps I've grown too comfortable and forgot to share this with you, Broly continued, scratching his head once more, acknowledging that he had indeed become somewhat oblivious to his home since arriving in this world. His companions had come and gone, yet many remained. He had fortuitously found both Akihito and Heidong as partners from the outset, and their happiness levels had now surpassed 500 points. Along the way, he had also encountered Main, who, though a later addition, had amassed over 200 points. Furthermore, after a recent battle, he had formed a bond with his death, a formidable partner whose happiness level had also soared past 100 points, closely rivaling Main's by just a 20-point margin. She represented the most promising investment in happiness Broly had ever witnessed. Upon returning to the inn, Broly gathered everyone and conveyed the news of his impending forced return to his world in 34 days. The children who had followed him appeared despondent upon hearing this news. Broly, what will we do when you leave? Lao Seng asked, tears welling in his eyes. Fear not, before I depart this world, I shall construct a haven of happiness for all of you, Broly assured earnestly. After sending home those children yearning for their own families, he intended to guide the remaining friends to suitable living quarters, leaving behind a substantial sum to ensure their happiness. Broly, I can't bear to see you go, Bonnie said, her eyes shimmering with tears. Unlike others, Broly welcomed her affection wholeheartedly, proving to be a genuinely understanding older brother. I too will miss you dearly. Broly, does this mean you will leave us behind? Originally, Main was listening with a sense of calm, but suddenly, her composure faltered, prompting her to inquire directly. Upon receiving confirmation from Broly, the happiness indices of the four girls, Chi Tong, Hei Tong, Main, and the newly joined his death, surged to an unprecedented high, even indicating a downward trend for the first three. Fortunately, Broly clarified that they were distinct, recognized as targets for conquest by the Crystal Palace. Following the upgrade in the Crystal Palace, as indicated by the hints provided, they would be able to traverse worlds, thus averting the unfortunate decline in happiness indices. End of chapter.